A dazzling light spread out in all directions. A current of electricity flashed by, and patchwork squares flickered before appearing in midair. Hatch Lam Nan floated in a vast, gray-blue space, wondering where this was. His gaze shifted slightly. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. His face was filled with confusion. I remember now. Wasn't I already dead? After all, the destructive power of that explosion was no joke. Hatch Lam Nan slumped to the ground, letting out a breath. Humph, to think that I, Hatch Lam Nan, would die like this, and even more unexpectedly, to die at the hands of my own people. He narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "It's really infuriating." It all started when Hatch Lam Nan was in his office discussing a collaboration with Du Fong. Du Fong held a stack of documents and said, "Hatch Lam Nan, I hope we have a pleasant collaboration this time." She casually added a reminder, "Oh, that's right. Be a little more careful recently. Someone has started tailing you." Hatch Lam Nan replied nonchalantly, "Thank you for the reminder, beautiful Du Fong. But those idiots still aren't afraid of death. Besides, this secret conversation, besides me and Chi Nu, no one else knows. You just need to prepare the celebration party." Du Fong tried to recall the person named Chi Nu. Chi Nu, the woman who clearly knew that gun couldn't hurt you, but still sentimentally took a bullet for you? Ha ha, you can trust her, but I can't. Hatch Lam Nan pondered, something's indeed a bit off. Logically, Chi Nu should have arrived by now. Why hasn't she appeared yet? Just then, his phone suddenly vibrated. He picked up his phone to look, then frowned in confusion. Chi Nu is texting me at a time like this? The content was just a single, coquettish, and suggestive sentence. "I love you. I have a gift for you. Get ready to receive it." Hatch Lam Nan was stunned. A gift? Suddenly, a huge airplane with blinding headlights appeared outside the transparent glass window. He whipped his head around. Crash! The airplane slammed into the glass window. Hatch Lam Nan suddenly let out a cold laugh. How unexpected. Using an airplane just to kill me? They're really spoiling me. Du Fong cursed angrily. Damn it, I was right. Aren't you going to run? Do you want to die? Hatch Lam Nan's face darkened as he loosened his tie and said, "The plane is right in front of us. It's too late. Besides, my style has always been to face challenges head on." He let out a roar, the power of the true dragon awakening within his body. He excitedly clenched his fists and said, "Watch me." Dragon subduing martial arts style? He stomped his foot, charged forward barehanded, and threw a punch at the nose of the plane. The earth-shattering explosion couldn't diminish the unusual excitement in his eyes. Recalling his impulsive action, Hatch Lam Nan sheepishly scratched his cheek. As expected, even with training, punching an airplane with bare hands is impossible. Afterward, he began to think seriously. However, that woman doesn't have the guts to plot against me. She was probably used by someone else. If I get the chance, I'll definitely find that person and chop them into 100 pieces. A large screen suddenly appeared in front of him. A light flashed, and a message appeared on the screen. Hatch Lam Nan, leader of the Ram Gang, died on May 25th, 2020. Currently selected by the system as a privileged individual to become the savior of the apocalypse, and will be reincarnated and transported to the apocalyptic era. Completing the mission will grant a chance to return to the original world. Refusal will result in immediate explosion. Do you accept the invitation? The word yes kept flashing, as if inviting him to choose. Hatch Lam Nan was slightly stunned. Transported to the apocalypse, complete the mission. He rubbed his chin and muttered, "Wait a minute. Isn't this the reincarnation and transmigration trope from novels? Besides, refusing means exploding on the spot. Is this even called a choice? But if it gives me a chance for revenge, why not?" A determined look flashed in his eyes as he pressed the word yes without hesitation. "I accept." The screen immediately disappeared, replaced by long, curly hair and a graceful figure that gradually appeared. A complete, beautiful girl appeared and said, "Welcome to the system space. I am a system goddess. You have now become the host of this system." Hatch Lam Nan stared at the goddess, mesmerized, and blurted out, "Oh, this goddess's figure isn't bad at all." The goddess ignored his nonsense and got straight to the point. "Next, you will be immediately transported to the apocalyptic world. Before that, let me introduce you to the situation in the apocalypse. In the year 2031, a strange beverage became popular worldwide. But what people didn't know was that the ingredients of this drink had extremely serious consequences. It caused the human body to mutate, then turn into zombies. The main food of zombies is blood, so they began to attack humans, causing cries for help to echo everywhere. And those who were caught or bitten by zombies would be infected and turn into zombies themselves. Very quickly, social order collapsed, and the world turned into an apocalypse engulfed in the flames of war. Therefore, your current mission is to travel to the apocalypse, save the people there, and let them rebuild their homeland. However, in the apocalypse, you will not have a chance to revive, so you must rely on your own strength to survive. Hatch Lamb, Nan frowned in annoyance. What? The apocalypse is full of dangers. I'm a weakling who can't even tie up a chicken, and you're telling me to go empty-handed. Isn't that a death wish? He then had another thought. This system can bring the dead back to life. Let's see if there are any benefits I can squeeze out of it. The goddess's inner thoughts were in turmoil. A weakling who can't even tie up a chicken can smash a plane? Only a ghost would believe you. But since he's the chosen one, I have to give him more support. She thought to herself, but her mouth deliberately taunted. Humph. The 98 previously chosen saviors have all perished. Therefore, you're the 99th. We will definitely provide you with assistance. Hatch Lamb Nan's eyes widened as he asked, 98 people? The goddess smirked slyly at his reaction. That's right, you're scared, aren't you? This way you'll beg me to help you. Unexpectedly, Hatch Lamb Nan pouted in disdain. What's this? Your entire army was wiped out? Your system is too trashy. The goddess collapsed, her feet in the air. Then she angrily yelled like a machine gun. You're the trashy one. To increase the savior's chances of survival, the system will provide you with some optional skills, but you can only choose one. Once chosen, it cannot be changed. So think carefully before choosing. Hatch Lamb Nan couldn't help but mumble, what? Only one? How stingy. The goddess turned and pointed to a series of skills on the screen, saying, the skills are all here. Click on them to see the skill descriptions. Hatch Lamb Nan glanced over the familiar skills. Most of these lost martial arts masterpieces he had already mastered. If I choose these, it would be a waste of this opportunity. His eyes suddenly widened. His gaze stopped on the skill panel. Pupil Technique, Special Eye Art, Level 0, Upgradable, currently has no effect, only a basic see-through function. He smiled and raised his hand to press that skill. I've decided it's you. A brilliant light rushed from the void, simultaneously condensing in his eyes. Hatch Lamb Nan suddenly felt playful, turned his head, and used his eyes to see through the goddess's body. His nose immediately started bleeding. So it's pink, and with lace too. The goddess was slightly stunned, then hurriedly covered her skirt, threw a square block at his face, and cursed, pervert. Don't use the pupil technique on me. Hatch Lamb Nan casually retorted, what pervert? This is a normal consumer process, just trying out the product. The goddess bit her handkerchief in frustration. Why did I choose this guy as the savior? Never mind, for the greater good, I must endure. She calmed down and said, the pupil technique is so powerful, and you only use it to see through things? Let me tell you, this pupil technique also includes a system function called pupil charge. In the apocalypse, money and gold have completely lost their original value. But in your hands, they can have a great effect, because using the upgrade system can make yourself stronger. Topping up can even open the gate of the pupil, allowing you to return to your original world. And your current pupil technique level is level 0 golden pupil, with the ability to see through things. Hatch Lamb Nan showed interest. Oh, the gate of the pupil. So this thing can help me return to my original world? A fire of rage immediately ignited, and he laughed strangely, thinking, ha ha ha, the idiots who killed me. Sorry, but accidentally letting me be reborn has just sealed your death sentence. The goddess, not understanding the undercurrents in his heart, could only continue her introduction. Besides the skill, the system also gives you a large gift package. Inside are canned fruits and a dagger, enough for one person to survive for 20 days. You can retrieve them with your thoughts. Make good use of them. Good luck. She blinked, suddenly remembering something, and added, that's right, a friendly reminder. Killing zombies will bring a surprise. Goodbye. As soon as she finished speaking, a white light slowly rose, enveloping Hatch Lamb Nan's body, until he completely disappeared within that light. Hatch Lamb Nan was transported to a strange room. Where is this? The sound of rushing water reached his ears. Oh? He subconsciously looked over and was immediately captivated by the curves faintly visible behind the curtain, causing a nosebleed. Getting benefits this quickly? He closed his eyes and brainwashed himself. No, no, no. How can I be such a pervert? This is the apocalypse. There's zombies everywhere. I can't let my guard down. Let me use the pupil technique to see what's behind there. He suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils flashing with light. Through the curtain, he saw every detail of the girl's body inside. His nosebleed immediately gushed like a fountain. He hurriedly stuffed tissues into his nostrils, once again seriously brainwashing himself. This is a human. No, this is my first time in the apocalypse. I have to be careful. Then he panted and said, maybe the zombies here all look like this. The girl behind the curtain suddenly threw something out, which whizzed towards Hatch Lamnan. He hastily dodged, and the object immediately gave chase, pursuing him all over the room. The bath towel was yanked away, and a sharp object whistled back, landing firmly in the hand of a girl who was hastily wrapping herself in a bath towel. Hatch Lamnan looked at her with admiration. Oh, not bad skills, you've got some moves. The girl's eyes suddenly widened in anger, and she lunged at him. The more he dodged, the more ferociously she attacked, as if she wanted to eat him alive. Hatch Lamnan suddenly grabbed her wrist and with a leg sweep threw her to the ground. He stared down at her, and the girl, both embarrassed and angry, cursed, "Where did you come from? You pervert. See if I don't gouge your eyes out." Hatch Lamnan awkwardly retracted his hand, touching his nose. "I didn't do it on purpose, it's just that your bath towel. That style seems a bit sexy." She was stunned. What? Realizing her predicament, she brandished her claws and roared, "Pervert, I'll kill you." Hatch Lamnan quickly grabbed both of her hands. She gritted her teeth and struggled, but couldn't move, so she changed her plan, suddenly pulling her hand back and fiercely kicking out, shouting, "Take my kick." Hatch Lamnan took the kick with his shoulder, the corner of his mouth curling up, teasingly looking at her. "Beautiful. Are you trying to kill me or hug me?" The girl broke out in a cold sweat. "How is this possible? Since the apocalypse began, I've survived in a pile of zombies relying on my skills. Just now, I couldn't even last 3 moves against this guy. He's very strong." She suddenly put on a fearless front and said, "I can't beat you. It's my bad luck to have run into you. Rather than be humiliated by you, I'd rather we die together. I'll use my blood to lure the zombies here. You might be able to beat me alone, but how can you fight so many zombies?" She threatened grimly. "They will be endlessly attracted by the blood, and eventually they will eat you until not a single piece is left." Hatch Lamnan said, "Oh, with interest, good idea. But your hands and feet are tied by me. How are you going to use your blood to lure them?" The girl's face immediately darkened, her body trembling. "My hands and feet can't move, but can't my mouth move? Wait until I bite through your main artery. Let's see if you can still laugh then." A flash of inspiration went through Hatch Lamnan's mind. He widened his eyes and muttered, "Could it be?" The girl in front of him suddenly opened her mouth wide and lunged. A growl sounded as the two fell into a stalemate of mismatched strength. A moment later, the girl fell back weakly, groaning, "Damn it, I'm out of strength." She sobbed unwillingly. "Humph. If I hadn't been starving for days, I wouldn't have lost to you." Hatch Lamnan looked at her helplessly, then crossed his arms and said, "I, Hatch Lamnan, have always made women obey me on their own." The girl immediately snorted coldly. In the apocalypse, no one could be trusted, especially crude men like you. Hatch Lamnan suddenly remembered. That's right. He thought of the canned food, and instantly, a can appeared in his hand, which he offered to the girl. "You're hungry, right? Eat this." The girl was slightly startled. Canned food? Her mind reeled. Could he be the king of canned food? She suddenly became wary and asked, "Canned food is a rare resource in the apocalypse. I don't believe you're that kind. Tell me, what's your scheme?" Hatch Lamnan was fuming with anger and retorted, "Do I need to use canned food to deal with you?" He ignored her and opened the can to eat himself. He kept muttering, "Humph, the finest ingredients only need the simplest preparation. Premium pork belly, through the simplest steps of blanching, caramelizing, and frying, can make the most delicious canned braised pork." The girl's mouth watered as she listened. Seeing this, Hatch Lamnan deliberately shook the can and said, "Ah, so delicious." The corner of her mouth immediately twitched. "Damn it, I feel even hungrier. Forget it. I'd rather be poisoned to death than starve to death." She took the can, scooped up a spoonful, and muttered, "Even if it's poisoned, I, Deep Chulu, will eat it." As soon as the food entered her mouth, her eyes immediately lit up. So delicious. She suddenly had a change of heart. Besides, nothing has happened so far. It seems he really doesn't intend to harm me. Chulu excitedly waved her hands, scooping like a machine. Soon, the can was empty. She turned her head and asked with pitiful, sparkling eyes, "That, the canned food, do you have any more?" Hatch Lamnan held a can in his hand, but didn't rush to give it to her, instead saying, "Your name is Deep Chulu, right? I have more, but you have to answer my questions first." Chulu immediately looked at him defensively. "What questions? Don't think you can take advantage of me just by giving me canned food." Hatch Lamnan couldn't help but get mad. In a flash, it was dark. From his conversation with Chulu, he learned that the city he was in was called Shuyinchao, located in the south of Hua country. And 3 years after the zombie virus outbreak, most survivors were concentrated in the central safe zone. But many survivors were forced to stay here because the only exit in the north of the city was swarmed with a large number of zombies. Tula also gave him a map of Shuyinchao. His next actions would be much more convenient. His goal achieved, he suddenly stood up and said, "All right, the deal is done. We don't owe each other anything. I'm leaving." He stepped onto the table, then suddenly remembered something and said, "That's right, I forgot to tell you." He tilted his head and smiled, "Your figure isn't bad." After saying that, he jumped out the window. Chulu whipped her head around, blushing and cursing, "Pervert." She leaned out, watching the man's retreating figure, and snorted. "This man suddenly appeared in my bathroom, and he's carrying a large amount of precious food." She turned and picked up the dagger, stepped onto the windowsill, and muttered, "No matter how I think about it, it's very suspicious. No, I have to go and see. Maybe I can even gain something from it." Tula quickly caught up with Hatch Lamnan. He keenly noticed, "Oh, that little glutton is following me." He gave a faint smile. Whatever. She's not a bad person. I'll just let her follow." His thoughts shifted again. However, the system goddess said killing zombies would bring a surprise. I wonder what kind of surprise. I'll kill a zombie first and see. He strode down the dark street. Hatch Lamnan boredly kicked a can, a puzzled look on his face. The sound of clattering metal echoed in the quiet neighborhood. His ears twitched. A zombie hiding behind a glass door. Its blood-red eyes glinted. It opened its mouth, breathing out a foul, cold air. Hatch Lamnan walked on, deep in thought. Strange. Why aren't any zombies coming to eat me? Am I not tasty? Clang. The zombie suddenly opened its mouth wide and burst through the window. Hatch Lamnan's lips curled into a smile. Finally, the zombie attacked with its sharp claws, but he easily dodged it. It decisively leaped up, blocking Hatch Lamnan's path. He couldn't help but be curious. Was this zombie attracted by the sound of the can opening? A flash of inspiration went through his mind. It seems these guys are very sensitive to sound. The zombie twisted its stiff body, then suddenly reached out and lunged. Hatch Lamnan calmly leaned aside to dodge. "Oh, the speed is quite fast. If I get scratched by its claws, will I turn into a zombie?" He narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Then I'll just cut off your claws first." With a thought, a dagger was firmly in his hand. Hatch Lamnan's figure became a blur. He swung his dagger twice as fast as the wind, and the zombie's 2 arms were immediately severed. Green liquid splattered everywhere. He turned his head and laughed provocatively. You little piece of trash, come and get me." He suddenly stopped. Countless wriggling flesh threads grew from the zombie's severed arms, and in an instant, a new, complete arm was regenerated. Hatch Lamnan was petrified on the spot. A second later, he turned and ran for his life. Regeneration? Hey, you're not playing fair. The zombie rumbled in hot pursuit, continuing to swing its arms and lunge. Hatch Lamnan did a 360-degree spin, severing its 2 arms. It smirked, and 2 new arms immediately grew out. Hatch Lamnan spun around again and cut them off. It stubbornly continued to regenerate its arms. He and the zombie immediately fell into a contest of endurance. Arms flew continuously, piling up into a small mountain. Only when a mountain of flesh could crush a person did the 2 sides pause to catch their breath. The zombie's arms rustled as they grew back again. The 2 sides faced off. Hatch Lamnan frowned and thought, if it can regenerate, just keep cutting like this isn't a solution. He threw the dagger in his hand, his eyes suddenly flashing, and the surrounding air abruptly became scorching hot. Heaven-shaking, earth-shattering finger, 10th form. He roared, and a brilliant light emanated from his palm. The zombie's eyes bulged as if it wanted to swallow him whole. It suddenly raised its hands to cover its eyes. Hatch Lamnan dashed through the gap between its arms and punched the zombie in the face. "I'll smash your dog head." Viscous liquid sprayed out as the zombie was sent flying into the air, then fell straight to the ground, motionless. Hatch Lamnan picked up a dry branch and poked it. "Based on my past gaming experience, zombies have to be headshot to be killed, right?" As he spoke, his eyes suddenly widened. "This is..." Boom! The zombie suddenly exploded, and gold coins flew everywhere like brilliant fireworks. Hatch Lamnan was stunned. A golden light flashed in his eyes. Gold coins. Could this be the surprise the system goddess was talking about? He picked up a gold coin to examine it. Suddenly a blue light appeared, slowly swallowing the coin. He watched curiously. Oh, the coin finally disappeared. The system goddess appeared and said, "Congratulations, host, for successfully eliminating the first zombie." The screen displayed a system message. Received 1 million gold coins. The goddess smiled and explained, "Eliminating one zombie can get you 1 million. Now that you have this first pot of gold, you can start topping up." Hatch Lamb then felt excited. The gold coin symbol flashed in his eyes again. Oh, it seems my guess was right. The zombie's weak point is its head, and I get 1 million for every zombie I kill. Making money is even easier than before. The goddess raised her hands high and said in a loud voice, "Since you've obtained a pot of gold, the pupil technique upgrade skill can be activated." She slowly added another sentence. "But to upgrade to the martial soul, pupil requires 10 million gold coins. Your money is still not enough." Hatch Lamb then was dumbfounded. 10 million? That's too stingy. The goddess gloated. The host's current golden pupil ability is see-through. The ability of the next level, martial soul pupil, will be kept a secret for now. If you want to know, work hard to kill monsters and earn money. Then she snapped her fingers and a bronze door appeared. The goddess continued to announce, "In addition, the host has also activated the gate of the pupil function. The gate of the pupil function can help the host return to the original world." Hatch Lamb Nan stared at the world inside the gate, his eyes flashing with light. "Excellent. This is what I've been waiting for. Quickly tell me how many gold coins it takes to use it." The goddess raised an eyebrow and replied with a grin. "Not expensive. Each transport only costs 100 million. Each transport allows you to stay in the original world for 24 hours. A cold wind suddenly blew past Hatch Lamb Nan. The goddess smiled and encouraged him. "Don't be discouraged. Work hard to earn money, young man. Here's another little tip for you. The virtual space can store and distribute items, but not living creatures. The gold coins dropped by zombies can only be seen by the host. You don't need to pick up the drop gold coins yourself, because the gold coins will be automatically deposited into the system and converted into your assets. After the host enters the virtual space, the time outside will be in a static state. So after the host enters the space, there's no need to worry about being discovered or injured. Host, please make good use of these tips. If you have any problems, just call me anytime. So, please continue to work hard." After providing a series of information, the goddess waved her hand and disappeared. Hatch Lamb Nan helplessly held his forehead, trying to say, "It sounds simple. Just thinking about the more than 90 million I still need to open the gate of the pupil gives me a headache." He tiredly stretched and said to himself, earn money, time to go out and kill zombies." Not far from him, a figure flickered. Tulu was still looking at Hatch Lamb Nan in horror. Even though he only used his fist to deal with the zombie, and it was a one-hit kill, his power is too terrifying. She couldn't help but be suspicious. He's not familiar with this place. It seems he's from somewhere else. But such a powerful person, why would he come to a place with no people and no resources? And he has so much precious food on him. Tulu quietly watched Hatch Lamb Nan for a while, then skillfully clung to the wall and jumped to the ground. She glanced at the black cloth beside her and thought, "Humph, so mysterious. I must find out exactly what kind of person you are." Thinking this, she decisively snatched the cloth and took it with her. The cold moonlight covered everything. Hatch Lamb then had just killed a few more zombies in a corner, but he was still not satisfied. "I've been walking for so long and only encountered a few zombies. At this rate, reaching 100 million will be too slow." Where all the zombies gathered, suddenly, a strange fragrance wafted over. He sniffed the air. He suddenly discovered a scented piece of paper nearby. He frowned and covered his nose as he picked it up to look. This scent makes one dizzy. The content on the paper was extremely urgent. "Help, I'm hiding in a building near the amusement park. There are many zombies nearby. Please save me. Thank you very much." Below was the signature, So, accompanied by a prominent lipstick mark. Lonren's eyes lit up. Very good. It seemed more zombies were coming to gift him gold coins. He took the paper and hummed as he walked. Might as well ask where the most zombies are. A moment later, Lonren was standing in the middle of a gloomy and terrifying amusement park. Behind him was a dilapidated game sign, on which someone had scrawled SOS in red ink, looking very strange. Lonren was suddenly startled, his gaze fixed forward. Opposite him, a green-haired girl with a grimy face sat on the ground, her eyes filled with panic as she pleaded for help. "Ah, Big Brother, save me." She looked at Elanrin, repeating herself like a machine. "Big Brother, save me, save me." She suddenly fell silent, looking to the side in terror. Two zombies in circus costumes rustled as they approached her. The clown-faced zombie suddenly grinned, letting out a dry laugh. The girl's face immediately turned pale, and tears streamed down uncontrollably like rain. Black claws tore through the air, lunging forward. Elanrin put all his strength into throwing a stone. Splat! An ink-like liquid splattered onto the green-haired girl's astonished face. The clown-faced zombie's hand hung in midair, its body pierced by a deep hole. The stone flew back into Elanrin's hand. "You've already turned into a zombie, yet you only know how to bully girls?" he said sarcastically. "Looks like you weren't anything good when you were alive either." The clown-faced zombie slowly turned its eyes. A few nearby zombies immediately turned their heads to look. Then they attacked Elanrin in unison. He smirked and snapped his fingers. The stone powerfully pierced through the Mickey Mouse zombie's head, creating a ventilation hole. Elanrin pivoted on his heel, dagger in hand, and leaped up, aiming straight for the clown-faced zombie. Its eyes suddenly widened. A cold light flashed, and its head was sent flying. The system's voice sounded, +1,000,000. Two other zombies rushed forward to ambush Elanrin. He immediately turned and threw his dagger. The blade grazed the blonde zombie's shoulder, then suddenly changed direction, slicing off the other zombie's head. Elanrin proceeded to sweep the blonde zombie's legs. Its body staggered and fell. He then pinned its head down and stabbed repeatedly with a flourish. Finally, he stopped, his face showing extreme excitement. With a pop, gold coins clattered out, piling up into several small mountains around him. He satisfyingly held out his hands to catch them. All done. The green-haired girl quietly watched this man. He had taken care of several zombies all by himself. This man, she clutched her clothes, then suddenly said in a coquettish voice, "Big Brother, you're so cool. Choo-choo likes you." 10 seconds passed, then 20. Her heart gradually sank. Why is there no reaction? She looked up suspiciously, only to see Elanrin fumbling inside the Mickey Mouse zombie's pants. She was so frightened by her own wild imagination that she stammered, "His hand. What is he doing? What kind of perverted hobby is this?" At that moment, Elanrin was furiously rummaging back and forth inside the Mickey Mouse zombie's pants. "The other zombies all dropped gold coins, so why didn't you? Did you hide them?" "I can't feel anything." He angrily grabbed its waist and shook it frantically. "Damn it, spit out for me. That's my hard-earned money." Choo-Choo struggled to speak. In her eyes, Elanrin looked like he was inspecting Mickey Mouse's butthole. She was deeply shocked and screamed, "That's too cruel." Clink, coins scattered down and were quickly collected by the system. Elanrin, drenched in sweat, smiled with satisfaction. It finally came out. This feeling is amazing. Seeing Elanrin standing there laughing to himself, Choo-Choo hurriedly hid in a corner. "Is it too late to run now?" Just then, Elanrin turned his head and asked, "What did this young lady say just now?" The hair on her neck stood on end. Choo-Choo lowered her head, thinking she couldn't escape. It was so hard to finally meet a man. She clutched her skirt, made up her mind, and decided that regardless of whether he was straight or gay, she would try to seduce him first and see. So, she put on a sweet and shy expression and said, "I said, thank you for saving me, Big Brother. If it weren't for you, I would have probably died here." Elanrin took out his dagger and let out a nonchalant "oh." She continued in a soft voice, "My name is Choo-Choo. I came out to look for food. I didn't expect to startle the nearby zombies, and I hurt my leg while running away and ended up getting stuck here. Big Brother, your martial arts are so strong. Could you take Choo-Choo home? I'll be sure to reward you handsomely then." She lowered her eyes, looking incredibly pitiful. Elanrin's heart stirred. A handsome reward? He suddenly turned back and asked, "By reward, you mean telling me where you girls have gold, right?" Choo-Choo replied sweetly, "You're so funny, Big Brother. What doesn't need that stuff?" She licked her lips slightly, puffed out her chest slightly, and said ambiguously, "That stuff can't be eaten or used, but I'm different. I guarantee you'll be addicted after just one try." Elanrin turned away in disappointment. "Some other time. I'm busy right now." Choo-Choo's voice suddenly deepened. "Hey, stop right there. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. You have to take me home today. Lanren gave a faint smile and asked, and what if I say no? Chu-Chu looked as if she'd been struck by lightning, standing frozen on the spot. Damn it, could it be that my charms don't work on him? She said in a gloomy voice. In that case, I'll have to use my own methods to keep you here. Clap, clap. She suddenly clapped her hands. Lanren looked at her, stunned. In a blind spot he couldn't see, figures appeared one by one. Sisters, it's your turn to take the stage. 3 graceful women emerged from 3 different directions, gathering in an instant. Surrounding Lanren, the brown-haired woman swayed her hips and said, My, Chu-Chu, where did you find such a handsome man? She traced a circle on Lanren's chest with her finger. He's truly top quality. The other 2 women also said, mesmerized. That's right. Lanren lowered his head, grinding his teeth. You people, the women waited tensely for him to continue. But unexpectedly, he suddenly blushed and said, so straightforward. The 4 women immediately giggled. The brown-haired woman slapped his, but without hesitation. The handsome guy sure knows how to talk. After saying that, she slapped it a few more times. Chu-Chu looked on, fed up, and said, Sister Hong Run, this is my savior. I won't allow you all to bully him. Lanren bluntly refused her good intentions. No, don't stop. I like being bullied by pretty girls. Chu-Chu's face froze as she thought to herself. This guy was acting gay just a moment ago, so why is he interested in women now? A saying flashed through her mind. There's no man in this world a woman can't seduce. If there is, it just means you need more women. She clapped her hands smugly. I get it now. It seems that saying isn't wrong. Lanren's face was pinched into a bun. We sisters really like you. Do you want to come home with us? Hong Rin pulled him into a seductive embrace. As long as you come with me, we'll all be yours. Chu-Chu also linked her arm with his and said sweetly, That's right, big brother. We also have lots of delicious food to treat you to. Come home with Chu-Chu. Lanren felt as if he had fallen into a soft bed. He raised an eyebrow at the question, then scratched his head and replied cheerfully, No problem, no problem. I'll listen to whatever you ladies say. With so many beauties, I'll do whatever you tell me to. The 4 women cooed in unison. You're awful. Then, their gazes turned sharp as they exchanged silent glances. He took the bait that easily? How boring. This guy is very skilled. We have to kill him while he's not paying attention. We sisters have never failed before. Today, we have to let this guy have a taste of what we're made of. Hong Rin shouted now. The 4 simultaneously reached for their hidden weapons. But the next second, they were all stunned. Huh? What's going on? Where are our weapons? Lanren placed 1 foot on a platform. No need to look. He smiled leisurely and said, Your things are right here with me. Chu-Chu asked in horror, How is that possible? Were you just acting earlier? Lanren replied nonchalantly, Your little trick, I saw through it long ago. This story starts 10 minutes ago. As soon as he arrived, he felt something was off. Even though she was surrounded by zombies, this woman showed no fear at all. So he directly activated his ocular technique to check, and unexpectedly discovered that this woman pleading for help was carrying a tranquilizer needle. Tranquilizer needles are completely useless against zombies, so her target must have been him. But for a woman to act as bait alone in the apocalypse was too dangerous, so he guessed there must be accomplices nearby. So he activated his ocular technique again to scan the surroundings. And sure enough, he found several women lying in ambush nearby. Moreover, their equipment was very complete, not at all showing the weakness of women. From that moment on, he was even more certain that this was a trap aimed at him, although he didn't know what they wanted to do by capturing a man like him. On this path, he had always been the one tricking others. If they wanted to trick him, they had to accept his punishment. So he used the pickpocketing skills he had honed while doing business in his old world to swipe all their weapons. He wanted to see what tricks they could pull without their weapons. Lanren juggled the pile of weapons in his hands and asked coldly, If you have any other tricks, use them all now, or you won't have another chance. He said smugly. Hong Rin gritted her teeth and looked at him. Damn it, our plan was seen through and our weapons are gone. We can only fight with our lives. She cracked her knuckles and said coldly, But so what if you saw through it? Her eyes flashed, and she said with extreme confidence, No man has ever escaped from my grasp. She commanded loudly, Sisters, get him. The 4 of them rushed towards Lanren like the wind. He immediately pulled back his hands and got into a fighting stance. Is that so? Then I won't be polite anymore. The blonde woman charged forward first, saying, Just come with us obediently, and threw a punch straight at his face. Lanren grabbed her wrist and swept her leg. She immediately lost her balance and staggered. At the same time, a tranquilizer needle suddenly stuck into her butt, and the pain made her yelp and fall to the ground. The pink-haired woman taking advantage of Lanren's distraction, lifted her leg to kick him from behind. Unexpectedly, her leg stopped halfway up. A rope, like a snake, had tightened around her leg. Lanren clenched his fist, and her leg was immediately immobilized. The pink-haired woman frowned and cursed. "You bastard." Lanren suddenly yanked the rope, spinning her around as if they were dancing. She became dizzy and could only scream loudly. Seeing this, Chu-Chu and Hong-Run said in unison, "Let's go together." The two gritted their teeth and used all their strength to kick down at Lanren's head. The attacks from Chu-Chu and Hong-Run came down like a storm. Lanren took a step back, and the two immediately missed. Handcuffs simultaneously snapped onto both their wrists. Hong-Run couldn't help but be amazed. So fast. Lanren pressed a dagger to her back and said, "Don't move." She raised her hands in surrender, but her mouth was still stubborn. "Humph, you think?" Lanren chopped her on the back of the neck, and she immediately fell to the ground. In the distance, someone watching this scene through binoculars couldn't help but give him a few more glances. Aren't men supposed to be unable to resist the allure of women? Shaoli lowered her binoculars, her heart stirring. I can't believe he wasn't fooled. When he appeared in my bathroom before, could it really have been a misunderstanding? A moment later, the four women, including Hong-Run, finally woke up with their hands tied. Lanren juggled a few pebbles, staring at them, lost in thought. TSK, TSK. What a waste of such beautiful figures. But it's strange. Why is it that after coming to the apocalypse, all the living people I've met are women? Hong-Ren's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Damn it, do you know who I am? We're from the Black Lotus Gang. If you dare to treat us like this, just wait for revenge." Lanren stopped his hands. "Black Lotus Gang? I think it's more like the Blackheart Gang." He smirked and threatened, "Answer my questions obediently, or I'll throw you to the zombies." He squatted in front of Hong-Run and asked with narrowed eyes, "Looking at how you're all dressed, I wonder if Chu-Chu and the others all use this method to capture men? Plus, you said no man has ever escaped your grasp. What's wrong with the men in this world? Not only have I not seen a single one all day, but they've also become your prey." Chu-Chu looked at him strangely. "Don't you know that men have become in existence like a rare species?" Lanren was full of question marks. "A rare species?" Chu-Chu told him in a low voice. After the virus broke out, the peaceful life was turned upside down in an instant. "Honey, are you okay?" Under the same conditions, most of the symptoms appeared in men. Before long, among all the people infected with the virus nationwide, 2/3 were men. As a result, men became increasingly scarce. Even the news stations issued an urgent report. According to investigations, the infection rate among men is much higher than among women. So we ask all gentlemen to please protect themselves. Due to the extremely high infection rate among men eventually became nearly extinct. Therefore, the surviving tribes and factions are almost all dominated by women. Men became a scarce resource. As soon as one was discovered, they would be captured and handed over to the leader. "Boss, we found a man hiding here." The boss laughed sinisterly. "Very good. Bring him back for us to use slowly." After that, all men became tools for reproduction and entertainment, gradually being severely exploited. If they worked even a little slowly, the boss would crack her whip and lick her lips threateningly. "Work faster for me, or go to bed with the sisters." The Scar Man heard this, and his eyes became numb. Sob, sob, sob. "No, I don't want to go. I really can't take it anymore. I want to work." The boss was displeased and whipped him even harder. The pebble in his hand was crushed to dust. Lanren's expression was grim. "It seems the situation here is even more chaotic than I thought. Under the threat of zombies, it's dog eat dog, and even women have become so fierce and brutal. Just relying on my own strength, surviving alone is already very difficult, let alone saving the apocalypse." Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. "That's right, I can rebuild a guild in this world. If the apocalypse has more women than men, forming a legion of beauties wouldn't be bad." Suddenly, a loud explosion startled him. He used his ocular technique to look towards the source of the sound. What's with all the commotion? Several pairs of feet trampled on the grass as a horde of red-eyed zombies overcame obstacles and rushed in this direction. Lanren was a little surprised. With so many zombies, they must have been attracted by the sound of the fight earlier. He thought with interest, "Not bad. I was just worried about not having money, and now zombies are bringing it to me." With his dagger in hand, Lanren moved in a Z pattern in a flash, easily harvesting the zombies' heads. Suddenly, Hong-Run let out a terrified scream. He tilted his head to look, only to see her leg being grabbed by a zombie. Hong Ren trembled, clutching Choo Choo's hand and begging for help. Choo Choo, save me. Quickly untie me. The zombie slowly dragged her by the leg, and she was scared out of her wits. Screaming, I don't want to die. Choo Choo looked at her with a pale face. If you get infected, don't drag me down with you. She slapped Hong Ren across the face and roared, let go of me. After saying that, she immediately ran away, leaving her sister to be swarmed and bitten by the zombies. As she ran past Lanren, she said viciously, you just wait. He raised an eyebrow and replied, I'm always waiting. Then he continued his harvesting journey. The cold light flickered nimbly, and zombies were instantly sliced into 3 pieces. Within a radius around him, gold coins continuously popped out with a clatter. He became more and more excited. Awesome, this is a pretty good haul. The system's voice announced plus 1 million, plus 1 million, plus 1 million. He flailed his arms and legs. Plus 1 million, 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 plus 1 million. He spun ecstatically in a sea of gold coins. Plus 1 million, 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 plus 1 million. He looked up to the sky and sighed, his face full of satisfaction. My happiness is about to overflow. Shaoli looked at his face, which was smiling so hard his eyes were slits. Why wasn't he attracted by that group of beauties earlier? But he shows such a moved expression when killing zombies. She was suddenly shaken, thinking of a possibility. Could it be that he likes? Her mind automatically pictured a scene of Lanren and a zombie in love, and she was so shocked her jaw dropped. A clattering sound rang out as another group of zombies let out piercing cries, scrambling towards Lanren. He frowned and tightened his grip on his dagger. It looks like that's it for today. These zombies are all gold coins, so it's a bit of shame. But the gold coins I've earned are almost enough. If I keep fighting, I'll attract more zombies, and it'll be troublesome if I can't handle them. Time to retreat. He leaned to the side to dodge a zombie's sharp hand. The dagger in his hand disappeared, replaced by a cylindrical object that gradually appeared. He swung his arm, sending the head of the zombie in front of him flying, then suddenly turned and pointed his hand in a certain direction. Shaoli was stunned. It was the canned food she had been dreaming of. Shaoli immediately started drooling, and soon the entire Ferris wheel cabin was filled, causing it to shake as if it would collapse. Lanren looked up and smiled. Have you had enough of the show? I'm turning it off now. This delicious canned food is almost gone. Shaoli hurriedly shouted down, coming right now? Wait for me. She quickly jumped to the ground, slammed on the gas, kicked the kickstand, and with tears in her eyes, started her motorcycle and sped off, leaving a trail of smoke behind. Shaoli crashed her bike through the fence, her expression unchanging as she soared through the air, gliding over the zombies below. A shadow fell over the zombies as Shaoli forced her bike through them, clearing a path, then performed a beautiful drifting stop next to Lanren and said loudly, "Get on." She reminded him seriously, "Hold on to the canned food. If even one can is missing, I'll never forgive you." Lanren jumped on the bike and replied with a grin, all right, let's go." The motorcycle roared as Xiao Li suddenly popped a wheelie and accelerated, plowing through the scattered zombies and charging forward. A zombie suddenly lunged to grab the bike and was immediately kicked away by Lanren. "Get lost," he said, baring his teeth. "Don't disturb me and this beauty while we enjoy the view." Shaoli blushed and retorted angrily, "You pervert. Who's enjoying the view with you?" She suddenly sped up and said, "Hold on tight. We're about to accelerate." Lanren dazedly hugged her chest, then asked in confusion, "I am holding on tight." His hand even gave a gentle squeeze to prove it. Suddenly, his eyes shot sparks. Shaoli roared in fury, "If it weren't for the food, I wouldn't waste my gas on a man." Lanren, with 3 large bumps on his head, sighed, "Sigh, women. I won't hold it against you this time." The motorcycle sped away amidst their noisy bickering. In the evening, in a dilapidated house, Lanren sat rustling on the sofa and asked curiously, "Is this also your base?" Shaoli replied, "That's right. After the apocalypse virus broke out, the rich district soon became an uninhabited ruin. I converted this villa area into a base." Lanren continued, not understanding, "But resources are scarce in the apocalypse. Where did you find a motorcycle with gas?" Shaoli's voice became distant. "This was a birthday present from my dad." She glanced at the photo frame and bookshelf and continued, "I originally planned to rely on it to get to the Huaxia base in the central region to find my parents entrance, but the north gate of Chuanzhou is blocked by a horde of zombies. I tried several times but couldn't break through, so I had to maintain it carefully and continuously collect gasoline just in case. She lowered her eyes and began to speak hesitantly. Maybe one day I can leave this place. I don't even know if my parents are still alive. Lanren was silent for a moment, then suddenly handed her an apple. Ahem, eat this. You need strength to find them. Xiao Li's eyes flickered. Then she immediately opened her mouth and bit his whole hand. Her eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "So sweet." Xiao Li said while chewing, "I haven't had an apple in so long. The last time was 2 years ago in a huge cold storage, and it was a rotten one at that." Lanren held up his saliva-covered hand and looked at her with disgust. "You're such a glutton." He suddenly remembered something. "Oh, right. Let me take this opportunity to ask you something." He drew out his words and asked, "Little beauty, why do you keep following me? Could it be that you've fallen for me?" He smiled teasingly. Xiao Li immediately spat out the apple and retorted in a panic, "Who's fallen for you? I'm just worried about the food." She said righteously, "Besides, if you died, wouldn't I be unable to get the food you have on you?" Speaking of which, Xiao Li suddenly asked curiously, "But then again, who are you exactly? Where did you get so much food?" Lanren replied nonchalantly, "Although we've only met twice, I don't know who you are either. So how could I tell you my secret?" Xiao Li glanced at him. "You already know my name." She finally spoke first. "I'm a member of the national fencing team, and I've even won awards. I'm good with cold weapons, and with a few years of training, my skills aren't bad." She took a bite of the apple and said with her mouth full, "Of course, compared to a freak like you, I can only be considered a so-so." Lanren thought to himself, "Oh, so she's from the fencing team. No wonder her skills are so good. But why are her survival skills in the apocalypse so weak?" An idea suddenly flashed in his mind. "That's right, I'm trying to form my own guild. Although men are rare, if I form a group of beauties who are both skilled fighters and beautiful, wouldn't that be more interesting than a group of men?" He snapped his fingers with interest. "It's decided. I'm going to form an apocalypse girl group. That way I can..." His train of thought began to drift away. Smack! Xiao Li raised her fist and looked at him darkly. "What dirty thoughts are you having again? You still haven't told me who you are." With 2 lumps on his head, Lanren thought guiltily, "I can't tell her I transmigrated here. I have to make up an identity first." He cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, my name is Lanren, and I'm a martial arts instructor. As for my food," he paused, then suddenly switched to a roguish tone, "It's in my pants. If you don't believe me, come and get it yourself." Xiao Li subconsciously glanced at Lanren's crotch, then fiercely threw a pillow at his face, saying, "You're messing with me again? Are you asking for a beating?" Lanren's cheek was swollen. He became serious again and got to the point. "You Xiao Li, are you interested in making a deal with me?" Xiao Li asked in surprise. "What kind of deal?" Lanren crossed his arms and said, "I want to hunt zombies in this area. And you're very familiar with the terrain here, so I want you to be my guide." Xiao Li looked at him with a blank expression, thinking to herself, "Hunt zombies? Only a lunatic would do that." As if knowing what she was thinking, Lam Nan immediately dangled a bait. "If you agree, I'll cover all your food during this time. Every meal will have canned meat and apples." Xiao Li's mouth watered at the thought, and she agreed without hesitation. "I'll go." She thought to herself, "It seems he's not a bad person, although I don't know why he's risking his life to kill zombies. Compared to being bitten to death by a zombie, starving to death is even more miserable. I'll just help him this once." She proactively held out her hand and said, "Then it's a deal." Lam Nan was stunned for a moment, then broke into a wide grin. High-fiving her, "Okay." He was ecstatic inside. "The first member of my apocalyptic girl group has appeared." Xiao Li suddenly said, "By the way, when you were being seduced by those women from the Black Lotus gang earlier, I thought you almost fell for it. I didn't expect you to be such a righteous gentleman, unmoved by beauty." Lam Nan snorted and said arrogantly, "Of course. I was born to dominate. How could I be blinded by such a small temptation?" He pointed to himself. "Let me tell you, there's nothing in this world that can make me." Suddenly, the door creaked open crack. Lam Nan leaned his head back in surprise to look. In an instant, his nose started bleeding, and he blurted out, "Whoa." A girl who looked exactly like Xiao Li stood at the door, her chest wrapped in bandages, her clothes disheveled, asking, "Little sister, you're back?" The door swung wide open, and Lam Nan's nosebleed immediately gushed like a faucet. Whack! Whack! He suddenly let out a tragic scream as 2 round bumps appeared on his head. He stared blankly at the person in front of him. Xiao Li stood blocking the doorway, raising a threatening fist. "I'm taking my sister to change. If you dare to peek, I'll beat you up." After saying that, she immediately slammed the door shut. Lam Nan glared at the door. Seriously, a girl suddenly appears in the house, dressed like that? It's not like I did it on purpose. Why did you have to hit so hard? He suddenly turned his head. Huh? This is... Behind him was a display case full of gold jewelry. He casually picked up a bracelet, clicking his tongue in admiration. The previous owner of this house was really rich. It seems the apocalypse came suddenly, and they left in a hurry without taking their assets. What a pity. If only I could take it with me. Suddenly, the bracelet was absorbed. Lam Nan's eyes widened in shock. Huh? The system goddess appeared with a notification. The gold bracelet has been absorbed by the system. The host's assets have increased by 10,000 yuan. Anything made of gold that the host comes into contact with or touches can be converted into system asset value. Lam Nan's face was full of excitement. Haha, in that case, if I find more gold, won't I soon have a chance to return to my old world? Thinking of this, he immediately turned into a gold scanner, searching every nook and cranny of the room. My darlings, where are you? As he was happily treasure hunting, the door behind him suddenly opened. Xiaoli let her sister out and asked him suspiciously, "What are you doing?" The hair on Lam Nan's neck stood on end. He guiltily stood up and said, "Nothing. I just thought it was a bit dirty in here, so I'm helping you clean up a bit." Xiaoli was even more confused. "You're cleaning at a time like this?" Lam Nan cleared his throat. Ahem, of course. He put on a professional service air and bluffed through gritted teeth. "A good man is me, and I am Hatch Lam Nan. Making sure everyone is comfortable is my responsibility." The two girls looked at him in silence. Xiao Li's eyes clearly saying, "I refuse to care." A moment later, everyone sat down. At this point, Xiao Li's sister introduced herself. "Hello, my name is Yi Xiao Mei. I'm Xiao Li's twin sister." She said shyly, "I'm so sorry about earlier. I didn't know we had a guest, so I came out like that." Lam Nan scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. "Ahaha, it's nothing. It was all a misunderstanding." Xiao Li unhappily interjected, "Sis, why are you apologizing to him? He's clearly the one who took advantage of you." Xiao Mei patted her shoulder as a reminder. "Did you forget what you just told me? About how he shared his food with you? He helped you, so he's our great benefactor." Xiao Li pouted angrily, caught in a fierce internal struggle over the food. Then she let out a breath, turned her head away, and said, "Humph, then we'll call it even this time." Xiao Mei smiled and said to Lam Nan, "I'm so sorry." His gaze shifted back and forth between the two sisters, and he couldn't help but sigh. This pair of sisters looks so alike, but their personalities are truly the difference between a devil and an angel. Xiao Mei suddenly asked curiously, "Your name is Hatch Lam Nan, right? May I ask how you and my sister met?" Lam Nan blurted out, "Oh, that? It was that day in the bathroom." Two hands suddenly reached out and squeezed his cheeks, forcing him to only make muffled noises. Lam Nan was being pinched so hard he couldn't breathe, struggling to get free. Xiao Li stammered an answer for him. That day I met him." Lam Nan's face was redder than a boiled shrimp. She was still making up a reason. "He was set up by the Black Lotus gang, and then I saved him." Xiao Li clasped her hands together and forced a smile. "And that's how we met. Yes, it's that simple." Lam Nan was finally released, slumping to one side. Xiao Li, drenched in sweat, thought, "I absolutely cannot let my sister know he peeked at me while I was bathing." Xiao Mei calmly asked, "Oh, but he seemed to say bathroom just now." Xiao Li gave a sinister smile and placed her hand on Lam Nan's shoulder. He immediately denied it in terror. No, you misheard." Xiao Mei gave a smile that hit a dagger. "Very well. But if I find out you have any ill intentions toward my sister, I will absolutely not let you off." Hearing this, a chill ran down Lam Nan's spine. Even though Yi Xiao may seem gentler than Xiao Li whenever it came to her sister, Xiao Mei suddenly frowned and coughed violently. "Cough, cough, cough." Xiao Li immediately asked worriedly, "Sis, are you okay?" Lam Nan stared at Xiao Mei, thinking, bandages on her body, a pale face. Let me see what's wrong with this Xiao Mei. Pupil technique activated. His gaze pierced through her body, easily seeing every cell inside. He was immediately shocked. How is the infection this severe? But on second thought, it made sense. In the apocalypse with its severe pollution and rampant viruses, even a small wound could lead to a widespread infection, and without timely treatment, it could even be fatal. Lam Nan suddenly asked Xiao Mei, "What happened to your wound?" Xiao Li gritted her teeth, her hands clenching her skirt, and said, "Isn't it because of that damned Black Lotus gang?" She began to recount. "A few dozen days ago, my sister and I went to a cold storage facility to look for food and drinks. Our luck wasn't bad that day. We actually found some things. But just as we were celebrating, a group of people surrounded us. We'd unexpectedly run into members of the Black Lotus gang. They were well-equipped, numerous, and always relied on robbery to get food. This was rare food that my sister and I had risked our lives for. How could we just hand it over to them? So we fought with the Black Lotus gang. I practiced martial arts and blades since I was young, so I'm good at close combat, while my sister is an expert archer. She shoots arrows from the shadows, almost never missing. We coordinated perfectly and quickly defeated them. That woman begged me to spare her life, and I was originally going to let them go, but she suddenly gritted her teeth and shot a dagger from her thigh. Xiao Mei immediately sensed the danger. Seeing the blade flying towards her, she turned without hesitation to block it for Xiao Li. Chu Chu gritted her teeth in pain, her face drenched in sweat. She forcefully pulled out the dagger embedded in her thigh. Xiao Mei, walking behind Xiao Li, had noticed the dagger flying from behind and immediately rushed out to block it. The inevitable happened. The dagger plunged straight into Xiao Mei's heart. At this moment, Xiao Li recalled angrily. In the end, that bitch played dirty, launching a sneak attack when I wasn't paying attention. It was my sister who took that knife from me. At that time, Xiao Li worriedly held her sister. She seriously injured my sister. I wanted to get revenge, but the sound of our fight attracted the attention of zombies. She continued, "My sister and I had no choice but to leave." At that moment, the two of them struggled to support each other, moving through the scattered zombies in the hallway. Xiao Mei was covered in blood. Xiao Li continued, "Although we escaped, my sister's wound got infected." A bottle of medicine fell at Xiao Li's feet. At that time, she was rummaging everywhere, trying to find medicine for her sister. Xiao Li was extremely worried. Originally, just a little penicillin could have solved the infection. She continued, "But because we couldn't find any medicine, the wound couldn't heal, and her body grew weaker and weaker." At this moment, Xiao Mei lay on the bed, gasping for breath, her body burning up. Now she's in so much pain, every day she can't sleep. I'm afraid it won't be long before she can't hold on anymore. With tears in her eyes, Xiao Li looked at Hatch Lam Nan and pleaded, "Hatch Lam Nan, you're so resourceful. You can find so much food in this apocalypse. Can you find some medicine to save my sister?" Hatch Lam Nan pondered, calculating. This Xiao Li's strength is not bad, and her claim that Xiao Mei is an expert shooter is surely not false. Plus, she's very beautiful. He, as expected, a member of the girl group I, Hatch Lam Nan, have chosen. This Xiao Mei must be saved. Hatch Lam Nan thought to himself, "As for medicine, as long as I can return to my original world, what kind of medicine can I get? It's just that I don't have enough gold coins now. I'll have to get Xiao Li and Xiao Mei to help me find some." So he spoke up, "I can save her, but you two have to help me collect gold." Xiao Mei and Xiao Li were both stunned. Xiao Mei asked Hatch Lam Nan doubtfully, "Gold? Gold isn't valuable anymore. What are you collecting it for?" Hatch Lam Nan explained, "I need to collect gold to be able to help you find medicine. As for the reason, you don't need to worry about it. If you trust me, then come find gold with me." Then he proposed a deal to the two sisters. "As long as you agree, not only will I find a way to get you medicine, but I will also provide you with the most delicious food in this apocalypse." Xiao Li's eyes lit up when she heard this, thinking to herself, the most delicious food in the apocalypse. Whatever, it can't hurt to go with him anyway. This guy is even willing to share food, and if he wanted to harm us, he would have done it long ago. It seems he's not a bad person. Xiao Mei thought more deeply. Besides, in the apocalypse, it's normal for him to have secrets. If he can help me survive, why do I need to ask so many questions? So the two sisters said in unison, "Deal." They officially formed an alliance with Hatch Lam Nan. Xiao Mei immediately said, "I know there's a casino in the west of the city. It's the biggest casino in Chuanzhou. They use gold bars as gambling chips, so there must be a lot of gold stored there." Xiao Li quickly reminded her sister, "Sis, did you forget there's a huge zombie nest there?" Only then did Xiao Mei remember. That's right, but Hatch Lam Nan wasn't scared at all, thinking to himself, "A zombie nest? Perfect. I can kill zombies and pick up gold at the same time. I believe I'll quickly earn enough money to return to my original world." Then he said calmly, "Don't worry, let's just go there. I have a way." Hatch Lam Nan slowly took things out of his inner pocket. He took out a lot of canned food and said, "Let's eat something first. After we're full, we'll rest here for the night, and tomorrow morning we'll head to the casino." Xiaomei still looked hesitant. The moment Xiao Li saw the food, her mouth started watering, and she said happily, "Okay." Xiaomei also smiled and replied, "Thank you." By now it was dark. Xiaomei's eyes were shut tight, her brows furrowed in discomfort. Her whole body was burning up, and she was sweating profusely. She was lying in a room, on a warm bed. Outside on the balcony, Hatch Lamb then stood observing. He looked into the distance, thinking, "I wonder how my company and my brothers are doing now." He told himself, "I have to get back to my original world quickly, investigate everything clearly, find the mastermind behind it all, and the person who used Yi-Ro to kill me." Xiaoli peeked out and saw Hatch Lamb, Nan, standing there lost in thought, feeling curious. She thought to herself, "When I went out to look for medicine earlier, I ran into people from the Black Lotus gang. I got some blood on me during the fight, and I was afraid of attracting zombies, so I quickly found a place to wash up. I never expected to run into him." Xiaoli looked at Hatch Lamb Nan and smiled. "Although he's a pervert who barged into my bathroom, for some reason, I feel very safe around him." Just then, there was a sudden rustling in the bushes downstairs. Xiao Li and Hatch Lamb Nan's eyes immediately widened, realizing something was wrong. What was that? His eyes immediately glowed with a golden light, his vision instantly zooming into the distance. Gradually, he saw many figures in the distance. It was Mu Yin's team. There was a zombie in front of the fence. She immediately signaled for the whole team to stop. That zombie kept letting out terrifying growls. Suddenly, it noticed Mu Yin. In the next second, a bullet pierced through the zombie's temple. The muzzle of the gun in Mu Yin's hand was still smoking. She beckoned downwards with 2 fingers, signaling the team to follow. Then Mu Yin pointed towards the building where Hatch Lam Nan and the others were, and said, "Advance." Immediately after, Mu Yin's team advanced, hiding behind the dense bushes. Hatch Lam then immediately recognized Chu Chu. She had brought people from the Black Lotus gang for revenge again. Xiaoli quickly turned her head and called to Xiao Mei, "Sis." At this moment, Xiao Mei had gotten out of bed and said, "I heard it. Get the weapons." She instructed her sister, "Let's quickly get Hatch Lam Nan and leave this place." Hatch Lam Nan hid behind a wall, thinking, "There are a lot of these Black Lotus gang women, and they have guns. I could escape on my own." He carefully considered, but there's also Xiao Li, plus the seriously injured Xiao Mei. "I can't take the risk." Hatch Lam then clapped his hands, an idea suddenly striking him. "That's right. I earned quite a bit of money from killing zombies earlier. Maybe I can spend some to see if I can get anything good." It was already dark outside. Hatch Lam Nan began to activate the system. At this moment, he had entered the system world, and the system goddess also appeared. Hatch Lam Nan asked doubtfully, "I remember upgrading the pupil technique costs 10 million. I should have enough now, right?" The system goddess replied, "The host currently possesses 31,010,000. You can proceed with the pupil technique upgrade." He was extremely satisfied and ordered, "Very good, upgrade immediately." Hatch Lam Nan's finger pressed on the screen. A dazzling light shot from his eyes. His golden eyes lit up, and then his pupils turned green. Hatch Lam Nan continued to make adjustments on the system panel. The system goddess announced, "Congratulations, host. The Martial Soul pupil has been successfully upgraded. Information on the Martial Soul pupil's functions has been transmitted to the host's memory." Hatch Lam Nan was so excited he was about to explode, shouting, "So this is the power of the Martial Soul pupil? Awesome. Black Lotus gang, just you wait." The system goddess thought to herself, "This isn't the power of the Martial Soul pupil. Good heavens, are you a scion?" Then she explained, "System products are guaranteed to be quality products. Upgrading the pupil technique costs 10 million. The host's current assets are now only 21,010,000. The system goddess then asked Hatch Lam Nan, "The next pupil technique is the Crimson Flame pupil. The upgrade requires 20 million. Do you wish to continue the upgrade?" Hatch Lam Nan was in high spirits, but hearing this, he got angry. So expensive? This system is becoming more and more of a ripoff. If I upgrade again, I won't have enough money to return to my original world. I won't upgrade for now. We'll talk after I've earned more money. Then Hatch Lam Nan said decisively and confidently, "No need, thank you. I have my own arrangements." The system goddess replied, "Very well." After upgrading the pupil technique, a new function, the pupil technique roulette, will be activated. Immediately after, a giant pupil technique roulette wheel appeared behind her. The system goddess explained the rules of the roulette. The pupil technique roulette is a lottery game. Each spin costs costs 2 million. You could draw any kind of technique, item, or equipment. The prizes include the 7-star acupoint sealing hand, a zombie antidote, and the divine sword ganjiang. Hatch Lam Nan was intrigued. Oh, the prizes aren't bad. Then he pressed the button on the control panel that showed a deduction of 2 million and said, then I'll try my luck. The pointer on the roulette wheel immediately started spinning rapidly. Hatch Lam then held his breath in astonishment. When the pointer stopped at a position, his prize turned out to be a roll of toilet paper. Hatch Lam Nan roared in anger, full of grievance. What the hell? 2 million for a roll of toilet paper? Are you kidding me? He immediately pressed the screen again, playing one more time. The pointer began to spin again. Despite spending another 2 million, Hatch Lam Nan only got a strange bottle of water. He looked at it angrily. Damn it. Even if I wanted to pick up girls, I wouldn't need toilet paper and this nutritional drink. Hatch Lam Nan threw the 2 items away and said, I refuse to believe my luck is this bad. Again. Then he tried one more time, and the pointer stopped. After spending 2 million, Hatch Lam Nan received a hot pink bikini set. He held it up, thinking in despair. This style of bikini isn't bad, but what's the use of this thing? Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. I've got it. I can. Then Hatch Lam Nan gave a smug and sly smile. At this moment, Xiaoli was banging on the door from outside the room. She shouted from outside, Hatch Lam Nan, open the door. The people from the Black Lotus gang are here. Then Xiaoli said, there's no other way. Sis, step back a bit. After saying that, she stomped her foot hard to gather strength. Xiaoli got into position, raising her leg to kick the door down. But just then, the doorknob turned. Xiaoli was startled. Before she could kick the door down, Hatch Lam Nan opened it and walked out. Xiaoli spread her arms to brace her forward-rushing body. With a loud thud, Xiaoli's eyes became dazed. Then she realized she was sitting on top of Hatch Lam Nan, which made her flush in panic. Hatch Lam Nan immediately teased Xiaoli. Xiaoli, I have to get up. Aren't you getting up yet? She immediately shouted, what? You pervert. Xiaomei ran out carrying a backpack and reminded them, stop fooling around. You two. The people from the Black Lotus gang are almost here. She said worriedly, there are a lot of them. With a lineup like that, I guess their leader, Mu Yin, is here too. She has an assault rifle and a silenced pistol. She's not easy to deal with. Xiaoli gripped her sword tightly and said with determination, Humph, they're the ones who caused my sister's injury. Today, even if I have to risk my life, I'll take this chance to get revenge for her. Hatch Lam then stood up and interjected, don't be rash. Well, I definitely get this revenge. But I have a way for us to get revenge without getting hurt at all. Xiaomei and Xiaoli asked in unison, surprised. Huh? What way? Hatch Lam Nan answered confidently. Of course, it's... Then he pulled out the hot pink bikini set, revealing his plan, the honey trap. Xiaomei imagined herself having to wear the bikini and blushed with embarrassment. A honey trap? Xiaoli angrily punched Hatch Lam Nan in the face, cursing, honey trap my ass. My sister, and I will absolutely not wear such indecent clothes. She clamped Hatch Lam Nan's head tightly, making his face turn red. He tried to explain. Who said you two have to wear it? Let me finish talking. At this moment, outside the house they were in, the night was pitch black and eerily quiet. Mu Yin's team had arrived at the door. A woman in a hood reported, Boss, we're here. Chu Chu said angrily, the one who killed Sister Hong Run is inside, and that pair of sisters who opposed us before are in there too. Mu Yin looked up at the building and said with satisfaction, very good. They won't be able to escape today, even if they grow wings. Then, she and her subordinates lay in ambush outside the door. Chu Chu gently pushed the door and said, they didn't lock it. The door slowly opened, and Mu Yin's entire team slowly entered. Suddenly, she signaled him to stop. Chu Chu held her knife and warned, there's movement. They're up ahead. Mu Yin raised her gun and said with satisfaction, very good, get ready. Some held guns, others held knives. Everyone was ready for battle. On command, Mu Yin and Chu Chu quickly rushed toward the corridor. Suddenly, both of them stared with wide, shocked eyes. This is? A pair of slender, pale green legs were wrapped around a pole, a green hand with sharp nails reaching up. In front of them, a female zombie was pole dancing. Chu Chu was immediately confused. What's going on? Zombies can dance? We're their people. This female zombie dancer turned its gaze towards them. Chu Chu immediately started trembling in fear. The zombie jumped down from where it was, landing swiftly on the ground. Behind this model-like zombie, there was a whole team of zombies following. Seeing this scene, Chu Chu trembled in fear. Why? Why are there so many zombies? Could it be? The crude male zombies are here watching it dance. Just then, the whole horde of zombies swarmed forward. These zombies had blood-red eyes and were extremely terrifying. There were many more zombies waiting to tear everything apart. Mu Yin quickly pushed Choo Choo behind her and said, "Damn it, it's a trap. Run." She quickly loaded her gun and then fired continuously into the zombie horde like a storm. A heavily injured young man with purple hair staggered in through the door to report, "Boss, it's bad." His face was bruised and battered as he reported the situation. "The door is surrounded by zombies. We're trapped." Suddenly, in the next second, a horde of zombies rushed in and tore him to pieces. Choo Choo and the hooded girl were scared out of their wits. A zombie had already opened its mouth right next to the hooded girl's neck. In the next moment, with a squelch, fresh blood splattered onto Choo Choo. Choo Choo covered her mouth, her face filled with terror. "No, I don't want to die." Her teammate's hand gripped her leg tightly. "I don't want to die." Choo Choo completely lost her mind, clutching her head in extreme terror. "I don't want to die." Behind her, Mu Yin was still desperately firing into the zombie horde, bullet casings raining down onto the ground. The bullets sprayed wildly into the zombies, embedding in their flesh, but it seemed to only tickle them. Mu Yin looked at her gun, thinking worriedly, "Damn it, this is the last bullet." Choo Choo rushed over from nowhere, punched her in the face, and roared, "Damn it, give me the gun." She angrily blamed Mu Yin. "Damn you, I've risked my life for you for so long and got nothing out of it. I'm not willing to die like this." Mu Yin retorted in shock, "What? Are you crazy? If it weren't for you sisters, I wouldn't be in this mess. You useless piece of trash. Go to hell." Then, the two of them fought over the pistol, not noticing the female zombie dancer had silently stopped in front of them. Hatch Lam Nan was gloating inwardly. Their ugly nature is exposed in this moment. How disgusting. You can all go to hell together. He reached down and touched the oil drum below, thinking, "It's time." It wasn't easy getting this gasoline from Shaoli. Choo Choo hit Mu Yin's head with the butt of the gun, shouting, "Let go." The female zombie dancer lunged towards her. Choo Choo said in fear, "Don't come over here." But this zombie continued to charge forward without hesitation. Out of sheer terror, Choo Choo raised the gun and fired repeatedly at the zombie. Mu Yin quickly tried to stop her. "Don't shoot." Damn it. A bullet passed through the female zombie's shoulder, then through its eye. Suddenly, a bullet hit the oil drum. "It's gasoline." Choo Choo realized in horror, "We're screwed." In the next second, there was a huge explosion and fire spread everywhere. The entire building was immediately engulfed in the flames caused by Choo Choo. Hatch Lam Nan said coldly, "Goodbye." By this time, he, Xiao Mei, and Shaoli had already escaped the house. The system immediately announced, "Congratulations to the host for receiving 6 million gold coins." Hatch Lam Nan was extremely satisfied. "So, controlling zombies to kill zombies can also drop gold coins? Perfect." Shaoli said angrily, "Hey, you pervert. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking." At this moment, Xiao Mei's full chest was pressed against Hatch Lam Nan's back, making Shaoli furious. "Stop it right now, or don't blame me for being impolite." Xiao Mei awkwardly tried to explain. "Shaoli, don't talk nonsense. This is a necessary measure right now. Besides, Helanrin was the one who saved us from the Black Lotus Gang's surprise attack this time." Hearing someone speak up for him, Helanrin said smugly, that's right. Your sister is the reasonable one. How could you repay kindness with malice?" Shaoli pouted angrily and replied, "What repaying kindness with malice? Wasn't it thanks to my gasoline? Besides, my beloved motorcycle is ruined now." Xiao Mei curiously asked Helanrin, "By the way, Helanrin, why did that female zombie suddenly start dancing?" He answered that. "It's simple, I used." Helanrin tried to be mysterious. "This is simple. I used." But old habits die hard, and he still answered slyly, "I used these hands of mine that can bring the dead back to life to hit your pressure points, and you wouldn't be able to stop yourself from dancing wildly either. Want to try?" Shaoli and Xiao Mei's faces immediately darkened as they looked at him. Not long after, his face was beaten black and blue. Afterward, covered in injuries, he struggled to get up, thinking to himself, even if I told them directly that I was controlling the zombie, they probably wouldn't believe me. Time rewinds to 20 minutes earlier. He stood before the system goddess, continuously tapping on the control panel, upgrading the martial soul pupil. She explained, "The martial soul pupil has been successfully upgraded. The functions of the martial soul pupil have been transmitted into the host's memory." After receiving the new ability, he realized, so that's how it is. After understanding this power, he discovered that he could only control one zombie at a time and could only activate the martial soul once every 2 hours to make the zombie share its vision and simultaneously control it. He laughed proudly. This is the power of the martial soul pupil. I didn't expect to get such a powerful skill. He thought proudly, I can't believe I can control zombies and even share their vision. As long as I use it well, it will have a huge effect. Returning to the outside world, in the residential area near the villa district, he sat on a rooftop, observing the surroundings. He keenly spotted it. It's you. Beginning to cast the skill. He looked down at the horde of zombies below. That female zombie turned its head to look at him. A stream of green energy emanated from his eyes, and there seemed to be some kind of connection between them. That zombie looked at him and was unknowingly brought under his control. He looked at the result. It's a success, but he thought to himself, the good part is yet to come. That zombie spun on its feet, exuding a captivating charm, and sensually swayed its waist. The crude male zombies watched it dance, blushing unconsciously, then began to fawn over it one by one. Some acted like gentlemen, while others cast flirtatious glances. Before long, the entire horde of zombies was following that female zombie. Ilanrin looked at the scene before him. Haha, even though they've all turned into zombies, their male nature hasn't changed. He rested his chin on his hand and mused, TSK, TSK, this honey trap is just too perfect. Even I have to admire myself. Returning to the present, he suddenly burst out laughing happily. Hee ha 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 ha. Xiaomei looked at him angrily. Sister, look at him laughing so deviously. He must be thinking of something bad. He immediately froze, then coughed dryly. Ahem, not at all. I'm just happy that we dealt with the people from the Black Lotus gang. Shaoli, beside him, rolled her eyes. Oh, I don't believe it. Her sister made a gesture to end the topic. All right, if you keep laughing, you'll attract zombies. Let's go. The three of them walked and discussed through the night. Although the casino wasn't far, if they only walked, they'd be lucky to arrive before dawn. Then the three of them started running together. Xiaomei said anxiously, That's right, we have to hurry. An ugly hand appeared. A zombie was observing nearby. It moved closer for a better look. A burst of power struck, slashing across its neck, and its head flew off its body. As the zombie's head fell and vanished, it was revealed that another zombie was holding a knife, pleased with its kill. The system announced, gained 1 million. That zombie was an individual that had gained its own consciousness after sharing its vision with the main character. He thought smugly, the zombie I control with my pupil technique killing another zombie can also drop gold coins. This saved me a lot of effort this time. He thought happily, I've killed 3 zombies. This skill isn't bad. He recalled, that night, the 3 of us just kept fighting zombies while heading towards the casino. The next morning, the sun rose and the city lit up. Thousands of zombies roamed within it, everywhere. He and the 2 women looked down. Ilanrin spoke up. So, past that gate blocked by zombies is the casino, right? Shaoli added, Yes, but why are there so many zombies? I'll go lure them away, and you 2 can take the chance to sneak in. But her sister stopped her wait. Behind her, Xiaomei already had her bow and arrow ready. Let me try. She prepared to take aim. Looking through the scope, the zombies at the gate were too numerous. If I can find that thing at the gate, target confirmed. There it is. She raised her bow high, focused her mind, and released the bowstring. The arrow shot towards the designated spot, whizzing past a zombie in red and heading for an oil drum next to it. Just a small spark, and the flames erupted violently. The explosion startled the zombies in the distance. They heard the sound, paused, and then quickly ran towards the flames. In an instant, the city was left with only zombies trying to converge on one point, their figures gradually receding into the distance. On the rooftop, Xiaomei was proud of her achievement, success. The zombies at the gate have basically dispersed. Seeing this, the main character praised her endlessly. Xiaomei, that arrow of yours just now was amazing. Shaoli beside her also said excitedly, Of course, this is just when my sister is sick. If she were cured, hitting a target 1,000 miles away would be no problem. But she just humbly denied it. Not at all. A magnificent and splendid building appeared before their eyes. He raised his hand to shield his eyes from its brilliance. This is the casino you 2 were talking about? It really reeks of gold, especially that golden dye. I like it, she replied. That's right. Now that we're here, you should know. Shaoli also chimed in. What do you think, Grant, isn't it? Helanren looked and laughed. Very good. This casino must have a lot of gold. Let's go. Let's go inside and find the treasure. Suddenly, there was a noise from nearby. He wondered in surprise. He pulled the two girls beside him. This is bad. Hide quickly. In the chaos, he peeked out to look. A giant hand reached out from the dust, crushing everything. It was enormous and terrifying. Xiao Mei, hiding on one side, looking at the giant zombie. She screamed. Something that big is also a zombie? That monster was slowly approaching. It's unbelievable that such a huge monster would appear here. Wherever it went, it left a trail of destruction. Its roars echoed everywhere. The moment it slammed its palm down, everything around seemed to shatter. A strong wind blew everything away, and they all shut their eyes. Glass shattered, and nearly everything around was destroyed. Shaoli said in terror, "Could this be an evil fiend?" Helanren asked seriously. An evil fiend? She quickly explained. I heard people say before that evil fiends are mutations of zombies, and their destructive power is incredibly terrifying. One can fight against hundreds of zombies. I can't believe we ran into one here. After hearing this, he still didn't fully grasp its power. An evil fiend? Is it really that powerful? He bent down and picked up a stone at his feet, looked towards the underside of a car, and gently took aim. The stone hit a nearby sign. Its blood-red eyes immediately turned, and it walked towards the source of the sound, then pointed. Seeing this, he thought happily. It took the bait. On top of its head, another zombie holding a weapon appeared. That zombie smirked, then quickly leaped down, unleashing its power before diving, aiming straight for its head. But before it could do anything, it was caught in its hand. The zombie he controlled panicked, squeezed until it could only gape its mouth. They faced each other. The evil fiend gently lifted the zombie, opened its mouth wide, and prepared to enjoy a hearty meal. Its jaws clamped down, biting hard into the zombie, and it chewed ravenously. After eating, it even picked its teeth, spitting out a piece of a weapon. Helanren, hiding behind, saw the whole situation clearly. I thought the evil fiend only had strong destructive power, but I didn't expect it to be quite smart, and its speed isn't slow either. It seems that with my current level of pupil technique, I'm afraid I can't control it. The system goddess appeared. You guessed right. Her appearance startled Helanren. Beauty, you've revealed yourself? He had a face full of question marks. The system goddess gently explained, Don't worry, they can't see me. She added, The evil fiend is a type of long-bodied zombie that evolves by devouring 10,000 zombies. She said gently, The host cannot control it at present. However, she smiled at him and said, Killing an evil fiend can grant a special reward and a large amount of gold coins. A limited time mission has been announced. Defeat the special zombie, the evil fiend, within 3 days. Reward, 1 billion gold coins plus a special reward. Time remaining, 71 hours, 59 minutes, 55 seconds. Helanren's eyes lit up. 1 billion gold coins and a special reward. Suddenly, Xiao Mei touched him, sweat trickling down her cheek. Helanren, let's take a detour to find the gold. He explained seriously, We have to find the gold, but I also have to kill this evil fiend. He comforted the two of them. If we want to find the gold, this evil fiend is a potential threat. They retorted, but the evil fiend is so powerful. How can we deal with it? But he continued to think, killing it not only eliminates the threat, but also gets me a large amount of gold coins and a special reward. Why not do it? He thought smugly. Then he picked up Xiao Mei. Don't worry, I already have a plan. Follow me. He drew a map to guide them. First, we need to find a safe place to rest. This is the plan. We'll avoid the evil fiend and enter the casino through another door. They entered an abandoned building, slowly walking down the street. We'll avoid the zombies and get to the 5th floor of the casino. When the time is right, we'll find a corner room nearby, which is far from the zombies, and relatively safe. He said seriously, You two wait here for me. I'll go scout and see if there are any zombies behind the door ahead. A circle appeared in his right eye as he gripped the doorknob. Opening the door, he looked at the dilapidated room before him. A blurry figure flickered behind the curtains. He chuckled to himself. As expected, things are starting to get interesting. There's a zombie. He walked forward step by step, but his handsomeness didn't last more than 3 seconds. His foolish appearance was still his foolish appearance. He slipped on the damn floor. Why is this floor so slippery? Then he fell flat on his face. I really hate myself for letting my guard down like that. Why is there so much foundation powder on the floor? Right after, he realized, wait a minute, this feeling. The two of them behind him shouted, Brother Elon. Looking deeper inside, his face turned red. Before him was a whole pile of women's belongings, and yet he was groping around everywhere. That face of his was despicably lewd. Xiao Li's face darkened as she watched. The doll he had just touched also witnessed the scene in horror. His head was covered in bumps. He sighed, damn it. The zombie from just now was actually a coat rack and a hat. Xiao Li also cursed. I say, is this interesting house your plan? Lanren still tried to explain. That was just an accident. I just wanted to find a place to replenish some energy. He stuffed a bunch of food into his hat, which made her eyes light up. Then he waved goodbye and walked out the door. All right, to deal with the evil fiend, I have to go make some preparations. She asked while munching on an apple. Then I'll go with you? He focused his mind seriously. No, there's no need. He turned and instructed. You just stay here and protect Xiao Mei. Leave the heavy lifting to me. Xiao Mei waved goodbye. Then be careful, Brother Elon. As for Xiao Li, she was just busy eating. Then your apple is mine. The door slammed shut. He leaned against the door and said happily, well then, the plan begins. He looked around to observe the situation. Finding the treasure isn't actually that hard, he thought as he walked. But to deal with the evil fiend, I have to earn money to increase my strength first. Then he suddenly stopped at this place. He slowly pushed open a door. He said loudly, isn't this? He looked down at the zombies below. A place to farm zombies? A powerful punch flew towards the door. He dodged it in time. Not long after, the monster destroyed the spot where he had just been standing. He looked straight into its crimson eyes. He said in admiration, wow, this strong. It's you then. It roared angrily, preparing to swing its fist at him. He used his power to stop it, then shouted its name. Marshall's sole pupil. The fist stopped just as it was about to hit Lonren. It was dazed, controlled by that power. Lonren smiled coolly, standing at the door with his hands in his pockets, and ordered the giant zombie behind him, go, become my automatic money farming machine. As soon as he finished speaking, that zombie immediately charged forward recklessly to attack. The system continuously announced, plus 1 million. He is the number 1 worker. Then, this zombie is Lonren's dedicated number 2 worker. He smiled smugly, his eyes shining as he watched the money flow into his wallet. The announcements showed no sign of stopping, plus 1 million, plus 1 million, earn money for me. Seeing his own zombie working so hard, Lonren was satisfied to leave it there and continued on his way. As a master of time management, I should go find the treasure too. Lonren grinned with excitement. MHM, I'll start searching from that room. But just a few minutes later, the smile on his face had vanished. Sweat poured down like rain. He panted heavily. He dragged his feet up the stairs dejectedly. Damn it, I've searched all these floors. There's nothing at all. He swore angrily, I've reached the last floor. If the treasure isn't here either, I'll split it in half. Suddenly, he tilted his head and accidentally he saw an eye-catching room. What's this? Does an office need to be this magnificent? This is my old man's room. He was too lazy to open his mouth, then suddenly clamped it shut. After a careful look, his expression immediately changed. His eyes filled with anticipation. Wait a minute, could the treasure be here? He looked around, then walked up to a painting and commented, these two are quite affectionate, huh? He suddenly thought of something and used his see-through technique. It really is a mechanism. He placed his hand on it to unlock it, but unexpectedly, the power was out. The door, disguised as a bookshelf, opened automatically. Lonren clenched his fist, thinking excitedly, oh, what luck. It works even without power. Inside was a spacious and clean area, wow. It seems the gold and silver are hidden here, but he slowly walked up to the laser fence, whistling with excitement. This security measure is pretty good. The corner of his mouth curled into a challenging curve. But how can a mere trick like this stop me? Let me show you what agile movement is. First a crawl, then a roll, and finally a leap. And a safe landing, done. Lonren hummed a tune, leisurely walking towards the safe. All right, let's see what's inside. His eyes flashed as he used his eye technique. He shouldn't have looked. The moment he did, he truly broke down, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. What? Is this all there is? A letter. Lonren couldn't stand steady. My heart hurts. I'm broken. My treasure. Boo-hoo-hoo, what was the point of climbing to the 52nd floor? Boo-hoo. He was both aggrieved and angry. I have to see what's hidden in this letter. The ultimate divine palm fist was unleashed. The safe was smashed out of shape. His face was grim, his fiery gaze fixed on the letter, as if he wanted to swallow it whole. As soon as he picked it up to look, he was full of question marks. Huh, there's a note on the letter, Wife's not home. Can see lots of good stuff. Just reading it was exciting. He panted with excitement, guessing to himself, could this be? It's better to see for myself than to guess blindly. So the letter was forced out. But what was the result? The person who should have been revealed wasn't. Only a pair of scantily clad long legs. While the old man who shouldn't have been revealed showed his whole face, fully dressed. Lonren was utterly speechless, his mood plummeting. Damn it, I've already taken off my pants, and you show me this? He angrily flipped the photo over and over to see if anything was hidden. What a waste of my time. Just then, the system goddess appeared, hello, reminding the host. The zombie you were controlling has been eliminated, but earned quite a bit of money for the host. Remaining balance, 5,101,020,000. Lonren smiled, silently thanking his resilient warrior. You've worked hard, my zombie friend. If the treasure plan didn't work out, then it's better to upgrade first. He entered the space without hesitation. The goddess was already waiting inside, waving to welcome the host. He said concisely, upgrade options. The system displayed a stack of overlapping information panels. Upgrade pupil technique, martial soul pupil. Crimson flame pupil, price 20 million. A powerful energy enveloped him. Lonren smirked with satisfaction. This is the power, much stronger than before. Purple energy quickly spread to his eyes. His pupils turned a deep purple with a symbol of Solomon. A moment later, the system's rigid voice sounded. Upgrade successful. The system announced, congratulations to the host. The pupil technique has been upgraded to the Crimson Flame pupil. After the upgrade, you can control 2 zombies at the same time. You also received a new ability. Eagle Eye. Remaining balance, 3,101,020,000. Lonren was overjoyed. I can control 2 zombies. This is too awesome. He turned curiously to ask the goddess, by the way, what is this Eagle Eye? She raised her eyebrows mysteriously and replied, you are invited to slowly discover this for yourself. The goddess smiled, using her professional sales skills to say. However, after the skill was upgraded, a new system function was activated. 10-pull draw. The 10-pull draw is more advanced than the previous will spin, the rewards are better, and the probability is also higher. Would you like a try? Lonren was tempted, of course. How could I refuse? A high probability is definitely worth a try. As soon as he agreed, the system immediately processed it, giving him no chance to think. The words had barely left his mouth. Deduction successful. Remaining balance, 1,101,020,000. The next second, a pile of things like a heap of scrap metal fell out of the space. It even came with some rough, spiky things. The goddess couldn't help but laugh at the sight. Lonren had no choice but to sit down and rummage through it. What is this? Clothes with a lotus pattern. The lotus root inside has already been eaten. In response to his loving, murderous glare, the goddess laughed awkwardly, quickly turning her face away. Ahem. Just keep looking. Maybe there's something good. He was speechless and had to continue searching. A moment later, sure enough, heaven did not disappoint, huh? There really is something good. Antidote. Although it can't cure Xiao Mei's illness, but it can slow down her infection process. He looked at the pile of things and suddenly noticed something in astonishment. He picked it up for a closer look and guessed. Could this be? A while later, after getting everything in order, Lonren left with his hands full. The goddess winked playfully. Goodbye. Thank you, host. Please come again. As soon as he stepped out the door, a distinguished guest was already waiting. But this guest didn't seem to have good intentions. Lonren immediately realized there were zombies. As soon as he turned his head, he saw 3 zombies silently approaching the door. Damn it, this is bad. The zombies are hard to deal with, but the other thing is more troublesome. He gripped the thing in his hand, waiting. There's also an infrared protection system. That zombie had already spotted him. It greedily licked its long tongue, drool dripping down. Then, without any warning, it lunged at him with astonishing speed. Its eyes were fiery, like it was looking at prey. The first zombie charged straight into the dense laser matrix. The moment it touched the laser, the mechanism was triggered. An extremely large caliber cannon emerged from the ground. A loud bang echoed, blowing the first one's head off, next in line. Lonren was startled. The hand holding his things trembled involuntarily. He broke out in a cold sweat, cursing, holy crap. The remaining 2 zombies, one with an ox head, one with a horse face, both looked at him with hatred and greed. They followed in the first one's footsteps, quickly charging in. Their bodies rapidly entered the laser matrix. Lonren froze, unable to laugh, in utter despair. Damn it, I'm screwed. The entire space instantly turned crimson. The most advanced camouflage cannons easily emerged from the floor and ceiling. Then all the cannons fired at once. Lanren stood still, watching the intersecting bullets draw countless lines into space. Crap, how do I dodge this? Suddenly, a bullet whizzed towards his heart. In this life-or-death moment, Lanren unconsciously used his purple pupil technique. Thus, he saw the bullet's trajectory clearly and dodged it beautifully. What followed was a high-intensity, agile, bullet-dodging performance. Otherwise, he'd be meeting the king of hell. Lanren still hadn't reacted, having only activated it unconsciously. So he was a little surprised. What's going on? The bullet's speed slowed down from the start. He frowned and guessed. Could it be the pupil technique of the crimson flame pupil? Eagle eye? Finally, Lanren understood. So that's how it is. Eagle eye allows one to see the trajectory of moving objects. It gives the brain more reaction time and makes actions slow down. He gave a cold laugh and stored the items in his space. He warmed up his wrists, a sly smile playing on his lips. If that's the case, Lanren took out a glass of red wine. He began his unique dance with the handsome guys. The other two zombies were sent scrambling by the bullets, but Lanren leisurely sipped his wine while easily dodging the bullets. The others were desperately trying to escape. Next, the difficulty increased a bit, but it didn't trouble Lanren. He only needed to spin twice to dodge. As for the two unlucky ones, their butts were shot to pieces by the bullets. He started to get bored and yawned. I'm getting a little sleepy. Maybe I should just get this over with. After speaking, his eyes flickered, and his pupils instantly turned blue with 12 symbols on them. The two zombies happened to turn their heads at the same time, meeting his gaze. They were immediately controlled, becoming Lanren's minions. They roared and charged through the rain of bullets without feeling any pain. Then they used their bare hands to crush the cannon muzzles. This caused the barrels to explode, and the terrifying force destroyed the room. Outside the door, a hazy figure appeared in the thick smoke. Who else could it be but Lanren? He smiled smugly, very excited. Controlling two zombies at the same time, plus Eagle Eye, then dealing with the evil fiend is no problem at all. Now it's time to move on to the next plan. He quickly walked out, with two limping burdens behind him. Lanren sneezed a few times, complaining inwardly. Crap, why is there so much smoke and dust? Outside, it was already late afternoon. The sun was gradually setting behind the casino's garden. Lanren was happily carrying his spoils out. Today's harvest wasn't bad. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. Why did the sky suddenly turn dark? A pair of blood-red eyes were looking down at him from above. A giant zombie bigger than a building was already waiting there. It angrily ground its teeth. Lanren silently gave a cold laugh. I didn't expect that before I went looking for you. You would come to my door yourself. The evil fiend roared in anger. It slammed its giant hand down on where Lanren was standing. The powerful blow cracked the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. It thought it had crushed him, so it pulled its hand back. But when the dust settled, Lanren's figure was still standing there, cool and handsome, taunting. My turn. He gave a wicked smile, preparing to torture it to the point where it wished it were dead. But suddenly, an armored vehicle appeared out of nowhere. Lanren was stunned. What? That vehicle crashed through the wall, charging straight in. It stopped right in front of Lanren. Gwuda opened the car door and hurriedly waved at him. My friend, get in the car quickly. The evil fiend is not easy to deal with. Lanren thought for a moment. He didn't know if this old man was saving him or the evil fiend. But whatever, he got in the car in the end. Lamnan gratefully and politely replied to Gwuda, "Thank you. It's a good thing you arrived in time. You're too kind." My friend, seeing the evil ghost pitch-black face, he warned, "Hold on tight, I'm speeding up." The evil ghost stomped its feet, gathering momentum. Then, amidst a thick cloud of smoke, the car shot forward. The evil ghost gave chase right behind them. Lamnan looked in the rearview mirror, gave a cold smile, and suggested, "I say, how about you let me?" Gwuda was stunned. That's too dangerous. He was still confused and suspicious. Wait, do you even know how to drive? He had already nimbly jumped into the driver's seat, pushing Gwuda into the passenger seat. He stepped on the gas, looking confident. Sit tight. Let me see how powerful this car is. Gwuda's face turned pale with fear. Yelling, "Hey, watch the road." The path ahead was full of obstacles, but Lam Nan just sped on, making his heart feel like it was about to leap out of his chest. He screamed himself hoarse. Lam Nan skillfully performed a series of maneuvers. He turned on the music, switched on the radio, and shifted the gear. Flooring the accelerator, he sped off. The engine's roar mixed with a news report starting on the radio. Liang Jia, Liang Jia. It's an 86. There are two AE 86s heading up the mountain. He drove up to a building and suddenly made a sharp turn. The evil ghost, running at high speed, couldn't brake in time, and its massive body crashed straight into the building. While it was stunned, the car sped forward again. Afraid it would give up, Lam Nan stuck his head out the window and taunted, "Hey, little evil ghost, feeling good?" The little evil ghost was furious. Its breathing grew heavy. It strengthened the muscles in its legs. Then, with a whoosh, it shot forward like an arrow, using its fat body. In the blink of an eye, it successfully closed in on the car. The evil ghost reached out, tried to grab the car. Gua just stuck his head out to check the situation, his heart burning with anxiety. "Drive faster. The evil ghost is about to catch up." Lam Nan gave a cold smile and reminded him, "Sit tight. There's a height limit ahead. Be careful." Then he deliberately drew out his words, "Crash into it." Just as he had planned, the evil ghost crashed headfirst into the long garage for a second time, looking miserable. The two of them successfully drove into a tunnel, and no matter how long the evil ghost's arms were, it couldn't reach them. The car drove for a while. There was no more movement. Only then did Guoda dare to breathe a sigh of relief. "Phew, we finally shook off the evil ghost." "I say, young man, you..." Lam Nan silently cut him off. "Don't be so hasty. It's too early." Guoda felt extremely uneasy, sweating profusely. Sure enough. Right after that, the evil ghost attacked by sticking its umbilical cord in. Lam Nan quickly adjusted the rearview mirror, simultaneously using his eagle-eye technique. The evil ghost's vines grew longer and longer, twisting and turning, almost blocking every path in the tunnel. It swept violently through every nook and cranny of the tunnel. The sturdy tunnel couldn't withstand that immense weight and destructive power. Bricks and stones began to fall. By some miraculous means, the evil ghost had pinpointed their car's location. It immediately aimed its sharp point and attacked them. Lam Nan reacted in time, swerving to dodge. The tires screeched against the road. Guoda was pressed flat against the window. The entire tunnel collapsed in an instant. Fortunately, thanks to his godlike driving skills, comparable to a movie protagonist, Lam Nan saved both the man and the car. In a shapeless rubble, two small eyes were also buried inside. For where those eyes were, a black object began to move. It turned out to be the evil ghost's vines, overturning all the rubble to find them, knowing full well they had successfully escaped. So angry that veins popped on its head, it waited for revenge. By now, the two had successfully shaken their pursuer and driven into a desolate neighborhood. Lam Nan leaned against the car, looking doubtfully at Guoda, who was vomiting his guts out, looking pathetic. "Black, why are you in such a dangerous place? This is the evil ghost's territory." He wiped away his pouring sweat, panting as he replied, "Phew, this is Siahi." Precisely because the evil ghost is nearby, there are very few zombies. I just need to hide from the evil ghost. Only then did he remember and enthusiastically introduced himself. "Oh right, my friend, my name is Guoda. What's your name?" He happily shook his hand and casually gave a name. "My humble surname is Li. My given name is Gue Xing." Guoda didn't ask much, greeting him cheerfully. "Oh, brotherly Gue Xing, a pleasure, a pleasure." He pondered, probing him. "Li Gue Xing, what's your surname?" Lam Nan burst out laughing. Guoda joked, "Haha, you're quite the kidder, young man." Guoda led the way, introducing my friend this way. "My home is in the building up ahead, in a corner of a nearby abandoned house." In a spot he didn't notice, a white-haired woman faintly appeared. The two of them walked in, talking and laughing. As he walked, he laughed and asked, "Young man, how old are you this year? Where were you before? Do you have a girlfriend?" Lam Nan was too tired to bother answering. This guy was so talkative. Behind them, the woman in the white dress continued to follow silently. He fumbled for his keys. "Young man, the room is up ahead. Let me get the key." Just then, a strange hand reached out of thin air towards him. As Guoda reached for the key, a hand slowly approached from behind. Lam Nan saw this and quickly grabbed the female ghost's hand. The female ghost, a little scared, cried out to Gwuda for help. Husband. Hearing her call, Gwuda, husband, he Lam Nan repeated in astonishment, husband. Gwuda turned his head and saw the scene. He hurriedly said to he Lam Nan, young man, let go quickly. That's my wife. Hearing this, he Lam Nan let go of his wife. He scratched his head, saying awkwardly, so you have a wife. Gwuda replied, that's right. After the apocalypse, my wife's mental state hasn't been very normal. I'm living here now with my wife and 3 daughters. In the room, 3 very beautiful girls were playing on a sofa. They were Gwuda's daughters. As soon as Hui Mei saw her father return, she rushed out to greet him. Dad, you're finally back. Hui Mei. Then she turned to he Lam Nan and asked in surprise, And who is this? Gwuda happily patted his daughter's head and said, this is Dad's new friend. Go pour him a glass of water and get some food. Hearing this, Hui Mei obediently replied, yes, sir. Looking at the wife's appearance, an indescribable feeling rose in he Lam Nan's heart. Afterward, he Lam Nan and Gwuda sat on the sofa chatting. Gwuda cleared his throat and said, ahem, I went out to find food earlier and discovered brother Li Gue Xing being chased by the evil ghost. I originally intended to save him, but ended up being saved by him instead. Hearing this, Xueqing asked curiously, so, isn't brother Li Gue Xing our family's benefactor? Then she walked over, sat next to he Lam Nan, and praised, brother, and you're amazing. Xueqing, Yu Fong, seeing her sister sitting next to the handsome man, refused to be outdone. She immediately approached him and said, right? That's right, Yu Fong. Sandwiched between the 2 girls, the male protagonist felt very awkward. At this moment, Gwuda looked out the window and saw that it was dark. He then suggested to he Lam Nan, it's getting dark and it's very dangerous outside now. My friend, why don't you stay here for the night? As soon as he heard about a free meal, he Lam Nan's eyes lit up. He playfully said to everyone, I eat a lot. I hope I won't be a bother. Hui Mei came up to him and said, you're our family's benefactor. Come and have something to eat. There's plenty of food. Being invited by a girl as beautiful and hot as Hui Mei, how could he Lam Nan refuse? He replied, that's true. I haven't eaten in days, and I eat very fast. In that case, I won't be polite. After dinner, he Lam Nan sat on the sofa with a belly as heavy as a 9-month pregnancy, exclaiming, phew, burp, I'm stuffed to death. Seeing their entire family's food supply devoured by him in one meal, everyone was stunned to silence. A moment later, Gwuda approached Lam Nan and asked, young man, was the food good? Then he began to reveal his purpose. You know, men are scarce in the apocalypse. My 3 daughters are all grown up. If you stay, not only is the food yours, they are yours too. Although he Lam Nan was secretly delighted, he still had to feign hesitation. Well, about that, seeing the protagonist hesitate, Hui Mei whispered to him, brother, please stay. I know how to give massages. I can make you more comfortable. Afterward, Xueqing and Yu Fong also spoke up. That's right. Our father normally wouldn't even bear to eat this food. He really values you, right? That's right. He Lam Nan, flattered to the high heavens, felt very pleased and said, there's food and something more. This treatment is too indulgent. Hearing this, Gwuda was so happy his eyes narrowed into a line. He said, so that means you agree. But then, he Lam Nan thought it over and rejected his offer. But forget it. He said to Gwuda, in the apocalypse, this junk food has basically no nutrition. If I have 3 wives, my nutrition definitely won't keep up. Understand, fatty? Seeing he Lam Nan reject such a good opportunity again, Gwuda looked very confused. He said to him, are you kidding, young man? When it comes to this, no man would refuse. Or do you have other worries? Could it be you have a family? If you need to, you can bring them here. We'll all be one family from now on. As soon as he mentioned family, he Lam Nan reacted. As expected, this lecture's real target was Xiao Mei and Xiaoli. Daring to save a stranger in front of the evil ghost during the apocalypse was already a bit suspicious. And what was that about Xiaohe? About it being absolutely safe in the evil ghost's lair. And as soon as I entered, I saw that woman covered in mud. It seems this family isn't as harmonious as it appears. So, let me see what tricks you people are trying to pull. Thinking this, he Lam Nan activated his special eye technique, looking through the iron hook on the table. He Lam Nan couldn't help but feel nauseated. He blurted out, truly perverted. It seems the daughters and wife are all fake. They must all be survivors controlled by him. As he Lam Nan looked towards the corner of the room, he accidentally discovered a huge black shadow standing outside the door. He blurted out in shock, wait, that's the evil ghost. Gwuda saw him staring intently at the house and hurriedly asked, young man, what did you see? Have you made up your mind? He Lam then pondered for a long time, then stood up and replied, "Your conditions aren't bad, but I prefer to live alone in the apocalypse. Thank you for your hospitality, Brother Gwida. Goodbye." After speaking, he immediately ran out of that strange house. The people in the house watched him leave hastily. They said suspiciously that he didn't discover something, did he? Hearing what Yufeng said, Gwida angrily slapped her. Then he cursed, "All of you are useless. Can't even keep one person. You've disappointed me so much." After speaking, the old man adjusted his tie with his hand, then gave a meaningful glance. Yufeng knew what fate she was about to face. She hurriedly begged, "Please, give me one more chance. Or you can whip me, play with me however you want. I'm begging you." Her desperate plea for survival was met with only a single, ice-cold sentence: "Eat her." Upon receiving the command, the evil ghost lifted Yufeng up with its hand. They threw her directly into its mouth, chewing her up. The other girls who witnessed this scene were too scared to make sound, while the old man Gwida gloated, "I wasted so much of my food on him." And he even wanted him to bring his women over. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man climbed onto the evil ghost's shoulder. "I can't believe he was so ungrateful. If the soft approach doesn't work, I'll have to use force." Did he think he could leave so easily? How naive. Then he declared loudly, "Those two women are mine." He Lam then seemed to have guessed they would follow him. He led them to a deserted alley nearby. Then he turned into a dead end. Seeing this, the ghosts immediately gave chase. But when they arrived, they couldn't find him anywhere. They hurriedly searched every nearby corner thoroughly, but found nothing. When Gwida found out, he flew into a rage, beheading one of his minions, and roared, "Stupid, stupid, 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 stupid. You lost him while tailing him. You're so damn stupid." Gwida cursed until he was out of breath. He said weakly, "Pant, pant. It seems I have no choice but to use that move." Saying that, he gritted his teeth. He ordered the evil ghosts go. Seeing that they had left, he Lam then slowly revealed himself. Just then, a gust of wind blew a photograph in front of Elamnan. Looking at the photo in his hand, Elamnan couldn't help but feel puzzled. Isn't this the other half of the photo I needed to get from the safe? He then took out the half of the photo he already had and pieced it together with this one. An earth-shattering truth was revealed, so much so that Lamnan's words became jumbled. "Wait, that isn't, holy crap. It's again, if that's the case, then I can't." A moment later, Lamnan had moved to a tall building. After hearing him recount what had just happened, Yi Xiaoli shouted excitedly, "What? You're saying the evil ghost is being controlled, and he's after me and my sister?" Yi Xiaomei quickly covered her mouth, reminding her to quiet down. Then she turned to Lamnan and pressed, "Lamnan, did you notice anything special on your way back? I'm guessing that Fatty won't let this go." Lamnan answered confidently, "Of course. That's why we need to take the medicine quickly and get out of here." The two girls checked the medicine he brought back and found red toxin, protein, alcohol, and anti-infection drugs. Seeing how careful they were, Lamnan laughed and said, "Stop looking at the medicine. There's a treasure here too." Seeing a sniper rifle in a box, Yi Xiaoli immediately got excited and blurted out, "Whoa, a sniper rifle." Yi Xiaomei picked up the gun and asked Lamnan, "Where did you get this?" Lamnan said mysteriously, "Come a little closer. I'll tell you." When the two of them got closer, Lamnan lit a lighter and said, "This is top secret. You can't tell anyone else. I got all these supplies from my crotch." As he spoke, his hand pointed downwards. Then he said, "If you don't believe me, you can try." Lamnan sat cross-legged with a confident look. "I don't just have supplies here. I also have an Armstrong underwater accelerator." The moment he finished speaking, Yi Xiaoli grabbed his leg and started dragging him, while Yi Xiaomei, holding a spiked mace, held up a sign that read, "Please try harder." Behind her was a fierce beating, with dust flying everywhere, accompanied by Lamnan's tragic screams. Not long after, a bruised and battered Lamnan appeared. "Xiaoli, is that enough?" "Almost done." Yi Xiaoli glared threateningly. "Were you peeking just now?" Hearing that, he shouted, "As if I'd want to." Yi Xiaoli gently reminded, "Sister, just bear with it for a moment." Yi Xiaomei, lying on the bed, replied softly, "Hom." But as soon as her wound was touched, she cried out in pain, "Ah." On the small table beside them was a pile of blood-stained gauze, along with hydrogen peroxide and cotton balls. Suddenly, everything shook. Yi stopped what she was doing Feitours and looked around, puzzled. An earthquake. Even Elam Nan was bewildered. What's going on? In the pitch-black night, a cloud of smoke appeared between the buildings. A dark shadow gradually emerged from behind the smoke. Under the bright, clear moonlight, a giant evil ghost appeared. Each of its heavy footsteps crushed everything. In its hand, it held a man with only a single strand of hair on his head. The man wore a savage smile. The evil ghost let out a loud roar. A strange energy radiated from its body in all directions. Elam Nan's pupils flashed as if sensing something. Oh, it's that. What is it trying to do? Its heavy foot stomped down, and the ground cracked accordingly. The evil ghost frantically sucked everything around it into its mouth. Dirt, rocks, and glass shards flew everywhere. Before long, the evil ghost seemed to have inhaled the required amount and clamped its mouth shut. The pipe under its belly began to absorb and lengthen. When the evil ghost opened its mouth, a beam of light shot out. In that instant, all glass, whether in houses, cars, or high-rise buildings, shattered. Ring after ring of strange energy was released from the evil ghost's body with its roars. Before long, the energy wave grew as large as a small sphere, visible even from a distance. When the shattered glass fragments flew by, Elam Nan's eyes immediately flashed. He frowned, looking in the direction the wind was coming from. What on earth is this evil ghost trying to do? Elam Nan raised his hand to block the small flying shards. Could it be? Then he subconsciously reached out and touched the airflow. After feeling it, Elam Nan was slightly startled. That's not right. It's a sound wave. At the same time, as one sound wave traveled forward, another wave traveled in the opposite direction, entering the evil ghost's ear. The moment the evil ghost's eyes turned blood red, Elam Nan immediately realized something was wrong. Crap, our position has been exposed. The evil ghost quickly moved towards the exposed location. Gwada clutched his head Feitours in anger. Damn it, you're screaming so loud my ears are about to go deaf. You want to force me to use my ultimate move, don't you? Hiding over there, are you? He glanced at the evil ghost and ordered, damn it, go over there and get them. The giant foot, hearing the command, stomped even harder, causing the ground to sink. The evil ghost got into position, its brow furrowed, lips pursed, its expression tense. It bent its knees, then shot off like the wind. On the other side, Elam Nan shouted, run. Yi quickly flew up, dodging the flying shards of broken glass. At that moment, the evil ghost, like a gust of wind, swiftly weaved between the tall buildings. Yi was stunned in astonishment. A huge black object appeared in the air. Then a loud explosion erupted in front of Yi. After the smoke cleared, she quickly backed away. The evil ghost's giant figure appeared. A perverted laugh echoed above Yi head. The ha, found you. Beautiful. Seeing that she was about to leave, Gwada quickly spoke up to stop her. Yo, little sister, don't run. He stroked his single strand of hair, laughing creepily. Ha, let me chase you. If I catch you, you have to let me ha. But seeing that Yi was only focused on running and completely ignoring him, he became displeased and ordered, evil ghost, catch her. In an instant, a giant hand appeared behind Yi. She ran, screaming in terror. In a small alley, a girl's desperate cry for help echoed in the dead of night. Help me. Gwada smiled with satisfaction. Stop struggling. You can't escape the evil ghost's sound waves, no matter how much you run. But when the evil ghost opened its hand, there was nothing there. He was surprised, huh? Where'd she go? The evil ghost began to turn in all directions, searching. Gwada's perverted voice rang out. Beautiful, where are you hiding? Before long, a small figure lying on the ground appeared in his sight. Ha, found you. Gwada licked his lips, his expression sly. Sweetheart, here I come. Another loud crash echoed in the quiet night. The evil ghost's giant body charged straight ahead, crashing through a concrete wall without hesitation. After steadying itself, it put the person in its hand down. Gwada's voice had a teasing tone. Why'd you run into a casino? You're cornered now. Oh, sweetheart. He leisurely stepped down from the evil ghost's hand. Gwada adjusted his clothes and said excitedly, let me see what tricks you're going to play on me. After preparing himself, he turned on the light on his belt. He casually walked step by step down to the basement. The light illuminated the damp, dark basement. Gwada called out as he walked, sweetheart, where are you hiding? The other person, following the beam of light, knew his position. Gwada slowed down, a sly smile always on his face. When he reached a small corner, he saw a figure hiding. Guoda walked briskly over without hesitation, placed a hand on the person's shoulder, and said in a flippant tone, "Sweetheart, here I come." In an instant, a pink handkerchief was thrown in his face. Seeing the item in his hand, Guoda couldn't help but let out a perverted smile. "A handkerchief? You've come to your senses? That's more like it." A long moment later, he suddenly realized, but this smell is a bit strange. At the same time, a hand appeared. While Guoda was still dazed, that hand repeatedly slapped him across the face, slapping him until his entire face was distorted. Then, with all its might, it delivered a devastating punch, sending Guoda flying. "Damn it!" A loud thud echoed. Guoda touched his bald head and asked, bewildered, How are you so strong?" He looked blurrily at the figure Phaetor's in front of him. And also your voice. Why is it?" Finally, as he Lam Nan pulled down the hood of his jacket, Guoda stammered in horror, "A man." He Lam Nan sighed unhappily. "Tiske, fatty, don't you recognize your little brother?" Only then did Guoda dazedly recall. "You're that guy who escaped from the tunnel." Getting a satisfying answer, he Lam Nan became even happier. Yo, looks like you're not that stupid after all. Hearing his mockery, Guoda roared in anger, "Kill him for me." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a significant tremor next to He Lam Nan. He glanced behind him warily. The evil ghost, its face ferocious, swung a punch at him. As the giant fist appeared Phaetor's beside him, He Lam Nan stood silently, not moving an inch. Guoda looked at the scene before him Phaetor's and laughed with satisfaction. "Ha ha ha, go to hell." Meanwhile, He Lam Nan just curled his lip in a cold smile. Just as the evil ghost's hand reached him, about to grab him, only a set of clothes was seen flying out. The evil ghost's eyes widened in a daze. Looking closely, only a jacket and a dress were left on the ground, while the person who had been standing there had vanished without a trace. Just then, on the other side, the person was panting tiredly. The evil ghost looked as if it had seen something, its expression one of utter shock. He Lam Nan appeared in a pink nightgown, his posture confident. Guoda's expression immediately twisted. "What's going on? Could it be your—" Then, as if realizing something, he turned his head and saw the evil ghost's infatuated expression and scolded, "Hey, evil ghost, what's with that reaction?" He Lam Nan took a durian shell from his chest and gently tossed it in front of Guoda. Then he pouted, making a slightly strange expression. "Little evil ghost." Finally, he didn't forget to blow a kiss to the evil ghost, instructing, "Make him kneel." He acted cute for the evil ghost. Hee hee ha ha. The atmosphere, Phaetor's, instantly froze. A long moment later, Guoda clutched his face and burst out laughing mockingly. "Ah ha ha ha. You think just anyone can control the evil ghost?" He looked at E Lam Nan as if he were an idiot. "This fool, what a pipe dream." "Ha ha ha." He laughed Phaetor's even harder. "Ha ha." But because of this confidence, he completely failed to notice the evil ghost beside him. The evil ghost gently lifted him up and, without hesitation, placed him on the durian shell, making him dazed with pain. Ouch. After reacting, Guoda could only scream, "Ouch, ouch, ouch, ouch." He Lam Nan smirked with satisfaction. Ha ha. It's not over yet. Try this too. With that, he shot a finger hard at the evil ghost. The evil ghost Phaetor's happily made an okay sign, indicating it understood. It gently lifted the wailing Guoda. When he felt He Lam Nan's dangerous gaze, he broke out in a cold sweat, whipping class. He Lam Nan stepped on him, holding a long whip in his hand. Guoda glanced at He Lam Nan and screamed in terror, "Wait, what are you trying to do?" But to his horror, the whips began to lash down. The whip in Elanrin's hand swung both fast and accurately, lashing down relentlessly and with great rhythm. It wasn't until Guoda's two peaches blossomed that Elanrin stopped. He whimpered weakly, "Ugh, it hurts like hell. Stop." He caressed the whip in his hand, smirking mockingly. "What's wrong? Don't you love playing this game? I've noticed that a bad guy's house is never short of these things." Hearing this, Guoda was stunned. How did you know?" But then he inhumanely suggested, "If you want to play, I can give you my wife and daughter." Elanrin frowned and repeated, "Wife and daughter?" He bluntly exposed him. "Aren't they all just survivors? Didn't you use the malevolent spirit to abduct women and proclaim yourself king of this territory? But what I'm interested in is..." He paused for a moment before continuing. "How did you learn to command the malevolent spirit?" Being questioned, Guoda's expression became wary, and he hesitated, not daring to answer. But he thought of his blossoming buttocks, and finally his eyes darted around before he answered him. It was because I was lucky. Before the disaster broke out, I was just a security guard nearby. He recalled what happened before. Last winter, old Kim and I went to the casino to look for food. Old Kim impatiently urged, "Hey Gwida, hurry up, you're so slow." He lit a cigarette and threatened, "Or else when the zombies come, I'll throw you out for them to eat." Urged on, Gwida beside him became even more flustered. "Damn it, there's nothing." While searching, he suddenly saw something. It was a skeleton in a suit. The legendary custom suit of a tycoon. For some reason, at that moment, I really wanted to wear that high-end suit, just to experience what it felt like to be a rich man. Old Kim, with a cigarette in his mouth, looked outside indifferently. TSK, this damn weather. Suddenly, old Kim turned his head and saw his companion wearing the suit and angrily scolded, "Hey Gwida, what kind of trick are you pulling now?" At this, Gwida couldn't help but retort, "You talk too much. What's wrong with wearing it for a bit?" As soon as he finished speaking, everything around them immediately started to shake. Old Kim was startled. Another earthquake. As a result, an unexpected situation occurred. Old Kim looked behind him suspiciously. Why is this earthquake so strong? In an instant, a giant hand appeared in his pupils. "We've run into the legendary malevolent spirit." The malevolent spirit grinned at Gwida inside. "What the hell?" Gwida looked at the giant hand reaching for him and screamed. "Wah! Help!" He screamed in terror. "Ah! Don't eat me! Help! I thought I was a goner. I didn't expect the malevolent spirit." Gwida's eyes widened as he stared at the hand that had stopped above his head. One of the malevolent spirit's fingers gently rested on his head. "It really spared me?" Gwida recalled his glorious appearance at that time. "After that, I discovered that as long as I wear this suit, the malevolent spirit won't harm me." Even before he could finish, another voice cut in. "Even if you just make a certain gesture, the malevolent spirit will imitate you and obey your commands." Hilanrin walked up to Gwida and asked in a low voice, "Do you know why?" He stammered and asked, "Why?" He didn't explain, just took out a reassembled photograph and placed it in front of him. This, in the photo, was a very happy family of 3. Gwida also suddenly realized, this is that child. The way he looked before the malevolent spirit mutated. Only then did Hilanrin speak to confirm. "That's right. The father's suit, plus the familiar gestures, it saw you as its father." Gwida recalled his appearance when he first showed up and asked suspiciously, "So you can command the malevolent spirit because you dressed up and imitated the malevolent spirit's mother's movements?" He smirked confidently. "What do you think?" Immediately after, Gwida kowtowed and apologized. "Big brother, I'm sorry. I'll definitely turn over a new leaf." He kowtowed frantically, begging, "Please spare me." But strangely, with each kowtow, the distance between him and Hilanrin gradually increased. "I'll go back and release all those women." He didn't care, casually cutting him off. "Whether you're a good person or a bad person, I don't care." Hilanrin slowly walked up to Gwida. "But you shouldn't have designs on women." His eyes turned red, and he clenched his fists. Therefore, he said word by word, "If you meet me again in the next life." Gwida seemed to realize the situation was not good and immediately opened the cap of a small vial. And without hesitation, tilted his head back and drank it all. Hilanrin was filled with killing intent. Remember to retreat when faced with difficulties. The moment he finished drinking the vial, a merciless attack came crashing down. Hilanrin's pupils were blazing red, while Gwida's pupils were completely white, his whole face covered in a green liquid. Hilanrin firmly kicked, cracking the floor tiles and sending Gwida flying, with continuous sounds of impact. Before long, Gwida was lying motionless amidst the pile of broken furniture behind him. Hilanrin turned to leave, but after just a few steps, he heard the sound of breaking glass. Hearing coughing sound from behind, Hilanrin stopped in his tracks. He slowly turned around and immediately saw a slimy, round hole appear in his vision, accompanied by the others coughing. Cough, cough, cough. Gwida's face was no longer human-shaped, swollen all over and covered in green liquid. Hilanrin frowned, warily listening to him cough and taunt. "Cough, aren't you?" Suddenly, Gwida's eyes changed, his pupils turning red, and he shouted loudly, "You're celebrating too soon." Half of his body had changed, his eyes turned black, and there was a large hole in his left chest. Hilanrin looked thoughtfully at his opponent, picked up the vial that had fallen on the ground, and asked suspiciously, "You've developed a new ability?" He looked at the label on the vial and was a little surprised. "I didn't expect this kind of functional energy drink to still exist in the apocalypse." Seeing this, Gwida laughed mockingly. "Hee hee, little brother, you're quite something. He showed off the hole in his chest. I told you forced me to use this. But since I've used it, speaking up to this point, he paused, his steps lightly moving forward. Then he charged forward, shouting, "Today you will die by my hands." Hilanrin stood quietly, watching him charge. He took a step, beckoning provocatively. Come on. When Guoda's fist came at him, he nimbly dodged, then quickly grabbed his hand. At the same time, a counterpunch landed squarely on his fat face. The slime in Guoda's brain splattered everywhere. His mouth hung open, his expression dazed. Then he fell straight onto Hilanrin's shoulder, thinking it was all over. But as he fell, his hand grabbed Hilanrin's shirt. He looked at his opponent suspiciously. Still alive? He reacted quickly, kicking Guoda's ankle. He was immediately kicked forward. Guoda panted tiredly. Huff, huff, huff. Then he grinned. Hee. He triumphantly held up the piece of cloth in his hand. Brother, you've been tricked. Without waiting for Hilanrin to react, he tore the piece of cloth in his hand to shreds. He was startled, glancing at the torn hole in his back. What? He gritted his teeth in anger. You pretended to fight me to the death. Your goal was to tear my shirt and regain control of the malevolent spirit. Hilanrin looked at the unharmed Guoda opposite him, thinking to himself, I didn't expect this drink could also help people regenerate. Guoda seemed to read Hilanrin's mind. You guessed right. He wiped something off his face and reminded him, but it's too late. Hearing this, Hilanrin's eyes widened in shock. Another tremor came from above. The malevolent spirit's hand slammed down on the ground, right where Hilanrin had just been standing. Its gaze was fixed firmly on Guoda. He praised with satisfaction. Ha ha ha, well done. But unexpectedly, as the smoke cleared, a figure gradually appeared behind Guoda. Hilanrin smirked unhappily. Well, I haven't had enough fun yet. He smiled confidently and asserted, in that case, I'll take care of you both at the same time. Guoda turned around. His steps were unsteady, and he hopped like a child while giving the order. Kill him. Malevolent spirit. The malevolent spirit immediately obeyed, its giant body appearing before Hilanrin. A dangerous light flashed in Hilanrin's eyes. Crimson annihilation pupils. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely terrifying explosion occurred, cracking the very ground. Hilanrin quickly retreated to a safe distance, stabilized himself, and dodged the heavy rocks flying towards him. Hilanrin frowned, his pupils glowing warily again. When the smoke cleared, the malevolent spirit was standing before him. Its giant hand reached out, slamming down like lightning onto the spot where Hilanrin had just been. But luckily, Hilanrin reacted quite quickly, like a gust of wind, weaving and dodging through the malevolent spirit's attacks. The battle was incredibly fierce. Dust flew everywhere, and the whole room was a whiteout. Heavy rocks flew back and forth. The malevolent spirit attacked continuously in the smoke, as if wanting to destroy the place. Suddenly, Hilanrin's voice came from above. Hey, over here, little malevolent spirit. He smirked provocatively, sharp eyes, just a little slow. The malevolent spirit was enraged. The tube on its stomach began to squirm. The tube extended, flying towards where Hilanrin had just appeared, smashing into the upper floor of the building, then began to wrap around it. Although the malevolent spirit was somewhat fat and heavy, the speed of the tube on its body was extremely fast, its actions were elusive, and it continuously attacked its opponent. Hilanrin watched the tube continuously attacking him, and he smirked and muttered, "Got you." As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed the end of the tube. It was gripped tightly by him, letting out a pained cry, and even its master couldn't help but roar. Hilanrin quickly grabbed the tube and wrapped it around the malevolent spirit's outstretched arm. After doing so, he laughed mockingly. Little malevolent spirit, is this all you've got? Well then, it's my turn. Hearing this, the tube looked at him worriedly. As soon as he finished speaking, he used the momentum to launch himself forward. Hilanrin was like a small spark, running along the malevolent spirit's arm, from the arm straight up to near the malevolent spirit's head. Suddenly, the malevolent spirit's arm slowly rose, and it stared blankly at the arm that was not obeying its control. Facing the trembling tube, Hilanrin smiled with interest. He used the tube to tie a knot, causing it to leak fluid. After doing so, he immediately jumped off the malevolent spirit. In an instant, the malevolent spirit was slapped in the face by its own hand. Hilanrin landed proudly, looking at his handiwork. Guoda, hiding and watching from afar, was so scared he trembled all over. Is this guy a monster? He's fighting the malevolent spirit and still has the upper hand. Meanwhile, Helanren put his hands on his hips and said cheerfully, "Is that all the skill you have? Huh, little malevolent spirit?" Guoda was drenched in sweat, secretly planning to slip away first. "Damn it, my potion is about to wear off. I'll slip away first and figure things out later." Thinking this, he turned around and ran, panting tiredly. Guoda panted, just as he ran outside. Thinking he had escaped, Yi Xiaoli brushed past him. Guoda was dumbfounded. Yi Xiaoli pursed her lips, warily gripping the long saber in her hand. It wasn't until Guoda's entire body was sliced in two, blood splattering everywhere, that she lowered her saber. Guoda's eyes widened, drenched in sweat. He turned his head in shock to look at Yi Xiaoli. "It's you?" Thanks to the potion from before, the wound on his body began to heal automatically, the cells gradually reconnecting. Guoda shouted, "Damn it, even though I can regenerate." He angrily charged towards Yi Xiaoli, but getting cut still hurts a lot, you know? She glanced at the dirty hand reaching for her. But before he could touch her, a small burst of energy shot out, cleanly severing his hand. Guoda's entire body immediately vanished. His eyes widened, his face full of unwillingness. How can this be? Just as he knelt on the ground, in the distance, a small point of light reflected. Through the glass, the silhouette of a person could be seen, a long and shiny gun barrel held upright. Yi Xiaomei pursed her lips, tightly gripping the large gun in her hand. Guoda stared suspiciously. How do you people have a sniper rifle? But before long, he painfully vomited a green liquid. Cough, 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 cough. Yi Xiaoli coldly reminded him, "You should worry about your own life first." Then, the sharp tip of a blade appeared before Guoda's eyes. She said nonchalantly, "Brother Helan said it. Today, you can only..." Her expression was firm and dangerous. "Die here." Late at night, in an abandoned, moss-covered building, the sound of knocking echoed continuously in the night. The person outside was in such a hurry, it seemed they wanted to break down the door. In a gloomy, moss-filled room with scattered furniture, two girls were trembling. The girl in the white dress stammered in fear. "We're dead." Her face was pale, and she trembled as she pointed at the door. "The zombies are here. They're here. We're done for. Are we all going to die?" "We're about to." Just as the door was kicked open, she was fearfully muttering that they were dead. A dark figure appeared, still in the door-breaking posture, eyes wide, looking extremely terrifying against the light. The person walked in, scolding the two in the room. "Huimei, why did you lock the door?" Xu Etching looked blankly at the two trembling figures. "What are you guys doing?" Huimei glared unhappily. "Why is it you? I thought the zombies were here." Xu Etching immediately retorted, "Are you stupid? I was calling from outside for so long." She suddenly recalled the scene of the malevolent spirit looking for people. "Never mind. I just climbed to the rooftop and saw that damn fatso and the malevolent spirit go to the casino." Then she asserted, "It looks like they won't be back for a while. Now is our best chance to escape." Huimei was slightly startled. Escape? After it registered, she smiled happily. "That's great." But contrary to her, the girl in the white dress worriedly muttered, "Guoda will kill us when he gets back." Huimei ignored the person beside her. She held the glass bottle in her hand and squinted with a smile. "Your news came at just the right time." At the city's largest casino, the malevolent spirit, having been slapped in the face by its own hand, stood stunned for a moment. Helanren quickly dodged the rain of attacks. The malevolent spirit gritted its teeth, using all its strength to pull the tube off its neck. Very quickly, it tore the tube off, freeing its hand. The malevolent spirit roared in anger. Helanren frowned and glanced at it. "You got free that quickly?" The enraged, malevolent spirit once again threw a punch at Helanren. Seeing him escape, it quickly changed direction and slammed down elsewhere. Dust flew everywhere. Helanren jumped onto its arm and ran straight forward. The malevolent spirit stared blankly at the opponent who had already run up to its shoulder. It quietly watched Helanren fly up, not sure what he was planning to do. Helanren's expression was grim as he clenched his fist, earth-shattering 18 moves. His pupils glowed solemnly, and a punch landed straight on the malevolent spirit's head, deforming it. A normal punch. A loud explosion rang out, shaking the entire building. The malevolent spirit fell, crashing into the wall behind it, sparks flashing on its head. It gritted its teeth, glaring at the person who had injured it. Helanren rubbed his arm. "It seems that if I only destroy it locally, it will regenerate quickly." He smirked, finding it very interesting. "Little malevolent spirit, you're good at taking a hit, aren't you?" Helanren adjusted his collar, his eyes glowing again. Then next, let's see what happens if I make your head explode. Outside, the place where Yi Xiaoli was fighting also shook. Guoda panted heavily. Huff, huff, huff. Yi Xiaoli frowned, sizing him up. The wound is starting to regenerate again. That potion he drank, if it can cure my sister's infection. Thinking of this, she asked him directly, "Hey, what did you drink just now?" Hearing this, Guoda smiled and introduced, "Oh, that's good stuff. No matter how serious the injury, just drink it and you can fully recover." Then he didn't forget to suggest, "Oh, you want some? As long as you spare me, I..." As soon as he finished speaking, his heart suddenly pounded. Guoda clutched his chest in pain. What's happening? My heart. His heart kept transforming, causing its owner to groan incessantly. It hurts so much, it's so hot. He suddenly remembered that person's words. Is this the side effect that guy mentioned? Damn it. It seems the potion is about to wear off again. I have to escape quickly. Yi Xiaoli's eyes widened, and she asked warily, "What's going on?" Something seems wrong. At this moment, Guoda's arm began to undergo a terrifying transformation. He looked in horror at his bizarre hand. My hand? What's happening to it? It feels like it's being burned by fire. Guoda suddenly collapsed to the ground. Everything around began to shake. Yi Xiaoli gritted her teeth and thought warily, what on earth? A heavy blow landed on the malevolent spirit, and another heavy blow was swung. He Lanren continuously attacked the malevolent spirit. But after a while, he found that it didn't seem to be much affected. He Lanren gritted his teeth and realized this little malevolent spirit has learned to use its hands to cover its head. He quickly flew backward. It seems it got smarter after I blew its head up. He stopped on a wooden pillar to observe. Then next, let's try this move. His pupils changed, one purple and one green, and began to glow. In an instant, two Lanrens with different appearances appeared. Without hesitation, he charged straight at the malevolent spirit. The two figures of Lanren continuously moved around it. The malevolent spirit was dazed, not understanding what was happening, but quickly reacted. It stomped its foot hard on the ground, intending to crush him. Lanren stopped, his expression dazed. The malevolent spirit swung its hand again, slamming it into the ground, sending dust flying. When the dust settled, Lanren was again in a taunting posture. The malevolent spirit continued to try to grab him, its hand sinking deep into the ground. But what answered it was still Lanren's mocking posture. He continuously made provocative actions, enraging the malevolent spirit. Finally, the malevolent spirit couldn't take it anymore and launched an extremely powerful blow that caused the ground to collapse. Lanren thought to himself, it's just as I expected. The crimson flame pupils can also control a zombie's body. His two colored pupils lit up again, and he smiled and reminded, but little malevolent spirit, you can't just focus on what's in front of you. At this moment, his other figure had already climbed onto the malevolent spirit's shoulder. Only then did the malevolent spirit realize in horror, but it was too late. It hurriedly covered its ears. Its steps also began to falter, unable to stand steady. Lanren secretly calculated, good chance this little malevolent spirit's neck bone has been fractured. Now's the time. A loud explosion rang out. When a malevolent spirit turned its head, it discovered that Lanren had somehow appeared on its shoulder. He clenched his fist, his powers gradually converging, earth-shattering. Lanren's brows furrowed tightly. His gaze focused as he calculated the 18 moves. A moment later, countless sources of power gradually appeared in the malevolent spirit's eyes. Lanren swung his hand forward with precision. Pegasus Meteor Fist. A tragic scream rang out. Ah! Lanren's powers continuously attacked the malevolent spirit. Ah! He also took this opportunity to charge forward, delivering a devastating punch to the malevolent spirit's head. The malevolent spirit was severely injured, its whole body stiff, panting in pain. Huff, huff, huff. Immediately after, the back of its neck exploded, and its entire body slowly fell. The malevolent spirit, with half its head smashed, stood ramrod straight, its body slowly leaning against the wall beside it. Lanren looked at this scene and just pouted slightly. You just rest here and get well, little malevolent spirit. The malevolent spirit's giant body crashed down with a rumble, sending dust flying. Just as Lanren was still in a daze, Xiaoli called out loudly, Brother Lanren, come and see this. Lanren looked over, thinking to himself, oh, it seems Xiaoli's side is done too. She pointed at something, her expression filled with horror. Lanren however, remained calm, as if nothing had happened. A giant green hand appeared. Gwada struggled to breathe, muttering, "How can this be? How can this be? That person clearly told me the side effect was just muscle relaxation. How could it turn into this?" No. He looked at his gradually decaying body, his mouth muttering nonstop. Suddenly, Lonren's voice rang out as he looked coldly at Gwada. "Hey, brother Gwada." Then he took out a bottle and held it up. "Who gave this to you?" Gwada's eyes were bloodshot, and 3 seconds later he coughed violently. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. Green liquid continuously flowed from his body. He trembled and muttered, "I have to find him. I have to." Hearing this, Lonren hurriedly stepped forward and pressed him. "Who is he? The one who gave you the potion? Where is he?" Gwada seemed to have fallen into a state of amnesia. He just kept muttering, "Where is he? Where is this? Aren't I on my way to work?" Xiaoli frowned. Has he lost his memory? This damn fatso. He couldn't be faking it, could he? Just then, the wire of something on the ceiling snapped. Lonren sensed the danger and immediately turned to hug Xiaoli and dodge. The object fell in front of Gwada, and he let out a terrified scream. Lonren looked at Gwada and pushed Xiaoli away forcefully. "Go. This place is about to collapse. Let's get out first." She seemed a bit reluctant to leave Lonren, but Gwada reached out his hand. His entire body had now changed color. He screamed nonstop, "Don't leave me behind. I'm in so much pain. Save me. I can guard the door for you, be loyal to my duty, and hold my post steadfastly." Hearing this, Lonren turned his head in surprise and thought, how did this fatso turn into a crazy security guard? Could his memory have reverted to before? The surroundings began to shake, and the walls started to crack. Gwada sat there, his mind hazy. People entering and exiting must register. Just before the place collapsed, Lonren managed to pull Xiaoli's hand and leave. He couldn't help but feel a little regretful. It seems the side effects of this drink are really strong. It's a pity I couldn't find out the source of the potion. Gwada reached out towards them, still muttering, "Strictly deal with suspicious individuals. No stopping in a restricted area." His pupils were blazing red. At this moment, as the giant rock got closer, he finally cried out for help with difficulty. Not long after, the entire place collapsed into a pile of rubble. However, Gwada was not crushed as expected. He was protected by the malevolent spirit, his eyes filled with tears. The malevolent spirit gritted its teeth, using its last bit of strength to protect him. Heavy breathing sounded steadily. Huff, huff, huff. The little malevolent spirit opened its mouth, as if questioning him. Gwada looked at it now, his face full of fear, and stammered, "Who are you?" "A monster. A monster wants to eat me." Hearing these words, the malevolent spirit was a little stunned. It didn't expect this. Gwada kept backing away, begging, "Help, don't eat me. I don't want to die. I'm so scared." Just as he was backing away in terror, the iron fence outside began to shake, and the giant dice on top of the tower also began to wobble. Gwada looked at the little malevolent spirit as if it were a disgusting monster. The little malevolent spirit's eyes were now filled with tears, but the curses continued to ring out. "I can't die. I can't die. Get lost. Monster. D." The little malevolent spirit reached out its giant hand. Just then, the giant die on top also fell, hurtling towards them. Gwada's mouth fell open in terror, and just as he was about to continue cursing, the little evil ghost gently reached out a finger and patted his head, tilting its head with a smile. Splat! Before Gwada's eyes, the little evil ghost was crushed flat by the giant die. Gwada's memories also began to flash back to a long, long time ago. "Honey, honey, the baby's awake, come hold him." "Oh dear, honey, he's wet himself." "Good boy, don't cry. Mommy will change your diaper, my love. Daddy brought back lots of yummy food for you." "Hey, honey, he's still too little. He can't eat that. Just a little bite." "Good boy. Next time we'll sneak a snack, okay? My baby, my baby." The image of a chubby baby appeared before his eyes, and 2 streams of tears unknowingly flowed down his face. He called out in a childish voice, "Daddy." In the distance, Lonren's group had witnessed the entire process. Xiaoli asked worriedly, "Is it over?" Lonren's eyes were deep as he slowly replied, "Not yet. It's not over." They walked towards the giant die, and in a crack, a streak of red light flashed. They discovered a door. Xiaoli said, "We're here. This is where the light is coming from." Xiaomei approached, frowning in confusion. "There's a safe inside the die? But how do we open it without a password?" Hearing this, Xiaoli replied excitedly, "Simple, we just break it open." No sooner said than done. She directly drew her sharp sword and raised it high. Xiaoli fiercely slashed at the door. The next second, her sword shattered into pieces. Xiao Li's eyes widened in astonishment, staring dumbfounded at the broken sword in her hand. Xiao Li looked at the sword with teary eyes. Yilonren stepped forward, pushing the two girls aside. Damn it, that's not going to work. He rolled his shoulders and said confidently, "Watch me." His hands quickly entered the password, his expression extremely serious, as if he were performing a momentous task. The Yi sisters saw the paper in his hand and exclaimed in surprise, "A photo! A photo!" The next second, when they saw the string of numbers on the back of the photo, they had a sudden realization. As soon as the password was entered, the door emitted a dazzling light. Inside was a glittering mountain of gold. Lonren's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, "Gold. I knew I wasn't wrong." He couldn't contain his joy. As expected of a casino's treasury, this amount of money is enough for me to make a trip back to my old world. Xiao Mei finally came to her senses and asked Lonren, "Big brother, how did you know the safe's password?" He didn't say much, just held up the photo in his hand and explained honestly, "See for yourselves." After the apocalypse virus broke out, the owner of this casino wanted to store his gold, waiting to use it after the virus was eliminated. To prevent others from opening this treasury, he wrote the password on a photo, then tore the photo in half. One half was hidden in a secret room in his office, which I found. The other half was in the pocket of his suit, and until he died, the clothes were taken by Guada. And that fatty, after putting on the suit, didn't notice the other half of the photo, and even accidentally dropped it while following me. So I just happened to get both pieces of the photo with the password and hit the jackpot. Hearing this, Xiao Mei let out a cry of surprise, but was still puzzled. So that's how it is. But what do you need this gold for? Gold is basically worthless now. This pile of gold isn't even as valuable as a bottle of water. Hearing this, Lonren chuckled slyly. Then let me perform a magic trick for you all. Hearing this, Xiao Li frowned. Huh? The next second, the image of an ugly golden mascot simultaneously appeared in the two sisters' minds. Oh no, please don't pull anything out of your crotch. Lonren placed his hand on the pile of gold. Everyone watched closely. He squeezed with force, and the entire pile of gold vanished into thin air. At the same time, a mechanical system panel appeared. Gold balance: 213,010,200.00 plus 200,000,000.00. Xiao Mei exclaimed in shock. Is this a magic trick? Lonren left them with a cool, mysterious back and said mysteriously, "It seems it's time to tell you all my true identity. Actually, he said slowly, I'm actually from another world." Hearing these words, Xiao Mei's eyes widened in astonishment. After a moment of silence, Xiao Mei spoke slowly. "So, you're looking for gold to return to your old world?" She bit her lip, thinking to herself, what he's saying is hard to believe. But if not, it can't explain his endless supply of food and the vanished gold. Xiao Li didn't think so much and directly stepped forward to ask, "So will you come back?" Lonren pondered for a moment and replied, "Of course. My women are still here. How could I not come back?" With that, he moved closer, patting Xiao Li's head amidst Xiao Mei's gasp of surprise. She blushed, her voice trembling. Who's your woman?" The next second, she put on the air of a strong woman, leaving Lonren speechless. Xiao Li transformed into a muscular beauty and used a standard wrestling move to throw Lonren. He cursed under his breath, unwilling to accept it. Shit. Lonren sat on the die, with an angry Xiao Li and Xiao Mei below. He chewed on a blade of grass, let out a cold laugh, and suddenly spoke. "Hey, the sun's up. Are you still not coming out?" Something stirred in the pile of scrap, and a small hand reached out from under the ground. The Yi sisters were on alert. Xiao Li turned her head and said, "There's still a zombie hiding in the rubble?" A zombie shot out from the ground, rushing towards Lonren, causing the two girls to cry out, "Be careful, brother Lonren." Lonren frowned, staring at it intently. He timed it perfectly, grabbing the small charging zombie, leaving it stunned and unable to move. The little evil ghost was caught tight, struggling and screaming, "You bastard! Sobi, 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 ah!" Lonren looked at it expressionlessly, raising an eyebrow. "Not bad, little evil ghost, for such a small body. Your strength is quite something." Xiao Li asked doubtfully, "What? You're saying it's that evil ghost?" Xiao Mei was curious, but how did it become so small? Lonren glanced at the small creature in his hand and said, "It was originally very small. Its previous giant form was probably one of its abilities." The little evil ghost struggled, its eyes full of fury, and started acting up. "Woof, woof, woof, woof." Lonren then began to explain. "Earlier at Guada's place, I saw the baby inside his body. At that time, I realized the evil ghost wasn't just an ordinary giant zombie. It was like a child, obeying my commands in that fatties. This proves it has its own consciousness. That child is the evil ghost's true form. After I saw the drink that could regenerate Guida's body, I wanted even more to keep the evil ghost to study the relationship between them. But the building collapsed too quickly. Before I rushed out of the building, I even saw tears in the evil ghost's eyes. Then he sighed helplessly. Sigh. I discovered I still know too little about this world. So, little evil ghost. He paused, stood up, his expression serious. Tell me everything you know. Hearing this, the little evil ghost couldn't help but look disgruntled and amicably raised both its middle fingers. Seeing this, he threw it to the ground. Not cooperating, are we? The little evil ghost got up, glared at him, and snorted twice. Umph, umph. Lanren raised his fist as a signal. The two girls looked at him, starting to act like they were just there to watch the show. Try this move. The little evil ghost gritted its teeth and lunged forward like a flash. Lanren simply and quickly reached out, sticking a pacifier into its mouth. The little evil ghost let out a grunt. Happy memories flooded back. Oh dear, honey, he's still too little. He can't eat that. Just a little bite. No, good boy. Next time we'll sneak a snack and not let mommy know, okay? It was stunned. Its eyes dazed, Daddy. Daddy. 3 seconds later, its eyes lit up. The little evil ghost rushed towards Lanren. Mommy, Mommy. He dodged the little evil ghost with a serious face, but it just laughed loudly. So fun. Mommy. He impatiently and disgustedly shooed it away. Get lost. Ugh, your drool is disgusting. Seeing this, Xiao Mei teased. Whoever has the milk is the mother, I guess. Xiao Li, on the other hand, burst out laughing with interest. Ha, it's so cute. It would be great if it didn't harm people. Lanren, at his wit's end, had to grab it, frowning threateningly. Stop, don't move. From now on, no biting people. If you bite people again, you won't have anything to suck on, you hear me? The little evil ghost didn't seem to pay much attention, and just let out another excited cry. Mommy! Xiaoli couldn't resist its cuteness and said, Brother Lanren, since it's so well-behaved, why don't we keep it? The little evil ghost clicked its tongue with a look of disgust. Lanren began to think seriously. If I keep it, it can indeed help me kill zombies. But if I dispose of it, I can get a reward from the system. Just then, the system's voice rang out. System notification. The system has detected that the host has used their charm to subdue the evil ghost, completing the mission. Gold balance. 313,010,200.00 plus 100 million.00. 100 million has been credited to your account. Please check. Seeing this, Lanren let out a cry of surprise. But the system just quietly announced, super reward conditions activated. System upgrade now in progress. He stood in a circle of light, wondering in confusion. What's happening? A super reward? System upgrade? Lanren's face was full of bewilderment as the mechanical beeping continued around him. Not long after, the system goddess's voice sounded. The system is about to undergo an upgrade. Please select an upgrade path, host. After the upgrade, new functions will be updated, while old functions will be maintained. Lanren raised an eyebrow. Oh, so what are the options? The system goddess directly presented them. There are 3 upgrade paths. Attribute pickup. B. Dungeon. C. Girl group. A. Pickup dropped attribute points like agility plus 999, strength plus 999, spirit plus 999, which can directly enhance attributes after being picked up. B. Obtain an exclusive dungeon, opening an apocalyptic shelter, level up, and fight monsters to become stronger. C. Build a girl group function. Each time you recruit a girl to become a member of the girl group, you will receive a generous reward. 99 members have currently been recruited. The host now has 5 minutes to choose. Before the system could finish, he quickly covered her mouth and said decisively, No need to think. I choose C. Forming a girl group is the choice of a mature man. It's unknown where this guy pulled out a suit from, his hair slicked back, his expression extremely serious. Hearing this, the system was silent for a few seconds before replying, all right, system is upgrading. While waiting, the system goddess explained again. After the system upgrade, the host can directly see all the girls they have affection for. When the affection level reaches 100, the host can choose whether or not to recruit them into the girl group. Girl group members enjoy rewards and system protection. Lanren bit his lip, tears welling up, his face full of happiness. Wonderful. This is exactly like my original idea for forming a girl group. The system's mechanical voice sounded, upgrade nearing completion. Lanren was immediately transported into a room. He looked left and right, constantly letting out sounds of wow, tsk, tsk. After looking around, he lay on the sofa and rolled back and forth. This room is full of benefits. Seems like you're quite understanding. Haha. Hearing this, the system goddess had no choice but to helplessly refute. Incorrect. The system simply formed the room style based on the host's inner preferences. He said, a little embarrassed, so that's how it is. The next second, an image of the little evil ghost appeared before him. System notification. Detected that the evil ghost's affection level for the host has reached 100. Do you want to let it join the girl group? Joining will grant a reward. Seeing this, the system goddess also cried out in surprise. The little evil ghost is a girl, and her affection level is 100 right off the bat. So do you want to let her join the girl group? Lanren pouted, of course. Immediately, the mechanical notification sounded again, accompanied by a girl group member information panel. Member 199, Little Evil Ghost, Child, Level 1. Skills, Parasite, Evil Eye LV1, Camouflage LV1, Sonar Detection LV1. System notification. Congratulations to the host for recruiting the first girl group member. You can receive the following rewards. Received 25 kilograms of fresh pork. Received 25 kilograms of fresh beef. Received 2 rechargeable batteries. Received 1 ability, Plunder Golden Foot. Received 1 crystal of unknown origin. He held the item in his hand, a little doubtful. Ability, Plunder Golden Foot? Is this used to plunder abilities from evil ghosts or zombies? The system goddess beside him immediately replied, you guessed right. The obtained ability can be injected into others to grant them different abilities. Lonren couldn't help but recall and asked, so the thing that Fatty drank, was that also an ability potion? The words system product, quality guaranteed, were written all over the system goddess's face. Hearing his question, she tilted her chin, put her hands on her hips, and said proudly, something like that. But this isn't some cheap stuff. Lonren held up a crystal again and asked, then what is this crystal of unknown origin? The system goddess glanced at it. Oh, that? The next second, she put on a different expression, smiling mysteriously. That's for the host to discover on their own. Lonren looked at the crystal in his hand, his head full of question marks, and pondered for a few seconds, then directly tossed it into a bin. We'll deal with that later. Seeing this, the system didn't say much and immediately changed the subject with a notification. The host's current cash balance is over 300 million. The two of them stood before a door. Seeing this, Lonren asked, if I open the bronze door now, can I return my old world? The system's voice sounded. Do you wish to open the bronze door now and return to your old world? Lonren looked at the door before him and replied, no rush. Wait until I've settled things for Xiao Li and Xiao Mei. But before that, there's something I need to ask. After speaking, he suddenly turned around, leaving the system a little confused. The scene changed, and Lonren was brought out of the system space. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was holding the little evil ghost. It happily raised its hands. Mommy, Mommy, play with me. He looked at the 2 girls beside him and thought to himself, oh, is this the affection progress bar? How did the affection level get so high after just a few days? But it makes sense. We've been through so many life and death battles since we met. When I get back, I'll definitely max out their affection bars. With that, he made up his mind, clenching his fist. And so, he played wildly with the little evil ghost, constantly making sounds. Seeing this from a distance, the Yi sisters couldn't help but speak up. Sis, what's wrong with him again? Could his brain have been damaged in the fight earlier? It's possible. Let's just pretend we don't know. Don't upset him. It'll affect his recovery. After discussing, Shally called out, Brother Lonren, let's give the little evil ghost a name. Hearing this, the little evil ghost looked bewildered. A name? It rushed to Lonren's side, saying excitedly, Mommy name. Lonren frowned and instructed, really? Don't call me Mommy anymore, got it? Hearing this, the little evil ghost whimpered sadly. Lonren looked at the child in his arms with a serious expression. Seeing how silly and obedient it was, how about I call you? Under the expectant gazes of the 2 beauties, he said a name, Higuan. Hearing this, the Yi sisters were instantly petrified. The little evil ghost mumbled, Guan. The next second, it shouted happily, Higuan, eh. Lonren tossed it up, making Higuan squint its eyes in delight. He continued, all right, Higuan, when I'm not here, you have to listen to your 2 big sisters, understand? Higuan obediently replied, yes. Hearing this, Shally asked, why? Are you leaving? Hearing her question, Lonren answered honestly, yeah, I have to leave for a while, but I'll be back soon. But before I go, there's one more thing I have to do. The scene changed. In a room, broken glass was scattered everywhere, along with a long trail of blood. A middle-aged woman trembled, huddled in a corner, muttering. Huime held a glass bottle, warily watching the girl in front of her. Seeing this, Xueqing spoke up. What exactly do you want? Huime lowered her head, hiding the emotion in her eyes. What do I want? Ha! Guoda has always doted on you so much. If he knew you wanted to run away, how do you think he would treat you? The woman sitting on the chair had a face full of fear, constantly muttering, I don't want to die, don't want to die. Hearing her words, Xueqing frowned. What time is it? And you still want to fight for favor? Huime sneered, her face full of resentment. Fighting for favor is fighting for resources, you idiot. The food is dwindling with every bite. If you die, I can live longer. You were truly born into bliss without knowing it. With that, she raised the other half of the glass bottle. In the apocalypse, a woman like you, without Guoda, you would have died long ago. Xueqing gritted her teeth and roared. You call this living? I'd rather die outside. But she paused, took a deep breath, and said, forget it. Give me Guoda's car keys. If you're not going, I'll go. Huime tightened her grip on the object in her hand, her eyes cold as she looked at her. Oh, you want the car keys? After hesitating for a few seconds, she lunged forward fiercely. The keys are on your road to hell. Xueqing reacted quickly, managing to dodge the blow. But she accidentally slipped, letting out a panicked grunt. Xueqing slipped and fell, giving Huime the chance to slash her arm. Xueqing staggered against the door, watching the crazed Huime rush towards her, thinking to herself, it's over, there's no way out. Huime held the blood-stained glass bottle, her eyes determined. At the critical moment, Xueqing pulled out a knife, blocking her stab. Huime, calm down, Xueqing said, while watching the sharp mouth of the bottle get closer and closer to her. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside the door. Higuan, this is the place. I know even if you didn't tell me. Lanren has arrived. He kicked the door open, sending the two women behind it flying in shock. The father and child duo, chewing on blades of grass, had serious expressions. Hello, everybody. The two looked at the empty room, their heads full of question marks. Where is everyone? He walked into the house, leaned over, and saw the two women standing in the corner, asking, what are you two doing? Huime's arm was pierced by the knife, and she let out a groan, then knelt directly on the ground. Seeing this, he said, it seems it's not so peaceful here either. Xueqing tilted her head, panting as she asked, Huff, why are you here? But she suddenly came to her senses and peeked her head out the door. Wait, did Guoda come too? Lanren looked at her panicked expression and just said flatly, he's dead. Xueqing cried out in shock. Lanren asked, confused, what's wrong? Xueqing immediately fired off like a machine gun. He's dead? Did you kill him? After a round of explanation, the father and child sat on the opposite sofa, looking thoughtfully at Xueqing. The air fell silent. A long time later, he finally spoke leisurely. What's wrong? Could it be you want to avenge that fatty? Xueqing sat on the opposite chair, clenching her hands, and hurriedly explained, no, it's good that he's dead. That pervert was deeply sinful. It's just you came here to... He understood her meaning and pushed a test tube over. Have you ever seen this before? Xueqing saw the test tube and was stunned. I haven't, but I know what you want to ask. He looked at her silently and said, you want to find a man named Brother Qin, right? Hearing this, Lanren just coldly spat out two words. Continue. Hearing these words, Xueqing began to recount. Once every 2 months, Guoda would sneak out in the middle of the night. Last month, I saw him meet a man whom he called Brother Qin. That man had a low, mysterious voice and asked, how is the evil ghost? Guoda rubbed his hands and stammered in reply. It's doing well, same as always. That man immediately yelled at him. Useless thing? It's been half a year and the evil ghost still hasn't evolved. I'll kill you. Hearing this, Lanren glanced at Iguan, thinking to himself, wait, the evil ghost can evolve? Who is that, Brother Qin? Xueqing frowned, her expression a little helpless. I don't know. But I'm sure he gave him this bottle because Brother Qin had an identical symbol on his clothes. Lanren looked thoughtfully at the vial, and after a moment, he stood up and put it away. All right, I've asked what I needed to ask, so I'll see you later. Xueqing was confused. Seeing that they had reached the door, she chased after them, calling out, wait, I'm preparing to pack my things and go to the survivor base. Do you want to come with me? The girl stammered shyly. But he immediately replied, I'd like to go too. Unfortunately, there's still 2 girls waiting at home. Goodbye. We'll meet again if fate allows. Without waiting for the girl to react, he waved and quickly left. Shueqing stood there alone, her eyes a little dim, muttering to herself, if only I were one of them. The scene shifts to the system space. He was standing before the bronze door. The goddess's cheerful voice immediately rang out. May I ask if the host is ready? He thought to himself, I've already made proper arrangements for Xiao Li and Xiao Mei. I left enough food and water before leaving and also eliminated all the nearby zombies. It seems I can return with peace of mind. After a moment, he finally spoke. I'm ready. Let's go. As soon as the words left his mouth, he reached out to push the bronze door, and at the same time, the system's mechanical voice sounded. System notification, opening the bronze door, deducting 100 million gold coins. Gold coin balance, 213, 010, 200.0, 10.00, 0.000. His whole body fell into an unfamiliar space, and a dazzling light shot out. The system reminded again, system reminder, the return time for this trip is 24 hours. After 24 hours, the bronze door will open, at which time you will be teleported back to the apocalypse. The flow of time in the 2 worlds is the same. The teleportation location is the location where the door was last opened. Helanren reached his hand towards that light, watching the familiar doorknob turn and then open. The scene inside left him a little stunned. Helanren was dazed, looking at the scene before him. A bustling city full of people appeared. Familiar skyscrapers stood side by side. A helicopter flew past in the sky, approaching where he was standing. That door, it turned out, was in a collapsed building. Lanren looked at the helicopter. A few mysterious people dressed in black jumped down, pointing their guns at him. Helanren was immediately surrounded. Right after, a pair of high heels appeared. A beautiful girl in a red silk dress looked at him. You really aren't dead. Helanren clenched his fists, a name appearing in his mind. Jiro. She smiled maliciously. My dear Helanren. Not to be outdone, he smirked back. Jiro, long time no see. The helicopter landed directly on the rooftop. A tall man helped Jiro, who elegantly stepped down. It really has been a long time, Helanren. Although everyone said you couldn't possibly have survived being hit by a plane, I couldn't rest easy without seeing your corpse with my own eyes. Jiro was both surprised and delighted, thinking to herself, what on earth happened? Why does he look like nothing happened? Could it be he has some peerless technique he didn't tell me about? Impossible. No technique can withstand a plane crash unscathed. His body must be severely injured right now. He's just trying to hold on. I can't be fooled. I must take his life while he's weak. She gritted her teeth, thinking for a long time. Seeing her expression, Helanren couldn't help but taunt. Why do you look so tense? Are you thinking about whether you should kneel and beg for my forgiveness? Jiro let out a cold laugh. Beg for forgiveness? Are you kidding me? Still putting on an act when you're about to die? I really have to admire you. Hearing this, Helanren was stunned for a moment, then pouted. Oh, does this woman think I'm severely injured and just trying to hold on? The next second, he grinned slyly. Whether I'm putting on an act or not, why don't you try find out? Jiro gritted her teeth, her voice turning several shades colder. I hate your self-righteous, arrogant attitude the most. Don't think that just because you're a grandmaster, no one can deal with you. Today, I'll make you kneel and beg me. Immediately, 2 tall men stepped forward to shield Jiro. She introduced them smugly, although they're only master-level martial artists, as long as they use that thing. One is named Meng Feilong, master level. The other is Meng Feihu, master level. Jiro looked at him with malicious eyes, smiling as she said, more than enough to kill you. Lanren picked his nose disdainfully. Oh, what thing? A man walked over, handed something to the other 2, and made an inviting gesture. They took the vials of serum and injected them straight into their necks. Their bodies began to transform, veins bulged and throbbed. Seeing this, Helanren was stunned. This is... Jiro crossed her arms, looking at him arrogantly, and laughed smugly. Sientan, Hodian Master, Grandmaster. There is indeed an insurmountable gap between each level, and relying on just the 2 of them, they truly couldn't defeat you. But this dose of serum can make their power increase tenfold, far surpassing a Grandmaster. Even you can't fight them. Helanren, your era is over. At this moment, in front of Helanren, the 2 men's bodies turned crimson, radiating a ferocious aura as they looked down on him. Jiro stood to the side, laughing smugly. I'll make you die without a burial place. Suddenly, a pink-haired woman's voice rang out. Wait. Lan Ren immediately turned to see who had arrived. But when he saw the woman's appearance, he was shocked. It's her. When Wu Ji-ro saw the pink-haired woman arrive with two others, she also cried out in surprise. It's you. But the only reply to Wu Ji-ro was the sound of the pink-haired woman's high heels. It turned out the woman was the president of FFM Biology, Yufeng. After Yufeng walked to where Lan Ren was standing, she stood in front of him. Then she spoke to Wu Ji-ro, her tone full of menace. I'd like to see who dares to touch my man. Hearing her words, Lan Ren scratched his cheek with a dazed look. Huh? Your man? Yufeng just smiled brightly, turning her face to say to Lan Ren, you saved my life, I will definitely protect you. Although Wu Ji-ro was a little surprised by Yufeng's appearance, she quickly composed herself, then spoke up to mock Lan Ren. The famous big boss of the Helan gang. How have you fallen to the point of letting a woman protect you? Hearing Wu Ji-ro's taunt, Lan Ren immediately flew into a rage. He clenched his fists, wanting to rush forward and teach her a lesson. So, Lan Ren stepped towards Wu Ji-ro, not forgetting to reply to her, no. Yufeng quickly noticed Lan Ren had moved past her and stepped forward, a worried look immediately appearing on her face as she asked Lan Ren, are you really okay? Lan Ren glanced at her and replied, don't worry, I'm fine. With that, he flexed his wrist, the corner of his mouth twitching up into a contemptuous smile. At the same time, he provoked Wu Ji-ro's group. You're the ones who should be worried now. Hearing these words, how could Wu Ji-ro's side tolerate it? Meng Failong and Meng Feihu's auras immediately surged. Both their faces were flushed, their expressions ferocious, as they glared at Lan Ren. Failong said to Feihu, he's looking down on us brothers again, little brother. Failong was answered by Feihu's gritted curse. Bastard. Failong then said to Feihu, take care of him, Ahu. Feihu immediately accepted the order, replying to his brother, all right. At the same time, he shot towards Lan Ren like an arrow. In just a few steps, he was right in front of the main character. Feihu then threw a powerful punch towards Lan Ren, but he managed to step back in time, dodging the attack. As a result, Feihu's punch missed, striking the ground and causing it to crack instantly, while a slab of concrete was sent flying by the force of his punch. Although he had dodged Feihu's punch, Lan Ren's eyes then widened, because after missing the punch, Feihu had quickly changed his stance and kicked that slab of concrete, intending to indirectly injure Lan Ren. But when the slab of concrete was kicked to pieces, Feihu could no longer see any sign of Lan Ren. The fragments from his kick flew everywhere, also flying towards Yufeng's group. But luckily, the white-haired man beside her blocked all the fragments. Fragments also flew towards Wu Ji-ro's group, but on that side, Failong was also there to shield her. Failong had witnessed the fight between Lan Ren and Feihu from start to finish, and his expression darkened. On the other side, Lan Ren had now moved to Feihu's left, and the two were surrounded by the dust and smoke caused by Feihu's punch. Lan Ren's expression also turned serious. He raised his left hand and pointed at Feihu, murmuring softly, a little interesting. Then he smirked, provoking. Then come on. Lan Ren said to Feihu, then let me show you the power of a grandmaster. Hearing him say that, a mocking smile immediately appeared on Feihu's face, bragging. But before Feihu could finish, Lan Ren's eyes suddenly changed, turning purple, and at the same time, strange patterns appeared in his pupils. The main character then let out a soft shout. Now, I am the ghost shadow bewildering tracks. Feihu then saw that where Lan Ren had just been standing, there was now only an afterimage, and the man himself had vanished. Feihu immediately cried out in alarm. He disappeared, but he didn't notice that Lan Ren had, at some point, teleported behind him. The white-haired man who had been observing the battle couldn't help but frown in astonishment. He spoke up, asking the person beside him, is this the legendary ultimate movement technique of the Tang sect? The old man replied, it seems so. Just then, Failong suddenly shouted, warning his younger brother, brother who behind you? Feihu immediately swung his arm behind him, but his arm hit nothing, and Lan Ren's figure had once again vanished. Failong could no longer sit still and decided to rush up to support his brother. Damn it, let me help you. With that, he shot like an arrow towards Lan Ren and Feihu. Failong then also joined the battle, continuously launching attacks. Feihu also tried to increase the speed of his strikes. But Lan Ren's figure kept changing, appearing and disappearing. In the end, the two Meng brothers were trapped by the main character, forced to stand back to back. Even so, Lanren was still toying with them, taunting them. "Why are your fists so slow? Haven't you eaten?" Seeing the situation was not good, Fai Long came up with a plan. He said to his brother, "Let's attack from above and below. I don't believe we can't catch him." Fei Hu immediately agreed. All right. Then, Fai Long saw a figure to the left and immediately shouted to Fei Hu. Over there, the two brothers then leaped apart, Fai Long above, Fei Hu below, forming a pincer formation. Seeing this, Lan Ren remained calm on the outside, but thought to himself, Jiro wasn't wrong. These two master-level martial artists, under the effect of the serum, their overall strength has surpassed that of a grandmaster. If it were the old me fighting them, my chances of winning wouldn't be high. But just as he thought this, Lan Ren ducked his head, luckily just in time to dodge the Meng brothers' attack. He then threw a punch towards Fai Long. Lan Ren thought with determination, "I'm not the he Lan Ren I used to be anymore." Lan Ren's punch landed squarely on Fei Long's chest, causing him to immediately spit out a mouthful of blood. It turned out that after dodging Fei Hu's punch, Lan Ren had simultaneously attacked Fai Long. Only then did Fei Hu see his brother get hit by Lan Ren, and he immediately shouted in alarm, "Brother Long." Then he steadied his body with his bare feet. Fei Hu's eyes were also filled with killing intent and fury. He roared at Lan Ren, "You dare to hurt my brother, I'll risk my life to fight you." He then took a stance, his whole body radiating a powerful aura. He said, "Watch my Thunderbolt Vajra kick." Fei Hu then, taking advantage of Lan Ren's inattention, kicked towards his silhouette. But the result of this kick was the same as the previous times. It only hit Lan Ren's afterimage. Then, this kick, instead of hitting the main character, hit his brother right in the face, causing Fai Long to immediately spit out a mouthful of blood for the second time. Seeing this, Fei Hu was drenched in sweat. He cried out in horror, "Oh no, Brother Long." As for Lan Ren, he had teleported behind Fai Long, using him as a human shield. He then taunted the Meng brothers, "TSK, I didn't originally plan to use this on trash like you." With that, Lan Ren extended his arm, placing his palm a short distance from Fei Long's back, then circulated his energy, concentrating power in his palm, while continuing to speak to the two of them. "But I still have to let you know who's boss." As soon as the words left his mouth, Lan Ren also unleashed his move, sending Fai Long flying, who coincidentally slammed into his brother Fei Hu. Both of them were simultaneously smashed hard against the stone wall behind them. The moment they hit the stone wall, they were instantly shattered to pieces by the terrifying power of the ultimate skill, Supreme Tethagotapam. The building they were in was also more heavily damaged as a result, letting out a loud explosion as a plume of dust and smoke billowed into the sky. The people from Wu Jiro's side who were present at the scene were all stunned, each of their faces showing fear, drenched in sweat. Yu Feng, on the other hand, grew even more fond of Lan Ren. She smiled radiantly, murmuring to herself, "As expected of the man I've chosen." As for that white-haired man, his face was also covered in cold sweat. He exclaimed, "What kind of monster is this?" The old man beside him maintained his calm expression, smoking. The younger generation is truly to be feared. Wu Jiro's smug smile had vanished by now, her face filled with disbelief, pointing towards Lan Ren, her voice trembling. "Impossible. They are." Wu Jiro looked at the Meng brothers who had been knocked unconscious in the rubble and said with disbelief, "They're master-level martial artists, and they were even injected with the company's newly researched serum. They lost just like that?" After dealing with the Meng brothers, Lan Ren tilted his head slightly, glanced at Wu Jiro's group, and asked, "Anyone else?" That group of people immediately raised their hands in surrender, shouting in unison, "Be big boss. We're sorry. We surrender. Please spare our worthless lives." Seeing their cowardice, Lan Ren's eyes narrowed, and he thought with a bored expression, "What's this? Weren't you all bragging just now? Is this all you've got?" Suddenly, he noticed something on the ground. What's this? It was a cylindrical glass bottle, with a bit of green liquid leaking from the cap, looking rather strange. Lan Ren then picked up the glass bottle to examine it, wondering to himself, "This vial, why is it?" In the distance, Wu Jiro, taking advantage of Lan Ren's inattention, was stealthily making her way towards the green helicopter. She intended to sneak away before the main character noticed. As Wu Jiro walked, she gritted her teeth and cursed under her breath. Damn it, how did Lan Ren become so strong? I have to get out of here quickly. Although her men had been utterly defeated by the main character, she was still unconvinced in her heart. I'll get you back for this later. But just as she was about to get close to the aircraft, Lan Rin's sudden call made Wu Ji-ro jump. Hey, did I say you could leave? The veins on Lan Rin's arm holding the vial bulged. His expression was grim, his eyes filled with killing intent as he glanced at Wu Ji-ro and asked, "Have you forgotten the consequences of betraying me? Now, guess what I'm going to do to you?" Wu Ji-ro also knew the main character wouldn't let her off easily, so her face was filled with a forced expression as she asked Lan Rin back, What will it take for you to let me go?" Hearing this, the corner of Lan Rin's mouth lifted into a wicked smile, and he replied to her, "That depends on your sincerity." Lan Rin casually stated his condition. "Tell me who gave you this, and I'll spare you." Ji-ro asked fearfully, "Really?" He simply replied, "Right now, you can only trust me." She gritted her teeth. Finally, Ji-ro decided to talk. "It was given to me by a man named Zhu Zhun. He's the general manager of a new weapons company. This serum is a new project their company is researching." She tried to justify herself. "He was also the one who designed the plane crash. I was threatened by him." Suddenly, Ji-ro placed her hand on Lan Rin's chest and said, "Actually, I'm still very much in love with you. Can we start over?" She blushed, leaning against him and asking, "Lan Rin, do you still remember us?" Ji-ro's curvaceous figure swayed slightly, but Lan Rin only felt disgusted and said, "That's enough." He slowly broke one of Ji-ro's fingers, warning, "Don't try to seduce me again. I'm really enjoying this." Her eyes widened, showing a look of astonishment. "Why is it like this? It shouldn't be like this. He used to love me so much. He would listen to everything I said. So why now?" Lan Rin had completely lost his patience by now, asking, "Tell me, what was his purpose for killing me? And also, where is he now?" Ji-ro fell to her knees in fear, and only now did she confess honestly. "He seems to want something from your territory. As for where he is, I don't know. He's usually the one who contacts me." He directly grabbed Ji-ro's mouth and asked, "What is he looking for?" She replied in terror, "I don't know. He didn't tell me." Ji-ro sobbed uncontrollably, saying, "I really don't know." The more Lan Rin looked, the more annoyed he became, and he tried to take a deep breath. Finally, Lan Rin decided to spare her. "Fine, Lan Rin, am a man of my word. I'll spare you this time." Then he turned and walked away directly. As Ji-ro wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth, she thought to herself, Lan Rin, I guess you were soft-hearted enough to spare me today." She began to plot, "But I won't forget today's humiliation." Suddenly, Lan Rin said, but he didn't turn his head to look at Ji-ro, just added a remark, "I agree to spare you, but someone else doesn't." She looked in horror at the tall figure in front of her and asked, "Who?" Yufeng's group of 3 walked over and said, "Little sister Ji-ro, how could you forget me?" She looked down and said to Ji-ro, "I was the original victim of that plane crash. If it weren't for Lan Rin being there, I'd be dead by now." Yufeng tucked her hair back and said with a smile, "We should settle this debt, shouldn't we?" Ji-ro was so scared that cold sweat poured down her face nonstop. Not long after, her face was already swollen from being beaten. The white-haired man cheerfully put his hands on his hips and warned, "All right, hurry up, carry her downstairs for me. Start a 10-minute countdown. If you're slow, you'll get a beating." Ji-ro was carried away by 2 men in black, only able to scream meaninglessly, "Who's back there? Let me go." At this moment, Lan Rin and Yufeng were standing on the rooftop. Without turning his head, he gave an order, "Get every secret out of her mouth for me. Also, help me find some supplies." She was a bit confused. Supplies? Lan Rin handed over a piece of paper. Yufeng looked at the paper in front of her with some surprise, and after opening it, she became extremely bewildered. "Are you planning to go to war?" The paper listed, in order, pistol, sniper rifle, ammunition, first aid kit, medicine, water. Yufeng also didn't forget to remind him, "But during the time you were missing, Ji-ro froze all your accounts. You don't have a single cent right now." But then she affirmed, "But I'm here. I can help you handle it, as long as you agree to one thing for me." Lan Rin casually turned his head and asked, "Me? Lan Rin? Short on cash?" After speaking, he directly presented a black card and said, "Take it. Use it as you please. If it's not enough, come find me for more." Remembering before entering the Bronze Gate, the system goddess had directly given Lan Rin this card and said, "This card is linked to the money in your system. It can be used directly in the original world. Yufeng looked at the black card in her hand and could only pout and think to herself, this straight-laced guy, how can he have money in this situation? He was still smugly showing off. 99 black cards, cool, right? There's only one in this world. A moment later, Lan Ren walked towards the edge of the high-rise building and said, all right, the supplies are handled, so next. He looked down at the city below and said, there's one more important thing I have to do. Zhang Hong was currently standing in a room, looking out the window, the water in his cup steaming continuously. Have you found Lan yet? The person standing in the corner with arms crossed replied, not yet. Zhang Hong frowned and ordered, keep searching, even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground. You must find him for me. He then crushed the cup in his hand. The person in the shadows immediately accepted the order. Yes. Lanren was now walking toward the lodging house. He slowly walked towards the door, where a few thugs were standing. Then, Lanren continued into the reception area. He slammed the table to get someone's attention. Ah Chong, lying on a chair, waved his hand dismissively. Go away. Big brother isn't seeing guests today. Lanren just smiled and recited the code phrase. Earthquake on the high hill, a beautiful stream for 1,000 years. He was startled, realizing who had come. Ah Chong hurriedly stood up and recited, the door faces the great sea. 3 rivers merge and flow for 10,000 years. He asked directly, where are the men? He also replied decisively, they're in the basement. I'll take you there. A moment later, Ah Chong pointed to a door and said to Lanren, it's right down there. This little brother won't go any further. He slowly walked down the stairs. Lanren calmly walked towards the room in front of him. He casually reached out and grabbed the doorknob, and the door slowly opened. Suddenly, a hand reached out to attack Lanren. Lanren quickly dodged this surprise attack, his eyes widening. Lanren quickly rushed forward, counterattacking the opponent. Zhang Hong quickly leaned back to dodge the blow, and he immediately somersaulted backward into the house from his attack. Zhang Hong suddenly smirked. This made Lanren interested as well. Then, the two switched to a handshake. Zhang Hong welcomed him happily. You're finally back, big brother. The opposing Lanren didn't hold back his praise either. Not bad. Zhang Hong, you've improved. The others also became excited, saying, big brother, we've been looking so hard for you. Another person said, big brother, I bet that you were definitely okay. Another person couldn't stop exclaiming and asking, big brother, have you gotten stronger? Have you been eating? Well, lately? Lanren replied cheerfully to all of them, very well. Tell me everything that's happened recently. Zhang Hong and everyone else replied in unison, yes. A moment later, Zhang Hong recounted everything to Lanren. That's how it is. Of the 8 brothers who built this enterprise with you, big brother, only the 5 of us are left. Damn it, if it weren't for that damn drug, old third and old fifth wouldn't have. He covered his face in frustration. To hide from that woman Wu Ji-ro, we've been hiding in this secret place recently. He looked up slightly and said, big brother, everyone has been waiting for you to come back. Suddenly, Lanren crushed the cup in his hand and said, brothers, you've all suffered during this time. He said angrily, but our current situation isn't that bad. The enemy is in the open, we are in the shadows, which makes some things more convenient for us to do. Zhang Hong was a bit confused. Big brother, you mean? Lanren then explained, from today onwards, we will all operate in secret, both to protect ourselves and to dig up the power behind Jiro. I have to leave for a while to handle some things. He then walked over, placed a hand on Zhang Hong's shoulder, and instructed, but I've left enough capital for the company's operations. In my absence, Zhang Hong will manage everything in my place. Right, if anything comes up, you can find Yufeng of FFM Biology. She will help. All of Lan Ren's subordinates agreed excitedly. Yes, big brother. Not long after, the rooster's crow signaled the break of dawn. At a certain construction site, everyone was busy working. Lanren stood there, assessing everything before him. Everything on the list has been gathered. The efficiency is not bad. The white-haired man standing nearby smiled and reported, Sir Lanren, please wait a moment. The young lady is on her way. As soon as he finished speaking, Yufeng walked over cheerfully and asked, well, are you satisfied, Mr. Lanren? Lanren also smiled and said, not bad, but I have one more thing I'd like you to help me with. Hearing this, she couldn't help but ask angrily, hey, big brother, you don't think I'm your errand girl, do you? He replied, a bit embarrassed, no, you'll be interested in this. Then, Lanren took something out and requested, it's this liquid. Help me analyze its components. Yufeng recognized it at a glance. Oh, this is the stuff in Jiro's injection. Didn't we already? Lanren cut her off directly. No, You'll know once you see. He then opened a cage, revealing a white mouse. Lanren quickly caught the mouse and dripped the liquid from the test tube into its mouth. The moment the white mouse tasted that strange green liquid, he then directly flicked its head off with one finger. But in just an instant, a strange energy suddenly appeared from its severed head. That energy continuously regenerated the mouse's head. In just a moment, the mouse had easily grown a new head. The scene these three witnessed was truly too bizarre, causing them to all think of the same thing. What is this? The mouse that was just severely injured. Its wound has now instantly recovered 70 to 80%. Yufeng stared at it and said, "This regenerative ability is much stronger than that other injection. Where did you get it? If I can research and replicate this serum, the influence of our Yu family will." Seeing the mouse was now almost fully recovered, a flash of ambition appeared in Yufeng's eyes. It will spread across the entire world. Because this drug was too tempting, Yufeng now had to think hard for a moment. She then decided, all right, I'll help you with this. Honestly, using such a large drop on a mouse, what a waste. Hilanra didn't think so, saying, "Wasn't I afraid you'd think I was treating you as an errand girl? Remember to keep this a secret." Hearing this, she reassured him, "Don't worry, my Yu family is the largest biotech company in the country. No one understands serums better than us." Hilanran also trusted her completely and said, "That's good then. While I'm gone, remember to take care of my Hilan gang brothers." She was quite surprised and had to ask again, "You're planning to leave?" But Hilanran understood and said to Yufeng, "Don't worry, I'll be back soon." She naturally listened to him. That's good then. Afterwards, Hilanran again put on a self-righteous act, taking all the work upon himself. "That's right, I'll handle these 2 boxes myself later." Yufeng naturally had no objections and just grunted in agreement. But he felt a sense of doubt in his heart. Why has this guy been so secretive lately? A moment later, the system message updated. "The time has come. Teleportation system activating." Hilanran stood smugly in the teleportation space. He had collected quite a lot of supplies this time. Xiao Li and Xiao Mei would surely be very happy. Just thinking of those 2 girls, Hilanran's nose couldn't help but start bleeding. In his imagination, they would surround him with praise like, "I could reward you with a kiss, you know, and Brother Hilan is the best." Just thinking about it made his face break into a wide grin, and he had to temporarily stuff his nose with a tissue. The teleportation space reached its destination. As soon as the door opened, he saw a shower head. Hilanran was quite surprised, but his mind only had time to register the sound of running water. Then, when he realized where he had been teleported to, he was stunned. It was a bathroom, and what's more, someone was taking a shower. The scene before him made Hilanran's blood boil once again, and his nosebleed gushed like a fountain. That fair figure, why did it feel so familiar? As several liters of blood poured from his nose, he tried to deceive himself. This is a new type of zombie. I can't let my guard down. He then hurriedly plugged his nose, feigning the air of a gentleman. Sigh, one must be extremely cautious in this apocalyptic era. Having found an excuse for himself, Hilanran leaped straight in the bathroom, intending to grab that zombie, and even shouted, "Zombie, there's no escape." The familiar figure also recognized him, let a cold snort, then leaped gracefully, charging straight at him. Seeing this, he could only curse "damn it" under his breath. The 2 of them slammed into each other, creating a loud noise. Afterwards, the little girl was sitting on Hilanran while he was sent spinning in the air. Upon landing, Hilanran was flattened on the floor, constantly crying out, "Ouch, ouch, ouch." A familiar hand caressed him. It was Iguai. The little girl sat on him, completely naked, calling out, "Mommy." Hearing this, his whole body stiffened, and he blankly repeated the word "mommy." Higuai, without a stitch of clothing, kept hugging Hilanran, calling "mommy, mommy," and continuously licking him. This action made him suddenly realize, wait a minute, this familiar feeling. Could you be? Before he could finish his thought, Xiaomei walked in from outside, calling, "Iguai, I'll get you some clothes after your bath." But when she saw the awkward scene before her, her face immediately darkened, and she asked, "Brother Hilan, why are you in the bathroom?" Hilanran was in a situation where 100 mouths couldn't explain, and he frantically tried to clarify. I wasn't Xiaomei, don't misunderstand." A while later, Higuai was in new clothes but she seemed uncomfortable, constantly fidgeting. Then she started jumping around, complaining she was tired and demanding to be carried. Meanwhile, Hilanrin thought gloomily, "It really is Iguai. But I was only gone for 24 hours. How did she turn into a little girl like this? No, I'll deal with that later. The problem now is..." Xiaomei looked at him with a contemptuous gaze, muttering, "Humph, I can't believe you wouldn't even spare a child." Hilanrin cleared his throat in embarrassment, making an excuse. "Ahem, that's not it. I just wanted to use a surprise method to probe the infinite potential of a fell fiend. Besides, I didn't know at first." Seeing him making excuses, she showed her disbelief. "Oh, is that so? Are you done with your test now?" Then her face darkened, and she exuded a thick, killing intent, saying, "Then isn't it time to play a game with Iguai?" Hilanrin asked, confused. "Play a game?" It turned out, Iguai had found a ball and was pestering him to play with her. Play a game? Hearing this, Hilanrin's nose tilted up, and he said disdainfully, "You mean soccer? I'm very good at that." He even got excited and boasted a few more sentences. "Back in the day, my soccer buddies all said I was just like Messi. I could shoot wherever I aimed." Seeing that she could play, Higuai put the ball down, unleashed a powerful kick, and replied decisively, "All right then." The powerful ball flew straight at Hilanrin's face, while he was still rambling on and bragging. "That year, I even played a match with a guy named Ronaldo. The force of that kick was so strong. The explosion and dust from the impact could rival a nuclear bomb." Hilanrin's head was smashed into the cracked wall by the ball, his mind dizzy. He only knew that he couldn't feel anything anymore. How could Higuai's strength be so immense? Meanwhile, Higuai cheered excitedly. "So fun. Mommy, I want to play again." The scene changes to the rooftop of a building, where a wisp of cooking smoke rises, the smoke from juicy grilled meat skewers. Hilanrin's face was swollen like a pig's head. As he grilled the meat, he muttered, finally understanding the whole story. "So, Higuai secretly ate the canned beef and pork I left behind, and that's why she turned into this little girl?" Xiaomei confirmed. "Yup, she seems to be growing up, and her speech is much more fluent." Then she further explained Higuai's situation, but although Higuai's body has grown, her mind is still like a child's. She doesn't even know how to take off her clothes to bathe. I had to help her. Looks like there's still a lot I have to teach her. Hilanrin listened to the long explanation, but his mind was stuck on the two words, "take a bath." He recalled the scene in the bathroom just now and felt a wave of fear. "Luckily, I was cautious enough just now. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened." Afterwards, Hilanrin pointed to the bags beside him and said, "Oh right, I brought new clothes and equipment for everyone. You and Higuai should go put them on." But deep down, who knows what he was thinking, as a sly grin spread across his face. Hearing this, Xiaomei said gratefully, "Really? Thank you." Over here, Higuai's mind was only filled with meat. Afterwards, she led Higuai to change clothes, coaxing, "Come on, Higuai, let's change. After you change, brother, he will play soccer with you." Higuai's mind was only on eating and playing. "Can I eat meat? Awesome." The two then stood behind a curtain to change. The two sisters chatted freely. "Higuai, take off your clothes first." "Higuai, you can't eat clothes." "But my butt is so cold." "Be good, don't move, I'll change you." Hilanrin sat by the fire, watching their silhouettes, and his nose started bleeding again. He then quickly took a deep breath, telling himself, "Ahem, no, I have to control myself, distract myself." At this moment, he pondered another matter. Alright, Higuai was able to turn into a little girl. Was it because she ate that canned pork? Or is this her ability? Let's see. Hilanrin decided to check Higuai's information. System member attribute interface. Higuai growth stage. Level 5. Skills. Parasitic evil I level 1. Camouflage level 1. Enemy detecting sonar level 1. Reading her information, Hilanrin became even more confused. Infant stage turned into growth stage? Could it be an evolution? But how could she evolve for no reason? And on the other side, Xiaomei had also finished changing Higuai. "All done, Higuai, come on out." The two sisters came out together in their beautiful new clothes. Higuai proudly showed off her new outfit, while Xiaomei shyly covered herself up and down, saying, "Brother Hilan, the clothes seem a bit small. They're a little tight." Seeing this beautiful and hot scene, Hilanrin was rendered speechless, his nosebleed gushing, with a blood loss of negative 9,999,999. But even with two bright red nostrils, his heart was celebrating. His hard work in choosing was worth it after all. His brother's opinions were indeed reliable. Immediately after, he quickly came to his senses and said in a feigned hoarse voice, "Ahem, let's talk business." Hilanrin asked seriously, "Higuai, could you turn into this little girl before?" Higuai was happy to have meat to eat and answer while eating, "It's not turning. Higuai grew up. Hilanrin looked at her, puzzled. How can a zombie grow up? It seems very likely that she evolved, just like a zombie can evolve into a fell fiend. But how can just eating meat cause an evolution? The more he thought, the more absurd it seemed. But if it were that simple, Higuai should have evolved to the growth stage long ago. What on earth is going on? Was there a cooling grade in the meat, or... He decided to ask his question directly. Higuai, think carefully. Besides eating meat, did you eat anything else? Or do anything? Unexpectedly, the little girl actually answered. Higuai remembers now, I also ate a red stone. It was hard to eat. At this moment, it dawned on Hilanrin. A red stone? It's a crystal core. He had received an unidentified crystal core X1 back then. That being said, Hilanrin started to worry about something else. That thing can make a fell fiend evolve. Then is Higuai's previous ability to turn into a giant still there? No sooner said than done. He rummaged through his clothes. Will they evolve together? Let's test it. Then he directly took something out and held it up in front of her. Higuai, see if you can turn into this form? Higuai stared blankly at the picture in the Playboy magazine. This? Xiao Mei, standing beside them, really couldn't take it anymore and called out with a strained face, Brother Hilan. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, attracting their attention. There was no voice, just continuous knocking. Xiao Mei thought Xiao Li was back. Her previous blade was broken. She said she was going out to find a new one. Then she walked towards the door and opened it a crack. As she opened the door, she turned back as if showing off. Xiao Li, look who's back. Unexpectedly, behind the door was something slimy and green. Seeing that no one answered her, she began to feel that something was wrong. When she turned her head to look closely, intending to ask Xiao Li, why are you? Something unexpected happened. The thing behind the door was an ugly monster staring at her intently. Its body was constantly oozing green pus, looking extremely disgusting. Those drops of pus happened to drip onto Xiao Mei's head, scaring her into screaming. That zombie was huge, had squeezed through the door, and was about to grab Xiao Mei's head. But in a flash, Hilanrin had fired his weapon, shouting, duck. The object shot straight through the zombie's shoulder, forcing it to retreat. Xiao Mei hurriedly ran away, saying her thanks. Hilanrin stood there coolly and said, Xiao Mei, hurry back and eat the barbecue. It'll burn if you don't eat it. Higuai also called to her without a hint of fear, barbecue, yummy. Hilanrin smirked and said with a smile, leave the rest to me. The zombie angrily tried to pull the rod stuck in its shoulder. Taking this opportunity, Xiao Mei quickly moved away from it. Over here, Hilanrin also suddenly discovered a problem. His gaze fell on the floor. This zombie's blood was completely different from the previous ones. Moreover, this zombie couldn't regenerate. Just as he thought that, the zombie charged straight at Hilanrin. But this didn't faze him. Hilanrin immediately unleashed the heaven-shaking, earth-shattering 18th form, and 6 bamboo skewers appeared between his hands. Higuai's eyes lit up, and she shouted, wow, mommy is so cool. Immediately after, Hilanrin stomped on the floor, shattering it, and leaped into the air. From above, he launched his attack, shouting, taste my special Wu Tian bamboo skewers. The foolish zombie was stunned, unable to react. Then, its body was repeatedly pierced, and the immense impact also forced it to retreat continuously, flipping up a whole section of floor tiles. Higuai's admiration for Hilanrin had now reached the heavens. Wow, mommy is so amazing. I want to learn, can you teach me? The zombie, with dozens of holes in its body, collapsed on the pile of rubble. But it wasn't dead yet. It slowly pulled each bamboo skewer out of its body, then used these darts to throw them back at Hilanrin and Higuai. The target was aimed straight at Higuai, who was standing there talking and laughing. But she immediately sensed the danger, her gaze instantly shifting in that direction. The sharp bamboo skewer, stained with zombie blood, stopped right in front of her eyelid, because Higuai had blocked this attack with her own hand. She stood there holding the bamboo skewer for a moment, but gradually, her expression darkened, and she looked at her hand, asking, Hilanrin also noticed the abnormality on Higuai's hand. Seeing that her palm was injured, he concluded, this zombie is not like the ones I've met before. Its blood is corrosive. Xiao Mei shouted in panic, Higuai, let go. On the other side, the zombie underwent another change. Its wounds began to emit gray smoke. Its face was grim, and it wore a strange smile. When the smoke cleared, the bamboo skewers embedded in its body all popped out, leaving behind its green blood. In just a blink of an eye, it was able to stand up. At this point, its entire body was almost completely covered by that blood, like a protective mechanism. Its gaze now shifted to the standing Higuai, and it slowly moved its long arm, wanting to grab her. Xiao Mei worriedly started to run over to help Higuai, but Helanren stopped her, saying, "Wait, you wait a moment." Over here, Higuai's hand began to radiate a stream of power, and the wound from just now had almost completely healed. Seeing the zombie approaching, Higuai looked very displeased. Then she chanted a spell, and a flash of light erupted from her body. Higuai's entire body turned into a pink aura, and her limbs were also completely enveloped by that pink aura. Higuai's whole body sparkled, as if preparing to transform. Sure enough, in the next second, her form completely changed, turning into an incredibly familiar figure. The version of Higuai transformed into Helanren appeared. She even mimicked his signature frown. She snorted, then unleashed the Wolf 2 bamboo skewer. The zombie was once again stunned, its brain unable to keep up with what was happening. Then came the exact same move as the real Helanren just now. Behold the Wu Tian 6 combo. The zombie groaned in disgust. Not again? Then, a series of steel needles flew towards it again, and it couldn't dodge a single one. Helanren, watching from the side, was dumbfounded. I can't believe that after Higuai camouflaged as me, she can also copy my martial arts. Xiao Mei praised excitedly. So amazing. He secretly calculated. If you add the parasitic evil, eye, and enemy detecting sonar listed in the attribute panel, Higuai's combat power is really not bad. The battle on the other side was over. Higuai was happily clenching her fists and shouting, "Wow, I won. I'm so amazing." Then, with a shy, blushing face, she turned and called out, "Mommy." She even mimicked the cute pose Helanren often does, asking innocently, "Higuai, am I not amazing?" The real Helanren and Xiao Mei watched in utter shock. His face immediately turned pale, and then both of them couldn't bear to look anymore. Helanren started a dry heave, while Xiao Mei, embarrassed for him, clutched her stomach and giggled. He cried a river of sorrowful tears. His majestic image, built up over so long, was ruined just like that. How could he face Xiao Mei in the future? He really didn't want to see that version of himself for even a second. Then Helanren angrily shouted at her, "Higuai, change back to your old form for me." But as soon as he turned his head, the zombie's giant mouth was about to chomp down on his head. Xiao Mei frantically warned Helanren, "Be careful." The moment the zombie closed in, Helanren immediately used his eyes to execute the martial soul eye technique. The zombie discovered it had no effect and laughed smugly. "Ha, I didn't control you from the start just to test Higuai's abilities. Now it's indeed." The next second, the system immediately announced, "Control failed." Seeing this, Helanren quickly dodged the zombie's attack. He thought to himself, this is clearly not a fell fiend. Why can't it be controlled? Since there wasn't much time to think, he had to just click his tongue and say, "Whatever." With that, he pulled out the needle in his hand and threw it at the zombie, aiming straight for its brainstem, delivering a fatal blow. A moment later, the system sent a notification. System message, special zombie eliminated, currency value increased by 5. Hearing this, Helanren suddenly felt something was a bit strange. This is a special zombie? Before, eliminating a zombie gave 1 million. This one is 5 million. After the zombie was killed, Higuai curiously approached to inspect it. Looking at the prey before her, she hesitated for a long time, then opened her mouth and said, "Rotten meat. Seems edible." Seeing her about to eat the zombie meat, Helanren walked over to remind Higuai, "You can't eat these random things, you hear? Remember that. Really, this habit of eating zombies has to be corrected." At this moment, he suddenly discovered it was holding a purple primordial stone in its hand, and he exclaimed in surprise, "This is..." Then he picked it up to look. He was shocked to find that this was the same unidentified crystal core the system had rewarded him with before. Just then, a ding suddenly sounded in the system space. The system queen appeared and said to him, "I didn't expect you to find an energy crystal. In that case, host, please enter the system space." After entering the main system, Helanren immediately asked the queen, was it this type of crystal core that made Higuai evolve? The system queen heard him and seemed quite surprised, replying, "So smart? What else do you know?" Hearing this, Helanren said without hesitation, "You once said that a fell fiend evolves by devouring 10,000 zombies. But Higuai evolved after eating just one crystal core. Plus, this crystal core was found in the zombie's head." The system queen heard this, seemingly unsurprised, and asked further, "Oh, and then?" Helanren saw her reply so casually. So he walked over and snatched her coffee cup, saying, give it to me. Then he continued, I guess all zombies have a type of energy in their bodies, right? It's just that the energy of normal zombies is too diluted, so it can't form a crystal core. But zombies can obtain energy simply by devouring other zombies. When the energy gathers, it can form a crystal core. From there, the zombie also evolves into a fell fiend. Am I wrong? The system queen, having had her drink snatched, was too lazy to talk and reluctantly replied. She thought to herself, daring to snatch my coffee, you're tired of living. Elon Ren, his throat dry from talking, took the coffee cup and drank it all in one gulp. After replenishing his energy, he continued. So, the energy of normal zombies needs to reach a certain amount before it can converge into a crystal core. The more crystal cores you devour, the stronger you get. The system queen, seeing the male lead guess so accurately, said in great surprise, that's right. She even revealed, correct. The energy in each normal zombie's body is very little. Some can't even crystallize at all. Occasionally, after a zombie devours other zombies and obtains energy, it will develop a greed for this type of energy, and from then on be driven by instinct to constantly hunt other zombies. When the energy of about 5,000 normal zombies gathers in its body, a crystal core may be produced in its brain, just like the one you just met. They will gain incomplete abilities, and their bodies will also undergo various mutations. And when the number devoured reaches 10,000, a huge mutation will occur. They can recover their memories and will also awaken various abilities. They're called Felfians. That's roughly how it is. Based on the information she provided, Hilanren roughly understood. No wonder that Brother Chin guy was talking about cultivating a Felfiend before. Then he thought of Iguai and curiously asked, so if Iguai continues to devour crystal cores, what form will she evolve into? Immediately after, Hilanren imagined 7,749 transformation forms for her. Power form, mutation form, alien form. Just thinking about it, he felt extremely excited and said, yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to raising Higuai now. The system queen, seeing this young man's strange imagination, warned loudly, young man, your thoughts are very dangerous. A moment later, Hilanren suddenly remembered an important matter and immediately asked the queen, "Oh right, the skewer zombie just now clearly hadn't evolved into a fell fiend. Why couldn't I control it with my technique?" The system queen heard his question, was silent for a moment, then said, "That? Because it was already being controlled by someone else." Hearing this, Hilanren replied in shock, "Being controlled by someone else?" A moment later, he seemed to have understood something and quickly walked towards the door, saying, "I get it. Having confirmed these things, I'll do better. I'm leaving now." The system queen heard this and nodded in acknowledgement. Go on. Before leaving, Hilanren didn't forget to turn back and tease her. "All right, thanks for the coffee. The lipstick flavor wasn't bad either." The system queen heard him say this and was blankly confused. It wasn't until she saw the lipstick mark on the teacup that she became so angry she shouted, "Hilanren, how dare you tease me? This kid's guts are getting bigger and bigger." Returning to the real world, Hilanren saw Xiao Mei busy with something, so he approached and asked, "Xiao Mei, what are you guys doing?" Xiao Mei stammered, "Brother Elon, this." Then she pointed to the piece of cloth on the zombie's body and said, "This is a torn piece from Xiao Li's skirt." Hearing this, Hilanren's face turned pale with horror. Then he immediately gave an urgent order to everyone. "Grab your gear. We're going to find Xiao Li." The three of them, under Xiao Mei's guidance, arrived at a deserted street. Hilanren felt a bit suspicious and opened his mouth to ask Xiao Mei, "Are you sure it's this way?" Xiao Mei replied firmly, "I'm sure. I saw it enter this area. Because there's a knife shop in this direction, she mentioned before that she would come here to look." After searching for a while, Xiao Mei finally found something and immediately cried out happily, "Found it!" She shone her flashlight on the mark she had just found and said to Hilanren, "This is a mark left by Xiao Li, but it's incomplete, carved in a hurry." At this point, Xiao Mei suddenly fell silent, guessing, Xiao Li, something might have happened to her. Thinking of this, tears suddenly welled up in Xiao Mei's eyes. She covered her mouth with her hand, trying to suppress the emotions in her heart. Seeing this, Hilanren spoke to comfort her. "Don't worry, Xiao Li is fine. Let's speed up." Just then, a blood-curdling scream suddenly came from not far away. Hilanren immediately shone his flashlight in the direction of the sound. A moment later, a girl named Yona in tattered clothes ran over, panting, screaming as she ran. "Help! Running up to Hilanren's group, she hurriedly said, "Quick, save me, behind me there's..." The other three heard her and asked in unison, "What's behind you?" Immediately after, A giant dog suddenly lunged forward. Its eyes were bloodshot, its fangs and claws sharp, looking incredibly terrifying. The three of them saw it, each with a different thought, an animal zombie. Why haven't I drawn my gun at this range? Looks edible. A moment later, two more lunged forward at the same time. Soon, they were surrounded by this pack of ferocious beasts. Seeing this, Xiaomei opened her mouth and asked, "Why are there so many zombie dogs around here lately?" Yona replied, "They followed me here. I thought hiding in the woods would keep me from being discovered." He Lanren observed them for a moment, then deduced, "Looking at this formation, you can tell they don't want us to escape. This pack of zombie dogs seems to be very organized. This is what they call to defeat an army. You must first capture its leader, their pack leader." Then he looked at the red dog in front of him and said, "So it's you?" With that, he pointed at it and commanded, "You, become a dog that will be my tool." The air immediately fell silent. The red dog stared at him blankly. Seeing its reaction, Hatch Lam Nan was instantly crushed. Damn it, another failure. What is with today? The next second, the red dog ordered the other two black dogs to charge at Hatch Lam Nan. Seeing this, Yona was extremely worried and shouted a warning. "Be careful." Hatch Lam Nan summoned a weapon with his hand. A moment later, he pulled out a giant hammer, sending both of them flying with a single blow. Witnessing this, Yona couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. So powerful. But where did that big club come from? Every time a zombie dog was eliminated, it brought Hatch Lam Nan 2 million. 2 million. Hatch Lam Nan slowly advanced towards the red dog, saying, "Well then, you're next. Eat my hammer." With that, he threw the hammer straight at it. The red dog showed no fear, immediately opening its giant mouth to catch it. As for Hatch K, seeing the black dogs charging, she cheerfully ran over, saying, "Here, puppies. Big sister is here." The red dog, seeing it had captured Hatch Lam Nan's weapon, bared its teeth provocatively. Seeing this, Hatch Lam Nan pouted and said to it, "You've got some guts. How about we exchange a few moves?" Hearing this, the red dog extended tentacles from its mouth, shooting them straight at Hatch Lam Nan. But he just mocked it contemptuously. "Too slow, haha. No woman can withstand this move of mine, let alone a mere dog." With that, he immediately unleashed his technique, melancholic, soul-destroying palm. The stream of power touched the dog's nose, causing a strange transformation, making Hatch Lam Nan exclaim in surprise, "Whoa, how can a dog have such a colorful mutation?" Hearing this, the red dog instinctively sensed danger, breaking into a cold sweat and howling in fear. Hatch Lam Nan looked at it with a sharp gaze and said, "Die." In an instant, the red dog was split in two. After dealing with the remaining dogs, Hatch K ran up to Hatch Lam Nan to show off her achievement. "Mommy, I've taken care of those 3 puppies." Hatch Lam Nan turned to look at the dog's corpse and discovered a gemstone in its mouth. Hatch K came closer, tugging his sleeve and saying, "Mommy, mommy, the zombie dogs are all gone, and Hatch K is a little hungry." Hatch Lam Nan hesitated for a long time, then said softly, "All right, the crystal core is fine, but not the meat." Hatch K cheered happily. "Yeah." But the next second, she forgot his warning and pounced on the dog's corpse, eating it all, leaving Hatch Lam Nan speechless. At this moment, a notification suddenly came from the system. System notification. Special zombie dog eliminated. Assets worth 50 billion acquired. After finishing the meat, Hatch K then dealt with its gemstone, chewing on it noisily. Watching the little girl eat the zombie corpse with such relish, Yona was a bit scared. She turned and asked Xiaomei, "This little girl is?" Xiaomei knew what she wanted to ask, so she put an arm around her shoulder and said, "Just ignore her." "Why are your hands so cold? Are you scared?" Unaina replied, trembling a little. Xiaomei then asked curiously, "By the way, what are you doing out here alone in the middle of the night? It's very dangerous." Hearing this, Unaina hesitated. But in the end, she decided to tell the truth. "Originally, I wasn't alone, but just now we ran into zombie dogs. My name is Unaina. My brother and I were hiding in a nearby store, but we came out to find food today and were late getting back. On the way, we unfortunately provoked the zombie dogs. My brother, to lure the pack of zombie dogs away, went off by himself. Thank you, everyone. If I hadn't met you all, I probably would have." After hearing her story, Hatch Lam Nan put on a chivalrous air and replied, "Ahem, it's nothing. We were just passing by and cleaning up some monsters." Although he said that, seeing her favorability score was only a little over 40, he thought in disappointment. "I performed a classic hero saves the beauty routine for this girl, and her favorability is only this high?" Interesting, I must make her fall for me. Seeing Hatch Lam Nan's burning gaze, Xiao Mei felt very angry and decided to ignore him. Stepping forward to introduce herself. Hi, Nina. My name is Xiao Mei. That little sister is Hatch K, and the indecent guy in the back is Hatch Lam Nan. Unina nodded and urged Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei, we should leave this place quickly. There are more and more zombie dogs around here lately. I'm afraid that in a moment. Hearing this, Xiao Mei remembered the signs Xiao Li had left and said worriedly, the zombie dogs are dead, and Xiao Li's trail ends here. And there are so many zombie dogs here. Brother Hatch Lam, do you think Xiao Li could have? Hearing her mention Xiao Li, Unina quickly spoke up to confirm. Xiao Li? Could it be a girl in a short skirt like you? After hearing this, Xiao Mei excitedly turned and grabbed her, asking urgently, you know her? You've seen her? Where is she now? Unina recounted, this afternoon when I was out, I saw her being taken away. I'm sorry, I was too scared at the time, but I know where they went. The abandoned cement factory in Chuanzhou City. A group of survivors is gathered there. Soon after, the three of them followed Unina to that factory, the Chuanzhou factory, a factory of enormous scale. Although it was said to be an abandoned factory, there were guards everywhere outside the gate. Hatch Lam Nan quickly covered Xiao Mei's mouth and whispered, Shoo, be careful, they're people. Xiao Mei looked at the guards and suddenly noticed something unusual. Brother Hatch Lam, why are their clothes the same as that zombie from before? Hatch Lam Nan heard this and agreed. I see it. They might be related somehow. The walls here are very high. Climbing over them would definitely make a lot of noise. Seeing this, Xiao Mei suggested, Brother Hatch Lam, how about we find an entrance nearby? Hatch Lam then calmly replied, no rush. Let me assess the situation first. With that, he activated his see-through power. A moment later, he suddenly spotted 3 suspicious figures not far away doing something and muttered, that is, through his X-ray vision. Hatch Lam Nan saw people patrolling. Looking at their movements, he made an initial guess. Their movements are very neat. Are they military personnel? But he immediately dismissed it. No, the gatekeepers have no guns, nor are they carrying any weapons. A bit strange. Are they civilians with military training? Why are they guarding this place? A series of speculations flashed through his mind, leaving Hatch Lam Nan very confused. He kept denying it. Not right, not right. To quickly find out the truth, he used the full power of his see-through ability to zoom in. Finally, the identity of that group was exposed. These aren't people, they're all zombies. Hearing him say this, Xiao Mei asked in utter shock, what? They're all zombies? But they look so much like humans, and they don't have the characteristic movements of zombies. Hatch Lam Nan frowned and replied, I'm not sure about that either. They might all be under control. The situation isn't good. It seems we have to rescue Xiao Li quickly. Just then, footsteps suddenly echoed from a distance. Hatch Lam Nan heard them and quickly warned everyone, wait, someone's coming. Quick, hide under the car. 2 people were dragging a girl, getting closer and closer. A moment later, the girl suddenly screamed, let go of me. You all let go of me. Help. Do you even understand human language? As the girl's voice rang out, Hatch Lam Nan thought in confusion. That voice sounds so familiar. The girl continued to scream. Damn it. Wasn't enough for you to capture Tuet Tan and that old woman? Why won't you spare me? After seeing the girl's face, Hatch Lam Nan immediately recognized her as Hugh Mai. Hugh Mai kept screaming in despair. Let go of me. Let go of me. Help. Hearing that the captured victims were all human, Hatch Lam Nan suddenly felt it was a bit strange. Strange? Why are these zombies capturing humans? Do they want to keep them as a food reserve? It seems Tuet Tan and the others have also been captured. Then I might as well rescue them along the way. But how do I get inside? Just as he was at a loss, Hatch Lam Nan suddenly looked towards the guards, and a good idea instantly flashed in his mind. Got it. In the blink of an eye, the guards were taken down. Hatch Lam Nan handed a set of clothes to Xiao Mei and said, all taken care of. Now we can blend in. Plus 1 million. Before going in, he turned and instructed Nina, Nina, you wait for us outside. We'll meet up with you after we rescue them. When Nina replied, okay. After speaking, the 2 of them looked at Hatch K and gave a strange smile. They called out in unison, Hatch K. Hearing them call her like that, Hatch K said, a little confused, huh? Before the little girl could react, she was dragged away by the 2 of them like a zombie. All right, let's go. Hatch Lam Nan even reminded the little girl, Hatch K, don't roll your eyes. Xiao Mei also chimed in, that's right, stick your tongue out, don't move. After Hatch Lam Nan's group left, Unina began to show her true colors. She speculated, Hatch Lam Nan can kill a ghoul by himself. So killing people must be a piece of cake for him. Oomph, my cute little dogs. They just helped me put on a good show, so their deaths were worth something. There's not much time left. Hatch Lamb Nan, you'd better not disappoint me. A moment later, the two of them caught up to the other two zombies. At this moment, Hatch Lamb Nan suddenly noticed a grave nearby and stopped to observe it. Seeing him dawdling, Xiao Mei urged, "Hey, if we don't hurry, we won't be able to catch up." That group dragged Hugh Mai inside and immediately closed the door. Helpless, they could only stand outside and listen for any movement. Soon after, a blood-curdling scream came from inside. Hearing it, Hatch Lamb Nan was terrified. That scream, a moment later, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. Hatch K lost her footing and leaned towards Hatch Lamb Nan, saying, "Earthquake." The clothes Xiao Mei was wearing got caught on a nail on the wall and were accidentally torn open. The shaking ground caused her to accidentally fall into Hatch Lamb Nan's arms. Just then, her bra strap suddenly snapped, leaving Xiao Mei extremely embarrassed. Hatch Lamb Nan accidentally saw this and didn't know how to react. Stammering, this. Hatch K, innocent and clueless, reached out to touch her own chest and marveled. Wow, so big. Why doesn't Hatch K have any? Hatch Lamb Nan quickly handed Xiao Mei another shirt, covering his face and saying, "Ahem, put this on first." Hearing this, Xiao Mei said blankly, "Oh." He then turned around to let Xiao Mei change. At this moment, he suddenly noticed the nails on the wall and went closer to examine them. He was curious why there were so many nails on the wall. Looking at the interesting drawings on the wall, Hatch Lamb Nan was momentarily confused. This is an abandoned factory. Why would it have this? Just then, Hatch K suddenly called out, "Mommy, mommy, what is this?" Hatch Lamb Nan looked at the numbered squares drawn on the ground and guessed. These markings and the photos and messages. It seems there was a group of children here before. It's just that now, I'm afraid their chances of survival were slim. I see. Over here. After Xiao Mei finished changing, she said to Hatch Lamb Nan, I'm done." Hatch Lamb Nan replied, "Let's go." The three of them entered a nearby room together. As soon as he stepped inside, Hatch Lamb Nan was shocked to find it's her. Seeing the zombie's corpse, Xiao Mei said in terror, "You know her?" Hatch Lamb Nan replied, "She's Guoda's wife, who was forced to pretend to be his wife. We met twice before, but how did she become a dried-up corpse like this? It's as if all the blood and water in her body have been drained. The time she was captured was probably around the same time as Shaoli. We have to hurry." Xiao Mei seemed to see something and gently tapped Hatch Lamb Nan on the back, saying, "Brother Hatch Lamb, look up there." Hearing this, Hatch Lamb Nan raised his head to look at the ceiling. He was horrified to discover many corpses hanging upside down, just like that one. Xiao Mei broke out in a cold sweat and asked, "Brother Hatch Lamb, why aren't those zombies eating people directly but hanging them up to drain their blood?" Hatch Lamb then shook his head and replied, "I don't know, but this doesn't seem like a good sign." Hearing this, Xiao Mei urged him, "We have to rescue Xiao Li quickly. Otherwise, I'm afraid she'll." Seeing Xiao Mei so worried, Hatch Lamb Nan comforted her. "Don't worry. Let me check the situation first." With that, he activated his see-through eyes. Looking at the empty room, Hatch Lamb Nan felt a bit puzzled. Strange, how did those two zombies disappear? I clearly saw them go in and close the door just now. Then he looked closely at the bloodstains on the floor and suddenly realized, wait, these bloodstains are... Hatch Lamb Nan seemed to have figured something out and urged everyone, "Follow me." Hearing him, Xiao Mei replied, a little surprised, "Huh?" Hatch Lamb Nan led them to a nearby pit, explaining, "The bloodstains all come from this dark place. I guess the zombie from just now went down this way." Hatch K stared at the mouth of the pit and said with disgust, "Do we really have to go down? It's so dirty." Hatch Lamb Nan affirmed, "We have to. Xiaoli might be right down there." With that, the three of them decided to climb down. Xiao Mei had just climbed down a few rungs when she immediately complained, "Ahem, the smell of blood is getting stronger and stronger. My nose can't take it." After a struggle, the three of them finally climbed down to the bottom. Looking at the mountain of white bones, along with the increasingly clear, tragic screams, Hatch Lamb Nan spoke up. "The tremors are even stronger than before. It seems we're getting closer to the epicenter. What kind of monster could possibly let out such a roar?" Hatch K gently tugged on Hatch Lamb Nan's hem and said, trembling, Mommy, can we not go any further? I feel like there's something bad up ahead. It's making Hatch K really scared. Hearing this, Hatch Lam then squatted down and said gently to her, Hatch K, big sister Shaoli's also here. We have to go in and save her. If you're scared, can you use your camouflage to shrink and hide on Mommy? Although Hatch K was very scared, she still agreed. Yes, okay. Boo-hoo. Hatch Lamnan frowned and thought, what kind of creature is hidden here that can even make a ghoul feel scared? He then shone his flashlight forward and said, all right, let's keep going. The three of them walked forward together. After walking for a while, they discovered a brightly lit room at the end of the path. This immediately made all three of them extremely curious, saying, there's electricity here. The door is unlocked. Hatch Lamnan winked at Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei understood his meaning and quickly nodded. As soon as they pushed the door open, the scene inside left them utterly astonished. A room decorated in a magnificent, beautiful style, with a girl inside putting on makeup. Seeing this, Xiao Mei spoke up. Why is there another girl? The girl heard her and replied with a smile. Oh? Then she slowly turned her head to look at the three of them and said, how did you know I was a girl? Xiao Mei couldn't help but cover her mouth in fear. Then she shrieked in amazement. A talking zombie? Hatch Lamnan looked at the other party warily. Then he replied softly, no, that's a ghoul. It seems we can only deal with it. After saying that, Hatch Lamnan was about to step forward, but Xiao Mei spoke up to stop him. Wait, let me try. Then, although a little scared, Xiao Mei stepped forward with a smile and said, this beautiful young lady, my name is Xiao Mei. Can we come in and talk? The ghoul in the room just calmly turned her head back to its original position with a click, then stood up with the strength of her legs. She was seen turning around with a smile and saying, of course, my name is Fan Bao. You're my first guest this year. Please come in. Seeing the three at the door, still looking at her warily, Fan Bao came closer and invited. Come in. Don't be so formal. At this moment, it dawned on Hatch Lamnan, so that's how it is. Xiao Mei saw that the ghoul was sentient and could talk, and wanted to lure it into revealing more information about Shaoli. Meanwhile, Fan Bao was frantically preparing things. She said softly, Fan Bao doesn't have anything good to offer guests. Then she was heard saying again, that's right. Fan Bao brought out a plate of food covered in flies, offering, have something to eat. Although Xiao Mei was scared, she continued to probe. Thank you. Do you live here alone? Excuse me, have you seen a girl who looks like me pass by here before? Fan Bao slammed the tray of food down on the table. She was seen resting her chin on her hand, thinking for a moment before replying. I think so. She might have been taken by Teacher Tan to Sister Meow Meow's place. Xiao Mei immediately grew anxious, and she continued to press. Sister Meow Meow, and do you know where she is? Fan Bao thought blankly. Where is Meow Meow? Then she was heard saying, it seems like I haven't seen her in a long time. Fan Bao's hand clutched the hem of her dress. Her hollow voice rang out again, asking, where did she go? Her eyes bulged as she continued to ask, where did she go? Fan Bao repeated the same question over and over. Where did Sister Meow Meow go? Sister Meow Meow. Fan Bao suddenly knocked over the food tray in front of her, roaring loudly. Where did she go? The food tray shattered on the ground, revealing a rotten arm swarming with flies. Fan Bao's voice continued to ring out, you people. A hint of shock appeared on Hatch Lamnan's face as he watched the scene before him. At the same time, it was Fan Bao's pleading voice. Can someone tell me? At this moment, foul-smelling insects crawled all over Fan Bao's body from nowhere. But she just kept repeating one question. Where did Sister Meow Meow go? The buzzing swarm of flies gradually went out of control, attacking them. Hatch Lam Nan immediately shielded Xiao Mei behind him, warning, be careful. Its mind is unstable. It looks like it's about to explode. At this moment, Fan Bao's flesh was being devoured piece by the insects. But she paid it no mind, continuing to ask softly, where is Sister Meow Meow? Why didn't Teacher Tan bring her? Finally, Fan Bao couldn't hold back and asked loudly why. Then, tentacles formed from insects appeared around her body. Hatch Lamnan stared at the insects, watching them swarm around the arm on the ground, devouring it greedily. They ate until not a shred of flesh was left, and the white bone fell to the ground. Xiao Mei couldn't help but think in fear. These insects, are they its ability? Fan Bao asked with increasing gloom. Where did Sister Meow Meow go? At the same time, the number of insects around her grew larger and larger. Seeing this, Hatch Lamb then slowly backed away, saying, "Let's slowly back up, don't startle it. The space here is too small, it won't be easy to deal with." He then turned his head and ordered Hatch K, "Shrink, high in my pocket." Hatch K replied, "Yes." She obediently shrank her body and hid inside his shirt. The group had gradually reached the door. Hatch Lamb then gently gripped the doorknob, which made a clicking sound as he opened it. Fan Bao heard it, and she turned her head angrily to question them. "Was it you who took Sister Meow Meow away?" As soon as she finished speaking, the swarm of insects immediately rushed towards them. Fan Bao roared madly, "Give her back to me." Hatch Lamb then said nothing, pulled Xiao Mei's hand and ran, shouting, "Run." Meanwhile, Fan Bao gradually advanced. Her insect-covered hand rested on the door as she said, "I want Sister Meow Meow." Looking back, Fan Bao's entire face was covered in insects, revealing only one terrifying eye. Then she screamed again, "I want Sister Meow Meow." With that, Fan Bao immediately reached her hand towards them as they fled. The swarm of insects immediately flew in that direction. After running for a while, Xiao Mei heard the buzzing of insects behind her again, and she immediately warned the person in front, "At this rate, we'll be caught sooner or later. We need to find a place to hide first." Just then, Hatch Lamb then noticed a turn off to the side. A moment later, Fan Bao's slow footsteps and the buzzing of insects echoed again in the oppressive space. Fan Bao's terrifying head turned from side to side, observing her surroundings. She shouted loudly, "Where did they go?" Just then, a turn off to the side caught her eye. Fan Bao immediately headed in that direction. She didn't forget to say with a smile, "Hee hee, so you went that way? Don't rush, I'm coming right now." After walking for a while, Fan Bao, not paying attention, walked past the door. Inside the door, Hatch Lamb Nan was silently and nervously waiting for her to leave. Just then, two dark figures jumped out of the dark tunnel. They were two strange rats. Before long, they were surrounded by the swarm of insects. In just a blink of an eye, Fan Bao controlled the swarm to crush the two rats before her. Half of her shocked face was revealed. She said in disbelief, "Damn it, where on earth did they hide?" Meanwhile, a system notification panel appeared in front of Hatch Lamb Nan. 5 million. Then she appeared and said, "First time eliminating a zombie rat. Reward of 5 million. Hatch Lamb Nan leaned one hand on the door. He thought for a moment and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. A single zombie rat is worth that much? Looks like I'll have to kill a few more. Suddenly, Xiao Mei warned, "Shoo, it's coming back." Through the peephole on the door, he saw Fan Bao angrily searching everywhere and saying, "Where did they go? Why won't you tell me where Sister Meow Meow went? So rude. Teacher Tin doesn't like rude children." A moment later, the swarm of insects gradually flew away, revealing Fan Bao's face, which was on the verge of tears. She said pitifully to herself, "Why won't you tell Fan Bao where Sister Meow Meow went? Fan Bao will be very good." For some reason, Fan Bao suddenly looked towards that door, wondering to herself, could it be in there? This startled the people inside. Xiao Mei's eyes, which were observing through the peephole, couldn't help but widen. She thought in fear, "It's looking this way." But then she saw Fan Bao shiver slightly and say, "I really want to go in and look, but if I disturb his research, I might die. It's better to slip away." She took out a mirror to look at herself and suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, my makeup has all come off. I still have to eat with Teacher Tan later." Then Fan Bao was seen turning tail and running. As she ran, she muttered, "No, I have to hurry back and touch up my makeup." Xiao Mei let out a sigh of relief, turned around and said, "Brother Hatch Lamb, it just left like that. It seems a bit." Just as she said the two words, "not right," she found herself staring into the eyes of Hatch Lamb Nan, who had been standing behind her all along. Both of them were seen blushing. Then Hatch Lamb Nan also noticed that the system notification panel above Xiao Mei's head had, at some point, risen to 95. Just as the scene became a little awkward, Hatch K's voice timely rang out, asking, "Mommy, what are you two doing?" Xiao Mei immediately backed away, stammering in explanation, "I didn't do it on purpose." Unexpectedly, Hatch Lamb then deliberately cornered her against the wall and asked roguishly, "What, you want to eat and run? Don't want to take responsibility?" Xiao Mei could only make a small mm sound, not knowing how to answer. Just then, footsteps came from the darkness. Then a cold voice rang out, "Haven't you had enough kissing?" Helanren glanced towards the source of the voice. After seeing who it was, Helanren continued to tease, "Interrupting someone's good time is a crime." Didn't you know? To his question, the young man replied softly, just kissing and not doing anything else. That's the real crime. Su Tianluo slowly walked out and uttered 4 words, disgusting human beings. In the room filled with the hanging corpses of women, the 3 of them confronted Su Tianluo. Helanren couldn't help but laugh and say, a crime? Ah, the real criminals are you beasts who harm people. He then glanced around at the situation here. These ceilings were hung with dried corpses, like in a warehouse. But the difference was that here, they were all female corpses. He glanced again at the blood-stained documents on the ground, and adding to that, the books on the floor were basically all related to medical anatomy. It was clear this was a place for conducting research targeting women. Meanwhile, Su Tianluo's gaze suddenly stopped, and he said in surprise, huh, that little girl. Su Tianluo looked towards Iguai, who was hiding behind Xiao Mei, and couldn't help but ponder she's a ghoul. But why is she with those lowly humans? A strange energy emanated from around Su Tianluo. Then Su Tianluo was heard speaking again, although I don't know how you lowly people got in here. He forcefully snapped the book in his hand shut and continued, but you've come at just the right time. I've been short on test subjects lately. A shadow in the shape of an arm emerged from Su Tianluo's body. That arm moved behind him and lifted the curtain. His face gradually became grotesque as he said, the experiment is about to begin. Don't expect those 2 lab rats to get you out of here. They'll soon be just like you. Suddenly, Xiao Mei exclaimed in alarm, Brother Helan, there seems to be someone over there. Helanren also reacted in time, replying, she's not. A familiar figure, bound and gagged, lay on the bed, sobbing. They called out in unison, Shueqing. Seeing this, Xiao Mei couldn't help but cover her mouth in fear. But Helanren got a nosebleed on the spot. Higuai couldn't help but shoot him a contemptuous glance. Just then, the system's notification beeped. The goddess system happily jumped onto Helanren's head, announcing a message. You have a new mission order. Helanren immediately got angry and shooed her away. Go away, go away. Don't get in my way, I'm busy. Then a mission assignment panel appeared before him. 1. Rescue the hostage. 2. Find and defeat the strongest ghoul's lair. Rewards. 1. Receive 10 lottery draws. 2. Wealth value and a mysterious grand prize. Helanren couldn't help but look at the goddess system suspiciously and ask, hey, the strongest ghoul isn't another little girl, is it? But just how many ghouls are hidden here anyway? Hearing this, the system's pride was hurt. What's with that attitude? If you want to know, find out yourself, bye-bye. With that said, she immediately disappeared. Helanren hurriedly tried to stop her. Hey, don't go. I'm your master. Why is it that every time I ask, it's like I didn't ask at all? He then became serious again to deal with the matter at hand. Helanren looked at the gloomy Su Tianluo before him and called out, hey kid. He quickly spoke up, that girl is my friend, and I'm definitely taking her with me today. There's also a blonde girl. Where did you hide her? Hearing this, Su Tianluo thought to himself, blonde? Could it be the one who was sent to Teacher Qin's lab? Then he was seen laughing and saying, haha, you're about to die, and you still want to save people? You test subjects have no right to bargain with me. At this point, he suddenly pointed at them and shouted, but she is nobler than you. She is a ghoul. I will absolutely not harm my own kind. After saying that, Su Tianluo snorted angrily. Higuai rushed out from behind, stuck out her tongue, and said, I won't let you harm my mom. Naya. Helanren even smiled threateningly. Hey, kid, you want to fight me for her? I'm afraid you don't stand a chance. The last person who tried to take someone from me. The grass on their grave is already overgrown. Su Tianluo was now frighteningly grim, still talking tough when you're about to die. Su Tianluo couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Hee, she even calls that guy mom. She'll soon learn the evil nature of those underlings. He then spoke up, I'll give you a chance to live. You kill each other. The last one standing, I'll spare them. How about it? The 3 of them all became serious again. Helanren laughed contemptuously. Trying to sow discord among us? You're too pathetic. I'm taking everyone with me, leaving no one behind. Hearing these words, Su Tianluo said coldly, if that's the case. Su Tianluo shouted maniacally, then don't even think about anyone leaving here alive. Then he lost control and slammed one hand hard against the bookshelf beside him. The shadow was immediately released. Powerful streams of shadow shot straight through the books on the shelf, then slowly projected onto the floor. Before long, the entire walls of the room were mottled with those shadows. Xiao Mei immediately turned and shone her flashlight towards the door. She was heard saying, that shadow has sealed the door. While Xiao Mei wasn't paying attention, a shadow was gradually attacking her. Xiao Mei naively turned her head back and said, "It seems this shadow is his special ability." But the next second, a shadow brushed past her hand, causing the flashlight in her hand to fall. Helanren was seen appearing, shouting, "Watch out," and pulled Xiao Mei into his arms. He looked at her and instructed, "Hold on to me tight." Xiao Mei replied softly, "Okay," and the flashlight that had fallen to the ground was now swallowed by the shadow. Xiao Mei's affection meter had gradually risen to 99.5. She blushed and said, "Be careful. This dark environment is disadvantageous for us." But at this moment, Helanren only replied in a deep voice, "Don't worry. I've already seen through his moves. Besides, the darker the environment, the more it benefits me." Comforting Yi Xiao Mei, after having her sit to one side, Helanren shouted loudly at his opponent, "Hey, don't bully a girl like that." He used provocative words, "You scum, if you have any guts, come at me." Su Tianluo was immediately angered. He attacked Helanren and yelled, "Shut up. What do you know?" Helanren nimbly dodged the shadows, retorting, "I'm not scum. Everything I do is for Sister Meow Meow." At the same time, Su Tianluo continued to control the shadow to attack Helanren. He muttered under his breath, "Those men are the real scum." At this moment, Su Tianluo's face was filled with gloom as he said, "The scum who dared to harm Sister Meow Meow." His memory drifted back to 3 years ago, a scene of zombies everywhere in the city. The rarely used radio in the house suddenly crackled to life. In that room, there was only a woman and a group of children huddled together, listening to the voice coming from the radio. "Survivors, hello. We are the survivors' home. We will be establishing a shelter to avoid zombies at the police station. If you hear this broadcast, please contact us immediately." After hearing the broadcast, the woman began to comfort the children in her arms. "Don't worry, everyone. Teacher Chin will be back soon, and she'll bring lots of delicious food for everyone." The boy sitting in front of the radio also turned his head and said, "Don't cry anymore, Jiang Yang. I'll protect everyone just like Teacher Chin." The little girl named Jiang Yang heard this, and while sobbing, she looked up at him. Just as they were comforting each other, there was a noise outside, followed by urgent knocking on the door. The door was quickly opened by the people outside, revealing 3 men with grim faces standing at the door. The woman asked with some surprise, "Principal." The man in the middle spoke first. "Miss Meow Meow, little Chin isn't here. You must be lonely, right?" The 2 men beside him even laughed along. "Miss Meow Meow, I've liked you for a long time." Their figures gradually approached Meow Meow. Meow Meow was a little scared. "Principal, Teacher Chun, Teacher Luo, what are you talking about? You'll scare the children." As soon as the words were out, Meow Meow was slapped across the face. Ignoring the terrified children around, the principal pushed Meow Meow down onto the sofa, shouting, "You damn woman, be a good girl for me." He laughed lecherously. "You just be a good girl and listen to me." He pulled down his tie as he spoke. "If you don't want anything to happen to the children, then cooperate a little. Don't move." His face gradually became distorted as he continued. "My dear Miss Meow Meow is wonderful. Just bear with it for a bit." At this moment, Meow Meow was already in tears. She screamed in fear, "Help, don't." However, in such a dangerous situation, the only boy among the children dared to rush forward, pushing against the leg of the man beside him. He himself couldn't help but tremble, but still spoke up, "Stop. I won't allow you to harm Sister Meow Meow." Teacher Chun just looked contemptuously at the tear-streaked boy before him. He slowly called his name, Little Tion. Then, the boy was thrown straight out the door. They even said, "If you don't behave, you'll be locked up." Little Tion lay weakly on the ground, begging the person in front of him, "Teacher Chun, I beg you, please stop the principal and Teacher Luo. I beg you to save Sister Meow Meow." Teacher Chun looked at the boy emotionlessly and replied, "Little Tion, I." He laughed shamelessly and answered, "We'll save Sister Meow Meow." After saying that, they slammed the door shut without hesitation. Little Tion lay helplessly on the ground, reaching out his hand to stop them. That image gradually shrank, but it was forever etched in his memory. Only now did Su Tianluo break free from his memories. He said calmly, "I'm not wrong. Everything I'm doing is to bring Sister Meow Meow back to everyone." He still remembered that at that time, tears still lingered in Little Tion's eyes, but that couldn't hide the hatred of a child. A loud explosion echoed in his consciousness. Su Tianluo looked hatefully into the void, shouting loudly, "The ones who are wrong are those damn men. That scum." At this moment, the sound of an explosion like that day appeared in his head again. Su Tianluo's face gradually became distorted, and he said hatefully, "Damn men, let you all experience what it's like to despair in the darkness." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful shadow shot towards the mist where Helanren was standing. Helanren, inside the fog, heard what he had just said and couldn't help but think, Sister Meow Meow again. Could it be that all of Su Tianluo's cruel research is to resurrect Sister Meow Meow? More and more shadows entered the fog, as if searching for someone. Before long, the shadow gradually appeared before Helanren's distinctive red eyes. Helanren was a little surprised to see a large mass of shadow rushing towards him. As those shadows stabbed fiercely towards him, Helanren just stood calmly in place. But a closer look would reveal that his body was gradually disappearing. When Su Tianluo looked again, he was utterly shocked, because where the shadow had just pierced through, Helanren's figure was now gone. Then, he heard a calm voice from behind him. "Why are you as slow as an old man?" Su Tianluo turned his head in shock, only to see Helanren casually flipping through the book in his hand, while saying, "I'm almost done flipping through my book, and you're only just reacting?" Su Tianluo was so angry his eyes widened. Then he laughed and said, "If that's the case, then let you lowly people see what despair-inducing power is." He even told himself inwardly, "I was distracted just now. I shouldn't have used only half my strength." Then, Su Tianluo lightly raised his hand, performed a technique, and shouted, "You lowly people, come and experience what despair-inducing power is." Helanren stood still, allowing those shadows to slowly wrap around his neck. Before long, his entire body was crisscrossed with shadows, and even the book in his hand fell to the ground. Helanren mumbled indistinctly, "Ugh, I'm suffocating. My whole body is about to split apart." Su Tianluo couldn't help but laugh smugly. "Humph, now you know how powerful I am, right?" Helanren was seen smiling faintly, replying, "Just kidding." Helanren only needed to use a little strength, and those shadows were instantly shattered. He even said contemptuously, "With just this little bit of power, I think calling it disappointment-inducing power is more fitting." Su Tianluo trembled with anger. "How is this possible?" Helanren continued, "Nothing is impossible." And just at this moment, Su Tianluo's gaze shifted to the side. Yi Xiao Mei was supporting Xue Qing, asking with concern, "Xue Qing, are you okay?" Seeing this, he couldn't help but curl his lips into a cold smile. Immediately after, a sky full of shadows attacked the two seated girls. Yi Xiao Mei immediately hugged Xue Qing to protect her. Helanren realized the critical situation and cursed inwardly. Damn it! In this moment of crisis, a flash of light suddenly appeared. It turned out to be Higuai. As she attacked the shadow with her claws, she said playfully, "Mom, you can leave this side to me." Helanren immediately went along with her words, even instructing, "Then go ahead and play as much as you want, but don't cripple him. I still have things to ask him." Yi Xiao Mei also covered her mouth and giggled. "Don't worry, this little bit of strength is far from what Higuai has when she's kicking a ball." Su Tianluo's good time was ruined, and he couldn't help but get angry. That little ghoul is really in the way. Helanren slowly advanced towards him, saying in a loud voice, "If you lack ability, use your brain. Trying to take hostages to threaten me?" Helanren suddenly stomped his foot hard on the ground to build momentum. When he lifted his foot, a clear imprint was left on the floor. The tiles shattered. As Helanren rushed towards Su Tianluo, he shouted, "You uneducated brat." Su Tianluo also got into an attack stance, but Helanren was still a step faster, a powerful punch landing on his opponent's chest, causing him to scream in pain. Ah. Su Tianluo immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. He could feel his internal organs and bones as if they were about to shatter. That wasn't all. Helanren swung his arm, and Su Tianluo was immediately sent flying. With a loud thud, his body was thrown to the ground. At this moment, Su Tianluo lay miserably on the ground, coughing incessantly. As Su Tianluo slowly got up, Helanren walked over lightly and spoke calmly. "Don't worry, I only gave you some internal injuries. Continuing to fight won't benefit either of us." How about we make a deal? Su Tianluo lightly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, still replying coldly, "Don't put on that hypocritical act in front of me. With my next move, I'll take your life." But in his heart, he couldn't help but think of a figure, cursing inwardly. Damn it, if Xiaoko were here, I absolutely wouldn't be humiliated by this lowly human like this. At this moment, Helanren lightly raised 2 fingers and said, "Your vision is too narrow." He then continued, "Perhaps you have reasons to hate humanity, but good and evil are chosen by oneself, not innate. My purpose in coming here is to save people. Just tell me where the blonde girl who looks like her is." Yi Xiao Mei and Xue Qing simultaneously looked at him earnestly. Helanren's voice continued to ring out, "Stop your perverted experiment, and I'll agree to help you. After all, I'm the only person in this world who knows the art of resurrection." After saying this, Helanren couldn't help but feel proud in his heart, feeling he had the air of a good man. Higuai also shouted wildly, "Mom is amazing." Su Tianluo didn't easily believe his words. "Humph, trying to trick me? Then I'll kill you once and see if you can resurrect." Helanren lightly shrugged and replied, "Sorry, but this old man here can indeed resurrect." Faced with his flippancy, Su Tianluo couldn't help but get angry. "Stop joking. I've studied medicine for so long and couldn't figure out a method. What ability could a lowly human like you have?" He then blamed himself inwardly. "It's all my fault for not figuring out a method. That's why Meow Meow had to suffer. But right now, only Teacher Qin's experiment is effective." Su Tianluo thought to himself, "I need more people to complete the experiment." He then threatened again, "None of you will escape." As soon as Su Tianluo finished speaking, a pair of giant, wing-shaped shadows appeared behind him. Those shadows continuously released power towards Helanren. Seeing this, he laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha, you lowly humans, let's see where you run this time." With just a glance, Helanren immediately went on defensive alert, a protective shield appearing around him. The two of them were now staring at each other with extreme tension. Suddenly, an extremely piercing sound rang out. Su Tianluo thought to himself, "Humph, it's the bell Teacher Qin uses to summon everyone." He clutched his neck in pain, thinking, "Damn it, I forgot today is Sunday. It's the repentance ritual for that scum." Su Tianluo softly commanded, "Stop for me." The shadow immediately retracted its power back into his body. Su Tianluo said to himself unwillingly, "I was just a little bit away from winning." The eye on the back of Su Tianluo's neck was gradually absorbing the dark power. He thought, "I can't let everything go to waste." Suddenly, that eye shot wide open, the surrounding flesh becoming taut. Su Tianluo couldn't help but groan in pain. "Ugh, Teacher Qin's power has bound my actions, plus the injury. I can only retreat for now." And over with the 3 girls. Xue Qing said blankly, "The darkness is gradually dissipating." Yi Xiao Mei looked around suspiciously, wondering, could it be the effect of the bell? Helanren was also curious. Could the bell weaken the power of ghouls? Whatever, I'll just defeat him first. That kid is worth 500 million anyway. At this moment, the eye on the back of Su Tianluo's neck squirmed, as if wanting to crawl out from within. Immediately after, an entire eyeball shot out from his flesh. As Su Tianluo fell to the ground in pain, that eyeball quickly flew away. It passed through a layer of mysterious clouds. Helanren witnessed the entire process and couldn't help but be curious. What is that thing? He only heard the system's notification say, "If the benefactor wishes to know, a fee of 10,000 is required." A few seconds later, the system's notification sounded again. Host has spent 10,000 wealth value, providing target analysis for the host. At this moment, an information panel about that monster appeared before Helanren. Menstrual nerve worm, origin unknown. Seeing this, Helanren couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell is that? That's not that kid's." He immediately realized its target was Higuai. Just as he predicted, the monster passed through space and attacked the back of Higuai's neck. While she was still in shock, it easily burrowed into Higuai's body. The system's voice continued. "The menstrual nerve worm can reproduce by fission, using spatial displacement to deceive others and quickly attack and parasitize its target." Higuai at this moment kept clutching her head and screaming, "Ah, my head hurts so much." Her hands were gradually wrapped by the shadow and pulled away. Yi Xiao Mei hurriedly ran over to stop her. "It's dangerous over there." "Higuai, don't go over there." But Higuai could only shout helplessly at this moment. "Aha, Sister Xiao Mei, my body won't listen to me anymore." The system's voice sounded again. The controller can use it to make ghouls or zombies perform actions against their will. Helanren also rushed over at this time. He thought to himself, it can even control ghouls. The person behind this is not simple. Perhaps he's the one who controlled the zombies to attack us before. Hilanrin shouted the little girl's name loudly, Higuai. Under the strong pull of the shadow, Higuai reached out her hand towards Hilanrin, calling Mom. He also jumped up and reached out to her. But it was too late. Hilanrin once again missed her hand. At this point, Higuai was tightly bound, falling down beside Su Tianluo. He smugly ordered, just leave your lives here for now. I'll come deal with you after I meet Teacher Qin. Su Tianluo couldn't help but laugh inwardly. With a hostage in hand, they will definitely come to their deaths. Once that man is dead, this girl will naturally awaken and join our side. Thinking of this, Su Tianluo used his remaining strength to leave. Hilanrin rushed towards them. Wanting to stop them, he shouted the two words, Higuai. Higuai was gagged, her whole body bound as she struggled. MMPH, my body can move again. Seeing this, Hilanrin immediately charged forward, shouting, you damn kid, let her go. Suddenly, he frowned, suspicious. Damn it, his special ability can even go through walls. Hilanrin shattered the glass wall in front of him. Behind the glass was another room. Hilanrin looked around blankly. At this moment, a creepy sound was heard. He stood in front of Yi, Xiao, Mei, and the other, reminding them, be careful. Hilanrin looked as if he had seen something, his eyes wide with shock. Many zombies appeared from nowhere, brushing past the three of them and running forward. The skeletons of the zombies were still rotting, extremely terrifying. Hilanrin narrowed his eyes at their actions. Their target doesn't seem to be us. He frowned warily. It seems the bell and the bug can completely control the zombies. Perhaps this is also the reason why my martial soul pupil lost its effect before. Staring at the zombies, they were all heading in one direction. Perhaps Higuai was also taken in that direction. At this moment, the system immediately displayed a notification. Congratulations to the host for successfully rescuing the hostage, receiving a reward of 10 draws. May I ask if you wish to begin? Hilanrin smirked excitedly. Let's try my luck. The trouble ahead will be even bigger. Let's see if there's anything good. As soon as he made his choice, a 50% discount coupon fell down. Then a series of items with zombie images printed on the outside fell down beside him one after another, accompanied by the system's notification. 150% resonance discount coupon, 3 zombie disguise masks, high-efficiency bloom cream, 1 wireless communicator, 1 case of 12 emergency canned goods. Hilanrin was stunned for a moment, then reacted, cursing angrily. Are you kidding me? There's a limit to being stingy. Among the pile of things that had just fallen, Hilanrin suddenly picked something up. Oh, wait a minute, this mask. Yi Xiao Mei and the other looked blankly at the person in front of them. What is brother Hilanrin doing? As soon as the words were out, Hilanrin had finished putting on the mask and turned around. Xiao Mei and the other screamed in fear. Brother Hilanrin, why have you turned into a zombie? He didn't explain much. Just handed them 2 masks and said, I have a plan. You 2 put these masks on first. As soon as the 2 masks were put on, the system announced 2 disguise masks consumed. After Xiao, Mei, and the other put on the masks, they immediately transformed into the terrifying appearance of zombies. Xiao Mei asked doubtfully, what do we do next? Hilanrin put his hands in his pockets and replied, while they're still off guard, you 2 go find Xiaoli. I'll go save Higuai. That's right. Xiao might be locked up where Chun Mei is being held. You 2 are disguised as zombies. You might be able to blend in. Xueqing's expression was a bit uncertain. That traitor Chun Mei was also captured. Hilanrin frowned in confusion. Traitor? In another place? Humai trembled, crying and begging. Don't take me. I beg you, don't take me. I'm willing to do anything for you. Su Tianluo smiled with interest. Haha, I can spare you this once. But what will you trade for it? Seeing a path to survival, Humai hurriedly confessed. There were 2 other women here before. I'll lead you to capture them. Not long after, a scream echoed in the dark night. Help. Xueting was dragged away by 2 zombies. Angrily cursing, Chun Mei, you dare sell us out? Su Tianluo immediately let out a sarcastic laugh. Filthy humans are truly interesting. He glanced to Hugh Mai behind him and reminded her, after I'm done using them, you'll be next. She screamed in terror. Didn't you say you'd spare me? I already helped you catch 2 people. As he walked away, he casually explained, sparing you once was in exchange for those 2 women. I hope you remember that. Xueting thought for a moment, then said, I saw a blonde girl who looks like Xiao Mei in the detention area. Yi Xiao Mei replied enthusiastically, then let's get going. Suddenly, Harlam stopped them. Wait. Seeing him taking something out, Yi Xiao Mei cried out anxiously, Brother Harlam, what strange thing are you taking out now? He took out a headset. and casually explained, "This is a communicator. Contact me anytime if anything happens. Remember, you must be careful." Xiaomei's expression immediately turned resolute as she replied, "Okay, Brother Harlam, you be careful too." Deep within the dilapidated cave, Harlam was blending in with the crowd of zombies. Xiaoka and Pan Bao had extremely cunning expressions, each holding a long whip. In front of them were three skinny, haggard men, trembling as they looked at the two. Xiaoka coldly reminded them, "We invite Master Qin to preside over this week's repentance ceremony for the sinners." As soon as the words fell, a person stepped forward from behind. He walked past the two, and Master Qin walked straight to the front, looking down arrogantly at the zombies below. Everyone is invited to witness the 100th repentance of the sinners. Hearing this, they immediately clapped and laughed. Harlam pursed his lips. Is he the Brother Qin that Shiwedding mentioned? I don't care if he's an evil spirit or the strongest one. If he dares to touch my people, he'd better be prepared to be wiped out. Pan Bao, filled with killing intent, immediately shouted, "Repent, you lowly humans." One of the three men immediately whimpered and begged, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have insulted Meow Meow. I beg you to let me die." The others, while being whipped, screamed in agony. "That's right, scum like me don't deserve to live anymore." One man was beaten until he coughed up blood, his whole body in pain as he collapsed in front of Master Qin. Another, with one eye shut, looked up and begged, "Master Qin, I am guilty. I was wrong. I beg you to kill me." Master Qin ignored his words and coldly ordered, "Same old rules. Heal first, punish later. I want them to live a life worse than death." Xiaoka, who was stepping on a man's head, obediently replied, "Yes." Master Qin, he had a stern, cold expression. "There is no place for you in heaven or hell." Master Qin glanced at the trembling person at his feet and threatened, "Awaiting you is only endless punishment." Those words truly scared the other party into wetting his pants. Xiaoka cursed fiercely, "You lowly humans, you only deserve to live a life worse than death to repent." As soon as the words fell, he healed the three men, each of them miserable and pathetic. With a snap of his fingers, the female zombies behind Master Qin immediately appeared. He ordered, "Go. Let the sinners experience the taste of their own depravity." The tied-up men screamed in terror, monsters! Don't come over here." The female zombie's expression was like she had found delicious prey, sitting on the man and frantically tearing at his clothes. "Don't." Another man was licked by a zombie, crying and begging in fear, "Let me die. Let me die." He was groped all over by three starving female zombies. "I don't want to be tortured anymore." Harlam, blended in with the zombies, felt nauseous internally. Damn, this punishment is too terrifying. Although these rapists deserve it, being humiliated by these stinking female zombies is truly a life worse than death. Suddenly, a cat's paw appeared out of nowhere, attacking Harlam from behind with lightning speed. He glanced back warily. A half-blue, half-gray cat appeared beside him. A zombie cat. It seems to be holding something in its paw. As if it understood his words, it held out a piece of paper. "Meow, meow. Foolish human. Take the note. Follow the zombie cat. It is your guide." Harlam took the note, a little suspicious. This is... Several dark circles suddenly appeared in the space, and Su Tianluo gradually emerged with a tense expression. Master Qin coldly glanced back. "You're late." Su Tianluo bowed respectfully. "I'm very sorry." "Master Qin, something came up on the way, so I was late." He waved his hand, and the bound Hao Guai immediately appeared. "Let me introduce everyone. This little girl is named Hao Guai. She will be a new member of us evil spirits." A fire suddenly ignited in Master Qin's eyes. "Come here." He coldly ordered, "Come here, little girl." The chains around Hao Guai gradually disappeared. The little girl gritted her teeth warily. "Where is this? My body isn't under my own control." Trembling, she slowly stepped forward. Hao Guai was being controlled, walking towards Master Qin. Could it be that man in front is pulling the strings? At this moment, the information above Master Qin and Hao Guai displayed 36.3 degrees Celsius, normal. 22 degrees Celsius, evil spirit. The body temperature of an evil spirit is 18 to 22 degrees Celsius. A normal person's is 36 to 37 degrees Celsius. Harlam stroked his chin, thinking, Hao Guai is really here. Too bad Brother Qin isn't the strongest evil spirit. At this moment, the system goddess appeared. Host, you only guessed half of it right this time. She frowned. her gaze dangerous as she coldly reminded him. Brother Qin is a survivor of the virus attack. These people are called supermutants because they possess special abilities. Harlam recalled the past. After the apocalypse broke out, the zombie virus spread across the world like cancer cells. Most of the infected either died or turned into zombies. A source of light descended from the sky, but among tens of thousands, only one person could receive a special ability. That light source enveloped Master Qin's entire body. They were like the chosen ones, turning into super mutants. Master Qin revealed a sinister look and ordered, "Come here quickly, little girl." He seemed quite satisfied with Hao Guai's reaction. "You will soon become a member of our big family." Suddenly, a pair of bright purple eyes appeared behind Hao Guai. "This little girl is..." The faces of the four, Xiaoke, Su Tianluo, Pan Bao, and Master Qin, all showed surprise. "She's resisting the control of the Neuromoon worm?" Pan Bao's eyes widened, and he said blankly, "This child is an evil spirit? Why does she look so human?" Su Tianluo hurriedly explained, "Hao Guai snuck into my laboratory with a human man and woman. They wanted to save the blonde girl who was captured a few days ago." Under Master Qin's suspicious gaze, he patted his chest and guaranteed, "Furthermore, Hao Guai even called that man mom. Clearly, that lowly human is using her." Hearing this, Master Qin gave a cunning smirk. "Oh, it seems living with humans for a long time has given Hao Guai some humanity. It looks like we'll have to restore her Neuromoon worm side first, before she can be of use." Then, he satisfyingly praised Tianluo. "You saved her. This was a job well done." He replied happily, "Thank you for the praise, Master Qin." Xiaoke was coldly unconvinced. "Humph. Luo was just deceived. That little vixen is a human spy." Master Qin's mood was quite good. "Haha, Hao Guai is just a child. She needs proper education." Finally, he turned around and instructed, "All right, Xiaoke, take Hao Guai to change her clothes. Tianluo, come with me to prepare dinner." They replied obediently, "Yes, Master Qin." He gave a ferocious smile. His pupils suddenly changed, and a terrifying purple light flashed. At the same time, in another place, Nana's pupils also turned purple. He exclaimed joyfully, "Nana truly didn't disappoint me. She even brought back a new member. Special ability of shared vision." Nana sat there blankly. Zhang Hong walked over, patted Nana on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Little sister, you're safe now. It's dangerous to be alone outside. Let us big brothers take you home." Nana turned her head and replied gratefully, "Thank you for saving me." On the other side, Teacher Qin smirked with satisfaction again, his eyes deep, as if brewing some evil plot. Nana pointed to the distant mountain and said, "My home is over there, if you don't mind. You can all rest there tonight." Zhang Hong turned to ask his teammate, "What do you think? Should we find a place to rest?" The other person didn't refuse. "Then we'll have to trouble you to lead the way, little sister." Seeing that her goal was achieved, Demon Nana smiled happily. She thought to herself, "I'm so sick of these dirty jobs, I want to end it all." Tang Tang Meow was suddenly startled, having received its master's task. It began to meow at the person next to it. Xiaoke scolded as she led the way. "Behave yourself. Walk faster." Hao Guai shouted back defiantly, "Don't pull me. I'm not going." She angrily shook off the hand. "I'm not going." Xiaoke frowned and threatened, "Don't cause trouble once you're in the room, or I'll eat the person you're looking for." She thought to herself again, "Even teacher can't fully control this brat. It's quite dangerous to keep her. I must quickly think of a way to deal with her." Suddenly, Hao Guai panted, her expression a little surprised. Harlam, who was behind, was also startled. "Hao Guai sensed me." Xiaoke quickly noticed the girl's change. But when she turned her head, she only saw a cat appear. Meow. She recognized it as Nana's pet cat. Harlam frowned suspiciously. Nana's pet? Could this cat be like the zombie dog she controls, without a Neuromoon worm? He stared at the cat, then got angry again. But this cat looks so smug. He rubbed his chin, suddenly remembering the earlier note. "The kitten will lead you to find the person. In return, kill Teacher Qin." It seems Nana wants me to deal with Teacher Qin to escape the control of the Neuromoon worm. It wasn't until he heard the sound of the cellar door closing that Harlam snapped out of it. They went inside. "Let me use my X-ray vision to see." He looked through the wall of Xiaoke's room and saw a room made of glass. Inside, a steaming hot spring pool was still giving off vapor. Xiaoke ordered as she unbuttoned her shirt, "Take off your clothes." Hao Guai was stunned. The little girl said shyly, "I could just bathe with my clothes on." Harlam, who was peeping, became even more excited. Ahem, although it's a parent's responsibility to teach their child how to bathe. The system goddess in the green cat glanced at him with contempt. She rolled her eyes and reminded him, the host should be looking at the gold in the wall, not the girl behind the wall. Hearing this, his eyes immediately lit up. Gold mine. He grinned slyly. That's right, the gold mine is more important. Harlam immediately took action, plundering everywhere. The system continuously announced, plus 450 U coins, plus 750 U coins, plus 1300 U coins, plus 650 U coins, plus 850 U coins, plus 1650 U coins, plus 4,500 U coins. The green cat beside him gave him a disdainful look, meow. A long while later, he clapped his hands in satisfaction. Net worth of 500 million. Suddenly, something caught his eye. Huh, what's this? On the table was an iPad with a strawberry case. Is it Xiaoka's? Maybe there's some information inside. Harlam curiously opened it, but it needed a password. He frowned and muttered, a password? How would I know it? The system goddess licked her lips and appeared slyly. Since the host has completed the goal of earning 500 million, the password providing service is now unlocked for just 100,000 points. He glanced at her unhappily and replied, you're useless at everything, but number one when it comes to taking money. But I'm not short on this little bit of money. Despite what he said, the system announced a deduction of 100,000. Then the information appeared, unlocking Xiaoka's girlish diary. He tapped an app on the iPad, and the recorded information immediately appeared. Year 2029, month X, day X. Today, a pair of volunteer teachers came here. They are Teacher Chin and Sister Meow Meow. They even gave me a notebook, hee hee. Behind it was a photo of a classroom activity. Year 2030, month X, day X. Since Sister Meow Meow came, Luo Luo doesn't cause trouble anymore and has started studying hard. Moreover, he only has eyes for Sister Meow Meow. I'm not happy. Xiaoka hopes to grow up quickly to be like Sister Meow Meow. Then Luo Luo will really like me. Next was a photo from an outing. Year 2030, month X, day X. Today, Teacher Chin and Sister Meow Meow took us to the amusement park. It was so much fun. Harlam sighed as he flipped through. It seems that after the disaster broke out, Meow Meow stayed here to take care of the children. He looked around the room. Then those guys violated her and fled. The orphanage was then overrun by zombies. In the end, Teacher Chin only managed to save 4 children, who were those 4 evil disciples. Suddenly, a diary entry caught his attention. Year 2031, month X, day X. Unable to adapt to life in the cave, Teacher Chin's control over everyone is getting stricter. Even Pan Bao is starting to feel resentful. I wonder what the outside world is like. I really want to go to the amusement park with Luluo. Year 2032, month X, day X. Teacher's experiment has been going on for a full year. Although Teacher Chin says it's about to succeed, we only hear heart-wrenching screams from the next room. Luo Luo said he doesn't know if Sister Meow Meow can recover and come out, but I hope not. Luo Luo belongs to Xiaoka. Harlam's brows furrowed deeply. He suddenly understood. It seems these evil disciples have long hated old Chin to the bone. They just didn't dare to say it. He smiled with interest. This matter is getting interesting. After confirming the situation, Harlam contacted Yi Xiaomei through the system space. He told her that he had found Hao Guai's location and was preparing to rescue her. Have you guys found Xiaoli yet? Yi Xiaomei immediately reported to him. We are dealing with the passwords and alarms of the detention room in the surveillance room. After hearing this, Harlam reminded her, be careful. Remember to stay in touch. Yi Xiaomei quickly replied, yes, you too, Brother Harlam. Then she noticed Xiaoka's room and said, that's Xiaoka's room. Xiaoka's room. A black shadow suddenly appeared, slipping into Xiaoka's room. Then, under the cat's guidance, it slipped into the bathroom. Meow. At this time, Xiaoka and Hao Guai were bathing inside. Xiaoka stood up, confidently showing off her figure to Hao Guai. See, this is the difference. With that elementary school student body of yours, you can't steal Luo Luo away. Harlam saw her figure through the system screen and summarized with praise. Our Hao Guai really can't compare to Xiaoka. However, Hao Guai had at some point fallen fast asleep. This made her furious, and she shouted, hey, do you have any manners? I'm talking to you. Looking at Hao Guai's peacefully sleeping appearance, a vicious thought flashed through her mind. This brat's special ability crystal is very strong. If I swallow it, maybe I can win my freedom. With that, she reached out and lunged towards Hao Guai. Just as she was about to touch the little girl, the black shadow appeared in time. It reached out and lifted Hao Guai out of the pool. Seeing this, the scheming girl roared with jealousy. Luo Luo, You're saving that stupid brat again? Eat her, and I can escape the influence of the neuromoon worm. Luo replied bluntly. Only lowly humans harm each other. I don't want evil beings to kill each other. With that, it used its tentacles to tie up Xiaoka tightly. Then it continued to tell her, besides, Teacher Qin has only temporarily weakened his control over us. Perhaps he's also testing our loyalty. Xiaoka saw Luo staring at her and shouted shyly, "Aw, pervert." Seeing this, he untied Xiaoka, then turned to leave, saying, Don't misunderstand, Sister Xiaoka. I just came to inform you. It's time for everyone's dinner." As soon as Xiaoka was untied, she immediately rushed over to act cute with Luo. "Luo, you're so mean. I like you so much just now." Hearing this, Luo shyly changed the subject. "You should undo the special ability on Hao Guai first." Over here, Hao Guai felt uncomfortable after being hit by the special ability. "So sleepy, my whole body has no strength." Seeing this, Xiaoka smugly walked up to her to show off. My special ability is cell control. I just made the cells in her body deteriorate." "How does it feel? Is it uncomfortable?" Xiaoka released the special ability on Hao Guai, not forgetting to warn her, "Consider this a lesson." In another development, Harlam, after monitoring their entire conversation, sighed worriedly. "That kid's surname Su is still one step short. I'll have to make a move." But with him there, Hao Guai is temporarily safe. Dealing with two kids at once is quite cruel. At this moment, the queen suddenly appeared on the system, reminding Harlam. The smell of blood will awaken the wild nature of the evil disciples. This time, the neuromoon worm will control Hao Guai more deeply. Then, she showed Harlam Hao Guai's current information. Evil disciple Hao Guai, growth stage, status, parasitized by neuromoon worm, willpower is at its limit. Harlam replied confidently, "Don't rush. Before I save her, I'll upgrade my pupil technique first. Use the ticket to arrange it for me." The system queen heard this and replied happily, "Okay." Immediately after, the system screen displayed a notification. Consumed pupil technique discount ticket X1. Harlam felt like he was being scammed by the system and said angrily, "Hey, every treatment costs money. Do you take me for a rich fool? Give me back my money." But not only did the system not stop, it also cost him a large sum of money. Spent 5,000 U coins to unlock the lunar pupil. Paying the corresponding amount can cure all kinds of diseases and minor ailments. Spent 8,000 U coins to unlock the golden crow pupil. Praise the sun. Spent 100 million to unlock the fusion pupil. Fusing two types of pupil techniques can awaken a new pupil technique for free. Harlam continued to roar. What the hell is this description for the golden crow pupil? The system told him that the money was non-refundable, but it could provide a special service. Hearing this, Harlam asked curiously, "What?" A moment later, many zombies suddenly appeared in the system space. Harlam looked at them doubtfully. "Where on earth is this? The so-called special service is putting me in a pupil technique testing ground?" The queen heard what he said and replied helplessly, "It's open for you for free. What more do you want?" Harlam sighed. "Fine, since I'm here, let's rock." "My turn. Activate pupil technique, Eye of Horus." The system saw how arrogant he was and sighed helplessly, saying, "The host's madness should also be treated with a pupil technique." A moment later, Harlam was teleported to the bathing pool. Seeing the room empty, Harlam asked the system doubtfully, "Where did they go?" The system told him not to rush. He could use the system to communicate with the female troop members. Hearing this, Harlam closed his eyes and tried to connect with Hao Guai. "Hao Guai, can you hear me? Hold on a little longer. Mom is coming soon." After a while, Hao Guai replied, "It's okay, Mom. I'm fine." At this time, in the cave's dining hall, Teacher Qin saw Hao Guai and said with great excitement, "Welcome Hao Guai back to our big family. Don't be polite. This was specially prepared for you." Hao Guai looked at the cup on the table, immediately recognized it as blood, and tried to tell herself not to drink it. Then she remembered what Xiao Mei and Xiao Li had said. "Remember, don't accept things from strangers, and don't believe what strangers say." Seeing that she wasn't drinking, Teacher Qin snapped his fingers to signal for the dish to be brought up. Seeing Yi Xiaoli lying on the table, Hao Guai immediately jumped up and shouted, "Sister Xiaoli." Teacher Qin said to Hao Guai, "I took away her memories. It's normal for her to be in a coma." As soon as he finished speaking, all of them stared at Hao Guai, giving a strange smile. They took advantage of her being controlled, went over to pry open her mouth, and forced her to drink. Seeing how stubborn she was, Old Qin held a knife to Xiaoli's neck to threaten Hao Guai. Seeing this, Hao Guai was scared stiff. At this moment, a huge beam of light suddenly rushed over, destroying this party. Seeing such a powerful force, Luo Luo exclaimed in horror. This is... But old Qin laughed heartily. He thought to himself, this power, I'm afraid it's a special mutant. Such a good experimental subject, I must obtain it. Harlam appeared majestically in the smoke. He lifted Xiaoli into the air and scolded the old demon, kidnapping a beautiful girl in a coma and forcing a student to do bad things. You truly are scum. Seeing Harlam arrive, Hao Guai shouted happily, Mom. Harlam tried to wake Xiaoli up. Seeing that Xiaoli didn't respond, he used the system to check on her and found that her brain nerves were severely damaged and needed immediate treatment. He immediately summoned the treatment system, and the system informed him, Host, the treatment fee is 3 million. A net worth of 3 million. Very quickly, Xiaoli really woke up. She slowly opened her eyes to look at him and called out, Brother Lanya, is it really you? Harlam looked at her gently and replied, Yes. I'm sorry, I'm late, I'll let you suffer. His words made Xiaoli's girlish heart flutter, and her affection level thus rose to the maximum of 100. System notification, Xiaoli, Idol Pro Deal, Level 1, Skills, Sword Master Level 1, Blade, Aura Level 1. Reward, 30 boxes of emergency canned food. Reward, 1 special ability deprivation injection. Reward, 1-time safe house shelter. Reward, female troop member can use storage space once. Reward, can use Eye of Horus once. After healing the beauty, Harlam looked towards Teacher Qin and said provocatively, Brother Qin, you harm my Xiaoli like this, I will definitely settle this debt. Harlam's aura made even Su Tianluo exclaim in shock. Damn it, how did this guy get stronger than before? Xiaoka ran scared to hug Luo Luo and shouted, Luo Luo, so scary. Hao Guai happily ran to Harlam's side and said, Wow, Mom is so cool. Where did you get this new look, Mom? Hearing this, Harlam stuck his nose in the air smugly and said, Surprised? Amazed? This is the limited edition skin of the Eye of Horus. To get this look, Harlam ordered, My turn, activate the fusion card, fuse the fusion pupil. Then, the 2 special pupils merged into one, and Harlam took the opportunity to transform the legs of Horus, and so he got his current handsome appearance. To test his power, Harlam decided to fly a few laps in the air, and the result did not disappoint him. This armor formed by Horus can actually fly at such high speeds. At this moment, the system suddenly appeared and told Helanrin, the Eye of Horus can grant you a portion of an angel's power for 7 minutes. Upon hearing this, Helanrin couldn't help but ask in surprise, You mean besides flying, there are other abilities? The system queen replied, You'll have to research the functions of this ocular technique yourself. But I must remind you, its cooldown is 24 hours, unless a new female member joins the group. Teacher Qin observed for a moment, and finally spoke, Although you arrived uninvited, I greatly admire your courage and ability. Become my junior disciple, and I can spare you. Hearing his offer, Helanrin sighed helplessly. I haven't been a big boss for many years. Who would want to be your little disciple? Then he pointed at the old man's face and said loudly, Logically speaking, since you touched my people, I should wipe out your team. But these kids have all been harmed by their special abilities. But you didn't expect that your student wrote everything down in a diary, including her dissatisfaction with you. Teacher Qin. Seeing the diary in Helanrin's hand, Xiaoku thought in fear. It's over. The diary is in his hands if Teacher Qin gets it. Helanrin continued. The pain of losing Miao Miao is absolutely not an excuse for you all to do evil. Hearing this, Teacher Qin's face turned red with anger. Shut up. Don't try to drive a wedge between me and my students. Let me show you the results of my teaching. I'll deal with the ones who wrote the diary later. As soon as he finished speaking, he activated the proto-worms on Panbao. Gulp. She immediately lost control and screamed, Give me back System Miao Miao. Helanrin supported Yi Xiaoli, his expression tense. The system goddess appeared to remind him, Host, the Eye of Horus only has 3 minutes left. He confidently assured, That's enough. As soon as he spoke, the wings on his back instantly unfurled. The giant wings enveloped the 2 of them before the attack landed. A vicious glint flashed in Teacher Qin's eyes. At the same time, the eye on the back of Su Tianluo's neck also lit up, and his expression became even more frenzied. He bent over, and countless hands erupted from his body, obeying the command to rush forward and attack the 2 of them. Suddenly, he turned his head to look in another direction. Teacher Chin put his hands in his pockets, his expression cold. They have no way out now. Lanren smirked. No way out? Yi Xiaoli looked at him, bewildered. He Guai was no exception, looking up at the person protecting her. Lanren casually replied to Teacher Chin, "Whatever you do, it's useless against me." As soon as he finished speaking, the figures of the three of them gradually disappeared. Finally, the system's announcement sounded. Safe house shelter has been used. Total pause time of 3 minutes. The system has created a new skin for Xiaoli based on the host's preferences. All members are entering the system space, canceling the host's special status. The three of them were instantly transported to another place. Lanren confidently assured them, "The system space is my territory. Everyone can rest easy. Besides me and the members of my female group, no one else can get in." Seeing the clothes on her body, Yi Xiaoli screamed in embarrassment. When did I start wearing this kind of outfit? The system goddess appeared above, honestly explaining, "Everything here is created based on the host's preferences." Hearing this, Yi Xiaoli, fuming with anger, gritted her teeth and asked, "Brother Helan, is she telling the truth?" Helanren, being interrogated, said fearfully, "I swear, this was absolutely unintentional." He recalled a past event. His nose started to bleed, but he still pretended to be a gentleman. "Before, that guy Chin put food on you. How could I let you be naked now?" Yi Xiaoli clenched the spoon in her hand. I'm definitely going to cripple that guy Chin's third leg." Helanren took out his phone and cheerfully suggested, "Don't be hasty. Let me pick out some equipment for everyone." As he swiped through the screen, the system goddess reminded him, "Host, there's 1 minute left until teleportation." Helanren casually replied, "All right, I'll just pick a few suitable items first." After a bit of searching, he confidently chose an outfit, while crying inwardly, "Spending money like this, I'll have to go mine a whole gold mine when I get back." Helanren decisively tapped his selection. Immediately, an announcement rang out, "Asset value, asset value." Then, amidst the embarrassed screams of Yi Xiaoli and Higuai, "Helanren, what other clothes are you trying to change us into?" We're turning into light." The clothes on their bodies also changed. The system goddess appeared again to remind him, "Host, time is almost up." He snapped his fingers and ordered, "Arrange the teleportation." Not long after, the three of them disappeared again. Teacher Chin watched their actions in astonishment. How did it suddenly turn out like this? Are they playing a transformation game? Whatever. No matter what they wear, they can't escape. Helanren frowned provocatively. "I see you still don't quite understand the situation." He pointed at them confidently. "It's clear we came prepared, specifically to send you on your way." Teacher Chin gritted his teeth in anger and ordered, "My children, make them disappear." At the same time, the four of them, Pan Bao, Yao Nana, Su Tianluo, and Xiao Ku, were being controlled. Xiao Ku gritted her teeth. Although controlled, she could still think, "This is bad. That scoundrel Chin wants to completely control our bodies, forcing us to sacrifice ourselves to maximize our special abilities." The swarm of insects received the command and began to crawl onto Pan Bao. She screamed in terror, "Teacher Chin, please spare me. If this goes on, after being controlled to attack Helanren, I'll completely turn into an insect." He laughed contemptuously. Insect control is necessary, of course. He immediately took out a pre-prepared spray bottle and casually replied, "It's just insect repellent." He said sarcastically, "Kid, with this little bit of skill, you'll be fine after lying down for a bit." The swarm of insects also gradually dispersed from Pan Bao's body. "She's free," the system announced. "The host user has used the high-efficiency Landa Halloween Edition spray." The Landa Halloween Edition spray is a type of insect repellent. Affected by the spray, Pan Bao fell to the ground unconscious. Helanren held a syringe and looked at her coldly. "Kid, you can't handle the power of your special ability. Just live a good life as a normal evil spirit." As soon as he finished speaking, the needle plunged straight into the back of her neck. The system displayed, "One use of special ability deprivation consumed. The evil spirit Pan Bao has lost her special ability crystal and received 1 special ability activation seed." Helanren rubbed his chin doubtfully. "Eating this can activate a special ability? This feels weird. It's not trying to trick me, is it?" The system goddess replied unhappily, "System products are guaranteed to be high quality. If you don't believe it, just look at the effect of their equipment." On the other side, Higuai was fighting Xiao Ku. Witness my powerful, energy-devouring fist counterattack. She smirked and countered, her attitude provocative. Little girl, didn't you suffer enough last time? But unfortunately, her counterattack was completely absorbed by Higuai. Xiao Ku's eyes widened in shock as she said, "What kind of fist technique is this? It not only isolates my special ability, but also drains it." Higuai rushed in front of her, the corner of her mouth lifting in a dangerous smirk. Isolate, drain, and there's more. Then she threw a punch straight at her opponent. Xiao Ku was immediately sent flying a great distance, slamming hard into the wall behind her. She painfully propped up her blood-covered body. Cough, cough, cough. Damn it, she used my own special ability to counterattack. In another development, Yi Xiaoli was panting heavily. She lightly swung the long, sharp sword in her hand, nimbly severing the arms that Su Tianluo extended towards her. Yi Xiaoli looked at the result before her and exclaimed happily, "Brother Helan usually seems so useless." I didn't expect his eye for picking knives to be quite reliable. Like a gust of wind, she sprang from the ground and shot straight towards Su Tianluo, confident that victory was already decided. He clenched his fists and laughed slyly. Hee. Countless hands appeared above Yi Xiaoli's head. She was stunned. He even hid these disgusting things in the air. An extremely piercing, clanging sound rang out, and Yi Xiaoli was suspended in midair by Su Tianluo. Ugh, ugh, ugh. She angrily looked at the special ability touching her body and cursed inwardly. Disgusting thing. Get off me. Helanren rushed over from a distance, reaching for the sword while comforting her. Xiaoli, hang in there. I'm coming to save you. Very quickly, he grabbed the sword and immediately swung at once, severing the special ability that was binding Yi Xiaoli. Martial arts, dimensional slash. She fell from the sky, screaming in fear. Brother Helan. Strange sounds echoed from the surrounding speakers. The sound traveled outwards, attracting the zombies outside. Before long, the zombies became frenzied and charged forward. The stone door began to shake. Teacher Chin smirked slyly. The bell can attract all zombies within a 1-kilometer radius. Helanren glanced at him as he spoke, and you will become food for the zombies. Give up your futile struggles. A glint of light flashed in his pupils. Hiss, hiss, hiss. 200 meters from the cave, soulless zombies were walking back and forth. The open wound on a zombie's neck glowed, and a voice rang out. The control range of the neural proto-worms on zombies is within 200 meters. Yao Nana's expression was profound. As long as the bell stops, and we lure the zombies closer, Brother Chin won't be able to control so many of them. As soon as she finished speaking, a strange and piercing sound rang out. Ring, ring, ring. Esaha, esaha, esaha. Teacher Chin was slightly startled. The sound is gone? Helanren smirked. The system announced, Xiaomei is requesting to connect. Yi Xiaomei appeared on the screen, asking worriedly, Brother Helan, are you all right over there? We've turned off the sound equipment. Helanren calmly replied, We're fine, just in time. Yi Xiaoli peeked out from behind and called, Sis. Helanren understood and turned to remind the two of them, Don't talk for too long. Yi Xiaoli replied happily, Yes, yes, sis. After giving his instructions, Helanren smirked provocatively. So sorry, my people have turned off your bell. Teacher Chin gritted his teeth in anger. Even without the bell, I can still devour you. Then, the stone door was gradually pushed open, and the frenzied zombies roared as they rushed in. Suddenly, something as nimble as a squirrel leaped in, using the zombies as stepping stones. Yi Xiaoli was stunned. Something brushed past her chest, startling her. Xiaoka was also startled. What the hell was that? The thing landed gently in Yao Nana's arms. She caught it happily. Tang tang meow. Yao Nana hugged the cat tightly. It's good that you're okay. It also happily nuzzled against her chest, meowing meow. Helanren, standing nearby, was so jealous he was about to cry. Shouldn't this kind of perk be for the male protagonist? The lecherous youth shed tears of admiration. Tang Tang Meow seemed to notice Helanren's jealousy and turned to look at him provocatively. Meow. He gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, you dare to mock me. Yi Xiaoli glanced at him with disdain. What time is it to be playing with a cat? Suddenly, the frenzied zombies rushed towards Helanren. A flame of anger flashed in his eyes as he muttered, You've come at the right time. I was just getting pissed off. Then, without another word, he swung his hand and attacked the nearest zombie. The creature's face began to distort grotesquely. Martial arts, striking the bull through the mountain. The zombies fearlessly charged forward to attack. As Lanren launched his attack on the zombies, the system simultaneously chimed in, plus 500 U coins, 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 plus 500 U coins. Asset value 306,000. Higuai excitedly looked at the glass that dropped. She happily weaved through the zombie horde, collecting a total of 10 glass shards. Ah, crackle crackle. A fire blazed, with the just collected glass shards on top. Higuai ate with great relish. So delicious. Yao and Nana, holding Tang Tang Meow, hesitantly advised, "Stop it, Brother Chin. Even with more zombies, you can't beat that man and that gluttonous demon." Teacher Chin shot her a sharp glare, warning, "Nana, you know full well the consequences of betraying me." Nana repeated blankly, "Betrayal?" Immediately after, as if triggered, she screamed resentfully, "You're the one who betrayed everyone. Betrayed your own students? Are we just talking tools to you?" Xiao Ku, Pan Bao, and Su Tianluo, the three defeated and unconscious figures, were scattered everywhere. You never cared about whether we lived or died. Even Tang Tang Meow and Nana's arms meowed worriedly. Teacher Chin appeared before Yao and Nana, radiating killing intent, his tone aggressive. "You ungrateful traitor, let me finish you myself." Just as he was about to strike, another arm blocked him. Lanren frowned in annoyance. "Nana is my person." Teacher Chin glared, his restrained arm trembling. "I'm cleaning house. Don't you meddle in other people's business." Lanren growled through gritted teeth. "If you touch a single hair on her head, I'll cripple you immediately." Yao Nana was so move her face flushed. "Brother Helan, this has nothing to do with you. There's nothing between us." Favorability increased by 70. Yishaoli became more and more confused, asking in bewilderment, "Wait a minute, what have you all been doing behind my back while I was gone?" After his hand was swatted away, Teacher Chin's entire body erupted in a furious flame. "You dare to steal my person, I'll let you taste betrayal too." A special ability shot out from his pupils. In another part of the basement, a rift from a teleportation ability appeared. Lanren frowned in confusion. "This is?" Suddenly, a rift appeared behind Higuai. The special ability enveloped her body, and the wound on the back of her neck was instantly activated. Higuai's fangs began to show. Her whole body radiated killing intent, and her expression was as if she was being controlled by someone. Lanren was slightly stunned. Could it be Higuai? He looked at her terrifying appearance and suspected, is she the strongest evil fiend? Higuai suddenly let out a strange scream. Lanren was startled. "You can't be serious?" The system goddess covered her ears with a headache. With just this level of skill, how could she be the strongest evil fiend? Lanren didn't seem too surprised. "That's good then. I thought Higuai was worth 500 million. Yishaoli used her sword to resist the terrifying sound wave, thinking to herself, "If I hadn't awakened my special ability, I would have been dead long ago." Yao Nana and Tang Tang Meow covered their ears in discomfort. "The sound is too piercing. I can still hear it even with my ears covered." Even the unconscious Pan Bao was woken up, rolling around in pain. It's so uncomfortable." Many eyes appeared in Teacher Chin's palm, and he waved his hand forward. "Go." "My children." Those eyes immediately latched onto Xiao Ku's face and the back of Su Tianluo's neck like parasites, burrowing deep into their flesh. Before long, connecting threads grew out from within Xiao Ku's and Su Tianluo's bodies, controlling them. Xiao Ku's and Su Tianluo's pupils turned red, their expressions vicious. Teacher Chin smiled dangerously. The game should be over. The three of them were completely controlled, with Higuai in the lead. A flash of light, and Higuai instantly appeared in front of Lanren. He nimbly dodged. The little devil's neural worms have all appeared. It's time to round them all up. Seeing Lanren deftly dodge Higuai's attack, Su Tianluo and Xiao Ku immediately charged from behind. The three of them attacked Lanren at the same time. At this moment, Yishaoli appeared out of nowhere, blocking his path. "If you want to pass, you'll have to get through me first." She swung her sword lightly, and the three of them immediately retreated to defend. Xiao Ku and Su Tianluo, as if boneless, dodged the attacks with extreme ease. A loud explosion suddenly rang out. Teacher Chin laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha ha. No matter how strong your moves are, they're useless if they don't hit." As soon as he finished speaking, his expression immediately changed. "What?" Xiao Ku and Tianluo were hit by the special ability, and their expressions suddenly changed. The worms immediately crawled out of their bodies and fled. Helan Rin smirked provocatively. Old Qin, Xiaoli's special ability can control the neural worms. Yi Xiaoli continued to swing her sword, and two sharp slashes easily cut the worms apart. But very quickly, they automatically reconnected. Even the ones on Su Tianluo's body seemed to have grown much stronger. Yao Nana suddenly appeared, saying worriedly, "Unfortunately, those worms can't be completely destroyed. They will regenerate." Yi Xiaoli glanced at her and asked, "Do you have a way?" Nana affirmed, "There's a way. It's just..." She looked at Teacher Qin's crazed state, her tone a little hesitant. During an operation to completely eliminate the worms, Higuai was also affected by the special ability. She gritted her teeth in pain and then charged towards Yi Xiaoli. Helanrin stood behind, looking at the worms and cursing. "You're so ugly, yet you have the nerve to come out and scare people?" He snapped his fingers lightly, disarming Higuai. The weapon on Higuai's body instantly disappeared, and at the same time, the system announced, "Higuai's energy-devouring counterattack authority has been removed." Yi Xiaoli narrowed her eyes, her expression resolute as she made her move. "Watch this." A stream of special ability energy shot towards the charging Higuai, and her body was instantly paralyzed by electricity. A green light flashed in Helanrin's eyes, his tone cold. "Next, leave it to me." Helanrin instantly shot out several bands of divine power, wrapping around the girls. Teacher Qin's proto-worms were immediately controlled in his palm. Teacher Qin gritted his teeth in anger, his face full of disbelief. It's impossible to catch the neural worms, and moreover, ordinary fire absolutely cannot burn them to death. Helanrin used his firepower to incinerate the worms he had just caught, a cold smile on his face. No matter how strong the split neural worms are, or how fast they move, they're not faster than light and a temperature of over 5,500 degrees Celsius. From the very beginning of the fight, I was waiting for you to summon all the little devil's worms. Teacher Qin was so angry he saw stars, the veins on his face bulging. Damn it, I was tricked again. After dealing with the worms, he used the Eye of the Sun God to look at the girls. "You are free. You'll have to rely on yourselves for the road ahead." The girls began to be able to move. His system panel displayed, "Eye of the Sun God has healed the injuries. Asset value 30,119,404,000. The beautiful girl in front of him thanked him shyly. "Thank you." Helanrin was ecstatic inside, but pretended to be polite and coughed. "It's nothing." Inwardly, his heart was pounding. This favorability is rising again. "Hey!" The girls angrily turned their gazes towards the scoundrel Qin. That scoundrel Qin always forced us to do those dirty things, and he imprisoned Sister Miao Miao to perform painful experiments. Yao Nana pointed at his face. "Your crimes are unforgivable." Su Tianluo continued after Nana. "Teacher Qin." "No, Brother Qin, I will use my own way to help Sister Miao Miao." Xiaoko also seriously expressed her stance. "Nana is right. You are an unforgivable person." Pan Bao roared loudly at him. "Give us back Sister Miao Miao." Without another word, the four girls simultaneously rushed towards the scoundrel Qin, catching him off guard. The magic of one of them tightened around his body, immobilizing him. An onion hit his left cheek. Another onion punched up from under his chin, causing him to spit out bright red syrup. From inhaling too many onions, his mouth couldn't stop spewing syrup. Not only that, but the punches and kicks continued to rain down on him, clearly showing the sisters' pent-up frustration. The rapid punches to his face nearly knocked out all his teeth. After they had their fill of beating him, the sisters stepped back. Looking at the lingering cloud of dust, Xiao Ku was a little bewildered. Is Teacher Qin really dead? Su Tianluo observed carefully. "I think so." Xiao Ku, afraid she had killed someone, looked worried, "But I didn't use my special ability just now." Helanrin, always the calm one, made his judgment. "No, this probably isn't over. The strongest evil fiend still hasn't been found." Suddenly, the scoundrel Qin's voice rang out, but this time it was mixed with an unusually horrifying sound. "Haha, my children have all grown up, all with your own thoughts. I, your Teacher Qin, am very pleased." Su Tianluo and Xiao Ku were stunned by his voice. "I think Sister Miao Miao would also really like to be with you all." Nana and Pan Bao were in a similar state. His voice was so terrifying that the four of them, drenched in sweat, huddled together. Nana still wore a hateful expression, but fear was also gradually taking over her. A request appeared on Helanrin's system panel. Mission: stop Brother Chin and the strongest evil fiend in this area. Reward: 500 million in assets and a mysterious grand prize. He smiled confidently. The strongest evil fiend has finally arrived. Although a bit evil, its strength is truly something to look forward to. His gaze suddenly froze as he discovered, but I never expected the strongest evil fiend to be her. His resolute and extremely reliable demeanor captivated Nana. But the mission still had to be done, and plus the promise I made to Nana earlier, I must complete it. Looking at the staticky system screen during the call connection, he began to feel uneasy. Why is it so stable on your sister's end? Can you hear me? Hello? A loud explosion rang out, attracting his attention. That sound came from outside the main gate, and it was terrifying. He connected the clues, recalling what Iguai had said before. This roar is very similar to that time, and it's getting closer. Should we keep going? I feel like there's something ahead that scares Iguai. Even Iguai felt scared at that time. Iguai, now standing beside him, carefully reminded him, "Master, be careful, that thing is coming." Seeing Iguai like this, Helanrin felt very satisfied. Iguai has good judgment. She's matured quite a bit now. A panicked, fleeing foot appeared. Yi Xiaomei and many others were fleeing together. In her urgency, she turned her head back to urge everyone to keep up. We're almost there. Hearing the loud noise, Xiaoli ran to the door and recognized Yi Xiaomei. Sister Yi Xiaomei, seeing her younger sister still unaware of the imminent danger, she warned, "Xiaoli, run." Behind them, everyone from the cave poured out, running for their lives. The men, panting, shouted warnings towards the back. Behind them, a thick fog spread, growing larger and larger. From within that fog, a strange red object appeared. It was the leg of a hideous monster, its form unusually fluid. "There's a monster." It opened its eyes wide, opened its mouth, and let out an incredibly terrifying roar. Xiaoli saw the danger, a look of panic in her eyes. "There's a giant monster over there." Yi Xiaomei didn't want to say more, pushing her shoulder to run with her. "Run? Let's just run outside first." The girl and the people behind her gritted their teeth, desperately picking up speed. The monster's long leg quickly chased after them. The men had fallen into a cowardly state, only knowing how to scream, "Hurry up!" Seeing the door crack open to reveal a sliver of light, they were overjoyed. "Wait for us." But suddenly, something appeared before his eyes. He was so scared he fell backward, crushing the people behind him. It's coming. The person pinned at the bottom let out a weak sound, "Ugh." It was Helanrin who pushed them back. He glared at them menacingly. He questioned them sternly. "When you were repenting, didn't you say you wanted to die?" The man looked at him in fear, unaware that a monster's tentacle was rushing toward him from behind. "Now, I'll help you find release." As soon as the words left his mouth, he was snatched by the tentacle. A murderous glint flashed in the monster's eyes. The man was dragged into the air by the tentacle at an astonishing speed, then slammed violently onto the ground, his body smashed to pieces. Helanrin spoke to the three girls and Su Tianluo, making them understand the enemy has received his just deserts. The grudge between you and Brother Chin should also come to an end. Su Tianluo immediately unleashed his magic. A magical ribbon called the Binding of Obsession wrapped around the monster, but it showed no signs of panic. Su Tianluo pressed his hands firmly on the ground to better control the spell. While struggling, he ordered Pan Bao, "Quick, get the weak ones out of here." Pan Bao obeyed him and shouted to the crowd behind, "Everyone, follow me, I'll lead the way." A giant gun formed in Helanrin's hands. He laid out a plan, telling everyone, "Xueqing, you and Pan Bao take the hostages. Xiaoli, Xiaomei will cover the rear." Xueqing held the cannon and replied to him resolutely, "All right, you guys be careful." She and Pan Bao wasted no time and left immediately. "Everyone, let's go." After being restrained for a few seconds, the monster tensed its entire body, completely shattering the encirclement. Su Tianluo frowned helplessly. "I can't hold it anymore." Haiguai no longer stood by idly and entered the fray using a sonic wave attack. Haiguai's power clashed directly with the monster's, creating a significant aftershock. The monster let out a roar, and something began to swell on its back. The abnormal tumor on its back convulsed violently, seemingly forming another host. Sure enough, Chin the scoundrel formed on Meow Meow's back. He smirked smugly. Next, the game officially begins. Su Tianluo, Nana, and the others trembled in astonishment. "Teacher Chin, Sister Meow Meow, Have they merged? It turned out Qin, the scoundrel, had long ago parasitized his own body on his sister Meow Meow. The villainous Qin, the scoundrel, reached out and stroked the head of the completely unconscious Meow Meow. Meow Meow, look, the students have all grown up. It's been a long time since we've played with everyone. Lanren angrily rushed forward to confront him as, oh sorry. I just want to say one thing. Your game is over before it even began. A few sparks appeared at his fingertips, then began to form an attack. He aimed an extremely powerful attack directly at the opponent, creating a terrifying explosion. However, Qin the scoundrel was as tenacious as a leech. Amidst the smoke and dust, he insulted everyone. You ungrateful wretches. Hearing his words, Nana was so angry her eyes went blank. Have you forgotten that I risked my life outside to find food for you? Su Tianluo lowered his head, filled with emotion. Have you forgotten that Meow Meow stayed at the orphanage to protect you? Amidst the thick smoke and dust, he shot out 3 long tentacles. The speed was astonishing, and someone was already caught by the brutal tentacles. Even with a tentacle right in front of her, Nana stood there, full of hatred. Without you all, she would never have met with misfortune. Meow Meow's face was completely devoid of expression, having completely turned into a monster. The sinister Qin, the scoundrel, laughed smugly. Soon we will all be reunited. His and Meow Meow's monstrous body became increasingly grotesque. Below them, a giant mouth with terrifying teeth had formed at some point. Humph, humph, humph. Even though Lanren's flames were burning him fiercely, he shot out tentacles as if nothing was wrong. Su Tianluo cast a spell to protect himself from the grotesque mouth behind him. Not only that, he also used all his strength to create a shield for the 4 girls. He gritted his teeth, trying to reason with him. Qin the scoundrel, the grudge between us is related to Haiguai. And right after that, his shield failed, and everyone was caught by the tentacles Dada. On the other side, Shally was also fighting with all her might. This damn thing looks soft. I didn't expect it to be so tough to cut. Shueqing noticed that Su Tianluo's side was in danger and called out, Brother Lanren, leave this to us. Go save them. As fast as lightning, Lanren rushed over, rescuing Haiguai and Nana from the tentacles. At this moment, a 3rd eye appeared on his forehead. Eye of Horus activated, bonus uses, 0. Ocular Jutsu duration, 24 hours. A triangular pyramid appeared, enveloping Lanren's body, and his firepower also converged. After that transformation, he reappeared in a majestic golden suit of armor, like a god. His confidence and strength seemed to have doubled. On the other side, Xiao Ku and Su Tianluo were still struggling in the tentacle's mouth. Luo, save me. Qin the scoundrel, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Just a second later, both of them were swallowed by the tentacle. Only then did Lanren fly over, punching it with all his might. But he couldn't change the situation. The slimy tentacle had already begun to swallow the 2 of them deep inside. Lanren was furious, but helpless. Damn it, still a step too slow. After swallowing them, Qin the scoundrel laughed smugly. Ha ha ha, this power, it's so exhilarating. Lanren calculated to himself. It seems I have to destroy Qin the scoundrel's main body directly. Without thinking further, he spread his wings and flew up, delivering a heavy, fiery punch straight into Qin the scoundrel's body, seemingly destroying it. However, the worst-case scenario occurred. Qin the scoundrel regenerated into a new body. It's useless. He explained, Meow Meow and I are one now. Only then did Lanren realize helplessly, damn it, it seems I can't destroy him without completely destroying Meow Meow. Having just revived, he lectured Lanren, don't be hasty. He and Meow Meow had transformed into a giant, seemingly invincible monster. You will be the great witness to our city-level creation. His expression became crazed. After speaking, the monstrous body gathered into a giant mass of flesh. Lanren watched, a little confused, not knowing what monstrous thing would happen next. Haiguai couldn't believe what she was seeing. This was when the sisters Yi Xiao Mei and Yi Xiao Li stood side by side, also feeling a sense of foreboding. Sister, I have a bad feeling. Yeah, me too. A moment later, a small crack began to appear on the giant mass of flesh, with something inside pushing to get out. The next second, an arm broke through the shell and reached out, followed by the entire upper body. It was the body of a woman, and she smiled gently. Come and pay homage. Her hair was made of those tentacles, and her skin was still covered in mucus from the separation. A demoness possessing terrifying power emerged. This is a miracle the reborn believer. The system displayed her information. Strongest evil spirit, early stage of the complete form. Seeing her form, Lanren let out a cold laugh. Turning into a human form doesn't look too bad, but I absolutely won't hold back next. The system sent another notification. Mission, stop Brother Chin and the strongest evil spirit in this area. Reward, 500 million in assets and a mysterious grand prize. Seeing such an attractive reward, his will to win multiplied. Come on, strongest evil spirit. At this point, he once again emphasized his promise to Nana that I will definitely fulfill it. Nana's favorability toward him increased again, as she recalled the promise from before. Lead him to find the person, and in return, he would kill Brother Chin. She suppressed her shyness, pushed up her glasses, and regained her composure. But Luo and Xiao could have been absorbed. Can we win? Seeing her so worried, Xiao Li and Xiao Mei patted her shoulder comfortingly. But don't be fooled by how useless Brother Lanren usually seems. He's actually a man of his word. Though he's not good at anything else, when it comes to fighting, he's absolutely number one. The Demoness, not knowing her place, glared menacingly. Even if you keep fighting, you can't stop our family from reuniting. Tian Luo and Xiao Ku are already home. What are Nana and Xiao Pan waiting for? Lanren retorted while unleashing his fire god fist. Too bad you don't have the ability to make that happen. This move of his was no ordinary one. Raining down from the sky like a storm, each blow hitting her as if guided by a tracker. He gritted his teeth and roared at her, "Spit out everything you ate for me." However, she didn't lose her composure, casually pointing a finger. Useless. A barrier gate began to form in front of her fingertip. The barrier expanded, sucking in all of his attacks. We are now a god-level technological product, having fused with Luo's and Xiao Ku's abilities. I can easily absorb your attacks. She didn't expect one attack to slip through, grazing her shoulder, but oh. She placed a hand on her shoulder, and healing insects immediately appeared. It's fine. The wound can also heal quickly. The corner of Lanren's mouth twitched up slightly, and he smiled gently. How long are you going to keep talking? Did you think this was my only move? Her eyes suddenly filled with panic. What? A pair of legs wearing boots identical to Lanren's armor stepped out. At some point, he had split into two identical individuals from head to toe. Inside and out, even every strand of hair was the same. She was stunned, speechless, her arrogant demeanor gone. This kid knows the shadow clone technique. The one on the right was the original body. Seeing her dumbfounded look, he teased, surprised, amazed. Lanren and his clone stood proudly before her, radiating a dazzling light. The original body gave a cold, provocative laugh. If you've got the guts, come and fight us. The clone was no less imposing. Come and fight us. The Demoness had regained her composure and continued to talk tough. You think this little trick will work on me? Lanren and his clone mockingly turned around. Did I ask that so? Then we'll get serious. Get serious. Then they ran circles around her, taunting her. The girls witnessing this scene all burst out laughing, but had to suppress it to avoid drawing attention. The Demoness was starting to get angry. You can't beat me, so you're trying to anger me to death? Nana pushed up her glasses and smiled gently, having keenly noticed something. She recalled the moment Lanren's attack was sucked into the barrier, deducing that Chin the scoundrel had not yet fully mastered the ability. Nana's expression turned cunning as she formulated a plan in her head. With this move of brother Lanren and Haiguai, if I can just create an opportunity for him, we might be able to take care of this Chin the scoundrel. The zombie cat received Nana's signal at this moment and let out a meow. From its small, cute form, it transformed into a giant figure like a large bear. The sisters Xiao Mei and Xiao Li couldn't believe their eyes. I asked this the zombie cat. Even Lanren was surprised. I always thought it was just a pervert. I didn't know it could also transform. The zombie cat lunged forward, raising its divine claws, preparing to shred the Demoness' face. But she wasn't foolish enough to let it hit her. She quickly retreated, but the zombie cat pressed on, relentlessly clawing at the tentacles on her head. Seizing a moment of the Demoness' carelessness, it whipped its tail. The tail whip was powerful and precise, knocking her flat on the ground. Nana crossed her arms, smiling gently to haha. My ability can control and enhance mutated animals. The zombie cat continued to charge, striking so fast and hard that the Demoness figure was no longer visible. Seeing this, Nana was overjoyed. The zombie cat is so cute after being enhanced. In the heat of the fight, the zombie cat suddenly stopped, sensing something was wrong. Its leg trembled uncontrollably as the demoness had caught its weak point. Humph, humph. The tentacles on her head grew claws identical to the zombie cat's. The game of cat and mouse ends here. Without another word, she unleashed 3 fatal slashes. Very simply, the demoness had completely defeated the zombie cat. It took a fatal blow, blood pouring from its wounds. Nana once again fell into a state of panic and worry. Zombie cat, the demoness bent down, and a strange barrier appeared beneath her. Watch closely. This is what you call a sneak attack. Her tentacles shot through the barrier, lunging straight for Nana, who had no time to react. It's time to give a traitor like you a little punishment. Those sharp claws, with just one swipe, could take her offline. Nana could only stare in astonishment, frozen to the spot. Fortunately, in that hair-raising moment, Lonren appeared, shattering those tentacles with a single punch. Having saved Nana, he let out a sigh of relief. Glad I made it in time. Xiaoli handed her magic-infused sword to Xiao Mei. Sister, it's done on this side. Xiao Mei took the sword. All right, leave the rest to me. In her hands was a giant bow, and the arrow was Xiao Li's sword. After a few seconds of aiming, Xiao Mei decisively let go. Hearing a strange noise, the demoness immediately looked around. But it was too late. The electric sword fired by Xiao Mei had pierced through her chest, leaving her no time to defend. The wound in her chest formed a large hole, and the electricity from the sword spread throughout her body. She was furious. How careless. I forgot this brat could discharge electricity. Lonren's clone rushed forward, preparing to smash a large onion into her face. Such a bad memory. Don't forget about me. Sure enough, his punch slammed into her face, enraging her even more. Under continuous attack, she went berserk, relentlessly shooting out tentacles. Damn it, stand still for me. Lonren and his original body easily weaved between the tentacles. Hee, can't hit me. Na, boo-boo. Almost. Then, he and his clone both landed. They crossed their arms, taunting, "You're so lame. We can't even be bothered to fight you." What followed was a display of dancing and prancing, with a cheerleading squad in the back. Seeing this, the demoness was driven mad with rage. Though furious, she tried to appear calm. Humph, all flash and no substance. Don't think you can beat me like this. Lonren and his clone replied, and charged forward simultaneously. Then we'll play for real now. He threw a kick, which she dodged, then said smugly, "Is that all you've got?" Suddenly, his voice came from below, making her eyes widen in shock. "Where are you looking?" Lonren unexpectedly landed a fiery punch on her stomach. "Over here is the right way." At this point, the demoness revealed her true face, laughing coldly that "You've fallen into my trap." The cells and tentacles on her body wrapped tightly around his arm and swallowed it. Lonren frowned deeply as the cells spread up his arm, making him feel very uncomfortable. Her entire body behind her became abnormally deformed. Her target was to swallow Lonren. Gradually, only half of Lonren's face remained, the rest of his body completely devoured by her. The cells slowly contracted, and she thought she had one. Finally absorbed one. "Did you think I couldn't dodge your attack?" After swallowing Lonren, she laughed smugly. Ha ha ha. "I can feel the immense energy seeping from your body." Haiguai was terrified, and the little girl worriedly called for her mother. The other 3 girls fell into a similar state. Was Brother Lonren swallowed? The demoness had planned it all. As expected, I've absorbed that rotten kid. He's the most dangerous. I had to deal with him first. She looked toward the 4 girls, preparing to unleash a magical ribbon. Haiguai, Nana, don't worry. Our family will be reunited soon. However, a voice echoed from within her body. Ha, I'm afraid you won't get that chance. Looking at her hand, which was gradually being controlled and turning red, she was bewildered. What's happening? Could it be that kid's doing? Lonren's mocking voice echoed in her mind. Be confident. Drop the could it be. Not just one arm, her entire body turned red and her veins bulged. Lonren took the opportunity to gloat that I let you absorb me on purpose. Now who's the one who fell into the trap? Inside the demoness body were strange cellular structures tightly linked together. From the deep pit, Lonren channeled his power into it. After getting inside, he seemed quite intrigued, as the scene here was incredibly bizarre. Looking at the giant cells before him, he laughed smugly. Ha, I finally got inside its body. Now I can do whatever I want. What caught his attention most was the giant cell mass hanging above that the energy core of the strongest evil spirit. He reached out his hand, and began to condense an attack. I'll have to let you know, too. His attack was incredibly powerful. What means to say it's easy to invite a god, but hard to send one away. Her cellular core completely absorbed the attack, and giant cracks appeared on it. She could only try to endure it. What is this kid doing in my core? A large tear appeared on her chest, so painful that she could only scream violently. His energy is too strong. I can't digest it at all. Her mind and body went haywire, unleashing all her tentacles, her mouth spewing curses. "You damn rotten kid, get out of my body." Lanren, inside, responded with a friendly finger gesture. "That weren't you so arrogant when you sucked me in? Want to kick me out? Dream on." Not wanting to waste time, Lanren flashed around the cells like lightning. "While it's still struggling, I have to find those two kids." He frowned, staring intently in that direction, that if I'm not mistaken. He threw a powerful punch without hesitation. The kid is in there. The sturdy cell immediately shattered. Hee. Now, before him, was Meow Meow in a state of insufficient clothing. Her belly was swollen as if she were pregnant. Observing the cell next to her, he saw Su Tianluo and Xiao Ku. These two kids are indeed inside. All around were cell masses imprisoning and absorbing souls. As expected, Brother Qin intended to absorb all the evil spirits from the very beginning. He flew to Meow Meow, momentarily unsure how to handle this exchange student. After a moment of observation, something unusual happened. A strange light flashed on Meow Meow's pregnant belly. At this moment, the system sent an urgent notification. Only 3 minutes remaining for the Eye of Horus. Warning, host is losing energy. The effect of the Eye of Horus has only 3 minutes left. Looks like I have to hurry. He flew to face Meow Meow and Su Tianluo. Su Tianluo and Xiao Ku both had their eyes shut tight, just like Shaoli before in a neural coma. He extended a finger to use his magic. Host is using the Sun Eye. His magic enveloped Su Tianluo and Xiao Ku. The system panel displayed information. Treatment successful. Consumed 20 million in asset value. Remaining 281,194,040 to 20 million. Su Tianluo immediately woke up, his eyes beginning to open. Xiao Ke did as well, waking up in a daze. The two quickly regained their senses, angrily shattering the cells surrounding them. Magical wings sprouted from Su Tianluo's back. After realizing the situation around him, he immediately flew away. Su Tianluo supported Xiao Ku and said to Lanren, "I didn't expect you to come and save us." He cautiously reminded them, "It's dangerous here. You two should retreat first. You be careful too." After the two left, he shifted his gaze to the side. The strange light astonished him. Inside Meow Meow's womb was another demoness identical to the one outside. Lanren found this matter too incomprehensible. What on earth is inside? The strongest evil spirit is sharing its energy with it. The surface of Meow Meow's belly transformed violently. The demoness' ghostly face appeared on Meow Meow's belly, wearing a bizarre smile. Meow Meow's hair turned into tentacles, shooting straight at Lanren. It wrapped tightly around his wrist, immobilizing him. His legs were also restrained by it. Not only that, his entire body fell under the control of the tentacles. The demoness seemed certain of her victory, that I've digested all the energy you transferred. You're just a turtle in a jar now. His face, however, showed no fear, but was instead very calm. Why are you slower than I calculated? Yo, you're here too. The demoness on Meow Meow's belly opened her mouth, gathering an attack. Now I'll return your energy to you. The arrow-shaped attack aimed straight at Lanren, but he stood there calmly. Farewell. He stared at the attack he considered mediocre and said coldly, "Is that all?" His body was restrained by tentacles, but he was not afraid. His hands could still move. He raised his hand to use his battle chi manifestation, blocking her attack. Immediately after, his wings shone brilliantly, unleashing a martial arts Tathagata's divine palm, a giant hand pressing down on her face. Countless cracks appeared on her face, and she could only scream in despair. The main body outside also coughed up blood. A sinister smile appeared on Lanren's lips. "Hurry up and open your mouth. I'm about to come out. Otherwise, I'll punch a hole in your head." She obediently opened her mouth at once. His power exploded in an instant. Under his gaze, his powerful light radiated everywhere. Lanren escaped, carrying Su Tianluo and Xiao Ku in his arms. seeing everyone return safely. Nana was overjoyed. Everyone's okay. That's great. Haiguai also cheered happily. I knew Mom was stronger than the monster. Countless strange mutations appeared on the demoness face. Her emotions and sanity were no longer normal. This rotten kid has destroyed my core. My energy is constantly leaking. I'm about to explode. As soon as she finished speaking, her body shot out intense magical beams. Lonren recognized this was very dangerous, so he created a giant shield, enveloping everyone to protect them from the magical beams. After a brief moment, the space gradually returned to quiet. Nana hugged the heavily injured zombie cat, sighing in relief that it's finally over. But Lonren said, no, it's not over yet. Looking at the pile of cells that showed no sign of decomposing, he was certain, I haven't received my reward yet. At this moment, that Sheen the scoundrel crawled out from the pile of slime. Damn it, my abilities are depleted. I can't use the neural worms to control Meow Meow anymore. He gritted his teeth in regret. This is trouble. Meow Meow is about to explode. Beside him, the cells were forming something. The tentacles that seemed to have disappeared now shot out all at once. Nana shouted a warning. Everyone run. Sheen the scoundrel went mad, unable to control the cells anymore. Damn it, why can't I sense it anymore? He looked around, using his whole body to feel, and discovered a slight anomaly. Meow Meow is clearly inside my body. Why can't I find her? The cells were about to swallow him. He screamed, Juju, it's me. You can't suck me in. He subconsciously looked towards Lam Nan, who was approaching from behind. A look of fear appeared on his face. What does this kid want to do? He didn't answer right away, because he was contacting the system goddess. After the system goddess appeared, he asked, can the sun I heal Juju's nerves and help her regain consciousness? She answered nonchalantly, of course it can. As long as you pay. He felt very annoyed by her money-grubbing attitude. Just take my gold, right? As soon as the system goddess heard about money, her eyes lit up and she said cheerfully, all right, host, I'll arrange it right away. The system panel also sent the transaction information. Remaining asset value, 261,194,040 to 20 million. The tentacles went berserk, smashing everything around. They slammed into the ground, shattered, and then quickly swung up again. This time, it aimed straight for the fleeing girls. The giant monster's mouth was right behind Nana. It wanted to swallow her whole. Nana couldn't run in time and turned her head in terror. Lamnin once again appeared just in time, stopping the terrifying monster. Tantak found this very hard to understand. Why did you save me? He held out the embryo containing the little demon from Juju's womb in front of him. Is this what you were looking for? Tantak was speechless. Lamnin questioned him in a stern voice. Tell me, what exactly is this thing? He stared at the little demon. I didn't expect that guy to be able to save Nana. Then he decided to speak up. That child, he confessed his entire past. It's the crystallization of my love with Juju. Recalling the moment he used all his strength to transfer energy into Juju's body. I risked my life to save Juju. His eyes at that moment were filled with both hope and extreme fear. Besides wanting to save her life, the baby in Juju's womb at that time was entirely cultivated in a lab environment. Hopefully our child, Nana. He also bowed his head and admitted his fault, confessing that he had captured and absorbed other little demons. Although I stopped at nothing to use this child, I never thought of taking their lives. That child was the strongest female demon, and he had realized his mistake. It's just a pity that their special abilities only brought Juju. This child was also born successfully. His cruel gaze now only held helpless melancholy. After that, my plan completely failed. He couldn't hold back his tears. I almost killed my own child. He felt regret and remorse for everything he had done. It's all my fault I've wronged Juju. Lamnan's ears were about to fall off from listening. So he said, go and say those words to Juju yourself. Looking at the chaotic scene before him and recalling everything, he didn't regret what he had spent. To save the fetus and use the sun, to restore Juju's consciousness when she exploded, I spent quite a bit of money. But to fulfill my promise to Nana, her effort was worth it. Suddenly, something formed in front of him, attracting Tantak's attention. It was Juju, who appeared and comforted him. This isn't your fault. For our child, you've already paid a high enough price. Tantak couldn't believe what he was seeing. Is it really Juju? Juju came closer and placed a hand on his shoulder. Neither could hide the tears in their eyes. Fortunately, because of your earlier efforts, I was able to leave all my energy to Nana before I exploded. He came to a new realization. but we can't sacrifice any more innocent people. His trembling hand reached for her. He emotionally pulled her into a tight embrace. You cried. And he said with regret, "It's too late. The gods chosen have been monitoring everything." He also knew he was about to be punished. "My plan has failed. They will definitely deal with us." Tu Tien Lak, Chu Ka, and Nana heard this and felt extremely bewildered. "There's no way they'll let us live." Chu Mai and Chu Lu were speechless. Only Lam Nin didn't understand what was happening. What the hell are the gods chosen? The alarm installed in the cave suddenly blared. "The self-destruct sequence has been activated. Please evacuate the area within 3 minutes." Tan-Tak's eyes widened, extremely anxious. "They're here too." Currently, the underground research center was in a perilous state. The system also sent an emergency notification. The research center's self-destruct sequence has been activated. In another space, a woman who had ordered Tan-Tak to do this was furious. Brother Tan is truly useless. He failed again. A strange smile formed on her lips. I told him this was his last chance. However, this hatch Lam Nan, the slimy puppet she was clutching in her hand, was Lam Nan, is quite interesting. She was a high-ranking manager of the God's Chosen organization, a mysterious and terrifying group. They claimed to be representatives of God, constantly monitoring this world. Under the management of a mysterious man in the organization's uniform, there were many others. They said that the super mutants were the ones who would build a new world within the God's Chosen. So they invited me to join and said I could also save Diu. So I agreed. Finally, Tan-Tak explained everything he knew to Lam Nan. The God's Chosen asked me to research the cause of mutant evolution and to seek even further evolution. But I'm not sure about their ultimate goal. He took out a small vial and questioned him. "So what is that happy water you gave Quach Duk to drink?" He voluntarily explained. "Happy water is a zombie virus that I modified. After a human body inhales it, it can evolve and become stronger in a short period. But the side effects are also very obvious. Happy water can only be considered a semi-finished product." He immediately thought of Chu Tran and asked him, "Do you know Chu Tran?" He also answered frankly, "I don't, but I know where the mysterious Z's virus vaccine research institute that an NI knows is located." Just as the story reached a crucial part, the experimental cave began to explode. Nana hurriedly reminded them, "The self-destruct sequence has started. Everyone run." His eyes became resolute. Looking straight at Tan-Tak, "We can't stay here long. Let's get out and talk." But he lowered his head helplessly. "It's all too late." Suddenly, Juju's voice rang out, waking him. "No," she smiled at Tan-Tak. "Or rather, there's one more way." He also smiled in contentment. I understand." Then, the two held hands again. The air around them was filled with happiness. The tentacle cells surged out again, but this time without any malice. Seeing the cells form and combine tightly, Tu Thien Lak couldn't help but be bewildered. "Sister, do, Teacher Tan, could it be that you interrupted him? Lak, be good. Promise me you'll continue to protect everyone well." With no other choice, despite the tears falling over this farewell, Tu Thien Lak quickly agreed to her final wish. Yes. The two leaned closely against each other. "This is our last private moment." Tan-Tak turned to Lam Nan. "Stinky kid, I'm entrusting Na and my students to you." He replied without hesitation, "All right, I'll take this class." Tan-Tak and Juju stood there, blocking the destructive force of the self-destruct mode so everyone could escape in time. However, things didn't seem easy as huge boulders continuously fell. When they reached the exit, it was blocked by a large rock. Nana shouted worriedly, "Damn it, this way is blocked too." Lam Nan's power was like that of a mighty eagle, rushing out and shattering all the boulders. Seeing that everyone was still safe, he stopped and breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately after, he channeled his power again, pouring strength into his wings. His wings seemed to double in size. "Everyone get on. Don't worry, I'm a professional driver, it'll be fine." The shockwave from the explosion had already reached them. Lamnan unleashed his power, shooting off like a flash of light. He successfully flew past, leaving the explosion behind. In this critical moment, the system goddess appeared, bringing an extremely urgent announcement for everyone. The Eye of Horus had only 10 seconds left. Time was now counted in seconds, ticking away relentlessly. 9 seconds, 8 seconds. Although the exit was right in front of them, the distance was still very far. 7 seconds. Lam Nan was flying with all his might, while the destructive flames of the base below were getting very close. 6 seconds. Only 5 seconds left. Chula turned back to look at Chu Mai worriedly. Sis, what do we do now? Right now, we can only believe in Brother Lam Nan. At the 4th second, Chu Ka suddenly fell off his wing out of sheer terror, but Tu Thien Lak managed to catch her with his magic. I don't want to die here. 3 seconds left. He felt they were too much trouble and yelled, Kid, stop messing around. We're about to crash. Before they were out, the system sent a warning. The armor on his body gradually disappeared. 2 seconds. 1 second. Time's up. The Eye of Horus wore off. So did the wings. Everyone was now on the brink of life and death, about to go offline. The girls panicked, only able to scream, Ah! Lam Nan quickly entered the system's private space. The Eye of Horus had worn off, so he could only enter the space to pause for a moment. The system goddess made an announcement. Congratulations, host, for defeating the strongest evil spirit in this area. 1. Receive 5 billion. 2. Receive a chance for a mysterious grand prize draw. Seeing this notification, he immediately realized, could it be that old Tan? And they have. No, I can't waste the chance they created. He made his final choice. Start the mysterious prize draw. The system goddess pointed her finger, ordering the arrangement. The prize wheel immediately appeared. The largest slot was thank you for playing. The start button for the wheel appeared before him, and he quickly pressed it without hesitation. The wheel started spinning instantly. Everyone's lives were now hanging by a thread. The wheel spun very fast. At the decisive moment, the pointer nearly landed on the thank you for playing slot. Lam Nan stared without blinking, his heart pounding as if it would jump out of his chest. An earth-shattering explosion occurred over there. The people who had escaped all looked in that direction. Fan Bao shouted worriedly, That's the location of the restaurant. Tuet Tan opened the system panel, trying to contact Lam Nan, but to no avail. Will Brother Lam Nan and the others be okay? At that moment, a door suddenly formed in the sky. Everyone there looked up at the slowly opening door. Tuet Tan watched for a moment, still unable to understand what was happening before her. This is before Fan Bao and Tuet Tan was a scene of rolling mountains, with the extra door looking incredibly dramatic. The door opened, and a familiar hand and hat appeared. Lam put on his hat dashingly. Everyone, your hatch Lam Nan has returned. He couldn't look cool for more than 5 seconds before the other girls pushed him to the ground. Tuet Tan loudly reminded them, Everyone, get out of the way. But they didn't need a reminder and had already scattered. Immediately after, the group of them tumbled to the ground, causing a chaotic scene. After that shock, Tulu, Tumai, Hatch K, and Na Na clung tightly to Hatch Lam Nan in fear, making him indescribably happy. From a magical door, Tu Thien Lak swung down, holding Chu Ka. Duong Duong also fell out. Fan Bao happily ran over to ask, Everyone's okay, that's great. But what's with that portal door? Lam Nan smiled. That's a good question. Earlier, the system made him play a game of luck. Lam Nan, with his discerning eyes, was somewhat confident. No matter how fast it is, it's just a joke in front of me. Choosing the right moment. He pressed the stop button. The wheel's pointer landed on the words mysterious grand prize. The system goddess immediately praised him cheerfully. Wow, host's luck is amazing. Instantly, a giant door appeared, shocking Lam Nan. This is the system goddess, spoke up to explain. Among the 99 saviors, you are the second to win the mysterious grand prize, this magical door. At this, he guessed. The second? Then the first one was, she immediately gave a specific example, such as when he had a perverted thought, then opened the door, he would walk in on Chiumai taking a bath. Just as the system goddess reminded, as long as you think of someone you know when you open the door, the magical door will take you to that person. But remember, this magic item can only be used 3 times a day. Lam Nan carefully examined the door, then said smugly, 3 times is enough, otherwise my eyes will go blind. Hearing this, the system goddess asked, confused, Huh? What did you say? He gave her a thumbs up, then decisively stepped through the door and replied, I said 3 times is enough. I'll get everyone out of danger. In another world, Thien Lak broke through space and rushed down to save everyone. At this moment, Thien Lak, with quick hands and sharp eyes, grabbed Chu Ka's waist and snatched Na Na with his other hand. But he thought with difficulty, damn it, I'm about to lose my grip. But Hatch K, and Chumai were about to fall into the sea of fire. In just a moment, the two would be burned to ashes. Suddenly, Lam Nan appeared, shouting, "Everyone, get in the door." The door appeared just in time in the sea of fire, saving their lives. Just like that, all three of them fell safely through the door. Then, the magical door also disappeared into the sea of fire. Lam Nan recounted how he finally used the magical door to save everyone. Chumai found herself lying on top of him and said shyly, "Brother Lam Nan, I didn't do it on purpose." Nana also scrambled up in a panic. "I didn't mean to either." On the surface, Lam Nan appeared very calm, but inside he was actually drooling. As expected, surviving a great disaster brings good fortune. Next, he pretended to gently pat Nana and Chumai on the head, making the two girls' hearts flutter a little. "It's okay. I'm the savior. It's fine for me to be a human cushion for everyone." Suddenly, there was a crack of bones. Chu Lu stood before him, fuming with anger. Lam Nan immediately let go of the two and explained, "Calm down. Everyone just escaped danger. I was just joking a bit to liven up the atmosphere." But he was still taught a lesson by Chu Lu. "Do I look like I'm joking?" At this moment, Chu Mai gently advised Chu Lu, "Go easy on him." Meanwhile, he pleaded miserably, "Help." Of course, Chu Lu wouldn't let him off so easily. "If I don't teach this pervert a lesson, he'll definitely get bolder in the future." A while later, everything returned to calm. Lam Nan asked, "So what are everyone's plans next?" He suggested, "Do you want to come with us?" Over here, Chu Ka approached Thien Lac and said, Lac, and I will stay to rebuild the orphanage." Thien Lac also said seriously, "We have to fulfill Sister Juju's last wish." Fan Bao excitedly chimed in from the side, Yeah, I'll help too." Only Na remained silent. Suddenly, she spoke hesitantly. "Sorry everyone, Then Na smiled. "I want to go with Brother Lam, and to see the outside world." Chu Ka gently took Na's hand. "Go." Na. Then, Chu Ka and Thien Lac said in unison, "We'll always support you." Fan Bao said sincerely, "Remember, this place will always be your home." Lam Nan happily patted Na's head. "Don't worry, just leave Na to me." And she was so moved, she couldn't hold back her tears. "Thank you all so much." Suddenly, Lam Nan appeared out of nowhere, hugged the girls he had just saved, and said in a magnanimous tone, "You all can rest assured you're free. However, the post-apocalyptic world is desolate and dangerous, so I've decided to take you all to the survivor base." Then he skipped away. Ha, that's right, I am the savior." That group of people just went along with it. "Little brother, you're truly our savior. This is great." Seeing this scene, Chu Lu was about to explode with anger. "Scumbag." Chu Mai gently tried to calm Chu Lu down. "Don't get worked up." A moment later, a streak of red light shot across the sky. At this moment, a man holding a gun said, Who needs you to take us?" "We've already contacted the survivor base." The girl next to him also replied firmly, "Traveling with an evil spirit, capturing us humans, you guys can't be anything good either." The blonde man sneered, "Ungrateful. Your lives were saved by Brother Lam Nan." Lam Nan immediately became alert. "Something's coming. Everyone be careful." In the sky, the magical door opened. A foot kicked down all the zombies below. From within the door, the owner of that foot stepped out. A girl with an appearance identical to Lam Nan's appeared. Behind her, she dragged a mountain of unconscious zombies. "Are you the ones who fired the rescue flare?" The man with the gun from before turned his head uneasily. Ponytail, cross-shaped scar. "She's the zombie hunter, Nilo." The girl beside him immediately snorted in annoyance. "Why is she the one who came to save us?" Lam Nan immediately became curious. "What the hell is a zombie hunter?" Chu Mai explained, "They're said to be bounty hunters who specialize in dealing with zombies in survivor bases." And so, the man with the gun from before hurriedly ran away. That's how normal hunters operate. Nilo is different. She hunts just for fun. The girl beside him also scrambled to get away. She doesn't care about the lives of hostages. People around her will be killed in her frenzy. "Let's get out of here." Hearing this, Nilo sneered contemptuously. Sensing danger, Lam Nan's group assumed a defensive stance. Nilo stood before them and said, "No wonder it's been all trash zombies lately." So it turns out, she thought to herself, could it be that Lam Nan's group and the evil spirits are all hiding here? At this moment, she took out a strange sphere, and a twisted smile appeared on her face. The hunting game officially begins. After speaking, she threw the sphere hard onto the ground, and a magic formation opened up accordingly. The two cowards who had just fled were blocked by the sphere's barrier. The girl collapsed weakly to the ground. We're screwed. It's too late. At this moment, Thien Lac made his move. We don't want to hurt anyone. Everyone get out of my way. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. He looked at his hands and thought uneasily, what's going on? Why isn't my special ability working? It wasn't just him. Chuka and Lac Lac were the same. Why can't I activate my special ability either? Nana was no exception. Me too. Nai Lo smirked and explained to them, so you can die with understanding, I've used the goddess system's ability-suppressing curtain item. It can prohibit all evil spirits within a 500-meter radius from using their skills. Hearing this, Lam Nan frowned in thought. Goddess system? Could she mean? The goddess system suddenly appeared, announcing a mandatory mission. Defeat the strongest zombie hunter, Nai Lo. The reward is 3 large mysterious gift packages. Immediately after, Nai Lo summoned 2 or 3 zombies towards Lam Nan. She said in a mocking tone, stop playing dumb over there. Run, my little darlings. Prey is only more interesting when it runs. The hideous zombies prepared to lunge at Thien Lac, but Lam Nan and the others stood in front to shield him. He ordered, protect those kids. I'll go deal with the big one. Then, he easily kicked the 2 zombies away. At the same time, remaining assets were 771,194,040.00 plus 1,001. Lam Nan faced Nai Lo and said, it seems you're the first one to get the magical door, big sis. She provoked him. Are you the little wolf cub the goddess system just adopted? Let big sis here have some fun. And so, the battle between the two began. In a flash, both of them disappeared without a trace. Qiu Lu and Qiu Mai were utterly astonished. They disappeared. Suddenly, the two reappeared, preparing to unleash a powerful punch at each other. They immediately collided, 2 completely opposite attributes, truly an even match. Seeing this, Qiu Mai exclaimed, so fast, the naked eye can't keep up with their speed. That terrifying surge of power even reached the onlookers. Qiu Mai was a little surprised, not expecting there to be someone in the world who could fight on par with Brother Lam Nan. Qiu Lu, standing beside her, was always full of confidence in him. It's okay, he will definitely win. Suddenly, the man with the gun from before propped himself up and retorted, wrong. You don't know how terrifying she is. The girl next to him continued, the scariest thing about Nai Lo is that the stronger her opponent, the stronger she becomes to defeat them. At this moment, Lam Nan had noticed something unusual. What's going on? Her ice attribute has increased by 0.1001. He asked doubtfully, your special ability is constantly getting stronger? Nai Lo didn't shy away and answered, silly little brother. Big sis here holds the power of attribute control. Hearing this, Lam Nan was even more confused. Isn't attribute control something you get a few attribute points from after defeating monsters? How can she directly boost the corresponding attribute like that? The goddess system immediately appeared to explain, this is the effect of attribute control. The user can freely distribute points to various attributes as they wish. For example, right now, she has added points to her special ability attribute to strengthen it. However, it was too late to know this now. His body was gradually being frozen. Nai Lo laughed smugly. Ha ha ha, silly little brother, just stand there obediently and turn into a popsicle. She prepared to leave. But Lam Nan's voice rang out. What's so fun about a popsicle? How about we play a game of ice and fire? This stunned her. Killing intent flared up in her hand. Deep Qiu Lu spoke carefully, sis. I'm ready on my end. Deep Qiu Mai drew her bowstring taut, agreeing, the rest is up to you, sis. Then, the arrow flew straight towards the opponent. Nai Lo frowned slightly. She reacted quickly and jumped up, dodging a fatal attack. Immediately after, a giant ice wall blocked the front. The person who appeared behind the ice wall was Hatch Lam Nan, wearing a smug smile. He tightened his grip on his blade, then turned and said, game paused. The system displayed the content. The lunar eye has treated the host's mild paralysis. The cost this time is 1 million. As soon as the words were spoken, the lunar eye appeared. Feeling his power surge, Hatch Lam Nan quickly acted. 5 seconds of blade, dance martial arts. The system reported quickly. Agility 023333. Nai Lo pouted mockingly. Is that all you've got, little brother? Your speed is too slow. A moment later, she landed on the ground, cursing inwardly, but to make me use up over 20,000 agility points, he's pretty impressive. Hatch Lam then excitedly continued his move. Hee hee, I'm gonna play for real now. Hatch Lamb then split into three, threatening, "Big sis, you'd better be careful." Little Hatch rushed forward with the speed of a whirlwind. Quickly approach her. A single slash grazed past her, and she immediately realized her bra strap had been cut. AI Lou frowned. "TSK, dragging this on won't do me any good. I can't lose my momentum." AI Lou spun 180 degrees and leaped into the air, landing on both feet. She angrily summoned small ice shards, saying fiercely, "Little brother, bring out whatever tricks you have left." At this moment, the system prompted, "Special ability 023333. Seeing her pathetic state, Yi Xiaoli said gloatingly, "Old hag, let me deal with you this time." Being called an old hag made AI Lu's face turn purple with rage. She gritted her teeth and cursed. "You little brat, who are you calling an old hag?" AI Lu leaped up to attack with all her might. Yi Xiaoli quickly retaliated with a blinding flash of light. Water and fire clashed, creating a chaotic explosion. Yi Xiaoli's side was severely affected, and she couldn't stand steady. She tried to look ahead, letting out a moan of AI Lu sneered, "Humph, a brat who doesn't know her place." But a voice from behind stunned her. "Big sis, don't forget about me." It was Elanren, and he was incredibly excited. AI Lu was frozen to the spot, thinking to herself, "I can't dodge in time." He flashed forward, and the blade in Elanren's hand stopped right above her head. AI Lu blocked the blade with her bare hands, and the ground beneath was pressed into a large crater. In a cramped room, Hike playfully jumped back and forth, constantly muttering, "I am a #1 food saint in the universe. The little evil spirit Hike." Yi Xiaoli reminded him worriedly, "Hike, remember, no matter how hungry you get, you must not eat people." Hike, with a toy in his mouth, asked innocently, "Why?" She smiled, patting the boy's head, and said, "Because we're your best friends, your most trustworthy ones." Hike happily made a pinky promise, sealing the vow of best friends. At that moment, a group of people was gathering outside. The leader, sitting on a tiger's back, raised his binoculars and said, "Perfect timing. It's been a while since I've had fresh meat. Stew the small one, capture the big one alive, understand?" The lackeys below quickly took action, responding in unison. "Don't worry, big brother, leave it to us." Back in the room, Hike was rummaging through things, his hair a mess, muttering like a little old man. Nothing here either. I've been searching for so long, and all I've found are empty cans." A scent wafted by, and Hike immediately recognized it, shouting, "It's the smell of meat." The world before the little boy's eyes went dark. A giant tiger entered with a growl, intending to swallow him whole. Seeing it, Hike grinned smugly, unable to close his mouth. "Excellent, just when I was starving." His hair fell over his face. Hike spoke, "I didn't expect a little kitten to walk right into the trap." Drooling. Hike's eyes shone like headlights. "You're so adorable, so I won't be polite." The tiger shut its mouth tightly in fear. A sound was heard, and Yi Xiaoli felt something was wrong. Could Hike be in danger? Just then, she was blocked by a man. He spoke up, "You should worry about yourself first, beautiful." Immediately after, a group of thugs surrounded her. Yi Xiaoli shouted, "What do you want?" An ugly man with green hair appeared. "Don't be so tense. We just want to play an indescribable game with you." Yi Xiaoli, extremely disgusted, cursed, "Get lost, or don't blame me for chopping off your third legs." Then, she drew her ultimate weapon. Yi Xiaoli smelled a strange scent and frowned. "This is..." The man in green blew out a cloud of knockout gas and said smugly, "Big brother, she's been drugged. You can enjoy her as you please." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoli fell with a thud. The leader picked her up, saying lustfully, "Truly a top-quality prize." He was about to take Xiaoli away when the room began to shake. He and his lackeys screamed in terror. "Who on earth is messing with us?" Then, a fierce tiger appeared before him out of the darkness. He closed his eyes and sighed in relief. "So it's just little tiger returning. How did it go? Did you catch any small prey?" But his sixth sense told him something was wrong. "Why isn't little tiger reacting at all to seeing me?" Hike appeared, holding the tiger's head in one hand and gnawing on its flesh with the other. Hike praised with his mouth full. "Little tiger tastes really good." After finishing the main course, it's perfect timing for dessert. Seeing Little He's state, the man was terrified. He held a knife to Xiaoli's throat and threatened, "Don't come any closer, or I'll kill her." Was that guy just now an evil spirit too? Hike walked toward the leader with interest. "It's a good thing you scumbags showed up. I'm going to eat." They stared wide-eyed, clutching their cheeks, and screamed in astonishment. in her blurry vision. The adorable Hike said softly, "Big sis Xiaoli, you're awake." The little boy mumbled, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I didn't keep my promise. I ate just now." Yi Xiaoli hugged him tightly, comforting him. "Hike, don't cry. You did nothing wrong. Because you didn't eat people, you ate scum." AI Lu blocked the blade with her bare hands, frowning. "I'll put some of my points into defense, but it's still just barely enough to hold on." The system prompted, "Defense 0-3-0-0-0-0." However, this feeling of tension is actually quite exciting. She muttered again. Immediately after, AI Lu slipped, letting the blade sink deeper, pressing against her shoulder. Exhausted, she knelt on the ground. Hilanran held the blade to her neck and said, "That's enough for today. If you're not convinced, you can come find me to practice later. But if you dare touch my people again, don't blame me for being merciless." AI Lu refused to admit defeat, retorting stubbornly, "Little brother, I've never submitted to anyone. But I'll give you face today. As for those evil spirits, I'll eat them another day." After speaking, she flicked her fingers. Hilanran noticed a strange movement, and the spiritual energy surrounding them shattered. Hilanran bid farewell. "You all should go and live your own lives." They nodded in thanks. "Thank you, Brother Lanran." Then, they waved goodbye to everyone and gradually disappeared. Yunana waved excitedly. "Take care, everyone." Back on the battlefield, AI Lu calmly pushed the blade aside. She moved closer to him, whispering in his ear, "You're not a bad fighter, little brother. It's a pity you're being played by the system. How pathetic." AI Lu even touched his chest, saying provocatively, "I bet you're dying to know how I left that damn system, right?" A dazed group of people stood in the desert, racing against a death mobile. A loudspeaker from the vehicle blared. "We are the survivor search team. Was the previous distress signal from you?" At the same time, a pair of eyes watched everything from above. That person was Choo Choo. AI Lu turned to leave smugly, leaving a message. "If you want to know, you'll have to survive long enough to find me first. After all, you've already been noticed by the gods chosen." Her attitude did a 180, and she said through gritted teeth, "Instead of being a savior, you should worry about saving your own skin first." Watching her leave, Hilanran frowned in annoyance. The gods chosen again. Hilanran thought to himself, "That busty woman. You successfully caught my attention. It seems I'll have to conquer you to uncover the secrets you hold." Her hand activated the system. AI Lu didn't forget to blow him a kiss, adding a message, "Little brother, don't keep me waiting too long." Then, she disappeared before Hilanran's eyes. The goddess system appeared, and the announcement it made left him feeling bewildered. "Host, you have a new mission. Mission content. Within 2 days, find Dr. Annie to research the antidote. Investigate the true identity of the mysterious person Z, and search for information about the God's chosen organization. Reward, 10 billion gold and a special reward. Time remaining, 47 hours, 59 minutes, and 55 seconds. Hilanran fell into thought. Annie and AI Lu are both at the survivor base. It seems the answer is right there. After observing for a long time, the goddess system reminded him worriedly, "You may have won against AI Lu this time, but I'm warning you." She was still holding back. Hilanran mimicked her annoyedly. "Holding back? What on earth is that woman plotting?" The goddess system reiterated the mutually destructive situation between the previous savior and the current one. That is the outcome the gods chosen wants to see. As for who the gods chosen is, Hilanran feigned disinterest. "I'm sure you're going to say, the host must investigate this himself." Hearing this, the goddess was furious. "Don't you dare mimic me." On the other side, the vehicle accelerated. The vehicle sped past him, getting closer and closer. Hilanran looked curiously at the people in front of him. It's still unclear whether the survivor base is friend or foe. He thought for a moment, then patted the two girls' shoulders with an awkward smile. "Let's go into the system space to prepare for a bit." It's about time Xiao, Mei, and Nana became official members of the girl group anyway. The system prompted, "Congratulations to the host for officially recruiting Xiao, Mei, and Nana as girl group members." Reward, 2 special ability stealing needles. Reward, 50 first aid kits. Reward, 100 bags of cat food. Reward, 2 uses of the safe shelter. Reward, 1 use of the power of the Eye of Horus. The system prompted, special reward for recruiting 2 girl group members at once. 1. A free gift of exclusive equipment for new members. 2. All girl group members level up by 1. 1 hot spring bath session. When entering the system space, time outside will be paused. The system prompted, creating new outfits for the girl group members based on the host preferences. Everyone was teleported to a lakeside, their clothes already changed. Yi Xiaoli shouted, "Where is this?" Nana said shyly, "And we were changed into swimsuits, too." Yi Xiaoli angrily pointed at his head and scolded, "You pervert!" Hilanren, with a look of enjoyment, justified himself. "I just saw that everyone was exhausted, so I brought everyone here to relax in a hot spring for a bit." The goddess system greeted them cheerfully. "Welcome, host and girl group members, to the system space. I am the goddess system." Hike pointed at her excitedly and shouted, "Ah, it's the goddess system's sister." She asked Hike curiously, "You know her?" Hilanren had a nosebleed and said, fumbling, "Don't worry, this is my territory. Besides me and my girl group members, no one else can enter. Plus, no one will know what we do." Being touched by him made her very uncomfortable. "Hey, Hilanren, don't talk nonsense. Also, get your hands off me right now." Xiao Mei, ever so sensible, stood to the side and asked softly, "So, did Xiaoli get her special ability because she became a girl group member?" At the same time, Yi Xiaoli landed a punch on Hilanren, a heart-wrenching pain. Hilanren tried to force a smile in front of the beauty. "Well, about that, you can ask her." Yi Xiaoli forced a stiff smile. This was a normal afternoon at the age of 24 in the 26th cycle of reincarnation. Xiaomei approached worriedly and asked, "Xiaoli, are you not feeling well?" Xiaoli, as if caught red-handed, stammered, "I'm fine, just a little tired." Thinking of the intimate scene with Lanren, Xiaoli blushed with embarrassment. "I absolutely cannot let my sister know about this." At this moment, Hilanren cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, all right, let's have the expert explain." Hilanren stated that special abilities can be obtained by eating the special ability seeds he provides. Turning from an evil spirit into a normal person only requires one needle. Lanren said that evil spirits who have their special abilities extracted will lose all their powers. He requested that after Xiao, Mei, and Nana change their clothes, he would arrange a training ground for everyone. The goddess system smiled and reminded the host, "Don't just focus on the girl group. You also have new eye techniques to unlock." The system screen showed Red Flame Eye upgrades to Biochemical Jade Eye. Can control 3 zombies, costs 50 million. Upgrade to Extreme Cold Demonic Eye. Unleashes Frost Special Ability, costs 80 million. Upgrade to Invisibility Eye, You Won't See Me, 100 million. Looking at this content, Hilanren smiled smugly. This doesn't seem too bad. His awkward smile gradually lost its humanity. Especially the Invisibility Eye. It's perfect for spying on the survivor base's intelligence. The sooner I buy it, the sooner I can enjoy it. The system screen showed remaining assets 104,19,404,000.00 to 230 million.00. Hilanren remembered that it was time for Xiao, Mei, and Nana to change clothes. At this moment, the system began to act. They shouted in alarm, "Brother Lanren, why are our bodies glowing?" Nana also said, "Our clothes have disappeared too." Yi Xiaoli complained to Hilanren, "What kind of weird outfit did you change my sister into this time?" He gestured innocently, "Don't worry, the system is changing for you." Wearing the new outfit, Xiao Mei said in surprise, "This outfit is great for moving around." Nana said shyly, "But the size is a bit tight." Looking at the two of them, his nose was about to gush blood. Hilanren said excitedly, "You'll get used to it. Let me give you some more benefits." The system announced, "Host is using the special reward. All girl group members level up by 1. Xiao Mei asked worriedly, "Is it going to happen again?" The system screen updated the information. Member attributes: Hike, idle trainee, mature stage, evil spirit. Skills: parasitic evil eye disguise. Level 2, Level 3. Enemy detecting sound wave, offensive sound wave. Level 3, Level 6. Hilanren commented, "Hike has eaten quite a few crystal cores, so she has matured a lot." Next, member attributes. Xiaoli, idle trainee, Level 2. Skills: Sword Master Level 2, Blade Aura Level 2, Lightning Special Ability Level 2. Hilanren nodded in agreement. "I have to say, Xiaoli has gotten much stronger after awakening her special ability." The system continued to report member attributes. Xiao Mei, idle trainee, Level 2. Skills: Firearms Expert Level 2, Perfect Shot Level 2. He started to get curious. So what's next? Member attributes. Nana, idle trainee, mature stage evil spirit, Level 2. Skills: Beast Tamer Level 2, Veterinarian Level 2, Call of the Wild Level 2. The information displayed before him confused Lanren. How does Nana have him too? Why is all her information displayed as question marks? He quickly checked again. The goddess system immediately appeared to clear things up. The answer the host is looking for is right inside. Lanren hurriedly entered the system, his expression turning serious. Suddenly, Lanren frowned. What's going on? Nana was lying motionless on the bed. Seeing this scene, Hilanrin was struck by lightning, frozen on the spot. Nana weakly opened her eyes. She sat up, rubbing her eyes, and said in surprise, "So it's you?" Thinking of her appearance at that moment, Lanrin stiffened. Are you really Nana?" Nana said excitedly. "Want to sleep together?" Seeing her pull him, Lanrin felt shy. Nana proactively grabbed his hand and gave it a sharp tug, making him stumble. The next second, her body was underneath his. Looking at her seductive figure, Lanrin thought to himself, Nana hasn't even eaten a crystal core fruit. How did she grow up so fast? Could it be that she also has a disguise skill? Before he could act, he was grabbed. Shally spoke up. Well done. Lanrin, daring to hide a beauty here behind my back? Lanrin explained in terror. Wait, it's not what you think. Shally lifted him up like a puppy. Speak up. Who is this girl? Xiao Mei, standing beside them, said worriedly, Shally, be gentle. At this moment, Yunana finally realized, it's Sister Meow Meow. Yunana blamed Brother Lanrin. How could you treat her like that? Being misunderstood by everyone pained him, and he tried to salvage the situation. You've all misunderstood. She was transformed from Nana. Looking back at the person before them, the adorable image reappeared. Xiao Mei spoke up, so was Nana. We've wrongly accused Brother Lanrin, but Shally was still being unreasonable. It's still wrong for him to hide it from us. Lanrin was very annoyed. Hey, I didn't know why the goddess system brought Nana in here either. The goddess system quickly checked. Looking at the person before her, the goddess explained, when the host agreed to let Brother Chin and Sister Meow adopt Nana, I had already designated her as a reserve member of the girl group. She added, but Nana was a premature child. Her vitality and special abilities are very weak. She can only live in this special system space. Lanrin spoke up. This mission is to find Annie and develop a vaccine for the Doomsday virus. I think she might be able to help Nana. The goddess frowned and said, I want to mention one thing. Nana is the child of an evil spirit and a super mutant. To the gods chosen, she is an excellent experimental subject. The goddess led Nana away, saying as she walked, that's why I taught her to rely on her genetic inheritance to transform into a human form like Meow Meow or Brother Chin. But she's still too young and not used to controlling it. When her emotions fluctuate, she will revert to her original form. Lanrin confidently accepted the mission. Don't worry. Before I clarify Annie's background, I will absolutely not tell her about this. Yi Xiaomei acted like a big sister and said, from now on, Hikei is the older sister, so you must protect your little sister well. Hikei had a look of I don't want to. As soon as she finished speaking, Nana rushed over. Sister, she hugged Hikei tightly, calling out with a sob. Sister, Hikei had no choice but to say, all right, I know. She pulled Nana away and said with a smile, be good, Nana. I'm your big sister. You have to listen to me from now on. Yes, Nana agreed happily. After gathering, Lanrin reminded them, there might be zombie hunters in the search team outside. Nana and Hikei should stay here with Nana for now. Yunana agreed. Okay, leave my little sister to me. Okay, Hikei replied. Then he said to Xiao Mei and Xiaoli, let's go back and investigate the background of the search team. Suddenly, Lanrin flashed a cunning smile, and we can test the effectiveness of the invisibility while we're at it. The system then displayed a notification. Host, Xiao Mei and Xiaoli are returning to reality and will begin experiencing outside time. Just then, a man walked over and said, we're the search team from the survivor base. It's good that you're all okay. Lanrin heard this and replied, we want to go to the survivor base. I wonder if that's convenient. The man nodded in agreement and said, of course, please get on the vehicle and rest first. Take a shower and change your clothes. The man pointed to the giant vehicle and said, we will arrange a meal for you. Very quickly, the vehicle started up, speeding down the long road, its speed comparable to the wind. In the vehicle's bathroom, two girls sat outside, calling into the shower room. Little sister, we're going out first. You're taking so long in the shower. Don't blame us if we eat all the good food. The girl in the shower replied, I know, you two go ahead. In the bathroom, the girl was slowly enjoying the relaxing sensation of the warm shower. Suddenly, she noticed a disgusting-looking green liquid. She spoke in confusion. It was Mary, furiously wrapping itself around the girl's body. She screamed in terror, help! But Mary refused to let go, saying, don't even think about escaping. Just obediently hand over your body. Just like that, the girl cried out in pain a few times. Gulp, gulp. She struggled within Mary's body. Gulp, gulp. A moment later, the bathroom door opened. The girl's body was now possessed by Mary. Mary's sharp gaze looked straight ahead as she stepped out of the bathroom, advancing step by step, saying, "Humph." Getting on the vehicle was so simple. This level of security is just too pathetic, Mary said as she walked. Next, I should go retrieve the child of the evil spirit and the supermutant. Although the research on the strongest evil spirit failed, that child is an unexpected gain. Mary bit her nails, her attitude extremely cunning as she said, "That thing is both the key to deciphering the zombie virus and the key to unlocking the genes of us God's chosen. It absolutely cannot fall into human hands." Outside, Mary strode confidently. A man who was sitting and talking suddenly saw Mary, his eyes lighting up as he said, "Wow, one shower and you've really blossomed, huh?" The girl next to him turned her face away in anger, judging. "Humph, shameless." Mary then put on a seductive act, arrogant yet charming, and said, "Handsome, may I ask if you've seen Hilanran anywhere?" The man couldn't resist this charm and put his arm around her shoulder, pointing the way. He just went towards the warehouse over there. Hearing this, Mary lightly kissed the man's cheek as thanks. "Thank you, handsome." After that, Mary left, while the man stood there foolishly, lost in a fantasy. Mary walked straight down the path, arriving at a place shrouded in darkness. Mary gritted her teeth, looking very displeased as she said, "Humph, didn't that stinking man say he was over here?" Suddenly, the door behind Mary made a few noises. She instinctively turned around, shouting, "Who's there?" When she found nothing, Mary concluded, was an illusion. She felt it was strange, thinking to herself, why does it feel like something is getting closer? Just as Mary felt a strange sensation on her chest, she cried out in discomfort, "Don't stop it. Aya, I can't take it anymore." The silhouette of the girl from before suddenly appeared right on Mary's chest. Seeing this, Mary sneered contemptuously and said, "Humph, even the best hunter has to pretend to be the prey." Mary looked straight ahead, saying, "If your hands and feet are already clumsy." Mary reached out her hand and stated one thing decisively, "Then there's no turning back." Just then, Mary suddenly fainted, falling into Hilanran's arms. The goddess system then announced, "Congratulations to the host for successfully rescuing the hostage. Reward, new space energy system illusion, unlocking new eye technique illusory wax eye. Host exclusive chair, 10 wax eyes, 12,001. Track one living person for 3 days, 0.1. Hilanran placed Mary on the ground, saying, "It feels a bit bad taking these skills from you. Unlocking new eye techniques is expensive, you know." The goddess system pouted in response. "Humph, if you don't like it, don't use it." Suddenly, a green liquid began to appear on the floor, forming Mary's body. Immediately after, Mary quickly materialized, glaring at Hilanran. Hilanran was startled and jumped up, shouting, "You still dare to glare at me? Haven't you had enough of a beating?" Mary seemed agitated at this point, pointing at Hilanran and saying, "You stay away from me." As soon as the words left her mouth, Mary quickly escaped, to the astonishment of Hilanran and the goddess system. Mary escaped through a small iron window on the side. Seeing this, the goddess system frowned in confusion and asked, "You're just letting Mary go like that?" The host's brain is really strange. Hilanran shrugged helplessly and replied, "This is called letting the prey go to catch it later. Mary wants to snatch Nana, so she will definitely take the kid back to her lair." Hilanran said smugly, "Besides, I've already used the wax eye to track her." Thinking of this, Hilanran got a little excited and said cheerfully, "Next time will be even more interesting." This is really interesting. Lost in his imagination, Hilanran suddenly realized something shocking, saying, "Mary is a follower of the Chosen One. If we can locate her, we can find his position." The goddess system also announced, "Host is using Wax Eye 1.1 to track a target, automatically monitoring Mary's location. Map automatically monitoring Mary's location." Suddenly, a voice echoed in Hilanran's ear. "Brother Hilanran, it's me, Xiao Mei. Can you hear me?" The goddess system explained, "Host is using the telepathy system." Hilanran heard it and quickly replied, "Received. Any discoveries?" Yi Xiaomei quickly reported to Hilanran, "We've checked every room and haven't found anything unusual." Yi Xiaoli, beside her, also thought, maybe they are good people. Hilanran heard the situation seemed fine, suddenly frowned and asked, "Then why did you call me?" Yi Xiaoli answered seriously, "Xu Etching just told us to tell you that the rescue team has organized a meal. After hearing this, Hilanran chuckled and replied, "All right, if there's a good meal to be had, how could you forget about this, Iguai?" A table filled with expensive canned food and wine appeared. This was a small party held in the vehicle's dining car. Yi Xiaomei, sitting beside her, reminded Yi Xiaoli, "Xiaoli, don't eat so hastily." That man suddenly slammed his hand on the table. He quickly raised his wine glass and announced, "On behalf of the survivors' base, I warmly welcome everyone." After that, everyone enthusiastically clinked glasses. The man continued solemnly, "I hope we can cooperate to rebuild our shared home together." Hilanran quickly drained his glass. Meanwhile, from a distance, that man kept staring at Hilanran, an insidious smile unconsciously forming on his face. Immediately after, the wine glass in Hilanran's hand involuntarily fell to the ground. Yi Xiaoli felt dizzy and said, "Sister, I'm so dizzy. We've been drugged." Yi Xiaoli also felt unwell, continuously pounding her chest and saying, "Me too, we've been drugged." Then, everyone collapsed onto the dining table. Hilanran, sitting beside them, patted Yi Xiaoli's back and called out, Xiaomei, wake up." Seeing that the situation was bad, Hilanran turned to the other man and said, "I can't believe you bastard are still conscious. Why did you drug us?" The man reached out and picked up Yaya and said arrogantly, "You ask why?" Yeah, feeling unwell, could only say helplessly, "Wait, no." He laughed despicably. Of course, it's to make it easier to capture these women and have some fun with them. After that, the man walked up to Hilanran and said, "As for you, you look quite sturdy." He grabbed Hilanran's hair, laughing triumphantly. "If I sell you to some female bosses as a pet, I'm sure I'll get a good price." Hilanran just said calmly, "Of course, in the apocalypse, no place is safe." As soon as he finished speaking, a light flashed in Hilanran's eyes, and a burst of power erupted right in front of the man. Hilanran advanced toward the man step by step. He saw Hilanran holding a broken wine bottle and said in fear, "What are you planning to do? You bastard." With that, he wondered in confusion, why didn't the drug work on him? The moment he finished, Hilanran smashed the broken bottle hard on the man's head, hurting him so much that strawberry syrup flowed from his nose. After that, Hilanran looked straight at him and said loudly, "I knew long ago that the food and drinks were drugged." The system goddess then sent 2 messages. The host's fading color pupil skill is immune to drugs. Remaining balance 910.144. 040.000 minus 50.000.000. Then, Hilanran kicked the man in the groin, shouting, "Compared to zombies infected by a virus, those blinded by lust are even more terrifying." After being taught a light lesson, he felt his whole body tremble, his head spun, and he could barely stand. The man shouted an order, "Guards, where are the guards? Kill him for me, quickly." Immediately after, the guards were also beaten to a pulp, looking utterly miserable. A few weak guards quickly lay motionless on the floor. Hilanran walked over and stomped hard on a guard's back, making him let out a grunt. Hilanran walked over, squeezed the man's face, and said, "My hearing isn't so good. Repeat who you wanted to kill." He was tied up, forced to kneel at Hilanran's feet. Hilanran just looked at him lightly and said, "Thanks to the medicine brought by the rescue team leader, everyone got a good night's sleep." The system goddess announced again, "The host has used the fading color pupil to awaken everyone." This time, 9 million gold coins were consumed, remaining balance 751.144.040.00 minus 9.000.000.001 minus 150.000.000.000. The host used the fading color pupil to save more than 10 people. Unlocked new pupil skill, soul losing hypnosis, 150 million. Seeing this information, Hilanran was visibly pleased, chuckling to himself. "Ha! This hypnosis is the best pupil skill ever." And so, Hilanran imagined a unique scene, fantasizing that from now on, he could rise to the pinnacle of life. After waking up from the drug-induced stupor, Yi Xiaoli quickly ordered her sisters. "There are cockroaches here. Sisters, stomp them to death." The man was humiliatingly trampled, screaming incessantly, "Help." In this situation, Hilanran came up with a novel and bold idea. Hilanran sat leisurely on the table and ordered, "Ladies, stop. I have a few things to ask him." The The man, agitated, screamed nonstop. Let me go. Let me go. Women, food, weapons, I can give you everything. Hilanrin lifted the man's chin with his foot. He asked fearfully, is there someone named Annie researching a virus vaccine in the survivor's base? The man replied in pain, Big brother, I don't know any base. Hearing the falsehood in his words, Hilanrin frowned and asked again, you still dare to lie to my face? Do you want a beating to sober you up? However, the man quickly denied, no, big brother. If I talk, the leader will definitely not spare me. Seeing his refusal, Hilanrin used his power and said softly, what a coincidence. I don't plan on sparing you either. Talk, what have you seen? He seemed to be psychologically controlled and slowly opened his mouth to say, waves, 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 waves. Hearing this, Hilanrin demanded, that's right, tell me everything you know about the survivor's base. The man, in pain all over, began to confess. The survivor's base is currently no different from hell. As he said this, a hand was slowly lowering some food. It was Jackson and Mr. Z standing there. The man continued his story. Ever since the leader started cooperating with Mr. Z, that place has become a prison for survivors. The law of survival is the law of the jungle. The leader said the base is useless, and even if it were useful, it doesn't mean it can be maintained. Witnessing the scene of shackled prisoners, screaming from hunger, he continued, one day, you will be imprisoned for absurdly violating the base's regulations. The only one who can survive, I'm afraid, is Dr. Annie. The man then lost consciousness, his mouth emitting a few strange sounds, ulu-lu. As soon as he finished, one side of his body mutated and a disgusting green liquid appeared. Seeing this, everyone screamed in terror. Hilanrin then spoke to comfort them. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Yi Xiaoli was also scared out of her wits, exclaiming in horror, that's terrifying. The young man beside her said shyly, can you give me one? Hilanrin frowned in thought. He passed out right after mentioning Annie. Hilanrin guessed to himself, could it be that the base leader injected him with a mysterious virus to prevent internal secrets from being leaked? It seems that leader is some kind of super mutant. With that, Hilanrin stared at Yi Xiaoli, Higuai, and Yunai and said, the survivor's base doesn't seem simple. Everyone must cooperate well with me and be prepared for this. At this moment, the vehicle was heading toward a remote mountainous area. Although remote, it was well equipped with a 24-hour surveillance system, making it extremely strict and secure. A heavily armed security team was on duty, holding weapons and announcing loudly, the rescue team ahead is approaching. Stop the vehicle immediately. We require your team leader to get out and verify their identity. That vehicle quickly drove up to the main gate. The inspection here was extremely strict and meticulous. They remained vigilant until they felt it was safe enough. Inside the vehicle, Hilanrin was in disguise, concealing his appearance. At this time, the inspection officer said, confirmed it's the team leader. The gate can be opened. Sorry to have troubled you. As soon as the team leader received the order, that vehicle slowly proceeded deep into the base. In a corner, the doctor was checking on Xiaoman, who was lying on a bed. Jackson could only stand outside, watching anxiously. Mr. Z stood beside him and said, Mr. Jackson, just using the serum won't be enough to turn Xiaoman back from a zombie into a human. Hearing this, Jackson's arm tensed, and he asked softly, is there no other way? Mr. Z pushed up his glasses and replied, as long as we have the antibody of a high-level mutant, we could develop a vaccine to cure this disease. Xiaoman's illness will soon be cured. Jackson said furiously, if it just has to be a high-level mutant, then use the antibody on me, and stood there and reminded him, Mr. Jackson, please calm down, and said with a serious expression, the antibody is in the human brain. The equipment here cannot guarantee your life. Even with the antibody, it's not 100% certain that a vaccine can be created. Mr. Z let out a soft laugh and said, Mr. Jackson doesn't need to worry about the antibody. I heard there's a high-level mutant at the Luoan mine on the mountain. We can negotiate with him. At this moment, a warning suddenly blared from the speakers. Attention, please. Attention, please. The rescue team has returned with survivors from the Luoan mine. Relevant medical personnel are requested to handle the quarantine procedures. Jackson frowned as he looked on and said, I was just about to find some subjects for the vaccine. Then, Jackson quickly gave an order. You two go and get to work first. Mister, Z nodded and replied, "Ah, all right. I respect your decision, Mr. Jackson." Seeing Jackson leave, Mr. Z also carefully reminded, "You all stay here and help Dr. Annie. Don't let those dogs come and bother her." The group of people quickly nodded and replied, "Yes." Seeing Jackson and Mr. Z leave, and was a little worried, seeing that the current situation was not good, and thought to herself, "I can't fight these people alone. If this goes on, he'll treat the base as his plaything." At this moment, a blonde woman walked over and said loudly, "Don't make any sudden moves," attract its attention. Helanrin quickly ran over there. Helanrin used the power of his eyes to understand the root of the matter. When he saw the truth of the current situation clearly, Helanrin asked doubtfully, "The evil spirit virus is in this strange tree?" Recalling the man's earlier reaction, Helanrin affirmed to himself, "It seems it's not that simple." Suddenly, a terrified scream echoed nearby. "Oh no, the virus is slowly approaching." This person said in a panic, "No, don't come over here." The blonde woman said angrily, "You dare to disobey orders. Do you have a death wish?" The person was in agony from an electric shock, screaming nonstop, "Ah?" With that, the blonde woman became even angrier. She walked over and kicked the person hard. Then, she arrogantly stepped on the person's back. Next, she ordered the others, "Throw it to the carnivorous plant, then leave." The two young men trembled in fear and said, "Yes." Yi Xiaomei witnessed everything and said angrily, "This is unacceptable." Yi Xiaoli cursed, "Is this thing even human?" Yu Nai cried out in horror, "I can't believe humans can treat their own kind like this." He Guai could only turn his head away and say, outside, it seems someone was trying to climb the high stone wall. Helanrin also quickly ordered, "Don't make any sudden moves. We came here to find Annie and figure out what's going on. Saving one child won't save this place. If we want to do that, we must first kill their superiors." Then, Helanrin thought of the strange tree and concluded, "Before long, the creatures infected by the evil spirit will be under my control." Over here, the tree also began to react. It extended its tendrils, approaching the blonde woman and her subordinates. It lunged forward with all its might. The blonde woman was entangled by the tree. In extreme pain, she quickly screamed, "Ah!" The girl was wrapped and squeezed tightly by the vines. She screamed in pain, "No, don't." Over here, the blue-haired man looked at her, his nose bleeding profusely. "What? Is it good?" The man with two pigtails next to him was no exception, replying, "Good, good." Their buzz-cut friend was even more mesmerized, his nose gushing blood as he said, "I want to become that tree." At this moment, the rules appeared on the information board. The blue-haired man, still with that mesmerized look, said excitedly, "Special reward brave. Within 1 hour, anyone mesmerized by normal women will become the host's diehard fan." What a good person. Such great benefits. On the other side, thick smoke suddenly billowed out. At the same time, from a distance, a group of people dressed in black from head to toe emerged from the smoke. Over here, the person in white was holding up a black card, saying, "It seems you need an internal card to get in and out of here." At this moment, a girl stepped forward from behind, looking extremely confident and cool, and walked towards the group in black. Standing before them, she took out a file and said, "Please fill in the survivor's information." Yi Xiaoli appeared out of nowhere, leaving one of the men in black utterly speechless. Jiahao can only write his own name, and even then, he can only spell that name correctly. Suddenly, a man in black stepped forward and snatched the file from her hand, leaving the girl stunned. It turned out to be the blue-haired man who had been mesmerized by the girl earlier. He looked at her and said with a smile, "Don't bother our team leader with such trivial matters. I could do it myself." The host has used the admirer's influence. The girl was also captivated by his beauty, her eyes sparkling, and she quickly said, "Of course." Seeing this, the guy thought to himself, the effect isn't bad. Maybe I should ask a bit more? He asked while writing, "Annie, is she okay?" Hearing this, the girl put a finger to her lips and gestured, "Shoo, not so loud." Then she leaned in and whispered in his ear. Although the boss asked the director to focus on taking care of his daughter Xiaoman, everyone says the director offended Mr. Z before being put under house arrest. After hearing her words, the guy acted like an overbearing CEO, lifting her chin with his hand and saying, "Then do you know how to find Annie?" As for her eyes seemed caught in a love trap, but she remained clear-headed and said, "That's a secret I can't say." The guy's eyes seemed to use a hypnotic art as he looked at her insidiously. "No, you can." Sure enough, she fell under his control. "I understand. I will tell you everything you want to know." As for the person in white from before, he was standing in front of a man in black holding a gun. Over here, the girls were carrying out their plan together. Yi Xiaoli spoke up. We're here to submit quarantine samples. Yu Nai understood Yi Xiaoli's meaning and also agreed, please come in. Yi Xiaomei, seeing everyone discussing, also chimed in. Everything is going smoothly. I hope we find any soon. He Guai confidently chimed in. Our disguises are too good. The guards can hardly recognize us. The elevator then reached the 610th floor. A group of people in hazmat suits were now standing in front of the elevator, watching the door slowly open. Inside, things that looked like vines could be vaguely seen. Suddenly, from a not yet fully opened door, some carnivorous plants flew out. They quickly lunged at the people standing there, causing them to panic. They quickly overcame their fear and said calmly, "Even so, we can't let our guard down." As soon as they finished speaking, from behind those strange carnivorous plants, two very mysterious-looking girls appeared. The two of them just stood there quietly, watching the monsters attack, cornering the researchers against the wall. At this moment, one of the two, while pressing the door button, said, Understood. What the hell is this?" But what happened next shocked them, and their fear grew. This is bad. The door won't close. Seeing them like this, one of the two mysterious girls, while pulling something out from her chest, said calmly, "Sorry to have scared you all. These naughty little ones haven't had any meat for 2 days. They're a bit irritable." As soon as the girl finished speaking, the two, as if telepathically linked, simultaneously pointed their guns at them and threatened to avoid unnecessary trouble. "Please hand over the samples to us." The two of them emphasized again, "Hand over the samples now." Helanren appeared behind Yi Xiaoli and reminded her, "Xiaoli, first use your ability to jam the surveillance cameras." Yi Xiaoli heard this and replied, "Understood." Before she could finish, an electric current began to appear on Yi Xiaoli's body. That current was emitted, jamming Mr. Z's observation equipment. As for him, he looked at the jammed screen and said in surprise, "What's going on?" But immediately after, a voice came through his earpiece, which made his expression improve slightly. "A few people resisted, but we've got them under control. The samples have also been obtained." Hearing the other party's words, Mr. Z was happy and replied, "Very good. Bring those people and the samples here." A moment later, one of the two mysterious girls began to walk towards a mysterious door. She raised her hand and entered a code to open it. The door quickly opened. When the door was fully open, Helanren's figure appeared majestically, his arms around the two mysterious girls as he said, "Having two beauties to lead the way, I'm truly lucky." Behind them, Yi Xiaoli and a lineup of beauties spoke up and tell us a few things about the base. Inside, Mr. Z sat in a glass room, surrounded by many strange plants, and said in a confident, deep voice, "I am Mr. Z, the brain of the survivors agency." He pushed up his glasses and calmly continued, "The rule is that outsiders must be isolated and observed. Please leave your samples. Please confirm to begin the procedure." As soon as he finished speaking, his hands flew across the computer keyboard, typing as he thought, "This guy is a high-level mutant." Helanren's eyes began to glow, tracking his every move. The pupil skill was just enough to keep up with this speed. After typing everything, he quickly pressed the enter key. The moment the key was pressed, an electric current began to appear from the two mysterious girls. As for him, he said as if his wish had been granted, "This low-level hypnotic state can be achieved with an optical chip." Helanren was also surprised by Mr. Z's attitude. Suddenly, the two girls lunged at Helanren, wanting to attack him. Two punches were thrown simultaneously, aimed straight at his face. Not only did he not dodge, but he even showed a triumphant smile. Helanren swung his arms and grabbed both of their hands. Pulled by Helanren, the two collided with each other, their chests pressing against his cheeks, making him so mesmerized that his nose bled. This is really against the rules. Using balls to hit people, the girl then reached into her chest, as if looking for something. Seeing this, Helanren said, "Don't bother looking, I already stripped you clean during the hypnosis." No sooner said than done. He quickly searched everything in her chest, sending items flying everywhere. He fumbled around and said, "Miss, you're quite cunning, hiding such a secret so deep." A moment later, he was holding two blue vials, staring at them with his golden eyes, and said, "I can see through everything." Looking closely and recalling everything, he confirmed what it was. This is the same type of strengthening drug as the Meng brothers. Inside the blue vial, there were some strange purple swirls, which made him think. It seems Zhou Zhan is up to his old tricks again. A mysterious figure contacted him via earpiece. Mr. Z, Xiaoman's condition is worsening. I'm coming right away. Dust and smoke filled the entire room. From a distance, dozens of vines attacked Ilanrin, putting him on alert. He dodged to the side, immediately puzzled. What's going on? Why isn't the pupil skill working? The system reminded him. Host, did you use this skill outside? It needs 2 hours to recover. 5 more minutes until it's complete. The vines tightened around the 2 female staff members, injecting a strange green liquid into their bodies. Ooh. Ilanrin charged straight into the enemy's formation. Everyone be careful. I'll go deal with that keyboard warrior. Over here, Yi Xiaomei, Yi Xiaoli Higuai, Yunai, and Tang Tang Miao were clearing the vines, opening a path for Ilanrin. Brother Ilanrin will cover you. Boom, 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 boom. He stood before the keyboard warrior as dozens of vines attacked him. Ilanrin easily dodged them. He charged forward, and the man in black glasses reminded him, you should watch your back. A female plant demon appeared, grabbing Ilanrin's leg. He swung his leg with force, and the vine disappeared. Get lost. His foot kicked the female plant demon. The system announced, ding, the blue pupil life skill is about to end. Ilanrin activated the skill, his eyes flashing with blue light. The system reminded, host, you can't hold on for long. The chip in her body is still active. He thought, damn it, how am I supposed to fight her? The female plant demon charged forward to attack. He trembled. This is bad. Although his right leg was caught, he put power into his left leg and slashed straight at the female plant demon. Martial God's tail wag. Ilanrin kicked her far away, and the female plant demon fell, engulfed in flames. 10 vines flew to attack him, but were pierced by the female plant demon, and the vines were incinerated. Plus 1001, plus 101, plus 101, plus 101, plus 101. Possession value, 801.144.050.000.000.000.00. He turned to the man in black. Hey, he got away. Ding. There's an incoming call. Ilanrin asked happily. Any new information? The screen above requested a video call. The female plant demon was in an extremely frenzied state. She launched vines to attack. Yi Xiaoli sliced through all the vines. Damn it, isn't this bastard afraid of my ability? Higuai crushed all the vines. This damn thing. Get lost. Yunai, riding on Tang Tang Miao's back, attacked the vines and caught Yi Xiaomei, sister Xiaomei. Xiaomei was restrained by the vines. A red heart was gathering energy aimed at the female plant demon. Xiaomei fired a beam of blue light, which grazed the monster's face, taking off one side of it. Xiaomei lamented, the enemy is too agile. Yunai pushed up her glasses and analyzed. Perhaps the electrical ability activates the plant cells and then enhances their abilities. Xiaoli didn't understand. Huh? How is that possible? In the flames, Ilanrin appeared, using a fire fist, and rushed behind the female plant demon. He said, Nai is right, but it's not a big problem. He unleashed a series of punches on the female plant demon, and she was burned to ashes. Ilanrin turned to explain to everyone. They are too weak, that's why they're afraid of fire. The system announced, eliminated plant ability zombie, increased by 1.000.000.00 points. Special reward. Eliminated 2 plant ability zombies. Moonlight pupil added, used to cure the initial toxins of the virus. Higuai greedily ate those purple stones. I love barbecue the most. So delicious, so delicious. Tang Tang Miao transformed back into a kitten. Yunai, while petting Tang Tang Miao, who was eating cat food, said, loneliness, -1. Ilanrin, Yi Xiaomei, and Yi Xiaoli gathered in front of the computer. Xiaomei said, all the data has been deleted. It will take some time to recover. Xiaoli was eating canned food. Emergency canned food, -1. So that bastard destroyed all the data. The system goddess appeared, offering a deal. As long as the host agrees to pay 100 million, I will immediately restore the data for you. He thought, all right, let me think. This computer was left behind by that bastard, right? The system goddess said angrily. Humph, you cheapskate. Ilanrin replied, forget it. I'll go back to my city to fix it. It'll only cost a few $1,000s. Yunai noticed the base's announcement. Attention, an evil spirit has been detected in the base. All personnel, immediately activate the new alarm. Yunai was puzzled. This alarm doesn't mention our names. Higuai was still eating those purple stones. Mother, where are we going next? Helanrin said confidently. Do you even need to ask? He opened a space portal, a smile playing on his lips. Of course, we're going to find it. A group of people in protective suits stood in front of a door. The sound of a door opening came from inside. Open the door. Open the door. Help! Don't kill me. A voice rang out in the middle of the room. Xiaomin, stop. Xiaomin clutched her head. It hurts. It hurts so much. My head hurts so much. And comforted the girl. Xiaomin, calm down first. I'll save you. Don't let the virus control your consciousness. And stood before the base's announcement, lost in thought. Attention all, the patient has become a mutant. This room will be automatically sealed. Nearby personnel, please evacuate immediately. The scientist banged on the door. Help, let me out. A man knelt beside him. He said in a panic, Supervisor, I was wrong. I shouldn't have injected Xiaomin with Mr. Z's vaccine. I beg you, please have mercy and open the door to let us out. She replied coldly, don't forget, he is taking revenge. He screamed in terror, help, help, help. Fresh blood splattered everywhere and was expressionless. I will absolutely not let this crisis spread outside. The mutated Xiao Min emitted ultrasonic waves, attacking him. She frowned, resisting. She stood up and slowly walked closer. On the screen above, the scene in the room was displayed. A man in dark glasses was observing everything. It's our time to perform. Two female subordinates replied in unison. Yes, Commander. By the way, inform Jackson. Someone reminded on the screen. Don't underestimate Helanrin, even though you often ignore my information. He's not like the ones we've dealt with before. Mr. Z pushed up his glasses. Thanks for the reminder. To me, they're just teleporting machines. He said, needless to say, of course we're going to find it. The door was pushed open. She turned her head to look at the door, adjusting her earpiece. Helanrin asked, where is it? The girl replied, Supervisor and is in Xiaomin's room. He smiled and said, you've worked hard, find a safe place to hide. She handed him the earpiece, saying, understood. A sharp spike pierced through the door. Everyone standing there was startled in horror. Xiaomin gritted her teeth and said, Sister and run, I can't control myself anymore. She weakly warned the person in front of her, I can't control myself anymore, and covered her ears, her eyes wide with shock. Helanrin kicked the door open, shattering it. He said, it's dangerous, run. He looked at the sharp claws and said softly, oh, hello, is that you? The sharp claws continuously attacked him. He reached out and grabbed one, smiling. Then you found the right person. He grabbed it, wrapping it around his arm like a rope. Pulling hard, he let out a cold laugh. Xiaomin was yanked hard, her whole body spinning. She spun around nonstop. He chuckled. Excellent. Caught a wild, evil spirit alive. Time to extract the power seed. Xiaomin, dizzy from spinning, collapsed onto the ground and said worriedly, don't hurt Xiaomin. He glanced at the system panel. Host used Moon Pupil to cure the zombie virus and Anne's injuries. Remaining assets, 761,144,040.00 5000000. Helanrin turned around, struck a handsome pose, and said, Missin, you're mistaken. I, Helanrin, am a savior. Regardless of good or evil, I will do my best to save them. He placed his hand on Xiaomin's head, and countless green plus signs appeared around her. Current favorability, 70. Xiaomin blushed and said with a smile, Big brother, thank you for saving us. He picked her up. The wall behind them shattered, sending dust and smoke everywhere. He turned his head in surprise. A man burst in, his eyes filled with killing intent. He roared, you bastard. Get your hands off my daughter. He threw a heavy punch at him. He also raised his fist. The two fists collided, creating a terrifying pressure. Claws identical to Xiaomin's appeared on the man. Seeing it had no effect, he turned and lamented to himself. This isn't scientific at all. Aren't these vines afraid of fire? The girls surrounded him, saying, everyone attack him. Another person spoke up, don't forget about us, uncle. The girl who appeared behind him said unhappily, you stinky uncle, you're not allowed to bully my mother. Yao Anana said, Tang Miao, go. The man said angrily, get out of the way, you brats. I Jiashan do not hit women. His thorny vines wrapped tightly around each of them. He held Xiaomin in his arms, saying heartbrokenly, my dear daughter, why must you suffer such torment? A pair of legs appeared, and the newcomer spoke. I'm afraid the problem lies with Supervisor and looked at the newcomer. and said to Xiao Min's father, Jackson, Z is a spy. He secretly had someone switch my medicine. He pushed up his glasses, thinking to himself, oh, Jiashan is not a heartless person, especially towards those related to his daughter. Jiashan gritted his teeth and said, I entrusted my beloved daughter to your care. He angrily attacked in, shouting, and yet you betrayed us. Ilanrin used the sword in his hand to cut off several of his vines. He said, Jiashan, you said you don't hit women. Xiao Min, lying in his arms, said softly, Dad, it's not like that. He looked at his daughter worriedly and said, Xiao Min, are you all right? She pointed a hand towards him, still speaking weakly. Dad, it was Brother Lanrin who saved me. He also helped me not to harm Sisterin. Lanrin crossed his arms and said, I can continue to treat Xiao Min, but you have to release everyone first. And looked at him, her eyes sparkling with admiration, thinking to herself, I never thought such a good person could still exist in this apocalypse. But what method is Lanrin planning to use to cure Xiao Min? The vines loosened and the girls were freed. He thought to himself, Jiro's tricks are quite effective. The system panel announced. Host used lunar pupil to suppress the zombie virus eroding Xiao Min's sanity. Remaining assets, 751,140.0010000000. Mr. Z pushed up his glasses and said with a smile, sorry to interrupt. He called out a reminder, watch your back. Too fast. He instantly appeared behind Jackson. Before he could react, he stabbed him with a knife. Fresh blood spurted out. He glanced at him from the corner of his eye. Mr. Z casually adjusted his glasses and said, Mr. Jackson, it's a pity you didn't pass the selection for the chosen one. Mr. Z said softly, Mr. Jiashan, I'm very sorry. You have failed this mission. He clenched his teeth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He said, anything that obstructs my plan must be eliminated. His expression turned grim. Xiao Min, worried, wanted to rush forward to save him, shouting, no, but she was held back by Yao Nana. Yao Nana said, Z, killing Jiashan won't do you any good. Yi Xiaoli asked doubtfully, do they have some conflict? Yi Xiaomei said, in other words, the keyboard warrior here is that madman. Xiao Min lost control, roaring, get your hands off my father. Her body returned to its initial out-of-control state. Ay. He screamed in pain. She knelt on the ground, helplessly and weakly pleading, I beg you, please spare my father. I promise I'll do whatever you ask. Jiashan looked at his daughter with a pained heart and said, Xiao Min, stand up. You are not allowed to kneel before him. Mr. Z spoke up. Mr. Jiashan, Xiao Min said she is willing. I'm not forcing her. Xiao Min lowered her head. He thought to himself, Mr. Jiashan, Xiao Min said she is willing. I'm not forcing her. I have to think of a way to turn this around. He realized something. I've got it. He spoke to Yi Xiaoli telepathically. Xiaoli, do you remember the zombie plant that wasn't afraid of electricity? She chuckled softly. Brother Lanrin, you want me to do that? All right. She stabbed her sword into a vine, smiling. As long as it's what you want, I'll do it. The current traveled through the sword's body, and a massive electrical current flowed from the sword to the vine, then to Jiashan. He beat his chest and said, young lady, bring it on. I can still take it. Mr. Z was invaded by the electric current and thought in pain, am I falling for this trap again? The two girls with him were flustered. Yi Xiaomei pointed her gun at them and said, I advise you two to stay put. A large net shot out from a muzzle, trapping the two of them inside. Higuai and Tang Miao flashed sinister smiles. Their smiles growing more and more twisted. Strip them from me. Ilanrin turned his head and said, and you, keyboard warrior. He threw a punch at his face, saying, let's see where you can run. That punch sent his dark glasses flying. The fist landed squarely on Mr. Z's face, and his glasses fell to the ground. He gritted his teeth and said, are you trying to scratch an itch? He said, is that so? It seems I can really defeat him this time. Jiashan said, you don't need to worry about this survival base. Higuai looked at their struggling forms and chuckled. Hee, let me play with you. Tang Miao chimed in with a few sounds. Meow, meow, meow. Both of them were stunned. A loud explosion came from behind, and dust flew everywhere. Jiashan was still enduring, holding on to Mr. Z tightly. He spoke up, hey, uncle, now is not the time for you to be a hero. He just smiled and replied, that madman will die at the hands of my colonel. He frowned and said, Jiashan, you're insane. You want to die with me? But his vines had already turned from green to brown. Xiao Min reached out, wanting to grab him, screaming in pain, Dad, don't leave me alone. A pit appeared, swallowing him and Mr. Z. Before disappearing, he said, Xiao Min, don't come over here. help me take care of Xiao Min, and held Xiao Min tightly. The large pit was bottomless. Yi Xiaoli asked, will he be all right? He said, we'll know if we look down. But a strange sound was heard, and both of them fell. Mr. Z appeared from behind the dust. He was not lightly injured. Jiashan propped himself up and said, you bastard, you dare to turn Xiao Min into a metahuman. In my opinion, metahumans are a higher existence than humans. He said, they are a miracle in human evolution. Fools like you can't understand. He looked at him with a dark expression and said, by the way, I haven't fed these little ones today. Behind him was a bizarre, giant man-eating flower, looking at him greedily. Enjoy the taste of a mutant, he said. He said, they will like your taste. He slammed both hands on the ground, saying, you bastard, I'll kill you. Countless vines grew from the ground, wrapping tightly around him, forming a giant ball, a perfect layer of protection. It spun, cutting off the excess vines, bouncing like a ball. Mr. Z watched this series of actions and said with a smile, it seems I'll need some time to recover. But that girl is really interesting, very worthy of study. He held out his hand and said, although it's not my best state, it's enough to deal with you. He used all his strength, punching the ball. A hole appeared, and Jiashan was extremely shocked. He was also affected with a few new wounds on his face. Mr. Z smiled smugly. Something wrapped tightly around his waist, and with a strong pull, dragged him to the edge of the pit. Xiao Min, why are you here? He asked. The others were sitting on Tang Miao's back. The little girl said, it was Brother Lonren who brought everyone to help you, Dad. He smiled and said, this genetically modified cat food is amazing. Tang Miao can fly after eating it. Yao Nana also smiled and said, Tang Miao is so good. Tang Miao let out a happy meow. Mr. Z's face darkened. These annoying rats have followed me all the way here. He ordered an attack. Yi Xiaoli used her sword to cut off several approaching vines, saying, Brother Lonren, that bastard is down there. Yi Xiaomei said, leave things here to us. Higuai said, Mother, don't worry, go clean up the bad guys. He adjusted his gloves and said, all of you, come at me together. I'll show you the power of a chosen one. Excuse me, he said. He charged forward. I have the power of a god. Behind him was Tang Miao. The system panel appeared. Host has used the Eye of Horus's reward. Additional reward, 0/1 eye technique, 24-hour cooldown. A loud explosion. He stepped on him, lifted his foot, and then stomped down hard. A dazzling light appeared, carrying terrifying power. Tang Miao was thrown back. Xiao Min hugged In's waist tightly and said, Sisterin, and comforted her. Don't be afraid, Xiao Min. Hold on tight to me. Yi Xiaoli and Higuai were caught by Tang Miao. She said in surprise, this wind is so strong. Higuai said, feeling dizzy, so dizzy, so dizzy. He stepped on his head and said, so what if you're a chosen one? So what if you're a super mutant? In front of me, you're nothing. Mr. Z's face was flushed and he sneered, very interesting. Ha ha ha. Lonren suddenly retreated. A giant pillar of light appeared where he had just been standing. His skin turned red, veins bulged on his hands, and he was surrounded by purple power. He grew wings, his nails lengthened, and he laughed sinisterly, like a demon from hell. Zhu Zhen questioned with angry eyes, your ex-girlfriend, Jiro, was it she who gave you this potion? The things I gave her were just prototypes. Lonren didn't answer him. His gaze darkened. Zhu Zhen laughed even more maniacally. The thing inside my body is the most perfect finished product, so I'll name it happiness. He approached Lonren and said, by the way, I almost forgot to tell you, your world must be very lively right now. Lonren suddenly spoke. Zhu Zhen, I have a request. Zhu Zhen approached Lonren, creating a stark contrast in their physiques. What request? Prick up your ears and listen carefully. Lonren looked at Zhu Zhen angrily, saying word by word, don't expect me to have a shred of mercy for you. After hearing this, Zhu Zhen replied contemptuously, you're the one who should be begging for mercy. His sharp claws extended, swinging towards Lonren with terrifying force. Lonren laughed provocatively, too slow. Zhu Zhen turned to look at him and said with even more anger, I'll show you. He stomped his foot with force, the ground beneath him shattering, then immediately leaped up to attack Lonren. My true power. Zhu Zhen threw a powerful punch downwards, sending rubble flying everywhere. Lonren had already dodged his attack. Lonren teleported to dodge the blow, looking at Zhu Zhen behind him. Lonren pondered, even with the holy armor, it seems I can't underestimate him. At this moment, Ahem, from Yao Nana reminded Helanrin. Brother Lanrin, be careful. Countless sharp claws sprouted up, forming a circle that trapped Helanrin inside, then stabbed down. Helanrin nimbly slipped through a gap, escaping the encirclement. Helanrin frowned in thought. This guy's power has increased many times over. I have to defeat him within the time limit of the Eye of Horus. Zhu Zhun, below, control the vines to chase Helanrin. I already know your data like the back of my hand. He stretched out a hand, attacking Helanrin, who couldn't dodge in time and endured it in pain. Zhu Zhun said smugly, as expected, you've become the most useless savior. I can defeat you with just half my strength. Suddenly, Helanrin teleported behind him to counterattack. Impossible. Your half is not even 1% of mine. He threw a fist wreathed in fire-like power at him. He didn't flinch, smiling contemptuously. I told you I know you too well. A terrifying monster flower grew out of his mouth. Helanrin couldn't retract his hand in time, and his fist was bitten tightly by the flower. He looked at the thing before him in shock. At the same time, vines and monster bats swarmed up to attack him. Yi Xiaoli appeared, cutting the vines, and cursed angrily. Damn it. This is a whole army. Yao Nana said worriedly. This is bad. Lord Helanrin has been bitten. The girl beside her agreed. We have to go save him. Higuai, grabbing a vine on one side, said calmly, don't worry, mother, and we haven't used our secret weapon yet. When Helanrin saw everyone appear, he said, Higuai's gloves, give me a hand. Xiaoli, you transfer the energy. He continued, the data will die, but the people will live. This was what everyone had discussed before the battle. Yi Xiaoli agreed. Okay, no problem. At this moment, Helanrin and Zhu Zhun were fighting fiercely in the air. Zhu Zhun's mouth was clamped tightly on Helanrin's arm. Zhu Zhun suddenly thought, Mary was right. I shouldn't have underestimated this kid. Helanrin punched him, and everything exploded. A hole was punched through his body, and he looked around angrily. Yao Nana said in surprise, You killed him with one punch? Host, you're too ruthless. Now the clue to the Chosen One organization might be gone. Helanrin cleaned his ear and said, I just wanted to paralyze him. Who knew he was so weak? The system panel displayed. Time-limited mission. Doctor and finds the antidote research within 2 days completed. Find the true identity of the mysterious person Z completed. Search for information within the Chosen One organization nearing completion. Time remaining. 46 hours, 40 minutes, and 5 seconds. Helanrin looked at the system panel and thought, phew, my tracking is monitoring Mary. But compared to the Chosen One, I need to go back to the city now to see what happened. He recalled what Zhu Zhun said during the fight. Your world must be very lively right now. As for Zhu Zhun, he was being attacked by toxins, shriveling up terrifyingly under his own giant vines. A hole exploded in the giant vine's body, making Helanrin realize something was wrong. The system goddess, chasing after Helanrin, said, This tree has absorbed the ability. Not only does it have growth cells, but it can also mutate. Helanrin's eyes lit up, staring at the giant tree in front of him. He said unhappily, playing a duplication game with me? The system goddess provided more information, saying that these pollens, they have all mutated. She looked at the large number of zombie spores around and sighed again. Death spores. Just then, the mission board appeared. Prevent the zombie spores from sprouting. Defeat the largest mutant tree in the area. Reward. 1. Unlock the privilege to upgrade techniques. 2. Receive 500 million gold. The system goddess kept warning Helanrin. These mutant trees, after absorbing Zhu Zhun's power, have grown rapidly. The next step is to spread spores. It's very likely they will turn the creatures outside into different forms of zombies. He was not afraid but excited, saying, That sounds exciting. But sorry, I'm taking this 500 million. With that, he shot out flames, fiercely attacking the giant tree, saying, Don't think this is all your grandpa's got. Is it because Zhu Zhun was absorbed that it became stronger? So it's not afraid of fire anymore. Without giving it a break, Helanrin launched another wave of attacks. This time he shot out countless streams of freezing cold air, laughing. If fire isn't enough to cook you, I don't believe you can withstand this cold. The tree shook, its leaves froze, and its trunk cracked. But then its roots began to lengthen, breaking through the ice and extending outside the building. Seeing this, the goddess said worriedly, This is bad. The mutant tree has grown outside. He reassured her, don't worry. He continued, I won't let a single spore get out. Lanren launched an attack, destroying countless remaining spores. The system goddess reminded, Host, you have to hurry. The Eye of Horus only has half a minute left. He shouted, listen up, everyone. We have to destroy the mutant tree now. Stop it from growing spores. Hearing his call, everyone responded in unison. Okay. At this moment, the giant tree had grown taller, its mouth wide open, spreading countless yellow pollens. Lanren had now flown opposite the giant tree, saying, shut your stinking mouth. Daring to be arrogant in human society, I'll freeze you into a rock. He continuously launched attacks of fire and ice. After his fierce attack, a red stone fell out. Higuai picked it up and said excitedly, wow, this crystal looks like a delicious side dish. She thought happily to herself, if I give this to Wong Wong, it will definitely love it. The Wong Wong in her imagination would surely say, thank you, sister. After the battle with the giant tree ended, Lanren landed on the ground. Not long after, Yi Xiaoli ran over in a hurry, shouting, Brother Lanren. The three girls ran over together. Yi Xiaomei asked with concern, Brother Lanren, are you okay? Yi Xiaoli said with a bit of surprise and admiration, Brother Lanren, I didn't expect you could kill that mutant tree with one move. Yao Nana couldn't help but blush, her eyes full of admiration. Brother Lanren, you're so amazing. Lanren got another chance to show off in front of the girls, so he smiled and slicked back his hair, boasting, that's just a small thing for me. Then, Lanren suddenly became mysterious. Besides, if anything happens having you all by my side, that would surely be a happy scene. This sentence successfully made the girls blush beet red, extremely embarrassed. Yi Xiaomei covered her face and said softly, Brother Lanren. Yi Xiaoli was more sharp-toned. Smooth talker, you only know how to say things that make people happy. Yao Nana was also so embarrassed she couldn't complete a sentence. Brother Lanren, you're really... The system goddess appeared, holding a large megaphone and scolding. Host, you still have the mood to flirt with girls. Let's see how you clean up this mutant tree. The voice from the megaphone made Lanren cover his ears and complain, I know, stop nagging like an old woman. Lanren was walking towards the mutant tree. A voice called out, stopping him wait, and anxiously explained to Lam Nan, to deal with the mutated tree, we must use a desiccant, otherwise it can regenerate. Lam Nan asked doubtfully, what is that? And explained in detail, the desiccant can destroy the deep underground root system, thereby completely eliminating the mutated tree. It's just that they didn't know. While they were talking, that tree was slowly coming back to life. The tree shot up like lightning, attacking them. But Lam Nan was agile and quickly chopped it down. He looked at the tree, unable to help but frown in thought, and is indeed not simple. From my perspective, I can clearly see the deep underground root system. No wonder Brother Tin told me to find her. The injured Jackson was supported by Chu Man, and he spoke up to Askin, what is the formula for the medicine? I will send a search team to find it, and replied with some worry. The ingredients aren't hard to find, but our hospital's method. I'm afraid. Lam Nan approached and said loudly, don't worry. I will handle this. Lam Nan smiled. I have an acquaintance there who can help. The original world, 15 minutes ago, at the first FFM Biological Research Institute of the IU Technology Group. A group of people stormed in, firing continuously. A team went around shooting indiscriminately. Everyone was their target. After finishing the slaughter, the masked people noticed a door. They kicked the door open with one blow. The door was quickly kicked to the ground. They entered. Inside was a girl, her hands cuffed to the wall. The group began to report. This is Alpha Team. We have reached the target. The other side replied. Beta Team has received. I'm really jealous of you, finding a beauty. Our target is a mouse. He looked at the photo, then compared it with a real person. Unfortunately, after lifting her hair, a swollen, ugly face completely different from the photo was revealed, making him blurt out, Are you really Chinu? Why do you look so different from the photo? The victim tried to explain, I really am Chinu. It's all because of how Lam Nan and Du Fong that I'm in this state. She didn't forget to flatter the underling. As long as you save me, I'm willing to do anything. Hearing this, he smiled, then took something out of his bag. Since you said so, I'm more than happy to oblige. It was a giant syringe. The other person panicked. What do you want to do? Don't. I don't want to. The guy didn't forget to ask with a sinister smile, "What's wrong? Didn't you just say I could do whatever I want?" Then, without another word, he immediately injected it. He looked on with a sinister smile. "Enjoy the big gift that old Chi prepared for you." The girl who was injected suddenly screamed, Hey, so hot, so hot." No Chi knew, with her 4 limbs bound like a pig roasting in a 360-degree oven, her face showing pain and anger, her whole body on fire. "Ah, so hot, so hot." Suddenly, from below No Chi Nu's body, an incredible tail grew out in an act of atavism. That tail, as fast as lightning, shot straight towards the person guarding her. The young man had just realized the problem, thinking to himself, this new virus mutates so fast. Before he could even comment, he was tightly wrapped around the neck by that strange tail, causing him to let out a pained sound. Gulp. In this situation, the one guarding No Chi Nu could only desperately cry for help. "Help, help me." The remaining comrades, witnessing their dear colleague being horribly tortured, quickly signaled each other to retreat. "The target is mutating." The person next to him hesitated and said, "Yes, Captain." They immediately launched an attack. One person continuously shot at the mutating subject, while the other quickly reported for support. "This is Alpha Team. The target is mutating. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best." They ran, panting like dogs, and said, "We are under attack. A team member has been killed." Just then, someone from behind was thrown forward like a rocket, and the two of them piled on top of each other, sprawling on the ground. One of them heard the commotion, turned his head, and stopped running. He said emotionally, "Captain, hang on a little longer, I'm almost done." "You fool, run." Feeling the danger getting closer, they could no longer hesitate, desperately firing continuously at those terrifying tails. But the more they shot, the less effect it had. The young man fell into fear, shedding tears, his voice trembling as he said, "Captain, I'm sorry." Just as he finished his last words, the tail, as if with immense desire, stabbed straight through his body. The survivor wasn't very moved by his comrade's sacrifice, instead saying in frustration, "Damn it, I'm speechless. Every time I'm on a mission, I get paired with these pig-brained teammates." Slender Legs, with toenails as black as the future of No Chi News guards, slowly stepped forward. She stood before the 3 disheveled men, her tails swaying, full of triumph. No Chi Nu sat on the still-warm corpse, bared her uneven teeth, smiled, and ordered, "Pull him up, make him kneel before me." One of the 3 immediately forced his comrade to kneel before her. The one forced to kneel said with a hint of confidence, "It seems you should thank old Chi for giving you this great gift. Is that so?" No Chi Nu controlled the flame burning on her hand and replied cheerfully, "Although I don't know why. Chu Trin's medicine not only healed my wounds, but also gave me the ability to control others." She immediately thought of that handsome, silver-haired man, her eyes sharp, her smile cunning. "My dear Lam Nan, if I can control your brothers in Du Fong, I wonder if you'll have to kneel and beg for my forgiveness? This time, I want to see who will beg whom for their life." Over here, Hao Lam Nan let out a huge sneeze, as if some Fang beauty was calling his name. Deep Tu Lu and Yi Na Na were stuck to Hao Lam Nan as if drawn by a magnet. Lam Nan's body temperature was normal, and his heart was beating normally too. He was so happy he wanted to jump for joy, but he held it in, scratched his head, and said, "I'm fine. Some beauty must be thinking of me." Deep Chu Lu kicked this narcissist 8 meters away, pulling him out of his beautiful dream. "Hiram, you think you're so handsome?" Suddenly, Hatch K walked over, her lovely hands presenting an object to Hao Lam Nan and Deep Chu Mai. "Mommy, eat this. I was going to give it to Kiet Cap, but you're sick." Hiram was extremely puzzled, thinking to himself, An orange crystal. I forgot, but this might be useful for Vang Vang." He took the crystal from the little girl, Hatch K's hand, and gently patted her head. "Mommy's fine. Thank you, Hatch K. It's better if you still give this crystal to Vang Vang, okay?" And appeared out of nowhere from the crowd. "Hiram, please excuse me." She handed Hao Lam Nan a piece of paper with an ice-cold expression. "This is the formula for the death factor. It's yours." "Hiram, oh, it's done?" Immediately after, he began to calculate. "I need to quickly build a good relationship with her, then invite her to join the team." No sooner said than done. He didn't like beating around the bush. Hiram began the first step of his plan to persuade the girl in front of him to join the team, and "You could just call me Lam Nan," and blushed slightly, which showed that her favorability had increased to 75. "Yes, Sir Lam Nan." Just as the young couple was having a moment, A burly, muscular man walked over, getting straight to the point and introducing himself. "Hey kid, Jackson. Never like to owe anyone a favor. Where do you live? I'll have someone take you back." Hiram quickly refused Jackson's kind offer, which annoyed him a little. "Forget it, uncle. You don't have the ability to take me back. You better do something else." "Huh? You dare look down on me?" Hiram extended his hand to Jackson with goodwill and said, "I hope that before I return, you won't let Miss Chu Man do anything. She is a zombie hunter. As you must know." Jackson's giant hand also grasped Hao Lam Nan's, indicating his agreement. He flashed a smile as bright as the sun in reply to Hao Lam Nan. "Don't worry, I won't let Chu Man beat me in any match." Suddenly, to Jackson and Chu Man's astonishment, all the wounds, big and small, on his body were healed. The system announced, "The host has used the moon pupil to heal the base Lord Jackson, consuming 1,000 gold." Witnessing how Lam Nan's not to be underestimated power, Jackson thought to himself, "That kid used a warm stream of energy to heal my wounds in an instant. Is he a super mutant? No, he doesn't look like one. So what on earth is this guy?" Hiram said a sentence to Jackson and the other, then left with his teammates. "That's all for the rumors. I'll be heading back first." In a dark, damp room, there was a slimy mass that made one want to quarantine it on sight. A man was stuck to the horrifying fleshy mass behind him, his body shriveled as if all his life force had been drained. His eyes were empty, staring blankly into the distance. His facial skin was wrinkled, as if lacking the snail cream that live-streaming hot girls often sell. In his mouth were two objects of unknown shape. Suddenly, the man's blank white eyes opened, and his pupils also appeared, making his gaze look more spirited than before. Hiram turned to his most handsome side profile, bidding farewell to Jackson, to Man, and "This is the end of our conversation. I'm heading back first." The system immediately announced, possessing assets worth 711,140,000,140,000,000,000. Hiram stood before a giant door. The system goddess said cheerfully to him, "Host, I have prepared the bronze gate for you. As soon as you agree to the payment, you can return to the original world." Hiram immediately cut her off, making a request. "Wait before I go back. I want to see how that child is doing now." The system goddess felt this was a small matter and agreed at once. "All right, host, you're becoming more and more like an old dad." After agreeing, the system goddess placed her feet on the cold ground, her hand raised high, creating a blue ball of light that grew larger and larger. In the ball of light, the image of a person sleeping soundly appeared. "As long as Ja is still in the system, I guarantee she is 100% safe in this space." Hiram curiously approached, not knowing who she was talking about. Isn't this an illusion? She seems a little bigger than before." The system goddess's face turned red, and she reminded him loudly, "Hey host, where are you looking?" After successfully teasing the easily angered goddess, Hao Lam then showed a villain's triumphant expression, saying, "All right, let's set off. Everyone is waiting for me to bring back the factor of this special ability zombie plant. There's still a few beauties waiting for me to rescue them in this apocalyptic world." The giant door from before had opened, and the light behind it was so dazzling that one couldn't open their eyes. The system announced, opening the bronze gate, deducting 100 million NDT. Remaining assets 650, 1440,1000,000,000,7578. Hiram walked in with a catwalk strut. The system reminded, "The return time is 24 hours. Within 24 hours, the bronze gate will open and take you back to the apocalyptic world once again." His figure gradually disappeared behind the strange curtain behind the door. Finally, Hao Lam Nan successfully traveled through. It was like a new world. A billboard had a giant number 6, as if afraid passersby wouldn't see it. Hiram walked toward the guarded room. He spoke, "The shock is too high. The great waves hide eternal hatred." The doorman with extremely fashionable hair, named Kwong, replied seriously, "9 men on the sea, 3 rivers flow 1,000 miles away." Hiram entered the secret room, which was a bit dark inside. He pushed the door open and said confidently in a loud voice, "Is everyone unhappy? Why don't I see third and fourth brother today? They went out to scout for new information. They haven't returned yet." 3 underlings who looked like street thugs, Truong Hong and 8th brother, greeted Hao Lam Nan with bright smiles. "Big brother, it's so good that you're back. Big brother, if you have any tasks, Just leave them to us 8 brothers. Having just returned, Hiram quickly assigned tasks to his subordinates. I have a few things for you, 8th brother. Help me decrypt all the data within half a day. I need all the information in this computer. 8th brother quickly accepted the task. Don't worry, big brother. Don't forget, this guy has helped you access so many illegal websites before. He cracked his knuckles, preparing to start work. 8th brother opened Hal Lamnan's computer with malicious intent. Big brother definitely hid all the important videos in the recycle bin. His comrade next to him also cheered for 8th brother. Go for it, 8th brother. Hiram looked helpless. Besides this, did you guys find anything else? Suddenly, Trong Hong stepped forward and said, Big brother, the Du family contacted us, saying they couldn't get in touch with you. Lam Nan replied to him, What a coincidence, I also need to find Du Fong for something. He placed a hand on Truong Hong's shoulder, getting his attention. Hiram said, Truong Hong, it's time to gather everyone. Truong Hong said confidently, Don't worry, big brother, we won't let you down. Lam Nan fumbled in his pocket. Anyway, let's change the subject. He held his phone in his hand. It's time to contact Du Fong. Ask her to help me collect some zombie plant factors. And while I'm at it, I'll ask how her research on the happy water is going. At the FFM Research Institute, the walls were riddled with bullet holes and bloodstains. Lamnan placed his hand on the wall and asked in alarm, What? Your lab was attacked. And there's also Gio and Du Fong and her people walked over. The intruders hacked into our system. She explained further. It only took them a little over 5 minutes. They took the lab mouse, Jairu. I wanted to inform you immediately, but I couldn't contact you. Lam Nan thought to himself, The intruders stole Jairu. I'm worried Chu Jun will give it to someone. In any case, if he could break the security system here and knew about the lab mouse, it could only be an insider. He reasoned with an alternative plan. Forget it. Let's solve the problem of this survival base first. He asked gently, Actually, I came to find you this time to ask for your help in preparing some zombie plant factors. Can it be completed today? Du Fong replied casually, No problem. I can handle it. She handed a piece of paper to the man with glasses. Finish this as soon as possible, then send the results to Lam Nan's team. The man with glasses took it and said, Yes. I'll go handle it right away. Du Fong thought it was a bit inconvenient to talk here. She pointed to the room ahead. It was a top-secret room forbidden to criminals. Let's go there to talk. Lam Nan agreed. All right, I'll go there and see if there are any clues. He noticed that the 2 guards seemed a bit off. Why do these 2 look so listless? They have no reason to create an opportunity for intruders. On the necks of the 2 guards, there was a parasitic object. Du Fong said, This is the place where Gio was stolen from earlier. In front of them was a deformed door, no longer intact. She led Lam Nan to 2 holes in the wall. Unfortunately, we didn't find any clues. He comforted her, Don't worry too much. Just because you couldn't find it doesn't mean I can't. Standing before the clue, Lam Nan said, It seems she can escape the torture mission. Du Fong asked doubtfully, Are you sure? What can Gio's weak body do? The system analyzed and pointed out. The host's golden pupil has detected water droplets on the floor. Please note, the water droplets contain some small variations of the zombie virus and human bodily fluids. Beep. If the water droplets are too hot, they will evaporate. He activated the ice pupil. A stream of cold blue air flew towards the puddle of water. He froze the puddle. The host has used the ice pupil to freeze the liquid. Lam Nan looked at the block of ice. This doesn't seem right. The woman who stole Jairu will stop at nothing to achieve her goals. The system goddess appeared. It seems the host has found the answer. She reminded him, By the way, the plant pupil and mixture pupil have been locked. Lam Nan put the sample into a test tube and handed it to Du Fong. Take this for testing quickly. Remember to be careful. This thing is very dangerous. He affirmed, This is the crucial clue. I'm sure this belongs to Gio. Moreover, Gio seems to be mutating. Du Fong asked, You mean she was injected with more drugs? Lam Nan warned, That's right. And it's even more dangerous than the drug the Meng brothers were injected with. The corner of Du Fong's mouth lifted slightly. Sir Hiram, I guess the danger you're referring to is related to the mysterious primordial virus. Lam Nan was shocked. What the hell? Primordial virus? The old man beside Du Fong reminded her, Miss, if I may, we shouldn't disclose this matter to outsiders. She waved her hand to stop him. Sir Hiram is not an outsider. She was extremely grateful to Lam Nan. He helped me solve a lot of troubles before, which is how I was able to successfully take over the family's business. She added, At that time, he defeated the world's #1 famous martial artist. Du Fong exuded her dignified aura. Therefore, this time I want to invite him to investigate the origin of that potion. Lam played dumb. I'm sorry, I don't understand what the beautiful Miss Dufong means. The system goddess sneered. Host, stop talking nonsense. Everyone is already suspicious. His expression darkened. What's going on? Could it be that the real world is also threatened by the zombie virus? A piece of music played. The great river flows eastward, ah. The stars in the sky are the Big Dipper, ah. Lam Nin picked up the phone. Hello? Big brother, where are you? We've succeeded over here. A hotel number 6. A jeep crashed through the wall. Everyone was completely unprepared and was sent flying. Truong Hong managed to jump out in time. A voice came from a phone. What's going on? Truong Hong? 6th brother? 8th brother? Are you guys okay? The figure of a woman stepped out of the car. Truong Hong lay on the ground, trying to shout into the phone. Big brother, we've been ambushed. The girl from the car stomped hard on Truong Hong's hand with her high heel, and he screamed in pain. No Chi Nu walked over and picked up the phone. Truong Hong recognized her and roared. It's you. You dare to show your face in front of us again. Today, I must avenge 5th and 7th brother. She provoked. Oh, don't talk so tough. Sooner or later, I'll let you all be reunited. She held the phone and provoked Lam Nan. But before that, I want to send my dear Sir Hiram a little surprise. He couldn't keep his cool. If you dare touch them, I won't let you go. She said casually, Yo, someone's getting impatient. No Chi Nu tapped the screen, provoking, Yo, someone's getting impatient. A tail grew from under her feet. She swayed the scorpion-like tail provocatively. Don't act tough if you don't have the skills. Watch closely how your brothers become my playthings, one by one. The tail stabbed straight towards Truong Hong. What the hell is this? On the screen, the scene of Truong Hong about to be executed was being broadcast live to Lam Nan. Just as he was about to give up, the tail stopped, startling Truong Hong. No Chi Nu. Lam Nan roared from the other end of the line. He angrily activated 2 types of pupil techniques. This time you've successfully angered me. I won't spare anyone who dares to harm my brothers. The system appeared. The host has activated the heterochromia pupil, fusing it with the time pupil and hypnosis pupil, awakening a new pupil technique, the nightmare pupil. The nightmare pupil can make the opponent fall into a 1-minute illusion, is only effective on a single target, and can only be used once a day. No Chi Nu provoked. Haha, Hiram, stop frowning. I'm afraid you'll jump out of the screen and bite me. The phone suddenly got static. TSK, what's wrong with this crappy phone? I was enjoying the fun scene of that guy's downfall. It must have been damaged when it fell, just now. Lam Nan's image slowly disappeared, and she was very surprised. Suddenly, her tail turned against its master. She turned her head in horror. How can this be? The tail won't obey me anymore. She was swallowed by the tail. No, no. In the illusion, she clutched her head in terror, looking extremely weak. Truong Hong stood up and immediately took action. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and tie her with a rope. He was very happy. Although he didn't know what had happened, his intuition told him that his big brother had saved him this time. He noticed a smoke grenade being thrown into the room. The smoke grenade hissed. Cough, cough. 6th brother. 8th brother coughed violently in the thick smoke. A foot stepped out. What wind blew Chi Nu here? A person in black protective gear opened the door and said, I prefer less nonsense. My accomplices are always so difficult to deal with. While 8th brother and the others were coughing violently from the smoke grenade, the man in black slowly walked out from behind, raised his gun, and said at the same time, Sorry. The boss only said that the dead can keep secrets. He hesitated a little. Oh, this is difficult. Who should I choose? Hiram isn't here, so she has to try to survive to go back and take hostages. Suddenly, the door to the room was kicked open by a large foot, and the door panel went flying. A guy with spring coil curly hair, holding a baseball bat, appeared at the door, shouting, Big brother, are you okay? The man in black saw this and clicked his tongue. TSK, I was just about to kill Trin Dutian. It's all your mother-in-law's fault. Chi Nu fumbled around. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately raised his gun and aimed at the door, firing several shots in succession. The curly-haired guy had to quickly dodge to the side, secretly rejoicing. Damn it, almost died. I have to go buy a lottery ticket right away. Kwong looked at the phone screen, trying to act strong, and said to Hiram on the other end, Big brother, don't worry. I will definitely survive until you get back. Hiram on the phone also gave serious instructions. Okay, Kwong, try to hold on for 10 seconds for me. As expected, at this moment outside the door, a pair of shorts was hung on a pole and was swaying. A voice echoed from outside. Hello, I half surrender. The guy in the black protective gear was losing his patience. He immediately raised his gun and fired 3 consecutive shots towards the door. Kwong looked at the shorts with 3 bullet holes in them. So scared he almost wet his pants and shouted in terror, "Damn it, I can't take it anymore. Is Big Brother done yet?" Just then, a portal flashed open behind the man in black. A voice that startled him came from within. "Sorry to keep you waiting." The man in black turned around like lightning, pointing his gun behind him. Hiram's figure appeared. He frowned and said, "Put the gun down." In a moment of astonishment, the man in black felt a shock to his spirit. Seeing him slowly lower his gun as if hypnotized, Hiram said, "What a good, obedient child." Then next, he looked straight into the opponent's eyes, the corner of his mouth lifting as he ordered, "Tell me everything you know." Not long after, at the research center that was still brightly lit late at night, Hiram and Du Fong stood before a large screen, observing. A video from a dash cam was playing. Du Fong spoke up. "I have recorded the journeys of all the vehicles you wanted to track." Hiram heard this and replied, "Thank you for letting me go back to save Truong Hong and the others last night." She smiled humbly. "No need to be so polite, as long as it was convenient for you. Besides, the death factor you made for us is ready." Then he pointed to the man in black driving in the video and asked, "Thank you. By the way, let me ask, was that person from your research institute?" Hiram rubbed his chin and recounted the events. According to him, Chu Jun had previously sent 2 groups of people to ambush your laboratory with the goal of reclaiming the company's assets. Yufeng asked with a suspicious look, "How do you know?" But Hiram just smiled, waved his hand, and replied, "You don't need to worry about that." As soon as he finished speaking, his hands quickly typed on the keyboard as he said, "Let's look at more important matters." He showed her what he had prepared. "These are all of Chu Jun's research materials. I organized them a bit before coming here." At this moment, the system goddess suddenly appeared, her face full of worry as she reminded him, "Host, you've said too much. Don't forget that Yu Feng is not a member of your harem. You can't completely trust her." She immediately pointed to a living example to prove her point, asserting decisively, "Have you forgotten what happened after you were betrayed by a woman? The more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she is, especially fond of backstabbing." Hiram smiled faintly, his thin lips moving slightly. "That depends on the situation." As soon as he finished speaking, he decisively pressed the enter key. An image of a strange tree immediately appeared on the computer screen, covered with countless, disgusting eyes. Yufeng was startled the moment she saw it, blurting out, "This is..." Hiram crossed his arms and calmly explained the situation. "This mutated tree is the monster that Chu Jun researched. This is also what I want to entrust you to help deal with." Something resembling poisonous mushrooms grew densely on the tree trunk, emitting an unpleasant, foul odor. Hiram said with a disgusted tone, "That thing growing on the tree is truly disgusting. As it grows, a toxic gas will gradually diffuse into the air. They will spread mutated spore cells in outbursts." He continued to describe the infection process. When infected with the mutated cells, hundreds of terrifying zombies seem to appear before their eyes as he spoke. They will turn into a new type of zombie, attacking the living and spreading the virus. Yufeng couldn't seem to believe her ears. Asking again, "You're saying a new zombie variant? Is this what you wanted to say?" "Another zombie variant has started to appear." He used a past event as an example. "That's right. Do you remember the miraculous effect on the lab rat after it drank the happy water? That was actually the virus's ability. Once you drink too much, it will cause a mutation." Hiram continued to explain the issue to Yufeng. "Furthermore, that is also the virus on the mutated trees that Chu Jun researched. I suspect it's definitely related to the mysterious virus factor you mentioned." He frowned, making a proposal with an extremely serious gaze. "Therefore, I hope you can help me develop an antidote." Yufeng rubbed her head and sighed. "Although it's very difficult to develop an antidote based on just this little bit of information." But right after, she asserted decisively, "If you could provide more virus samples, then it will be successful." The screen on his computer suddenly switched to another page, but at this moment, he was still completely unaware. Casually agreeing to Yufeng's condition, "No problem, I will provide more virus samples." Suddenly, the computer screen switched to a video showing a figure resting their chin on their hand, sitting at a table. The person spoke, "Excuse me." This man, wearing glasses and looking very scholarly, was Chu Jun. On the screen, he said, Using this method, we have stolen the research results. I'm afraid this isn't very appropriate. Hiram was astonished and shouted, Chu-jun, how are you still alive? He rubbed his chin and said in a probing tone, This is probably the first time we've met, isn't it, Mr. Hiram? Yufeng didn't waste words, her face cold as she asked directly, You're Chu-jun? The one who stole the Academy's plan behind his back? Speak, what is your purpose? He quickly waved his hands to placate her. Miss you. What you're saying makes things a bit difficult for me. Our actions were merely to recover the company's assets. We didn't harm anyone. He continued to ramble. Our previous behavior was very reckless, so we sincerely hope to resolve this matter through negotiation. But Hiram didn't have much patience and immediately cut him off. Sorry, we have nothing to say to you. After speaking, he turned to leave, leaving only one sentence behind. We have no interest in cooperating with madmen who enjoy researching mutated viruses. Seeing this, he hurriedly shouted, Wait. He continued to persuade Hiram. Viruses may sound terrifying, because they are almost synonymous with degradation. Although the survival struggle between viruses and humans is a stepping stone for evolution. Then he concluded with a dangerous expression. It could also be said that no one is not infected with a virus. Chu-jun pouted and explained, Did you know that most of the air we breathe is supplied by viruses? The origin of life itself was a virus from 4 billion years ago. Now, a portion of human genes are already infected with the viruses of ancient people. Through his words, human evolution seemed to be intricately linked with viruses. Chu-jun made an enticing promise, and our research is the key to guiding humanity toward a stronger, more perfect direction of development. This is not a bad thing. At this moment, the woman in the red dress tied to the chair suddenly woke up. She observed everything happening before her, muttering angrily, Very good. Very good. She recognized the two people in front of her, and a dark plot immediately formed in her mind. How could I miss this opportunity? I am Magic. At this moment, a sharp scorpion tail suddenly appeared behind Hiram, stabbing towards him at an astonishing speed. Yufeng quickly noticed, immediately pushed him away, and shouted, Get out of the way. Suddenly, a cross-shaped change appeared in Hiram's eyes. In an instant, the sharp tail was very close to Yufeng, her life hanging by a thread. A golden light flashed in Hiram's eyes. He quickly rushed forward, saving Yufeng from danger. The ultimate skill stabbed into the wall, causing the wall to shatter in an instant. A large section of the wall behind them cracked. Hiram had successfully saved Yufeng from danger. Yufeng's face flushed red as she said shyly to him, Thank you for saving me again. He lifted his head from her, his nose bleeding, and said to her, Miss Yufeng, you're being too polite. Of course, good people will be rewarded. He supported her by the waist and introduced himself. I am Hiram, a gentleman. The two stood up, and he smiled as he looked at her in his arms. How could I let a beautiful lady like Yufeng risk her life to save someone? Wu Jinu sat there, trembling with anger as she watched this scene. She frowned and gritted her teeth. Damn it, that shameless couple dares to ignore me. With that, she launched tentacles towards them, screaming, Die, D. Hiram sneered contemptuously. Humph. Is this all you've got? He easily blocked Wu Jinu's attack with his hand. You dare to fight me with such a weak skill? The tentacle was quickly bound. Hiram quickly grabbed the tentacle, his hand turning ice cold, freezing the strange tentacle. All right, you bitch, tell me the truth. If you have no value, I'm willing to send you to meet your brother and avenge old 5 and old 7. The sharp tip of the terrifying tentacle was quickly frozen solid, then shattered right before Wu Jinu's eyes. She screamed in pain. AAA, it hurts. Hiram, I will never forgive you. Tears and saliva streamed down her face, and she fainted from the immense pain. Seeing this, Yufeng felt horrified. What's wrong with this woman? Hiram looked at her coldly. She just fainted, but she's quite vigilant. He frowned deeply, thinking with confusion. I didn't expect Jinu to become a superhuman. According to the research, she was devoured by her own power from the very beginning. Chu-jun on the computer screen pushed up his glasses sinisterly and said, Wu Jinu is our test subject and also the company's property. You'd better know your place and not be too insolent. He continued to remind him, during this time, I hope you can accept this negotiation. I don't want to use forceful measures. Hiram put his hand in his pocket and took something out. Ha, Chujun, I advise you not to be so stingy. In all these years, I've never been afraid of anyone. He held up his phone, a sinister smile on his face. He aimed the screen at him. Chujun, if you want, I'll have someone pay a visit to your doorstep. Remember to take good care of her tonight. After speaking, he laughed out loud with satisfaction. Ha ha ha. The system goddess stood beside him, sarcastically remarking with helplessness. It's over. The host is a complete idiot. Chujun was not at all frightened by this threat. Seems my preparations were still insufficient. The corner of his mouth curled up. If that's the case, then think it over carefully. I will show my sincerity. After speaking, he hung up. Yufeng couldn't help but worry about what was to come. Chujun is going to make a move. He comforted her. Don't worry too much. Hiram stretched. There's still time. We can deal with that keyboard warrior later. He raised his hand, gently trying to move it. Hiram looked at it, confused. He frowned deeply, a little panicked inside. Strange. What on earth happened to my gate? In fact, it has recovered twice, while I only used it once to save someone. Hiram became vigilant. What the hell is going on? On Chujun's side, he was sitting in deep thought. His glasses glinted with a cold light. The phone on the table suddenly rang, attracting his attention. The phone rang incessantly. Chujun pressed the button. A voice came from the phone. Sir, Dr. Yu has arrived. He gave a slight smile and ordered, show her in. In the hallway, the clacking of high heels echoed on the floor. A girl opened the door to the room. She turned and said, Dr. Yu, please come in. Yu Feng smoothed her hair, smiled, and said, don't be so formal. She stepped into Chujun's room. Chujun stood up and gestured for her to sit. Yufeng sat down on the chair. Chujun immediately spoke. I didn't expect you to get here from Haibian so quickly. She sat there, arms crossed, and said with a displeased expression, I also didn't expect Jinu to fall into a trap again. You should have listened to me and just used those lab rats. Hearing this, he pushed up his glasses. Isn't this good? It's convenient for you to save the data on the changes. Yufeng frowned in dissatisfaction and replied, I don't want to waste an opportunity on a useless place. I won't provide the location where that stupid woman is being held. Chujun rested his chin on his hand and let out a cold laugh. Hiram bought the happy water for his current master, Miss Yufeng, and then conducted a mutation experiment on Jinu. The girl from before came in and poured Yufeng a glass of wine. Chujun continued, and your grandfather strongly opposes the research of those mysterious ancient viruses. This point alone is enough to ruin Yufeng's reputation. Hearing these words, she just sneered. I don't know where you get this confidence from. The plan sounds good, but with just one fatal mistake, you've underestimated Hiram too much. She glanced at him. Don't forget, Hiram recovered and survived. The Meng brothers were killed. And this time, the plan to use Jinu to control his brothers has also failed. She raised the glass of dark red wine. Therefore, I will use my own way to deal with Hiram. Seeing her demeanor, Chujun reminded her, I'm reminding you, we are not allowed to use the virus arbitrarily. The experiment on Jinu must also be kept secret. Yufeng wiped the corner of her mouth and smiled. Humph, getting bogged down in details is no big deal. Hesitation only leads to failure. Chujun stared at her. He fell silent, a slight smile on his face, but said nothing more. Elsewhere, Hiram stared in astonishment at the information he had just found. The electronic panel displayed. Unable to identify a target with the same name, all gates are temporarily unavailable. Remaining time until next use is 4 hours. The system goddess's eyes widened as she said, the gate can only transport the host to a place where you know someone. Please keep this in mind. Hiram scratched his chin in confusion. So there's more than one person named Chujun. Could it be a codename? Yufeng spoke up from behind him. Are you okay? Are you talking to yourself? She looked at him with concern. Hearing her question, Hiram awkwardly covered it up. Oh, I was just thinking about how to deal with Jinu. Yufeng suddenly understood and looked toward Jinu. That's right, she's no longer an ordinary person. She approached the woman. These personal restraints probably can't keep her quiet. Yufeng frowned and continued. Although I'm not sure it can be completed, it can be inferred from that notebook that this is somehow closely related to the ancient mutated virus. Elsewhere, Yufeng stared in astonishment at the experimental cage. This regenerative ability is much better than the drug that slimy woman injected. Where did you get it? If I could research and produce this drug, the remaining piece of my family would. She frowned deeply, her eyes filled with fear. I even want to use it to spread it all over the world. Hiram continued to look at this tempting information panel. It seemed there was nothing useful in the system. The system goddess discovered something and exclaimed in surprise, "Host, look here. It's all here." The girl group's gift can provide you with a strategy to increase a woman's favorability. She will become a member of the girl group. As soon as she finished speaking, his eyes lit up, full of interest. Really? Then I'd love to try. Behind him, Yufeng looked at Wu Jinu warily. She asked him worriedly, "Aren't he going to post more people to guard her?" Hiram patted her shoulder reassuringly. "Don't worry." He smiled at her. "With me here, everything will be taken care of." He pointed at the woman and said to Yufeng, "Look." Yufeng glanced at Wu Jinu, confused. "No." The moment she looked, her face flushed red. "What? What is this?" Wu Jinu sat there, tightly bound by a corset. The system announced, "A corset that no one can take off except the host. Asset value 648,944,040,000. 1,999,200,000,000. Jinu's favorability towards the host increased by 10,000. Hiram's nose started gushing red cell syrup again. These fruits can only be used once. What a pity. Yufeng put a hand to her forehead, a look of helplessness on her face. "I'm truly speechless. How did you get her into this state?" He shrugged nonchalantly and said, "It's nothing. I just gave her a gift. This is the only way she won't be able to escape." After speaking, he smiled and said to Yufeng, "By the way, I have a gift for you too." Yufeng heard her name and waved her hand dismissively. "Forget it. It's better to discuss our next step." Hiram looked at her and asked, "Is it that simple? The target of those little rats is the computer. We just need to set a trap and wait for them to walk right into it." She asked, confused, "It's that simple?" Just then, the doctor appeared. "Miss you, it's not good." His face was full of anxiety. "First, Qianji Dao has escaped from the black prison." Hearing this news, Yufeng asked in astonishment, "Is this news reliable? When did it happen?" Hiram just smiled calmly. "I didn't expect someone with 2 broken arms could still escape." His expression showed a hint of interest. However, the name Qianji Dao no longer suits him. So should I call him Qianji Dao, or still Qianji Dao? An hour ago, the sky was dark with clouds and thunder rumbled. It was pouring rain at the black prison. 2 figures appeared in the prison corridor. They were completely covered, holding flashlights. They walked up to a cell door. The person with the flashlight shone it directly on an old man with white hair. Qianji Dao's head was bowed, his hands cuffed. They said, "Target found, beginning mission." After finishing, they left the old man and quickly slipped away. Mission complete, preparing to withdraw. The old man remained seated by the window as the rain poured outside. Suddenly, the old man moved. Qianji Dao's eyes flew open, his entire body emitting a bright red glow. His screams echoed throughout the black prison. Outside, there was an immediate sound of hurried footsteps. A floating hat, a strange patrol guard appeared. He shouted loudly, "What's all the noise?" He shone his flashlight into Qianji Dao's cell. Cursing, "Damn it, just some prisoner 9527. What are you screaming about in the middle of the night?" He stuck his head into the cell and ordered, "Be quiet." But the moment he looked inside, he was scared out of his wits. In the cage, the old man's entire body looked as if it were on fire. The panicked guard opened the cell door. "What's wrong with you?" He frantically walked over and shook the old man. "Hey, wake up. Don't get me involved. I just got engaged to Ho Hot from the village." Half of the old man's face, where he was struck, immediately melted. Then Qianji Dao's entire body melted into a liquid. What's going on? What on earth is happening? The terrified guard dropped the flashlight in his hand. The old man had now completely turned into a strange puddle of liquid. "Mommy!" The terrified guard stared wide-eyed at the grotesque puddle. After all that, strange tentacles suddenly grew out of the puddle. What the hell is this thing? The tentacles reached for him, then enveloped him. "Help, help!" In the guard's terrified eyes, the reflection of a horrifying monster appeared. "Help!" Then, the monster quickly devoured him. "Help!" Outside, the rain continued to pour. The flimsy window bars were quickly bent. The news spread quickly. Kulif, gender, male, age, 38, foreign name, Qianji Dao, bounty, 530,000, missing. The doctor looked at the large screen and said, confused, "The window is so small. How did Qianji Dao escape?" A young man next to him also said, "There are indeed many suspicious points." That young man frowned and continued, "This matter may be related to Yu Xia's secret return to the country." The old man brought his pipe to his mouth. "However, Master Hiram has to leave now." Yu Feng, sitting on the chair, continued, "Don't worry, Hiram is coming soon." The two asked, confused, "Hiram?" Yu Feng's cheeks flushed. her hand gently stroking her necklace. She remembered the first time she saw it. This was the amulet Hiram had helped her put on. Can I give you a gift? Wear it, and I will be by your side to protect you. In front of her was the necklace, the heart of a guardian angel. Secret, become a member of the girl group. Favorability with the target increases by 5. When the target's life is threatened, the host will receive a notification in advance. He continued, I have other things I need to say for later. System notification. The gate of bronze is about to open. Teleportation process is about to begin. The gate gradually opened. On the rooftop of an old high-rise building, the gate appeared. And it slowly opened. Hiram stepped out, finally back. Then he widened his eyes, staring ahead in astonishment. A system notification came through. The mutated tree has withered, no signs of combat. He frowned deeply, completely baffled. Where did everyone go? The mutated tree was wilted, a sickly yellow color. Suddenly, the system notification appeared again. Assets 728,944,040 plus 80,000. He was immediately confused. Is there something wrong with this reward? Hiram rested his chin on his hand, his expression pensive. Could it be that everyone is in a battle? The system goddess beside him cheerfully reminded him, Host, you can use the system to sense a girl group. Just what I was thinking. Hiram immediately placed his hand on his temple to connect. Can you hear me? Shaoli, Xiaomei, Hao Guai, Nana. Then, he suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment. What? On the other side of that mutated tree, its lower half was still deeply rooted underground, growing vigorously. A green-skinned person was currently entangled by the mutated tree, struggling with all their might. He looked extremely worriedly at his offline teammates around him. At this moment, the green-skinned person was surrounded by a group of people. They exuded a terrifying killing intent. Hey, it looks like there's one survivor. Big Sister, how should we deal with him? Such a poor little boy. Let Big Sister send you to meet your teammates. You're such a kind person. The female hacker seemed to have discovered something at this moment. She raised her hand and pointed to the sky, exclaiming, Let him unleash an ultimate move. A brilliant golden light quickly shot down, aiming straight for the green-skinned person. He ducked in fear, turning his face away. A foot mercilessly stomped the green-skinned person flat. Gold coins flew out accordingly. The system displayed the asset value, 730, 944, 040, 00 plus 2 billion. Yao Nana, Yi Xiao Li, and Yi Xiao Mei hurriedly raised their hands to shield themselves from the dust. Hiram's figure was visible in the smoke, looking incredibly dashing. Only then did he slowly turn his head to look. Hao Guai recognized the newcomer as Hiram and happily ran over. Mom is back. The other three also called out, Brother Hiram. Hiram rubbed Hao Guai's head, laughing and joking. Everyone's savior, Hiram, has returned. Jiang Shan walked over from a distance, reminding him, Don't get too cocky. This whole thing left us unable to keep up until you were defeated. Xiaoman beside him spoke up, Welcome back, and also walked up from behind them and said, Brother Hiram. Hiram then lifted his foot, looking in disgust at the slimy substance stuck to the sole of his shoe. What happened while I was away? Jiang Shan stepped on a green-skinned person and said, After you returned, this strange tree started to wither, and then it produced these strange guys. Hiram calmly looked at the mutated tree and sighed. The zombie trees factor has been created, but it's useless here. He then shouted. The body of that keyboard warrior is still nowhere to be found. And beside him continued, As you know, I think Z sucked all the nutrients from the living tree and left. Hiram casually raised his hand and sighed. And you're only half right. Hearing this, she stammered in surprise. Sorry, only half. A large file suddenly appeared in Hiram's hand. He handed it to Un and instructed, All the information on that keyboard warrior is in here. And I hope you can make good use of it and help us save the world in this apocalypse. She then smiled slightly. Please trust me. Hiram then turned around and announced, Everyone, listen up. Next, we have 3 ways to completely destroy these strange trees. The other 3 listened intently to him. According to that keyboard warrior's data, there are a total of 4 such strange trees. The system then displayed a special mission update. Destroy the mutated individual raised by the chosen 1/1 quarter. Mission rewards. 1. Unlock the bronze enhancement privilege. 2. Receive 1 billion gold coins. 3. Children's art. Seeing this, Hiram rubbed his hands together. Looks like there's more work to do. He looked at the map displayed by the system. and said to himself, "Anyway, let's go see an old friend first." On the map was Mary's location. The place where Mary was as a temple. The church was empty, with only flickering candlelight and one person standing in the middle of the hall. It seemed to be a nun, praying with her hands clasped. The system displayed information about the woman. The chosen one, supermutated individual Mary. Power, smile, favorability 60. At this moment, she slowly knelt down. Mary spoke towards the Lord above. "We send our blessings to heaven, carrying with us an intense love for you. You are our Lord, created all things in the universe." The statue of Jesus suddenly emitted a strange light. Seeing this, Mary exclaimed in utter astonishment, "It seems the figure of the Lord has appeared," suggesting, "Let me hear your confession." That person then slowly stepped down to the ground. Hatch Lamb led a group of people out with a flourish. He smiled nonchalantly. Then, "You need to show your sincerity to prove it. Mary, the chosen one." Seeing Hatch Lamb, Mary just let out a soft cry. "Oh, how interesting," she remarked. "Besides, I told Z that you were different from the saviors of the past. But that arrogant guy still lost to you." Hatch Lamb looked at the rising Mary and said, "Mary, you are very smart. You know what to do. You didn't need me during that time." She rubbed her bottom and said, "That last savior, you were truly a beast. It still hurts now." Feeling the contemptuous gazes of those around him, Hatch Lamb hurriedly explained, "Don't listen to her nonsense. This woman is deeply manipulative." On the other side, Mary casually snapped her fingers. She said softly, "I want to remind you, this is the domain of Saint and the angels." Suddenly, Hatch Lamb's body felt a slight jolt. He raised his hand and pointed at the crowd in front of him, thinking to himself, "Too dangerous." With a loud explosion, the stone wall behind them was blown to pieces. Hatch Lamb was lucky enough to pull those people down into a squat in time. That person then appeared from behind the broken wall. Hatch Lamb turned his head to look, not very pleased. That person was still calmly looking at the crowd in the church. That crowd was made up of those green-skinned people like those mutants. Yunana was surprised to see Tang Tang Cat jump out of her arms. She asked it worriedly, "Where are you going, you lost cat?" Tang Tang Cat was now chasing a strange stream of blue liquid. Deep Chu Lu had now drawn her sword. She casually swung her sword and suggested, "Leave these two big guys to us." Just a moment later, the green-skinned people's weapons had fallen to the ground. They could only kneel on the ground, holding their heads. A gun also appeared. Deep Chu Mai held the gun and reminded Hatch Lamb, "Brother Lamb Nan, go after Mary. Leave this to us." Hearing this, he happily agreed. "All right, I'll get there quickly." Immediately after, he dashed towards the back, chasing after Mary's trail. Hatch Lamb blocked the door in time. Just as Mary was about to use the stream of water to leave, he blocked her way and remarked, "There's no escape." Tang Tang Cat also keenly stepped forward, letting out a meow. The strange blue streams of water now gradually solidified into some form. Mary had returned to her human form. She remarked softly, "Looks like I can't escape, can I?" Hatch Lamb gently asked back, "You're giving up so quickly?" Mary still replied nonchalantly, "It's not giving up, it's just no longer necessary." Suddenly, Hatch Lamb was stunned as the door behind him was smashed to pieces. He turned his head in astonishment to look. The scene before him made Hatch Lamb think to himself, "So fast." A nun was now casually smoking and said, "Hey, kid, I advise you not to move." She calmly smoked the cigarette in her hand. At this moment, that person flicked the cigarette but in her hand away, remarking softly, "Otherwise, your head will be gone." In her hand was a pistol. She exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. "You still want your head attached to your neck, right?" On the other side, Mary hurriedly expressed her gratitude. "Sister Maria, thank you for your help. Next, you can hand this guy over to me." Hearing this, Maria spoke up, "God bless you." She continued to blow smoke rings and said, "But do you think you can get him for free?" Hearing this, Mary understood and raised her hand. "How about this?" She stated her condition. "I, on behalf of God's chosen, will provide 15 portions of materials in exchange for this person. How about it?" Hatch Lamb, hearing their negotiation, couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha. Is Hatch Lamb only worth that much?" He raised a finger and exclaimed, "It should be at least double." Maria, from behind, hit Hatch Lamb on the head with the butt of her gun, warning, "Don't interfere in other people's business." She nonchalantly exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. At this moment, Maria bluntly said, 5 times. Hearing this, Mary shouted happily, "Deal?" At the same time where the others were. A voice came from nowhere. "I represent the God's chosen. All right?" Deep Chulu, Deep Chu Mai, and Yunana all thought in astonishment at the same time. Brother Lam Nan. An armored arm reached out. Hatch K shouted angrily, don't you dare touch my mother. Deep Chumai beside her quickly raised her gun and said, Hatch, hatch, I'll cover you. Seeing this, she agreed. Okay, thank you. On the other side, the green-skinned people were constantly evolving. More green branches grew on their bodies, and they made cracking sounds. They shot out long, chaotic green threads. At this moment, one of the threads wrapped around that person's leg. Yunana was completely taken by surprise. Her whole body was wrapped by that green thread and lifted up. She screamed in pain, I can't breathe. But she was also furious. On the ground now were also the weapons and items of Deep Chu Lu and Deep Chumai. At this moment, an unhappy Deep Chumai called out, Tu Lu. Deep Chu Lu on the other side also responded, Sister. The two were now tightly bound by the tassel-like green threads, stuck close together. Both screamed at the same time. Hatch K on the other side also had her mouth tightly wrapped by a thread, only able to make muffled sounds. Without hesitation, she opened her mouth to bite the thread, saying, I'll bite. Hatch K directly bit and tore off a piece of the thread's flesh, exclaiming as she bit, I'll bite you to death. Tang Tang Cat, seeing this from a distance, could only watch helplessly. Mary looked at this scene and remarked softly, with Z's intelligence, I can figure out how to deal with all of you. Hatch Lamb then warned, Mary, I'm giving you a chance to release them. Not only did Mary not listen, but she also casually stepped forward and ran her hand over his body. She said loudly, If you miss those little chicks that much, fine. Mary gently requested, But you have to obey me. Hatch Lamb then said, I gave you a chance. Unfortunately, you didn't know how to take it. This is the result. His eyes suddenly erupted with intense killing intent, and at the same time, his firm words rang out. Whoever dares to touch my people, I will definitely make them pay 100-fold. His gaze shot straight at Mary, carrying the message, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Hatch Lamb's gaze exuded a terrifying aura. Vines suddenly appeared around Mary, surrounding her, leaving her utterly astonished. She couldn't help but panic. What the hell is this? Mary was now also tightly bound by those green vines. However, she didn't panic but said, Haha, don't think you can catch me by playing tricks. Suddenly, a syrup-like liquid flowed from Mary's eyes, horrifying her. How is this possible? She looked at the scene before her, puzzled. My body is imprisoned by these slimy tentacles. At this moment, Mary was suddenly hung upside down by that plant. She couldn't help but ask Hatch Lamb, What are you planning to do? The shoes on Mary's feet were removed by a tentacle. It gently massaged the soles of her feet, causing Mary to tremble uncontrollably. She was now struggling to hold back her laughter. Those tentacles went even further, directly poking Mary's armpits. At this point, she could no longer hold it in, laughing loudly while asking it to stop. Oh, ha ha ha, stop, ha ha ha. Mary's current state was truly one of both crying and laughing. She struggled to get a few words out. I can't take it anymore. At this moment, Mary's entire body was also covered in the tentacle slime. A smile remained on her face. Tang Tang Cat now gently approached her, sniffing. Mary's whole body lay on the ground, pathetic, a complete mess. Maria, from behind, pointed her gun at Hatch Lamb's head, questioning, What did you do to Mary? He answered softly, Nothing. At this moment, Hatch Lamb smiled cruelly and replied, Just giving her a sweet dream. The church now returned to its original silence. Hatch Lamb then ordered, Be Meow, help me find NATO's liquid controller. Hearing this, Tang Tang Cat let out a soft meow. Maria then readjusted the direction of her gun barrel, warning, Don't move. However, she was quickly so shocked her eyes widened. Both of Maria's gun barrels were completely frozen, causing the word superpower to flash in her mind. Then Maria asked, Hey, are you a demon or a super mutant? Hatch Lamb's eyes were now glowing with blue energy. He calmly reminded her, Big sis, don't be rash. At this moment, Hatch Lamb pushed both of Maria's guns down, saying, Put this away. He revealed his handsome face. Introducing himself, My name is Hatch Lamb from the Survivor's Base. I want to discuss a deal with you. Hearing this, Maria's face darkened as she said to herself, A deal? Stop. At this moment, she slammed the two guns together, shattering the ice. Maria skillfully spun her guns. She casually holstered the guns on her thighs. Only then did Maria coolly ask Hatch Lamb, Speak. Hatch Lamb on the other side had a nosebleed, clapping in admiration. Very good. I prefer mature and clear-headed older sisters. He gently wiped the syrup from his face. and said, "My purpose is very simple." Hatch Lamb said bluntly, "I want to pay homage to your sacred tree." Hearing this, Maria was surprised. "Huh? Do you think that's possible?" Hatch Lamb didn't seem to give up. "Big sis, please consider a condition. As long as it's reasonable, I can accept it." On the other side, Tang Tang Cat was doing something to Mary's body. It quickly raised its head, looking down nonchalantly. In Tang Tang Cat's paw was a button, something it had just found on Mary. Despite this, it still didn't seem very satisfied. Without another word, Tang Tang Cat threw the object towards Hatch Lamb. He also caught the button smoothly. Hatch Lamb looked with some disgust at the slime-covered object in his hand, remarking, "What a fine gift." At this moment, Tang Tang Cat even walked over and wiped the dirt on his cloak. It looked happily at its clean paw, completely ignoring the slimy stain on Hatch Lamb's clothes. Suddenly, Tang Tang Cat was lifted up by someone. Hatch Lamb angrily scolded it. "Don't think that dog head of yours can save your life." He clenched his fist, crushing the button, while continuing to threaten, "If it weren't to save everyone, I would have stewed you in a cat meat soup." Hatch Lamb's eyes had now turned green. He calmly looked at Yunana, Deep Chu Lu, and Deep Chu Mai, who were being held by the green people. Hatch Lamb's eyes allowed him to see the two of them clearly. Suddenly, the four people who were tightly bound by the green people were all released. Yunana couldn't help but ask, "Are we okay?" Deep Chulu also said in a panic, "Sister, what's going on?" Deep Chu Mai said softly, "It was Lam Nan who saved us, right?" Hatch Lamb then said smugly, "Don't worry, they're all under my control now." On the other side, Hatch K was constantly biting the green person's vine, crying out, which meant, "I'll bite you to death." Hatch Lamb thought to himself. As expected, these two big guys are also controlled just like the mutated zombies. At this moment, a cigarette but suddenly flew out from behind Hatch Lamb. Maria thought for a moment, then spoke up. "I've made up my mind." A knife appeared from her sleeve. Maria said, "You want to see this sacred tree?" She quickly rushed towards Hatch Lamb with a knife and shouted, "Then you'll have to serve me first." Maria skillfully stabbed straight at Hatch Lamb's face. At this moment, she seemed to have stabbed him, causing red liquid to splash out. Some of it even splashed onto Maria's face. She seemed extremely surprised. Hatch Lamb said softly, "Sorry, it splashed on your face." It turned out that what Maria had stabbed was not him. Deep Chu Lee's angry voice was heard. "Hatch Lamb, you've gone too far. How dare you use my cup to block the knife?" Hatch Lamb then snapped his fingers and said, "If you don't want to cooperate, then I'll have to let these two tough guys talk to you." As soon as he finished speaking, the two green people behind him showed signs of waking up. Deep Chu Lu and Deep Chu Mai on the other side were simultaneously surprised. What is this situation? However, the two green people did nothing to them, but quickly rushed out. Both were holding weapons, pointing at Hatch Lamb, or rather, at Maria where he was. From underground, countless tentacles rose up, attacking Maria all at once. At that moment, she said softly, as I thought, "No matter how you look at it, things like these ropes are disgusting." As she finished, those vines had tightly surrounded Maria. She still calmly gripped the knife in her hand. With just a few slashes, Maria successfully broke through the green creatures before they could attack her. In an instant, the tentacles were chopped into pieces. Maria casually put her knife away. The fluid from the green creatures was constantly dripping from the tip of her knife. Suddenly, another vine reached out towards Maria. She turned her head slightly, remarking, "How troublesome." However, before she could act, countless holes appeared on that vine, and the two green creatures in the distance were also hit hard by something. A pile of bullet casings fell at a girl's feet. Maria looked closely and found several more nuns holding guns. At this moment, she took out a lighter and lit a cigarette. Maria calmly took a drag. The newly arrived nuns then said, "May the original Lord protect our sister Maria." Maria gently exhaled and asked, "Were you sent by that old woman?" In another room, Cashin said, "Our side is ready to move out. We can head to the CDC at any time to destroy the sacred tree." He thought for a moment and said, "It's just that the zombie hunting team still hasn't been able to contact Elu." Hiram calmly asked, "Isn't it normal for Sister Elu's movements to be unpredictable?" And said worriedly, "But the problem is, no matter where she goes, there's no news." She then reminded him, Brother Kwang Nan, you must also be careful. The location of your last mission, and recalled the scene in that temple, saying the Daebangong sect, 10 auxiliary nuns. She described the scene of the nuns distributing food to everyone. Angels of judgment, they call themselves daughters of God, shouldering the mission to save people in the apocalypse. And revealed, although I know they're the fangs and claws chosen by God, I can't trust them. I even feel they are very suspicious. After hearing this, Hiram softly thanked her. Thank you for your concern. I will be careful. The number above Anne's head seemed to have increased to 77. She replied softly, It's nothing. It's what I should do. Hiram couldn't help but think to himself, as expected, and knows a lot of information about the gods chosen. I must have her join the girls' team for this mission. The scene shifts to the 10-wing convent. At this time, the nuns here are moving goods together. A nun said to Deep Chew Lee's group, Thank you for bringing us these things. The girls replied softly, It's nothing. It's only natural to help each other. Deep Chew Lu suddenly realized something and asked curiously, By the way, where's Nana? Hatch K then pointed to the side and said, She and Tang Tang Meow are over there. The children were enthusiastically begging Nana. Big sister, can we pet your cat? Big sister, I want it too. Me too. Me too. Nana could only stare blankly at the group of children in front of her, each one looking extremely expectant and happy. Nana couldn't help but be moved and thought to herself, everyone. Then she put Tang Tang Meow down, saying, Tang Tang Meow, play with everyone for a while. It seemed extremely surprised by this decision, letting out a few meows. The children cheered in unison. Yay! Tang Tang Meow, forced into service, was expressionless in the face of the children's behavior, letting them constantly mumble, This cat is so cute. Sister Xiaoyu went to the girls' school, so she doesn't have time to play. If Xiaoyu were here, she would definitely be very happy too. Yunana looked at the children and said softly, You're welcome. I heard you all rely on supplies provided by your base. I wonder how Brother Kwang Nan is doing now. She looked up at the sky, thinking to herself, May the original Lord protect you. In a certain villa, a voice was heard. People should help each other, especially in chaotic times like these. The speaker was the abbess of the convent. At this moment, she rested her hands and said, May the original Lord protect you. Hiram, sitting on the opposite sofa, said softly, People should help each other, especially in chaotic times like these. He recalled the other nun's words. Sir Hiram, our abbess would like to see you. Hiram remarked, I am very honored to be invited by your abbess. I wonder what interest your abbess has in the survivors' base. The abbess, after hearing this, replied softly, Please have some tea. As for this matter, we will study and consider it. That person then placed the teacup down on the table. Hiram looked towards her, and that person shot a gaze full of affection towards him. He stammered, Thank you. Hiram lifted the teacup and remarked, This black tea is so fragrant. Suddenly, the system sent a notification. Limited time mission, mission content. Uncover the dark secrets of the 10-winged organization. 0.3% completed. Reward content. A chance to receive a 10 million yuan 10 pull. Unlock eye technique. Time remaining 2 hours. He couldn't help but think to himself, Salon black tea, this thing doesn't belong to this world. At this moment, the moon outside the convent was high in the sky. In the room, Hiram's hand went limp, and the teacup he had just drunk from fell to the ground. He was now fast asleep. The muscular nun from before said softly, Sister Maria said he defeated our apostle Mary. We still overestimated him. The abbess from afar also remarked, This kid thought he had a little advantage and wanted to get close to us. At this moment, she pushed a few books. A secret passage suddenly appeared in the bookshelf on the wall. The abbess calmly looked at the long passage before her as the muscular nun walked down the stairs, heading towards the basement. On her shoulder, she carried the unconscious Hiram. The muscular nun gently patted Hiram's bottom, remarking, Hee, my nightly prayers were not in vain. The Lord has finally answered me, granting me such a delicious young man. Suddenly, a voice was heard. Really? What a pure wish. Hearing this, a thought flashed through her mind. Crap, how did he wake up? The black tea must not have taken full effect yet. Just then, Hiram flipped over and pinned the nun to the ground. She was being choked by him, only able to make unclear sounds G-U-H, G-U-H, G-U-H. On the other side, Hiram's gaze was still incredibly sharp. He immediately wrapped himself tightly around her body. The nun's whole body trembled uncontrollably. Suddenly, Hiram turned, directly slamming her head to the ground. The two rolled down the stairs together. The nun's head repeatedly slammed hard against the ground, and she screamed in pain. Ah! The screen suddenly went dark, leaving only the sound of her tragic screams echoing. Ah! After dealing with the nun, Hiram smiled with satisfaction. At this moment, he used the ability in his eyes to observe the surroundings. The entire space here appeared in Hiram's mind. He couldn't help but think, it's so vast. There are no traps here. It's too outdated. Hiram then connected with the others, asking, can everyone hear me? He proactively reported his situation. I'm in a secret area. Nothing's wrong for now. Everyone, don't worry. Do you have any situation on the outside? Deep Chiu Mai then sent a signal subconsciously. Brother Kwang Nan, we haven't detected anything unusual on our end for now. This place just looks like a normal convent. On the other side, Deep Chu Lu also agreed. Sister is right. There's nothing strange here. And the people here are also very friendly. Hatch-K whined, Mom, when we going home? Hearing this, Hiram could only comfort her. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. On the other side, Yunana reported, I haven't found anything unusual either, but I heard from the children that they've been studying here since they were very young. Suddenly, a click-clack sound was heard. The door on Hiram's side seemed about to open. Seeing this, he quickly announced, something's come up on my end, hanging up first. Everyone must be careful. I'll contact you again after I get back. At this moment, Hiram remembered the nun lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth, and couldn't help but remark, with his big sis on the ground, I can start making use of her. Hiram's eyes turned a deep purple again. A system notification appeared from the nun's body. Warmth curse. Target is in a comatose state. Visual hypnosis is ineffective. Seeing this, Hiram angrily punched the information panel, cursing, what the hell is this? Still not appeased, Hiram gave the nun a few more hits. After being hit so much, she actually spoke, that feels so good, hit me again, big brother. Seeing this, Hiram was speechless. Could it be that all the believers here have a masochistic attribute, like that Saint Maria? At this moment, two people entered from the door. They were wearing gas masks, and upon seeing the scene, they shouted, for God's sake! Seeing the nun constantly kissing Hiram, they protested, please stop that foolish and uneducated behavior. So rude. Oh, so filthy. Oh my God, what are you people doing? On the muscular nun's head, it now displayed affection 99.99. She remarked dreamily, are these people jealous of the gift God has given me? A tender young man. After enduring dozens of her intense kisses, Hiram cursed inwardly. Damn it, she's this enthusiastic even when hypnotized. I can't handle this, God. The other two nuns, seeing this, showed a disgusted expression. Who cares? Don't say I didn't remind you. Preparations for the afternoon's judgment ceremony are about to begin. Don't be lazy. The two nuns, seeing the muscular nun constantly kissing, said resentfully, how could such a handsome guy fall into that hag's hands? Exactly, it's so unfair. Seeing that they had left, Hiram snapped his fingers, causing the muscular nun to stop. He thought to himself, this offering is quite valuable after all. At this moment, the door opened, and the muscular nun from before walked out. Hiram had taken control of her body, muttering to himself from behind, next, it's time to get down to business. The two of them then started walking at the same time. From the corridor outside, a voice echoed, obey the teachings, obey the teachings. Judge the wicked. The two stopped in front of door. Hiram ordered, let me go in and see for myself. You go to that pine tree over there. The muscular nun pouted and replied, yes, my love. Seeing this, Hiram couldn't help but think, so disgusting. At this moment, he gently wiped his face. Hiram looked outside through the glass pane on the door. Inside, a nun was teaching the children of God. Children, you must strictly follow the teachings of the 10-winged convent. Next, read after me. At this moment, she shook the bell in her hand. This woman was also wearing a gas mask and said, anyone and anything, whoever blasphemes our doctrine, is evil. The wicked will all be punished by God. The students below were all in wheelchairs. They shouted in unison, anyone and anything that blasphemes our doctrine is wicked. They were like soulless puppets, their red eyes repeating the phrase, the wicked will all be punished by God. The system displayed their information, brain damage, moderate brainwashing, demonic nanochips, 22 degrees Celsius. Seeing this, Hiram thought to himself, it seems and was right, this place is definitely not simple. The moon had risen, tinged with a dark red color. At this moment, the children also waved goodbye to Unana. Goodbye, big sister, goodbye, kitten. She replied cheerfully, goodbye, everyone. Then, Unana couldn't help but worry. Sigh, I wonder how Xiao Ku, Luo Luo, and Pan Bao are doing with their investigation. Tang Tang meow in her arms, then let out a meow. Yi Xiaomei approached from a distance and asked, Anna, are you homesick? Yi Xiaoli also came over and patted Nana's head. It's okay. We can go home once this is over. Touched, she said, Sister Xiaoli. Just then, someone carrying a lamp walked over. It's getting late. I'll take the 4 of you to rest. The nun asked curiously, when can he Guai see his mother? The 3 of them then spoke one after another. Auntie, why aren't we there yet? Everyone follow the flashlight. Don't get separated. We're here. The nun standing there couldn't help but be stunned. We're here. She led the way, while Yi Xiaomei and Yi Xiaoli's group continued to talk and laugh. Under the moonlight, the leaves rustled. The nun leading the way was now shaking a small bell. The people following the nun asked softly with curiosity, when can he Guai see his mother? Everyone follow the flashlight. Don't get separated. Yi Xiaoli couldn't help but ask at this moment, Auntie, why aren't we there yet? At this moment, the nun walking in front stopped. She suddenly said, we're here. Hearing this, Yi Xiaoli asked curiously, we're here. Unana behind her was shocked. Here for what? Yi Xiaoli also stammered, huh? Don't joke like that. He Guai, terrified, burst into tears. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo. The nun then turned her head and said, this is the grave of you blasphemers. Her eyes turned blood red, filled with killing intent. Suddenly, a crowd of nuns appeared simultaneously, shouting, the hour of punishment has come. Witnessing this scene, Yi Xiaoli was shocked. We're surrounded. Suddenly, they saw several green things descending from above. It was that group of green creatures. Seeing them rush over, He Guai cursed in fear. You disgusting things, don't come near me. Suddenly, several beams of light shone on them. This was followed by information from a system, valued at 62,594,040,000. 25 billion. Yi Xiaoli said smugly, don't think what Hiram gave us was just an ordinary flashlight. On the other side, He Guai was relentlessly kicking the green creatures, muttering, disgusting thing, not obedient at all. The nun, witnessing this scene, said in astonishment, since when were you on guard? Yi Xiaoli replied, from the moment you separated us from Hiram. We saw through your tricks long ago, back to half an hour ago in the system. Hiram instructed everyone. That head nun definitely knows where the holy tree is. I will follow her. Hearing this, Yi Xiaoli said worriedly, it's dangerous for you to go alone. He Guai beside them said excitedly, Guai Guai wants to go with Mama. Yi Xiaomei was the calmest. We should still follow Hiram's arrangements. This is the only way to find the holy tree. We will also thoroughly investigate this 10-winged monastery. Hiram took out the information panel and reminded them, everyone must be careful. They clearly want to deal with us. At this moment, he smiled to himself. I'm giving you girls a very fun toy. Something appeared in Yi Xiaoli's hand, making her ask curiously, What's this? After getting a clear look at the object in her hand, Yi Xiaoli was speechless. A flashlight? The system panel displayed, Sword of Light, the latest high-tech weapon system, a special replica of various special mutated zombies, for 1.3 EUs only. Hiram looked displeased. Come on, that's not an ordinary flashlight. It's for self-defense, and it's very expensive. At this moment, Hiram patted Yi Xiaomei's head and instructed, Xiaomei, if anything happens, help me take care of everyone. She replied cheerfully, yes, Hiram, you can count on me. At this moment, the light from the flashlight successfully took down the green creature. Yi Xiaoli's group said decisively, surrender, you have no way out. Seeing this, the nun shouted, you foolish brats. She shook the bell in her hand and said, cleanse the sins. Suddenly, a group of people walked over, all of them the controlled individuals who were listening to the lecture elsewhere. This was followed by the nun's command, capture those 4 blasphemers for me. The whole group simultaneously erupted with a powerful energy. Waves of energy spread out, but fortunately, Yi Xiaoli's group had put up a protective shield. Yi Xiaomei said worriedly, their special abilities are all identical. This is very disadvantageous for us. On the other side, Unana noticed the people who had fallen to the ground, and a terrifying killing intent suddenly emanated from her. This is too much. Tang Tang, meow, instantly grew from its small body, the power radiating from it sending the enemy in front flying. Yunana immediately ordered, Tang Tang, destroy this ugly 10-winged doctrine for me. In the desolate space, only desperate cries echoed. Help, help! Tang Tang Meow fiercely charged towards a nun, scaring her into shouting, spare me. This was all the headmistress's arrangement. Despite this, it showed no sign of stopping. The nun watched in horror as Tang Tang Meow's claws swung towards her. In an instant, she was struck down. The bell in the nun's hand also fell at the same time. She couldn't avoid falling to the ground. A single blow from Tang Tang Meow made the nun spit out a fluid, letting out a glug. Yunana also jumped down from Tang Tang Meow's body, cursing, trash, dignity. If you want to run, you should have run a different way. Immediately after, she blocked the woman's path. A thick killing intent radiated from Yunana as she said softly, but don't worry, I won't finish you off right away. She spoke to her with blood-red eyes. That will be letting you off too easily. The nun saw Yunana's eyes and was utterly shocked. That's the demon eye of an evil spirit. You're also a ruthless killing demon. A monster that eats its own kind. Yi Xiaomei immediately ran over to refute. Nana is absolutely not that kind of person. Yi Xiaoli also affirmed. That's right, we believe Nana is human. He Guai cursed the nun. Bad auntie, bad-mouthing Nana. Guai Guai will teach you a lesson. Yi Xiaomei and Yi Xiaoli both spoke to comfort Nana. Nana, don't mind her words. Hearing this, she replied happily. You're right, sister. Thank you, everyone. I'm fine. The nun under Tang Tang Meow's paw was furious. A bunch of lunatics, actually believing a demon. We've been studying demons for 2 years. They look very much like humans, but they're a species without humanity. As she finished speaking, something quickly pierced through the nun's head. Yi Xiaoli and Yunana were shocked. On the other side, Yi Xiaomei turned to find that the one who fired the shot was Maria. She couldn't help but ask curiously, Sister Maria, why did you do that? Maria calmly took a drag from her cigarette and replied, Sorry, this has nothing to do with you. She said nonchalantly, This religion strictly forbids extrajudicial punishment, and the headmistress's orders are no exception. The scene shifts to the church's underground research lab. The headmistress's group is watching an experiment. Someone walked in and said, Still not simple? You're not qualified to do anything to this person. The headmistress turned her head and sighed. It seems your judgment is not bad, my lord. It seems I've caused you quite a bit of trouble. For you to come find me yourself. She shook the bell in her hand, and the nuns beside her immediately went into a defensive stance. Welcome, Hiram. Hiram was lifted by the energy they created and couldn't help but sigh. A special ability similar to a demon's. I didn't expect each of you to have one. The headmistress said calmly, This method of creating demons is much more effective than traditional demon-rearing techniques. Even if it produces dangerous, defective products, they can serve as high-quality nutrients for the holy tree. Hiram's expression darkened. Hell is empty. Demons are in the human world. I don't care about the mission to save the world. The system displayed a notification. Tip, the host has discovered the 10-Winged Society's secret of brainwashing its followers. The screen cuts back to the nun lecturing inside. Continue reading after me. The text continues to display. Tip, the host has discovered the 10-Winged Society's secret of brainwashing its followers. Hiram discovered the people locked up for brainwashing. At this moment, the system displayed a tip. The host has discovered 3 out of 3 secrets of the 10-Winged Society's brainwashing of its followers. Hiram found the person placed on the experiment table and examined him. Finally, the system announced, Limited mission complete. Mission, uncover the evil secrets of the 10-Winged Society and receive rewards. 1. 1 10-pull gotcha chance. 2. 10 million RMB. 3. Unlock pupil technique. Completion time, 30 minutes S-rank. The system goddess said cheerfully, Congratulations to the host for completing the limited mission. Hiram replied calmly, Anyway, when I return this time, I'll become the king of hell. The attribute panel appeared. Rebound eye, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Reflects the supernatural attack the host suffers back to the caster. Can be used 5 times a day. Hiram smiled and sighed, just in time to try out the new pupil technique. His entire body was now enveloped in red energy. Hiram landed gently on the ground, the energy radiating from him, sending everything around flying. The blast of air blew up the skirts of several nuns. The other person was now lifted even higher by the energy. The headmistress, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but think, No, impossible. She trembled as she looked at the scene before her. muttering to herself. My lord didn't say this Hiram could resist special abilities. Hiram now blocked her path and said, "It's all your fault, old woman. You scare me so much that I can't even use my new pupil technique to its full potential. Now I have to use it carefully." The headmistress clutched the bell in her hand and said nervously, Don't come over here." Her hand was now reaching for a red button. The headmistress decisively pressed the button. From the tank behind her, a dark red liquid suddenly gushed out. It spread to the feet of the person inside. The woman seemed to be evolving. She frowned slightly, letting out a The headmistress calmly faced Hiram. "Great savior, I sincerely apologize to you. All the sins I have committed against you before were based on the arrangements of that chosen one." She showed reverence. "Savior, please spare my life. I am willing to be your beast of burden." Hearing this, Hiram said contemptuously, "You trash only deserve to repent in hell." The headmistress's whole body trembled as she begged, "Please spare this old woman's life. I am willing to tell you everything I know." Hiram maintained a firm attitude. "No, I want to hear your last words." He gently raised his hand, a small cluster of fire appearing at his fingertip. The headmistress looked at the larger flame in Hiram's hand and said, trembling, "No, don't." She screamed, "Spare me." Suddenly, the woman in the tank opened her eyes. The headmistress watched her continuously pound on the tank, whispering smugly, "It's time." After a while of pounding on the glass, cracks appeared on it. The woman finally shattered the glass under the headmistress's joyful gaze and stepped out. However, the headmistress suddenly realized something and froze. The woman jumped out, landing heavily on the headmistress, knocking her to the ground. The bell in the headmistress's hand also fell out. At this moment, she screamed in fear. "Witch Mary, the headmistress is here. What are you doing? Go and capture that Hiram." Mary then switched to attacking Hiram. He calmly jumped back, successfully dodging the blow. Hiram then threw the fireball in his hand at her, taunting, "You're too slow. Hurry up." The flame hit her squarely. A burn mark appeared where the fire made contact, emitting thick smoke. But in just a moment, Mary attacked Hiram again. He looked at the scene before him and sighed softly. Seems she's become more agile." Hiram's eyes now turned blue. Mary, who was about to charge and attack him, seemed to be frozen. Hiram casually grabbed the water flowing from her body. Mary stopped, unable to move. Hiram said calmly, "The first time we met, you should have taught me a stern lesson." The headmistress and Mary were now completely frozen. Seeing she was still moving slightly, Hiram was surprised. In just a flash, Mary screamed, shattering all the layers of ice. More red threads emanated from her body, flying rapidly towards Hiram. A series of violent collisions occurred, yet he calmly dodged all the attacks. At this moment, Hiram also stopped. He couldn't help but think, their speed is faster than before. I didn't expect that after soaking, she could resist my pupil technique. On the other side, Mary was panting heavily. She had successfully grabbed several nearby nuns. The girls were tightly bound, letting out muffled sounds of humph. Someone tried to escape the tentacles, but failed. In an instant, Mary had absorbed the entire group of nuns into her body. Her body was packed with people, emitting a strong light. Even Hiram on the other side was amazed by this. A voice rang out, "Wonderful." Mary now opened her mouth and muttered, "A young man's body." She now revealed her body's form and shouted excitedly, "Wonderful." Hiram couldn't help but think, this voice isn't Mary's. What the hell is this? The system now displayed. Mary has been infected with a model similar to Zhou Zhan's happiness virus. Syrup trickled from Hiram's nose, and he sighed softly. This problem is a bit big. The system also announced, mandatory mission, defeat the infected Mary, defeat the infected Mary, defeat the infected Mary. Normal, 50 million RMB, virus collector +1. Hiram said dejectedly, "What a pity. I haven't even deeply researched Mary's situation yet." The system goddess appeared at this moment. "Master, you're just lusting after other people's bodies." On the other side, Mary sneered, "How long are you going to stand there muttering to yourself?" She quickly waved her hand, creating energy beams that shot out in all directions. Hiram stood there calmly. His eyes flashed with purple energy, followed by a taunt. "Too slow." Hiram easily dodged the attacks and provoked. "Too slow, too slow. Hasn't Mary woken up yet? Why are your movements as slow as an old woman's?" Suddenly, His leg was entangled by the vines on Mary's body. Hiram was extremely surprised. This is not good. The crimson black eye and the extreme cold demon, I no longer work on Mary. But what's worse, he shouted in alarm, is that this is my special armor for dealing with women. I was so busy dodging just now that it got stained with slime. The Mary opposite him spoke. Stop talking nonsense. She unleashed a new move, cursing, Hiram, you're the one who deserves to go to hell. Hiram was now thinking, from the beginning, I've had a bad feeling. Mary has the special ability to devour people. Before digesting them, she can even imitate their voice and appearance. He thought of the headmistress again, thinking, even if she has the ability to simulate appearance and voice. On the opposite side, Mary was rushing towards him, saying, Hiram, you can't escape. Accept my punishment. Despite this, he stood there calmly and said, I advise you to calm down first. Stand firm before you speak. Suddenly, several bullets flew from nowhere, shattering Mary's move. The figures of two people appeared outside, and a voice called out, Hiram. Seeing this, Hiram let out a soft, oh, you're here. The two girls were Yi Xiaomei and Maria. At this moment, more footsteps were heard. Guai shouted excitedly, Mama, I'm here to help you. Yi Xiaoli reported, Hiram, we've done what you asked. Yanana also added, the victims and the information have all been taken out. Only then did Hiram speak. Headmistress, I forgot to tell you. He stood in front of the girls and introduced, I also called my girl group over. Anyway, since we're here, we don't have time to deal with the evil things in your 10-winged underground lab. The scene of him discovering the classroom flashed in his mind. The scene of Hiram finding the people locked in glass cages for brainwashing and the others being controlled. At that time, Hiram had contacted Yi Xiaomei and the others. Can you hear me? I found the underground lab. There are quite a few of the 10-Winged Society's secrets here. At the same time, he was also surprised to learn a piece of news. What? You're all with Sister Maria? Yi Xiaoli recalled the appearance of the Blue Mary from before and asked doubtfully, Maria, why has she turned red? At this moment, she turned to ask Hiram. Also, why did Hiram call Maria the headmistress? Hiram then explained, Mary's slime ability can imitate the appearance and voice of others by devouring them. He added, but now, Mary has been infected by a virus, turning into a shell that can grant people superpowers. At this moment, the headmistress in Mary's guise spoke. Hiram, you're quite smart. The headmistress put on her glasses and said, if Sister Maria had a mind like yours, she would have dealt with those other nuns already. She continued, but I still have to say, Sister Maria, why are you associating with these blasphemers? I hope you can give me a satisfactory explanation. The headmistress then raised a finger and said, and another thing. A burst of power shot out as she reminded, this is a no-smoking area. The cigarette Maria was holding in her mouth was shattered, startling her. The cigarette broke in two and fell to the ground with a pop. Maria revealed a cold gaze and said, Humph, you old witch. At this moment, she lit another cigarette and sighed. For a wicked person like you to be the headmistress, I believe a nun who voluntarily smokes 2 cigarettes can also be forgiven. The headmistress smiled sinisterly. Sister Maria, do you know that insulting a superior is insulting the entire monastery? She unleashed a powerful move towards them, sighing, very good. I will devour all of you blasphemers, and then offer you to the lords. Faced with this, Hiram just sighed softly. He suddenly opened his eyes and questioned, you devoured 4 nuns. I haven't settled this debt with you yet. After speaking, Hiram threw a powerful punch at her, the force of the fist like a lion, quickly dissipating the headmistress's move. His move sent the headmistress flying, causing her to slam hard against the wall. However, the liquid flowing from her body showed no signs of damage. It slowly gathered in one place, then rose up. The headmistress was unharmed, restored to her human form, and said with a laugh, Hiram, no matter how strong you are, with the power of the Chosen One, you can't defeat me. On the other side, Yi Xiaoli, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but be horrified. How can this be? Does Hiram's attack have no effect on her? He laughed coldly and muttered, in that case, don't disappoint me. A giant man-eating flower opened its blood-red mouth, broke through the glass window, and rushed towards Mary. She suddenly turned, looked at the approaching man-eating flower, and screamed, Lord Messenger, is this my worth? In a flash, the man-eating flower's mouth was right in front of her. The plant monster swallowed Mary whole in one bite. The man-eating flower's self-purge created a thick cloud of dust. Hiram spread his golden wings, blew away the dust, and soared high into the air. AAA. The plant monster controlled cucumbers to weave a spider web and attack upwards. Hiram was not afraid. He raised his fist, gathering power, and said contemptuously, "You're trying to run after eating?" A single breath from him was enough to blow away those loose cucumbers. The monster's mouth moved as if something was about to gush out. Hiram immediately jumped up, preparing to dive down for an attack. How could it be that easy? The man-eating flower shook violently. Countless red halos surrounded it. Hiram's eyes turned blood red. He controlled the halos, binding the man-eating flower tightly. Under his fierce attack, the monster fell to the ground. Hiram stared at it, a bad feeling in his heart. He carefully observed the giant plant body lying on the ground, thinking, it's not that simple inside. Dark red blood threads appeared at Hiram's feet. The man-eating flower's mouth suddenly retracted, then it stood up straight. Mary emerged from the monster's mouth, laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha. She had upgraded into a giant and sexy form. Now I'm one with the holy tree. All of you must obey my command. With that, Mary charged straight at Hiram. Hiram, you will be my first sacrifice. Hiram glided like a bird, smiling as he commented, "Wow, the wind is strong too." He could clearly see the small bodies of the young girls inside her pair of taut soul spheres. He immediately aimed for those two pomelos and slashed at them. Just then, a slimy tentacle wrapped around Hiram's leg. He was pulled straight down, falling between the two giant, juicy soul spheres. Hiram was immersed in a feeling of happiness. Wow, this feels great. A world filled with pink and syrup. Hey, this is enough to conquer any peak in the world. Mary looked down at him and said, "Then let me see how strong your will is. I haven't even used my full strength yet. How could I let you die so easily?" She frowned in dissatisfaction and said, "Because I have only just begun the judgment." Suddenly, countless beams of light shot towards Mary from the void. She raised her hand to block them, shouting impatiently, which troublesome person came to ruin the fun?" Hiram laughed and said, "Sorry for shooting you in the face. Because my Xiaomei is a sniper." Then he glanced down. "Xiaomei, thanks for the help. With you behind me, I feel at ease." Xiaomei raised her gun high, blushing as she replied, "Yes, Hiram, be careful." Encouraged by the girl, Hiram was filled with fighting spirit. "Don't worry, victory is right before our eyes." The giant Mary was pierced through by Hiram. Immediately after, he landed a palm strike directly on the core of the man-eating flower. The upper half of the giant Mary was turned to ash. Her primordial spirit clasped its hands, saying with hatred, "Overlord's void-seizing fist. That damn Hiram. How does he have such terrifying power?" Hiram said majestically, "Damn, the wound is too big. She can't use energy to recover anymore." Sparkling spots of light appeared on Mary's crushed upper body. Soon, her graceful body gradually recovered to its original state. Hatch Lamb Nan stared at her transformation process, thinking to himself, "What the hell is this thing?" Mary's slimy body writhed, and she laughed loudly. "Ready for another round?" "Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that fool to be able to cause me trouble now." She sat up straight, her two orbs jiggling as she spoke. "Hak hak lam nyan, let me tao zu." This is the nutrient we prepared for the holy tree. The thick slime on Mary's chest. A nutrient that helps the holy tree grow quickly. She had completely recovered to her original form. Therefore, I now possess super vitality. The slime flowing from her two full orbs formed another sphere. Dai hak hak lam nyan. As she spoke, her sphere shot out countless slime bullets in all directions. Hatch Lamb Nin immediately used his golden angel wings to defend himself. The slime stuck to his wings and began to move. The slime condensed together, as if it had a mind of its own, enveloping Hatch Lamb Nan. In an instant, his entire body was covered in red slime. Mary then reached out with her giant hand, tightly squeezing the sphere containing Hatch Lamb Nan. She laughed smugly. "Ha ha ha. Before the power of a God's chosen, humans are nothing but ants. With just a light squeeze, your little life will be gone." Suddenly, her fist turned to the color of stone. She cried out in astonishment. "What is this?" The speed of petrification was so fast that Mary couldn't react. "What the hell is this thing?" In the blink of an eye, Mary turned into a giant dinosaur fossil. At the same time, Hatch Lamb Nin broke through her petrified fist and escaped. Hatch Lamb Nin placed his hand, enveloped in spiritual energy, on Mary's forehead. What determines victory or defeat isn't just power. Now she was completely a stone statue. Hatch Lamb Nin declared from above, "Which one is the strongest now?" After speaking, he struck, shattering the prehistoric fossil. Along with the falling stone fragments, countless naked bodies of young girls fell out. The headmistress fell out as well. along with a pile of rubble that crashed to the ground. Her body covered in blood, she trembled and crawled on the ground, groaning, "Gulp, gulp, you are a demon." She raised her head to look at the golden-armored angel Hatch Lamnan before her. "Where did you even strike from? Who on earth are you?" Hatch Lamnan smiled and replied, "It's nothing. I just wanted the head none here to drown in the holy tree's nutrient." He thought to himself, this special herbicide is really something else. I was just worried it wouldn't work on that strange plant combined with the slime. The headmistress laughed mysteriously. "Haha, I didn't expect someone who was completely brainwashed could also betray me. Hatch Lamnan, I admit you have some cleverness. But it turned out to be a case of being too clever for your own good." Hatch Lamnan didn't understand and asked, "What do you mean by that?" The old woman coughed up some syrup, cough, cough. She laughed nonsensically. "Haha, do you think acting separately can disperse her power? Just let our envoys defeat you one by one." Hearing this, Hatch Lamnan frowned and thought, I suddenly have a bad feeling something might be wrong on Big Bro's side. At the same time, in a severely damaged building, countless green zombies were wandering around. Inside the building, the corridor was littered with the smashed corpses of zombies. The zombies were made of a special slime and couldn't be killed no matter how they were hit. The short-haired blonde girl holding a gun fired. Bang, bang. Damn it, they just keep coming. The injured black-haired girl following behind said, "Big Bro Gia's son is still operating inside. We absolutely can't let them in." Bullets, bang, bang, shot into the zombies' heads. The blonde girl kept pulling the trigger, saying angrily, "Damn it, this is the last bullet." The black-haired girl shone a flashlight on the horde of zombies and asked in panic, "What do we do now?" The zombies all turned their heads at once to look at the two girls, grinning menacingly. In contrast to the situation here, another corridor was dead silent. Outside the building, the horde of zombies was still wandering around. They saw something, their eyes widened, and their mouths gaped open. The green zombies roared and charged towards the two unarmed sisters. The blonde girl said in distress, "I don't want to turn into a disgusting creature like them." The black-haired girl placed a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. "Don't worry." She pulled a democracy grenade from her belt. Holding the hot weapon, she said confidently, "Let me handle this." At the same time, the horde of zombies howled in unison and charged. The black-haired girl held the grenade pin and shouted, "You'll have to get through me over my dead body." Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion echoed from the void. Gia's son, like a meteor, whizzed down and landed amidst the zombies. "Nobody touches my people." The strong wind blew against the blonde and black-haired girls, forcing them to shut their eyes tightly. When they opened their eyes, they saw the muscular Gia's son standing there like an angel descended to earth. "Big Bro Gia's son. Big Bro, why are you here?" Gia's son pointed to the device on his ear. "This thing we're wearing isn't just for communication." Time rewinds to not long before. When Gia's son and Hatch Lamnan were having a meeting, a voice came from the device in his ear. "Dad, can you hear me clearly?" Gia's son awkwardly replied immediately, "Yeah, loud and clear." "Xiaoman, come back quickly, it's dangerous outside. Don't stay out too long." Hatch Lamnan used his protocol. "Is there interference on Xiao Lue's side?" The host is using the system's voice transmission function. Xiao Lu nodded, replying in her mind, On the other end of the line was a lush green jungle world with fresh and pleasant nature. Xiaoman spoke to Gia's son. "Dad, don't worry, we're coming back right now. Electronic superpower. I'm using my superpower to interfere with the magnetic field." Hatch K hopped around chasing a butterfly. "Butterfly, wait for me." The butterfly she was chasing suddenly turned into an afterimage. Xiao Lu was surprised. "Huh?" The little girl frowned. At the same time, a vine silently crept up behind Hatch K. The little girl suddenly turned her head, looking bewildered. "Oh." Xiao Lu gently patted Hatch K's head and said, "We should go back. I'll bring you here to play again next time." On the other side, Hatch Lamnan rubbed his chin and said, This communicator seems pretty good." The system goddess laughed smugly. Of course, it's a system product guaranteed to be top quality. He counted the number of communicators in the box, then began to assign tasks. "Big Bro, these 30 sets of communicators are for you. Our next mission will require them." Hatch Lamnan revealed mysteriously. "This thing not only helps us communicate, but it also lets us know our teammates' locations, and can even detect nearby danger." Then he turned to one and said, "When we're not here, we're counting on you," and smiled and replied, Hatch Lamnan, you can rest assured." Gia's son interjected, "Hey, who's the master here?" In the silent corridor, Gia's son stood tall like a stone guard. He silently recalled his joke with Hatch Lam Nan. Hey, who's the master here? Suddenly, the communicator in his ear lit up. Jia-sun's mouth fell open, sensing a bad omen. This feeling was exactly the same as when Xiao Man was in danger. He suddenly turned to look into the void, shouting in his heart, "This is bad." From the dark void, countless butterflies flew out. They were red as fire, like phantoms illuminating the pitch-black night sky. Swarms of fire butterflies poured out, hovering over the motionless zombie corpses. Jia-sun was utterly terrified. The fire butterflies swooped down, incinerating all the zombies. Jia-sun immediately felt a dangerous pressure from behind. The communicator issued a warning. Unidentified superpower detected behind. Please evacuate immediately. He immediately squatted down and summoned vines. Everyone get behind me and don't move. Yes, big bro. In an instant, the vines he created tightly enveloped the three of them. The swarm of fire butterflies surrounded the vine sphere like ants on sugar. Mr. Z observed the battles through a camera in a secret room. He sneered contemptuously, "I must eliminate you as soon as possible, Hatch Lam Nan." As he spoke, his 5 fingers flew across the keyboard, clacking away. On the other side, Hatch Lam Nan was using his wings to protect the female students. A worried look appeared on his face, a bad feeling. It seems something has happened to Big Bro. Just then, the system panel appeared. Congratulations to the host for defeating the infected Mary. Congratulations to the host for defeating the infected Mary. The host has received the following rewards: 50 million, virus collection kit +1. Immediately after, Hatch K and her friends rushed over, riding giant rats. The little girl cheered, "Mama!" Hatch K and the other girls slid to the ground one by one. Hatch Lam Nan smiled and said, "Everyone arrived at the perfect time. Quickly help me take these 4 nuns to a safe place." At his words, the girls each took one, comforting and protecting the female students. Hatch Lam Nan stood to the side and took out a test tube, then squatted in front of the old headmistress's corpse, lost in thought for a long time. He used a syringe to draw up the red, syrup-like liquid flowing on the ground. The system panel displayed. The host has collected 11 samples of the Chris virus. Virus sample data has reached 30%. The lunar sect disciple can now treat cases of Chris virus infection. Hatch Lam Nan looked at the blood vial, thoughtfully asking, if the virus collection reaches 100%, can a lunar sect completely cure this disease? Then he turned to speak with the system goddess. Which savior brought it back before, causing the virus? Suddenly, a red alert blared throughout the entire building. The Underground Research Institute's self-destruct sequence has been activated. Please evacuate to a safe area within 2 minutes. Hatch Lam Nan's girls chattered amongst themselves. It must be a plot by the gods chosen. That's right. Just like Teacher Chen's base. Let's run first. Maria approached, holding a female student, and said to Hatch Lam Nan, "We'll have to trouble you with him again." Hatch Lam Nan took the girl from the nun's arms and asked seriously, "What about you?" Maria exhaled a puff of smoke and said, "I'm going to stop this self-destruct sequence. If the damage is too great, the survivors outside will have to bear the consequences." The computer control room was empty. The screen only displayed a bright red notification panel. Self-destruct sequence activated. 1 minute remaining. A space portal suddenly appeared in the middle of the room. Hatch Lam then opened the door from behind. As soon as he entered, he was greeted by a muscular beauty. "Delin, you're finally here." Delin immediately closed the door politely. "Excuse the intrusion." The muscular beauty cosplaying an anime character ran over happily. "Delin, my love, don't go." Hatch Lam Nan shouted in terror, "Don't come over here." The muscular beauty still charged forward like a madwoman, making him cry out, "Whoa, why is the hypnotic effect of my technique getting weaker on her?" Little Hatch K blocked his path and shouted, "Don't touch my mama. That nun can't come over here." Why are you still standing there? Hatch Lam Nan held out a hand to stop Xiao Mei and said, "Wait, she's not the enemy. Xiao Mei and Xiao Lu will be in charge of shutting down the sequence. Hatch K, and I will handle things here." The muscular nun had just run halfway when the wall beside her was suddenly smashed down. Vine zombies of all sizes emerged from the hole in the wall. Xiao Mei remarked. So the enemy's brother Hatch Lamb Nin mentioned were them. Xiao Lu drew her sword and snorted coldly. Humph. To suddenly have to deal with these troublesome things here. The goddess then told her master, these mutated zombies are all implanted with the god's chosen chips. Hatch Lamb Nan cracked his knuckles and smiled with interest. To deal with this stinky stuff, there's no need to waste energy using the eye technique. The zombies began to line up, preparing to charge the crowd. The muscular nun, left behind, trembled all over, suppressing her anger and growling. You people, she transformed, channeling the power of a gorilla, and killed a zombie with one punch. You disrespectful things. The nun was furious, unleashing a flurry of punches at the zombies, daring to disturb my darling. You can all prepare to meet your maker. The zombies immediately shot out several vines in a counterattack. The cucumber vines wrapped tightly around the nun, making it hard for her to move. Ugh, this is so annoying. Taking advantage of the nun being tied up, a tall, burly zombie holding an axe charged at her. The nun thought she was a goner, but Hatch Lamb Nan came to the rescue, kicking out and taking care of the monster. Hatch Lamb Nan landed on the ground. The system displayed a notification, plus 1,000 yuan. Hatch Lamb Nan didn't stop and continued his attack. He punched the ground hard, and a shockwave rumbled out. The zombies were sent flying by the shockwave, shattering into 100 pieces. Plus 300 watts, plus 300 watts, plus 300 watts. The zombie wrapped around the nun let her go, joining another battle. Hatch K used her special wave attack. Get lost, you ugly dogs. Plus 300 watts, plus 300 watts, plus 300 watts. The janitor zombies were all defeated by her single move, sending them to their graves. A masked zombie led its underlings to charge at Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu displayed her superb swordsmanship, slicing the zombies into sashimi. Don't get in my way. Plus 300 watts, plus 300 watts, plus 300 watts. Finally, the system displayed a notification. Assets 605 billion, 290 million, 444,040, plus 4,700,000. Xiao Mei took on the task of disarming the bomb. Everyone, just hold on a little longer. Her 10 fingers flew across the keyboard. Xiao Mei raced against the countdown clock, which had only a few seconds left. Just a little more. Because she was so focused on disarming the bomb, she didn't notice a swarm of vines rushing towards her. Hatch Lam Nan, Xiao Lu, and Hatch K shouted in unison, Xiao Mei, Sister Xiao Mei. The tentacle was shot before it could even touch Xiao Mei's hair. She completely trusted her life to her teammates, focusing only on disarming the bomb. No matter what, I have to stop it. Maria stood by the door, watching Xiao Mei. It's almost done. She blew the smoke from the muzzle of her gun and said calmly, I'll leave the rest to you, Hatch Lam Nan. As soon as she finished speaking, Hatch Lam Nan's figure flashed, leaving only an afterimage. Thanks a lot. The tentacle recovered from the gunshot wound and continued to attack Xiao Mei. But Hatch Lam Nan had already quickly scooped her up and escaped. The tentacle's attack caused the machinery to break down. Hatch K shouted, Oh no, the engine is destroyed. The countdown clock showed only 2 seconds left. At this moment, Jia's son was tied up limb by limb in a room full of zombie test tubes. Syrup dripped from his mouth, and he was unconscious. 2 seconds remaining on the self-destruct timer, activating self-destruct program. Mr. Z, with his subordinate holding a computer, watched the impending destruction up close. He leisurely pressed the enter key. The tall building was surrounded by countless giant vines, standing silently in the darkness. A crack suddenly appeared on the wall. In the blink of an eye, the entire building collapsed with a deafening roar. The skyscraper just crumbled. A car sped out from the smoke and fire. The man driving said angrily, Damn it, why do I have to do this? The woman said impatiently, Focus on driving. We don't want to die with you. She thought to herself, Jia's son rushed us back, afraid something had happened to the base. The laboratory was eerily quiet. Jia's son thought wearily, they will definitely make it back to the base in time. Xiao Man, farewell. His vision gradually blurred. I'm going to die here. Damn it, my consciousness is fading. Mr. Z crossed his arms, observing Jackson, and spoke. Mr. Jackson, I'm very sorry to have to cooperate with you in this way. Haha, you'll have to listen to me from now on. As soon as he finished speaking, a A space portal appeared behind him. Two girls stepped out, striking a boxing pose. Mr. Z said, "I didn't expect to have to invite out such lovely little girls as well." Hatch Lamb then led his harem into the room. "Your trashy building was destroyed with just a move from my Xiao Mei." Mr. Z was not flustered at all, smiling and snapping his fingers. The test tubes in the room were immediately shattered by what was inside. Tentacles and demonic hands reached out. Green zombies like a plateau crawled out of the bottles. They immediately charged toward Hatch Lam Nan and his harem. Xiao Le drew her sword and said to Hatch Lam Nan, "You go deal with that keyboard warrior." Xiao Mei also said, "That's right, leave this to us." Hatch Lam Nan nodded. "All right." The three girls immediately rushed into the battlefield, cutting down zombies like vegetables. Nana controlled the giant rats, stomping on zombies like ants. As for Hatch Lam Nan, he was in charge of teaching Mr. Z's two beautiful and sexy women a lesson. This time, he easily defeated both of them with just one punch. "Big bro, let's have a match." At his call, Jia's son suddenly woke up, staring straight ahead. Jia's son broke his own chains with his bare hands. The host has used a solar pupil to heal Jia's son's injuries, for a total of 1,000 watts. Asset value 606,290,444,040 minus 20 million. After breaking the chains, Jia's son knelt on the ground. Hatch Lam Nan and Mr. Z were facing off. Hatch Lam Nan, full of momentum, smiled. "You can't escape." Mr. Z was unfazed, pushing up his glasses and saying confidently, "It seems the savior still doesn't understand the situation." Jia's son was surrounded by a red aura, clutching his head and screaming wildly, "Aha, kid, run away quickly." The next second, he turned into a madman and charged forward to attack. Hatch Lam Nan was surprised when Jia's son suddenly attacked him. He stared at the red aura. "This guy must die. I can't believe I let Big Bro get poisoned." Hatch Lam Nan fended off Jia's son's attack while trying to persuade him. "Jia's son, wake up. Xiao Man is still waiting for you to come home." Not only did Jia's son not stop, but he also shouted, "Open!" Seeing the scene before him, Hatch Lam Nan's expression changed drastically. A purple mouth gradually split open on Jia's son's chest. A black eye emerged from the mouth, staring fiercely. Jia's son, as if possessing the strength of 100 men, kicked Hatch Lam Nan to the ground. His harem and daughters immediately surrounded him, shouting worriedly, "Brother Hatch Lam Nan, Mama." The girls cared for him. "Boohoo, are you okay? Are you alright? Are you hurt?" Xiao Mei held Hatch Lam Nan's head, pressing it against her chest, and said, "Everyone, don't worry. Big Bro Jia's son has lost his mind." Hatch Lam Nan agreed. "Xiao Mei is right." The girls then looked over at Jackson. Mr. Z shouted loudly, pushed up his glasses, and declared with a tilt of his head, "Jackson has been infected by me with the Elysium virus. He has lost his consciousness and become my slave." Hatch Lam Nan smiled coldly with confidence. Having had prior experience, that's absolutely not going to happen. Jia's son's body suddenly began to turn gray, as if petrifying. 20 minutes earlier, Jia's son used his vines to protect his subordinates. Big Bro's herbicide is very effective. He communicated through his earpiece. Good. Evacuate to the parking lot quickly. In the center of the hospital, the modern skyscraper was tightly wrapped in giant vines. A loud explosion came from the side of the building. Jia's son's vine sphere rolled down along with concrete rubble. It finally landed on the ground with a thud. A car sped over. The driver slammed on the brakes, stopping near the vine sphere. Jia's son broke open the vine sphere, letting the black-haired and blonde girls emerge, supporting each other. "Quick, you two get in the car first." From a hole in the ceiling, swarms of red fire butterflies flew down. He immediately summoned vines to block those red butterflies. "Just leave this part to me."